Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 1794 to Chapter 1844. Naturally, there was another reason why Zhao Hai was interested in the Hidden Fog World. This was because the Hidden Fog World didn't have any spiritual qi. The people there couldn't cultivate. As long as he brainwashed them with religion, they would become his most loyal followers. Moreover, even if they wanted to rebel, they wouldn't be able to cultivate. In the end, they would still have to listen to Zhao Hai. Since there was no spiritual qi, Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about the safety of the Hidden Fog World. Therefore, what Zhao Hai needed to do right now was to take control of the Hidden Fog World. When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they immediately understood what Zhao Hai was thinking. Naturally, they didn't have any reason to disagree. The group immediately began to make arrangements to deal with the Yunlai country. Dealing with the Yunlai country was very simple, they just needed to send the undead. Although the Hidden Fog World didn't have spiritual qi, one shouldn't forget that the undead had guns and cannons. These things didn't need spiritual qi to be able to unleash their full power. On the other hand, since the Hidden Fog World didn't have spiritual qi, the fighting strength of the people there was very low. Zhao Hai only needed to dispatch 10,000 undead with guns and cannons to deal with the Hidden Fog World. As for dealing with the Yunlai country, it was even simpler. Zhao Hai could give them a good life, but first, he would need to brainwash them. Zhao Hai didn't think that there was anything wrong with this. He was very clear about the situation of the Hidden Fog World. If it wasn't for him, then the people of the Hidden Fog World would have been ruled by that cultivator and the Yunlai country. Their lives were worse than dogs and pigs. If they were under Zhao Hai's rule, then they would be much happier. They only needed to contribute some faith power. After formulating the battle plan, Zhao Hai handed the matter over to Laura and the others. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't really care about the strength of the Hidden Fog World. As for the cultivators, Zhao Hai didn't care about them at all. After formulating the plan, Zhao Hai directly slaughtered the cultivators. After Zhao Hai dealt with the cultivators, the undead army would officially attack the Yunlai country. Just as Zhao Hai expected, the Yunlai country's army wasn't the opponent of the undead. These undead were simply a one-sided massacre against the Yunlai country's army. While attacking the Yunlai country, Zhao Hai immediately spread news throughout the Hidden Fog World. Naturally, this was religious propaganda. They said that Zhao Hai was a god and that the undead were sent by the god to save the world. Zhao Hai had seen a lot of religious propaganda in the past. Now that he had learned it, he didn't expect the effect to be so good. The commoners of the Hidden Fog World had always been oppressed. They were worse than pigs and dogs. Such people often needed faith. If they didn't have faith, then it would be very difficult for them to survive. Zhao Hai's propaganda came at the right time. It was a religious propaganda. And with the formidable strength of the undead army, the people of the Hidden Fog World who were originally in despair started to think of Zhao Hai as a god. They became Zhao Hai's most loyal followers. At this time, Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood to care about the Hidden Fog World. Zhao Hai didn't clean up the space under the cold pond that was filled with corpses. There was no need to clean up the corpses, it was already the best grave. As long as the space existed, no one would disturb the corpses. Therefore, Zhao Hai was too lazy to care about it. Zhao Hai's main task at this time was to establish a base and open the sect. At this time, it had been 8 days since Zhao Hai arrived at the Wandering Soul Gang's territory. The construction of the base was almost complete. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about the Hidden Fog World's attack. Because of this, Zhao Hai began to prepare for the opening of the sect. Before that, Zhao Hai paid attention to Yangming City. Yangming City was a famous city in the northern Strange Continent. This city was controlled by a rogue cultivator alliance. This alliance was called the Sky Sun Alliance. It was said that there were a lot of experts in the alliance. There might even be an immortal expert in the alliance. Because of this, Yangming City was very famous in the cultivation realm. It was a place where goods were distributed in the northern Strange Continent. However, Yangming City had a special characteristic. It wasn't very far from the 10,000 Beast sect. Moreover, the relationship between Yangming City and the 10,000 Beast sect was very good. It seems like Tai Zhantian sent Zhao Hai to Yangming City to recruit disciples for safety reasons. While Zhao Hai was studying these things, he suddenly received a jade sword message from Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was about to arrive along with a lot of cultivators from the Black Tiger gang. These cultivators would be stationed in the new base in the future. Zhao Hai didn't object. The new base was about to be completed. A place for 100,000 people might sound big, but with the efforts of countless Zerg, it was very easy to build. After all, they were digging underground, not above ground. At this time, there was only one thing left to do in the base. The defensive formation had been completed. The energy source for the base was the Yang Valley and the cold pond. Although he already knew what was inside the cold pond, Zhao Hai didn't intend to give up on using the cold pond. There was too much yin qi inside the pond. If he didn't use it, then the yin qi inside the space wouldn't be released. The corpses inside the space would also remain the same. Zhao Hai wanted to use the yin qi to release the yin qi inside the space. When the time comes, the corpses would return to dust. After receiving Zhang Feng's message, Zhao Hai made some simple preparations. Before long, the transmission formation in the base flashed with white light. Zhang Feng led a group of cultivators from the Black Tiger gang to the base. Although the base wasn't completely finished, it was still mostly finished. One couldn't feel any yin qi inside the base, one could only feel that the spiritual qi was very abundant. When Zhang Feng came out of the transmission formation, he immediately saw Zhao Hai standing there. He immediately laughed as he walked over and hugged Zhao Hai. "Good boy, I didn't expect you to move so fast. In just a few days, the base has already taken shape." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Good boy, I didn't expect you to move so quickly." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Right now, we can only force people to stay. If we want to build the base, it will take some time. Elder brother, let's go in and have a drink. As for the other brothers, follow the undead and take a rest. Rest assured, I will bring you spirit wine later." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry." Naturally, these people didn't say anything. They just smiled and thanked Zhao Hai. These people were very clear about Zhao Hai's status in the Black Tiger gang. After the recent events, Zhao Hai's status in the Black Tiger gang had skyrocketed. He was now on the same level as Zhang Feng and the others. How could they afford to offend such a person? Zhao Hai took Zhang Feng to his temporary residence and sat down. Then he took out a jug of spirit wine and poured a cup for Zhang Feng and himself. After the two drank, Zhao Hai said, "In 2 days, the two of us will be heading to Yangming City. We need to be careful when we go there." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'll be heading to Yangming City in 2 days." Zhang Feng stared. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What's there to be careful about? Do you think the Myriad Beast sect would dare to destroy our sect? If that's the case, then they would offend all the small sections. They wouldn't be that stupid, right?" Zhao Hai replied, "Of course they wouldn't dare, but what if they do it in secret? We need to be careful when choosing people. I'm afraid that the Myriad Beast sect would get involved. Moreover, the Heavenly Sun Alliance in Yangming City is very close to the Myriad Beast sect. We have to be careful." Zhang Feng nodded, then he said, "What you said makes sense. The Myriad Beast sect has suffered several losses in the past. With their style, they certainly wouldn't let us off." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "But that doesn't matter. I want to see what the Myriad Beast sect can do to us. I'll take the next 2 days to finish building the base. When the time comes, I'll let Brother Iron Eagle and the others take charge of the situation. Then we'll go to Yangming City." Zhang Feng nodded, then he smiled at Zhao Hai and said, "The Raging Fire Valley base is very good. Everyone's spirits are very high. They're all doing their best to prepare." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Isn't that even better? We don't have much time to prepare. The heavenly demons of the heavenly demon realm are different from the other cultivators in the cultivation world. Those guys aren't afraid of death. Moreover, their discipline is very strong. We have to be careful when dealing with them." Zhang Feng nodded, then he sighed and said, "The heavenly demon's invasion is a great calamity for the cultivation world. After this, the cultivation world's forces will be reshuffled. But this is also good. The 9 great sects have been tyrannical for a long time." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "No matter what, when the time comes, the 9 great sects will still be the main force against the heavenly demon realm. However, we can't be idle. We have to take this opportunity to strengthen ourselves. When the time comes, the myriad beast sect won't be able to deal with us. Zhang Feng nodded. To be honest, Zhang Feng's hatred towards the myriad beast sect was much deeper than Zhao Hai's. Zhao Hai joined the Black Tiger Gang later on, while Zhang Feng grew up in the Black Tiger Gang. Zhang Feng's feelings towards the Black Tiger Gang were much deeper than Zhao Hai's. Because of the myriad beast sect's suppression, the Black Tiger Gang suffered a lot of losses. Because of this, Zhang Feng hated the myriad beast sect even more. Zhao Hai chatted with Zhang Feng for a while before sending Zhang Feng back to his cave residence. Then he flashed into the space and paid attention to the situation in the hidden fog world. Everything was normal in the hidden fog world. The Yunlai country's army couldn't compare to Zhao Hai's undead legion. And with the addition of their guardian mages, they were eliminated by Zhao Hai. This caused them to lose the courage to resist. Many of the Yunlai country's troops surrendered without fighting. This saved Zhao Hai a lot of trouble. On the other hand, the people of the Yunlai country were living very well. In the past, they had to pay a lot of taxes. But now, those taxes were basically gone. They only needed to pay a small amount of money each time. There were no officials in the city who would bully them. The ones in charge of the city were the cultivators of the church. If there were any disputes, they could find the cultivators to resolve them. If there were any matters that needed to be handled, they could also be handed over to the cultivators. And since they had been brainwashed by the church, it was very easy to control them. Although he didn't invest a lot of troops, the undead still couldn't control the entire hidden fog world. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried at all. Yunlai country wasn't a threat to him at all. What made Zhao Hai happy was the fact that the undead had taken over the hidden fog world. Now, they could provide him with faith power. Moreover, there was a lot of it. This made Zhao Hai very happy. After putting the matter of the hidden fog world aside, Zhao Hai turned his attention to Yangming City. 2 days ago, Zhao Hai had the Silver Stream enter Yangming City in order to understand the situation there. The reason why Zhao Hai was able to enter Yangming City so quickly was thanks to Tai Zhantian. 2 days ago, Tai Zhantian sent some people to Yangming City to make arrangements. 2 days later, Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng would go to Yangming City to select people. When the rogue cultivators heard that they could enter the Black Tiger Gang, each and every one of them was very happy. One couldn't blame them for being happy. They were rogue cultivators that no one cared about. If they were to enter the Black Tiger Gang, then they would reach the heavens in a single bound. For rogue cultivators, this was an excellent opportunity. They wouldn't let go of this opportunity. At the same time, this opening ceremony was also very important for the Black Tiger Gang. 100,000 new disciples wasn't a small number. Moreover, the ones chosen this time were all geniuses. With the support of the Black Tiger Gang's resources, their strength would certainly increase in a short period of time. This would also be very beneficial for the Black Tiger Gang's strength. Zhao Hai's silver needles also entered Yangming City at this time. At this time, except for some important places in Yangming City, the other places have already entered Zhao Hai's space map. However, because Yangming City was a very important place for business, there were a lot of cultivators coming and going. Although Zhao Hai observed for 2 days, he didn't find anything special. However, Zhao Hai wasn't too worried. He believed that with his current strength, even the myriad demon sect wouldn't be able to deal with him. Moreover, one shouldn't forget that Yangming City had a transmission formation. They could go and come back through the transmission formation. There was no need to worry about being intercepted halfway. In the next 2 days, Zhao Hai led Zhang Feng and the others around the base. This allowed the Black Tiger Gang to familiarize themselves with the situation. A base with 100,000 people, although it wasn't big, it wasn't small either. The Black Tiger Gang's cultivators would be living in the base in the future. Naturally, Zhao Hai wanted them to familiarize themselves with the place. 2 days later, just as Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng were about to leave for Yangming Mountain, Tai Zhantian finally sent someone to the base. However, the person sent by Tai Zhantian made Zhao Hai interested. Tai Zhantian actually sent Hu Liangchen. Hu Liangchen's prestige in the Black Tiger Gang was very high. After all, the Hu family had the best qualifications and was also the strongest. If it weren't for the Black Tiger Gang's crisis, then Hu Liangchen and Tai Zhantian would still be in conflict. Although Hu Liangchen and Tai Zhantian had a good cooperation after they reconciled, Hu Liangchen still deliberately kept a low profile. Moreover, he had been helping Tai Zhantian wholeheartedly. This made Zhao Hai admire him. Tai Zhantian had been relying on Hu Liangchen more and more. Zhao Hai didn't think that he would be willing to send Hu Liangchen here. Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng quickly stepped forward and bowed to Hu Liangchen. "Uncle Hu, how come you're here? This place hasn't been fully built yet, the conditions aren't very good. Moreover, there aren't many people here right now. It's fine to have someone look after this place. Why did you come here personally?" Hu Liangchen smiled faintly and said, "I told the gang leader that I would be coming. This place is an important base for our Black Tiger gang. Naturally, I have to come and see if you're slacking off." "Not bad, you're not slacking off." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I wouldn't dare. Uncle Hu, let's go inside and sit. There's no need to stand here and talk." Hu Liangchen nodded and then followed Zhao Hai to his cave residence. After the three sat down, Zhao Hai turned to Hu Liangchen and said, "Uncle Hu, I've already told them about the base's situation in the past few days. They also understood the basic situation of the base. You just need to keep an eye on them and make sure they don't talk nonsense." Hu Liangchen nodded, then he said, "I came here this time mainly to tell you about the situation in Yangming City. The gang leader sent people to Yangming City a few days ago. However, the situation isn't very good. The people in Yangming City are neither hot nor cold towards our Black Tiger gang. This isn't a good thing." Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng frowned as they looked at Hu Liangchen. Hu Liangchen looked at the two and said, "You should know that Yangming City is very close to the 10,000 Beast sect. Their indifferent attitude towards us can also be seen from the 10,000 Beast sect's attitude. This time, when the Black Tiger gang opened their doors, they would certainly want to destroy the 10,000 Beast sect. Therefore, when you go to Yangming City, you have to be careful. Who knows what might happen? Something might happen." Zhao Hai nodded. He now had some understanding of the Myriad Demon sect's strength. The Myriad Demon sect was worthy of being a great sect that had dominated the northern region for many years. They were very strong. Not to mention the strength of their own sect, there were also many sects and gangs that they supported. It can be said that their influence was deeply intertwined. It was almost impossible to deal with the Myriad Demon sect. In the past 2 days, Zhao Hai had also investigated the situation in Yangming City. Every year, there would be some rogue cultivators that would enter the 10,000 Beast sect to become disciples. From this point, one could see the relationship between the Sky-Sun Alliance and the 10,000 Beast sect. Now that the Black Tiger gang wanted to open their doors and go to Yangming City to recruit disciples, it would be strange if the Myriad Demon sect didn't care. However, Zhao Hai didn't know what methods the Myriad Demon sect and Yangming City would use to deal with them. When Hu Liangchen saw Zhao Hai's frown, he whispered, "Zhao Hai, you have to be careful this time. But you don't have to worry too much. If it doesn't work, then we'll fight. There's no need to be polite with them. If the Myriad Demon sect starts a war with us, we won't necessarily be afraid of them." Zhao Hai nodded. Now that the Black Tiger gang had completely moved into the Raging Fire Valley, they wouldn't be afraid even if the Myriad Demon sect attacked them with all their strength. But to be honest, Zhao Hai didn't want to fight with the Myriad Demon sect right now. In about a year, the Heavenly Demon Realm would invade. Fighting with the Myriad Demon sect at this time would only benefit the Heavenly Demon Realm. This wasn't something that Zhao Hai wanted to see. Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and knew what Zhao Hai was thinking. Zhang Feng said, "Zhao Hai, in the cultivation world, it's not only your strength that matters, but also your courage. If the Myriad Demon sect really dares to attack us, then we won't be polite. After all, a lot of people in the northern strange region are focused on us." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Hu Liangchen and said, "Uncle Hu, did the gang lord say anything about how to deal with the Withered Vine sect?" Because Zhao Hai killed their connecting vines, the Withered Vine sect could only defend to the death. Moreover, they also asked for help from the Myriad Demon sect. The Myriad Demon sect sent some experts to help them defend the Withered Vine Valley. They also sent some connecting vines to plant. However, these seedlings died as soon as they were planted. This made the withered vine sect hate Zhao Hai to the point of gnashing their teeth. Compared to the Iron Blade sect, the Heavy Sand Gang, and the Giant Strength Gang, the withered vine sect's losses were the biggest. Zhao Hai was afraid that Tai Zhantian would make a move against the withered vine sect, because now was definitely not the time to do so. When Hu Liangchen heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but sigh. Then he shook his head and said, "What else can we do? Now is not the time to deal with the withered vine sect. If we attack the withered vine sect now, then the Iron Saber sect, the Heavy Sand Gang, and the Giant Strength Gang would certainly help the withered vine sect deal with us. They're afraid that after we deal with the withered vine sect, we'll deal with them as well. Moreover, the myriad demon sect wouldn't just watch us deal with the withered vine sect. Therefore, we can only endure this." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I was really afraid that the gang master would attack the withered vine sect right now. If that happened, then the northern strange region would be in chaos. So there's no need for us to endure this. Uncle Hu, you don't have to worry about Yangming City, I'll take care of it. At worst, we'll just have to go to war with the myriad demon sect." Hu Liangchen shook his head and said, "There's no need to start a war. The myriad beast sect also won't start a war with us at this time. Right now, the entire northern strange region is paying attention to us. If those fellows from the myriad beast sect find an excuse to deal with us, then I'm afraid the entire northern strange region would be in an uproar. You don't know, but right now, a lot of small and medium-sized sects in the northern strange region have come to the Black Tiger Gang. They want to form an alliance with the Black Tiger Gang to fight against the myriad beast sect. Ha ha ha, it seems like the myriad beast sect is too overbearing in the northern strange region." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's good. If they want to form an alliance with us, then let's do it. However, the position of alliance master must be in our hands. If the heavenly demon realm invades in the future, then the position of alliance master might have some unexpected uses." Hu Liangchen nodded and said, "That's right. The gang leader also thinks the same. Now that the negotiations have begun, the Black Tiger Gang has been very active recently. I believe that the position of alliance master will be ours." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he asked Hu Liangchen about some matters in the gang before asking Hu Liangchen to take a rest. Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng also returned to their cave residence. The next morning, Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng came out of their cave residence. Under the escort of Hu Liangli and the others, they went to the transmission formation and returned to the Black Tiger Gang. Then from the Black Tiger Gang, they took the transmission formation and returned to Yangming City. Yangming City was a solid city. The city walls were large and thick. The entire city covered an area of hundreds of thousands of acres. The city walls were about 50 meters high. There were also some people patrolling the city walls. The weakest of these patrolling people were Soul Refinement Realm cultivators. These cultivators weren't just patrolling. They had a more important job, which was to maintain the security of Yangming City. Although there were a lot of cultivators in Yangming City, and almost all the major sects had opened some shops here, most of the cultivators in the city were rogue cultivators. Although these rogue cultivators didn't dare to touch the shops of the major sects, the fights between them were inevitable. Therefore, it was impossible to not have a security team in Yangming City. Otherwise, the city would be in chaos. The cultivators in Yangming City's security team didn't have high cultivations. However, they were all people of the Sky Sun Alliance. In Yangming City, there weren't any forces that dared to offend the Sky Sun Alliance. Naturally, the Sky Sun Alliance wouldn't easily offend people from other forces. Rogue cultivators like them generally lived in the cracks of society. Naturally, they wouldn't easily offend people. Because Yangming City was too big, there were dozens of transmission formations. In addition to the ordinary transmission formations, there were also 20 large artifact transmission formations outside the city. Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng sat on the Hell King's ship as they came out of the large artifact transmission formation outside the city. The reason why Zhao Hai took the Hell King's ship to Yangming City was to let the people in the city know that they have large artifacts. It would be best not to provoke them. After coming out of the transmission formation, Zhao Hai saw Yangming City not far away. He waved his hand and had the Hell King's ship fly towards the city. Yangming City didn't prohibit flying, so all cultivators were allowed to fly. However, within the city, martial arts were prohibited. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't have any problem entering the city with the Hell King's ship. At this time, the Hell King's ship had a black tiger flag hanging on its flagpole. This was to show the identity of Zhao Hai and the others. The people that Tai Zhantian sent to Yangming City had already been arranged in the city. They occupied a place in the city's plaza for testing purposes. Although the Sky Sun Alliance didn't stop the Black Tiger Gang from using the plaza, they didn't let them use it for free. In other words, the Black Tiger Gang had to rent a place to use the plaza. In Yangming City, there were several plazas like this that were provided to the various sections. The plazas were very large, and there were even places where large artifacts could be parked. The people that Tai Zhantian sent to Yangming City were led by 5 transcending tribulation experts, 10 nascent soul experts, and 50 golden core experts. These people entered Yangming City to prepare for the sect opening ceremony as well as to inquire about the city's situation. After all, Yangming City wasn't far from the 10,000 Beast sect, so they needed to be careful. In the plaza that the Black Tiger Gang rented, a flagpole was erected with a black tiger flag hanging on it. The Hell King ship arrived above the plaza, but it didn't descend. Instead, it stopped above the plaza like a dark cloud, blocking the sun and casting a huge shadow on the plaza. Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng looked at the square below and were somewhat stunned. This was because there were too many people in the square. As far as the eye could see, the whole square was packed with people. Not even a drop of water could trickle through. Zhao Hai looked at the situation and couldn't help but smile bitterly as he said, "It seems like we don't need to worry about recruiting people." When Zhang Feng heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. She didn't know what to say. At this time, 2 figures flew out from the square below and stopped in front of the Hell King's ship. The 2 people cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai and Hai Feng and said, "I've seen senior brother Zhao Hai and senior brother Zhang Feng." Zhao Hai looked at the person and smiled faintly as he said, "So it's you. Luli, why did you come this time? Aren't you famous for being lazy?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng and the other 2 cultivators smiled. The cultivator named Luli smiled at Zhao Hai and said, "I didn't think that senior brother Zhao would recognize me. It seems like this little brother's laziness is really famous." Luli smiled at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai and the others laughed. Actually, Luli's laziness wasn't true. He was a cultivation maniac. He would hardly go out if he had nothing to do. He would only focus on cultivation. Even the sect's missions would only be completed when necessary. For such a cultivation maniac, the gang wouldn't say anything. However, Luli's way of doing things made him look like a lazy person. Because of this, everyone called him lazy. But now that Zhao Hai was talking about Luli, he could get closer to Luli naturally. Luli wouldn't get angry. After chatting for a while, Zhao Hai turned his head and said, "How are the preparations? With so many people here, it shouldn't be a problem to recruit a few hundred people, right?" Luli nodded and said, "Everything has been prepared. According to the gang's instructions, we'll be conducting a trial in the 9 revolving cave outside the city. Those who participate in the trial must be at least at the foundation establishment stage and cannot be more than 200 years old. Anyone who meets this requirement can participate. The first 500 people to come out of the cave will become the Black Tiger Gang's outer disciples. The 500th to 800th people will become the Black Tiger Gang's janitor disciples. As long as they successfully break through to the foundation establishment stage, they will be promoted to inner sect disciples, and janitor disciples will be promoted to outer sect disciples." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "What's the situation here in Yangming City?" Hearing Zhao Hai, Luli's expression turned gloomy. He replied, "The situation isn't very good. When we spread the news that we're going to open the sect, Yangming City sent 1,000 people to the Myriad Beast sect. I heard that these 1,000 people are famous young rogue cultivators. They're very strong and have great potential." Zhao Hai didn't care. He smiled faintly and said, "The Myriad Beast sect doesn't have the bearing of a great sect. They only know how to play small tricks. In the end, they can't do anything. Let's go down." After he said that, Zhao Hai and the others figures, they slowly descended. In the middle of the square, there was a stone platform that wasn't very high. This stone platform was very new. It can be seen that it was newly built. Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng landed on this stone platform. However, the two didn't say anything, they just nodded to Luli. Luli also understood what the two meant. He turned to the rogue cultivators on the platform and said, "This time, our Black Tiger gang will be opening the sect. We'll be recruiting 800 people in Yangming City. 500 of them will be outer court disciples and 300 of them will be janitor disciples. Everyone who has reached the foundation establishment stage and is under 200 years old can sign up. If someone dares to hide their age, then they're deceiving the Black Tiger gang. Don't blame us for being ruthless. Everyone who signs up can go there and receive their identity jade token. Those who receive their identity jade token can gather here tomorrow to participate in the trial." After he said that, Luli pointed to the side of the platform. There was a row of tables there. Cultivators who followed Luli to Yangming City were sitting at these tables. These cultivators were responsible for distributing identity jade tokens. When the cultivators below the stage heard Luli's words, they immediately went into an uproar and rushed towards the row of tables. Before long, a long line of people had already formed. The cultivators in the crowd looked at Zhao Hai and the others standing on the platform. Their eyes were filled with envy. One of the cultivators said to his friend, "Big brother, do you see the three people on the platform? Do you know who they are?" The one called Big Brother proudly said, "You really asked the right person. I know the identity of those three people. The two from before are core disciples of the Black Tiger gang, but they aren't very famous. But the two people who came down from the artifact are extraordinary. One of them is called Zhang Feng, one of the 10 core disciples of the Black Tiger gang. The other one is even more extraordinary, he's Magic Blade Zhao Hai. He was specially approved by the Black Tiger gang to be the only one other than the 10 core disciples to be able to open a sect. Demonic Saber Zhao Hai? He's the one who can fight against immortal experts? I really didn't see it. Big brother, are you sure you're not mistaken? There's no mistake. He's Demonic Saber Zhao Hai. It's said that when the 5 great sects besieged the Black Tiger gang, he led a small team and destroyed the Wandering Soul gang. I also heard that he killed an immortal expert. Then he went to the other 4 sects and killed the Withered Vine sects reaching Heaven Vine. I have a friend who joined a medium-grade sect 2 years ago. I met him a few days ago and he was the one who told me about Zhao Hai. Moreover, I also saw a portrait of Zhao Hai. Wow, so he's Zhao Hai. I didn't expect to see him here. It seems like the Black Tiger gang attaches great importance to this sect opening ceremony. For a while, all kinds of discussions were going on. However, everyone looked at Zhao Hai with admiration in their eyes. In the cultivation realm, there were also idols to worship. And Zhao Hai was undoubtedly the most worthy of worship. This was because his experience was a legend. He started as a battle slave. It can be said that his starting point was lower than most rogue cultivators in the cultivation realm. However, he believed that the rogue cultivator wouldn't think this way because whether it was a battle slave or a janitor disciple, they were considered to have joined a sect after all. As for the rogue cultivators, if they wanted to join a sect, they would have to wait for an opportunity and go through a competition. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to this. He and Zhang Feng stood on the stone platform and looked at the cultivators below. They chatted softly, not caring at all. Looking at the cultivators excitedly receiving jade tokens that represented their status and hope, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel a little sour in his heart. Among the cultivators who came here today, there were at least tens of thousands of people who qualified, and there might even be more. However, among these people, they only accepted 800 people. 800 people were really too few compared to tens of thousands of people. It was only 1 in 100. The rest of the rogue cultivators still had to live the same life as before until they slowly grew old. The sorrow of a cultivator, the sorrow of a rogue cultivator. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to help them. The heavens were ruthless. Since they chose this path, then no matter where it led, they would have to go on their own. Whether the end of the road was a garden or a graveyard, they would have to bear it themselves. Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai's depressed mood and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Is there something you're unhappy about?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, I'm just lamenting. The heavens are ruthless. All cultivators are working hard for a distant goal. But how many of them can reach that goal and reach the top? Zhang Feng didn't expect Xiao Hai to be lamenting about this. He quickly said, "Little Hai, how can you have such thoughts? We cultivators are fighting against the heavens. If the heavens want us to die, then we have to fight against the heavens. What's wrong with this?" Xiao Hai looked at Zhang Feng's anxious expression and knew that Zhang Feng was mistaken. He smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother is right. I'm just lamenting a little. It's all right." Zhang Feng felt relieved. He was very clear that it was impossible for a cultivator to lose their drive. If they kept lamenting like Xiao Hai, then it would affect their Dao heart and cause a heart demon. For Xiao Hai, this would only do him harm. What Zhang Feng didn't know was that Xiao Hai's heart demon had already been refined into his Dharma idol. Any emotion that could cause a heart demon would turn into energy for his Dharma idol. Just as Zhang Feng let out a sigh of relief, Xiao Hai suddenly turned to Zhang Feng and said, "Eldest brother, when did I get the nickname Magic Blade? How come I didn't know about it?" Upon hearing Xiao Hai, Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile and said, "Not too long ago. I don't know who spread the news about your battle with Elder Zhu. They said that your saber skills are unparalleled, and that you have a black magic saber. That's why you got the nickname Magic Saber." Hee hee. Xiao Hai couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. He didn't think that he would have such a nickname. Magic Saber, this name really lived up to its name. As the jade tokens were handed out one by one, the number of people in the square slowly decreased. Those cultivators immediately left after receiving the jade tokens. They had to make some preparations. Those who had crystal stones in their hands would exchange them for some useful things in order to deal with tomorrow's assessment. Those who didn't have many crystal stones in their hands would seize the opportunity to go back and cultivate. They would be in their best condition to deal with tomorrow's assessment. Although the time to receive the jade tokens was very fast, it still took a full day for everyone who wanted to participate in the assessment to receive their jade tokens. After a final count, the number of cultivators who came to receive their jade tokens exceeded 150,000, almost 160,000 people. 160,000 people, 800 people, 1 out of 200. When Xiao Hai heard this number, he could only shake his head and sigh. He didn't think that there would be so many people signing up. It was more than double what he expected. It seems like these cultivators were really crazy about joining the great sections. Zhang Feng frowned, then he turned to Lu Li and said, "Lu Li, there are more than 100,000 people in the 9 revolving cave. Can the cave hold them all?" Lu Li smiled and said, "Elder brother, don't worry. Although the 9 revolving cave is called the 9 revolving cave, it's actually connected to the other caves. I don't know how big the 100 revolving cave is. Let alone 100,000 people, even 1,000,000 people wouldn't be a problem. What people know about the 9 revolving cave is only a small part of it. Nobody knows about the other caves. It's said that an immortal expert entered the 9 revolving cave in the past and never came out. Because of this, people don't dare go too deep into the 9 revolving cave." When Xiao Hai heard this, his interest was piqued. He curiously asked, "Let's talk about the 9 revolving cave. How did it form?" When Lu Li heard Xiao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "No one knows when the 9 revolving cave was formed, or how long it has been there. Nobody knows what's inside the cave. All we know is that you can't go inside the cave. Those who went inside all died inside. Only the periphery of the 9 revolving cave can be accessed. There are snake beasts that roam around the 9 revolving cave all year round. Rogue cultivators are very familiar with the periphery of the 9 revolving cave because they often go there to hunt snake beasts and get snake gall, snake skin, snake bones, and other such things." Zhao nodded. He was now more interested in the 9 revolving cave. Zhang Feng knew what Zhao was going to do, so he quickly said, "Little Hai, you can't mess around. We don't know the situation of the 9 revolving cave, and the gang needs you right now. You can't go in rashly. If something happens, it would be terrible." Zhang Feng nodded. Zhang Feng knew what Zhao was going to do, so he quickly said, "Little Hai, you can't mess around." When Zhao Hai heard Zhang Feng, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "All right, senior brother, you don't need to worry. Rest assured, I won't go in." Zhang Feng felt relieved, then he nodded and said, "In tomorrow's assessment, the 2 of us will have to be present." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "That's not a problem. But I don't think anyone will come to cause trouble." Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, "I didn't say that anyone would dare to cause trouble, but it's still better to be careful." Jiao Hai nodded, then he said, "Today, I felt a few strong auras paying attention to us. I just don't know what they want to do." Zhang Feng sneered and said, "No matter what they want to do, if they really dare to cause trouble, then we'll deal with them." Jiao Hai didn't say anything, but his eyes flashed with a cold light. This time's opening ceremony was very important for the Black Tiger gang. If someone really came to cause trouble, then Jiao Hai wouldn't be polite. The next morning, Jiao Hai appeared on the Hell King's ship's bow. He saw that the square below was already filled with people. All of the people who received their identity cards were waiting for Jiao Hai and the others. Jiao Hai waved his hand, then Luli immediately flew down and organized the people to fly out of the city. Jiao Hai drove the Hell King's ship and followed behind. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the situation around him. He didn't lie yesterday, he felt that there were several transcending tribulation experts watching them. Today, he wanted to see if they were still watching him. There was no mistake, they were still watching him. Moreover, the number of people seemed to have increased a lot. Yesterday, there were only 7 or 8 people, but today, there were more than 10 people. Jiao Hai couldn't help but frown. However, he didn't pay attention to it as he followed Luli and the others out of the city. After leaving the city, Luli and the others directly flew towards the 9 Revolution Cave. The 9 Revolutions Cave was located on a mountain outside the city. However, that mountain was the entrance to the 9 Revolutions Cave. After entering the cave, the 9 Revolutions Cave would continue to descend and turn continuously. At the same time, the number of caves inside would increase. The large and small caves were connected, just like a maze. Every year, some cultivators would enter the 9 Revolutions Cave and never come out. Before long, Jiao Hai and the others arrived at the entrance of the 9 Revolution Cave. After Luli explained the rules of the trial to the rogue cultivators, he had them enter the cave themselves. After waiting for everyone to enter, Luli boarded the Hell King's ship and led Jiao Hai and the others towards the exit. Nobody knew how big the 9 Revolution Cave was. However, they knew that there was only one exit. This exit was 5 mountain gates behind it. The entrance wasn't very big, so it was easy to find. Jiao Hai and the others arrived at the exit of the 9 Revolution Cave. After looking at the exit, Jiao Hai turned to Luli and said, "How long will it take for us to come out?" Luli smiled bitterly and said, "It's hard to say. Even the rogue cultivators who enter the 9 Revolution Cave aren't sure if they can come out in a short time. The 9 Revolution Cave is filled with snakes. What you passed last time might become a snake nest this time. As long as you change your route, you'll have to stay inside for a long time. I heard that every year, there would be people who enter the 9 Revolution Cave but can't come out." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "Then we'll have to wait patiently." After he said that, Jiao Hai glanced at a mountain in the distance. This was because he felt the aura of a few transcending tribulation experts. These people had been following them from Yangming City. However, Jiao Hai still couldn't figure out what they wanted to do. Although Jiao Hai felt a trace of hostility from these people, he didn't feel any strong killing intent. This made Jiao Hai even more puzzled. He guessed that these people might be cultivators from the Heavenly Sun Alliance. However, the Black Tiger gang only came here to recruit disciples. Did they need to monitor them like this? What was their purpose? Although Jiao Hai felt that being watched by these people wasn't a good thing, he knew that he couldn't make a move against them. If he did, then it would be tantamount to falling out with the Heavenly Sun Alliance. When the time comes, it would be troublesome. In the end, Jiao Hai decided to wait and see. Time passed by little by little. In a blink of an eye, a day had passed. However, nobody came out of the 9 Revolution Cave. Jiao Hai and the others weren't worried as they sat on the Hell King's ship and waited. Unlike Zhang Feng and the others, who were waiting, Jiao Hai didn't. Jiao Hai had his silver needles enter the 9 Revolution Cave. He wanted to see what was inside. When the silver needles entered the cave, Jiao Hai understood why Luli said that the rogue cultivators wouldn't be able to come out for a while. The 9 Revolution Cave was too big. There were turns after turns, holes after holes. It was like a huge maze. Moreover, there were snakes blocking the way from time to time. The rogue cultivators were very careful after entering the cave. Naturally, their speed wouldn't be fast. The reason why the rogue cultivators were so careful wasn't just because they needed to guard against the snakes. They also needed to guard against other cultivators. Going through trials in the 9 Revolution cave was a massacre for the rogue cultivators. No matter what their purpose was, they would kill. Because of this, all the cultivators who entered the cave were very careful. Zhao Hai understood the 9 Revolution cave more than the rogue cultivators. This was because Zhao Hai had already sent his silver needles to places where the rogue cultivators didn't dare to go. Inside the 9 revolving cave, the deeper one went, the more snakes there were. Moreover, Zhao Hai could feel that the strength of these snakes were very formidable. At the very least, they were much stronger than the snakes in the periphery of the cave. However, this made Zhao Hai even more curious about the 9 Revolution cave. It seems like the cave was dug out by something. It wasn't naturally formed. But what could dig such a big hole? Relying on the snakes alone, Zhao Hai was afraid that they wouldn't be able to make such a big hole. However, as the silver needles slowly went deeper, Zhao Hai became even more curious. This was because the area of the 9 Revolution cave was far beyond his imagination. The entire 9 Revolution cave occupied a large area. Not only that, even under Yangming City was a 9 Revolution cave. This was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. The deeper one went into the 9 Revolution cave, the wetter it got. Moreover, there were more and more snakes. These snakes had lived for many years. Each of them was thick and long. Their bodies were green. At first glance, one could tell that they weren't to be trifled with. Zhao Hai even felt the aura of a nascent soul expert from these snakes. This was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. The situation in the 9 Revolution cave was getting more and more incomprehensible. Was this really just a snake nest? It couldn't be that simple, right? In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Zhao Hai still hadn't found the end of the 9 Revolution cave. This made Zhao Hai very surprised. He discovered that the 9 Revolution cave was already 10,000 meters underground. The size of the 9 Revolution cave was completely beyond his imagination. Not to mention the base he built in the Wandering Soul Gang, even the base he built in the Raging Fire Valley couldn't compare to it. Although the base in the Raging Fire Valley had a large area, it was still far inferior compared to the 9 Revolution cave. Even 10 bases in the Raging Fire Valley wouldn't be as big as the 9 Revolution cave. What in the world made such a huge and complicated maze-like cave? The more he understood about the 9 Revolution cave, the more worried Zhao Hai became. This was because the 9 Revolution cave was too big. This made him feel overwhelmed. At this time, Lu Li's voice was suddenly heard. Someone finally came out. Zhao Hai recovered from his shock. In the past few days, he had been too obsessed with exploring the 9 Revolutions cave. He almost forgot about the important matter. He didn't expect that it would take 3 days for someone to come out of the 9 Revolutions cave. Zhao Hai opened his eyes and looked at the exit of the 9 Revolutions cave. The cultivator who came out looked to be about 30 years old. He was wearing a shabby cultivator's robe. His expression was very calm, but the murderous aura on his body was very strong. It can be seen that he had killed his way through. Lu Li stood up and said to the cultivator, "You're the first one to come out of the 9 Revolution cave. Come to the ship and talk." When the cultivator heard that he was the first one to come out of the 9 Revolution cave, he stared. Then he became happy as he nodded and flew up. Before long, he appeared on the Hell King's ship. At this time, Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng also stood up. Zhao Hai looked at the person and said, "Go to the cabin and register your identity. Then someone will arrange a place for you to rest." The person nodded and then cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai before entering the cabin. Lu Li let out a long breath, then he smiled bitterly and said, "I really thought that no one would come out. Now that someone finally came out, I can finally rest assured." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There are 100,000 people. We only took 800, that's enough. Let's wait for someone else to come out." As though to verify Zhao Hai's words, one cultivator after another flew out of the 9 Revolutions cave. Some of them had injuries on their bodies. It was clear that the 9 Revolutions cave would be very lively for this assessment. The 800 disciples received their jade tokens. However, Zhao Hai and the others didn't leave. They were still waiting outside as they watched the cultivators come out of the 9 revolving cave. After 7 days, no one came out of the 9 revolving cave. Zhao Hai calculated that there were about 130,000 people who came out of the 9 revolving cave. In other words, 20,000 people died in the 9 revolving cave, close to 30,000 people. This was a number that Zhao Hai didn't expect. When the cultivators who came out of the 9 revolving cave saw that Luli had recruited enough people, they didn't make any noise. For them, this was already within their expectations. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivators who were about to leave and his heart moved. He stood at the bow of the ship and cupped his fist towards the cultivators below. Everyone, this time, our Black Tiger gang will only accept 800 people. This is something that can't be helped. However, please keep your jade tokens with you. If the Black Tiger gang recruits people in the future, we will give priority to those who have jade tokens. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to the Black Tiger gang with your jade token. As long as we can help you, the Black Tiger gang will do its best to make things easier for you. After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a white light flew out from his hand. The cultivators were immediately bathed in this white light. They quickly discovered that their injuries were healed. After Zhao Hai healed the cultivators, he looked at them and said, "Everyone, don't lose your jade tokens. They will be your tokens in the future. When the Black Tiger gang recruits disciples in the future, if you are over the age limit but have a child with good talent, you can come to the Black Tiger gang with your jade token. Our Black Tiger gang will have priority in recruiting you." As soon as Zhao Hai's words came out, the cultivators below exploded. They didn't think that there would be such a good thing. Some of these cultivators had been rogue cultivators for generations. They didn't enter a sect because they didn't have any social connections. For rogue cultivators like them, sects wouldn't even spare them a glance. Even if they wanted to get close to someone, it would be impossible. However, with Zhao Hai's words, the weight of the jade tokens was different. If they had a child with good talent in the future, then they would have a way to enter the Black Tiger gang. For these rogue cultivators, this was definitely a good thing. Suddenly, these rogue cultivators felt closer to the Black Tiger gang. Moreover, in their hearts, the weight of the jade tokens was different. This was related to their future, it was even related to their entire family. Zhao Hai looked at the rogue cultivators and said, "Everyone, the Black Tiger gang can't recruit too many people this time. Therefore, Zhao Hai would like to apologize to all of you. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can go to the Wandering Soul gang and take out your jade tokens. Just look for me, Zhao Hai, and I'll help you. I still have matters to attend to, so Zhao Hai will take his leave first." After he said that, Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards the rogue cultivators. When the rogue cultivators saw Zhao Hai's action, they suddenly felt a warm current flowing through their hearts. Rogue cultivators like them could be said to be the group with the lowest status in the cultivation realm. None of the disciples of the great sects would look them in the eye. Even the janitor disciples of the great sects had a higher status than them. Although they would sometimes secretly kill disciples of the great sects and steal their things, it didn't improve their status at all. Even the outer court disciples and janitor disciples of the great sects would look at them with their noses up at the sky. No disciple of the great sects would be so polite to them. If it was any other sect, they would have already left after receiving their disciples. Why would they still be waiting here? Moreover, they would also promise to help if they needed help in the future. No sect had ever said such words. And then there was Zhao Hai's status. What was Zhao Hai's status? He was a core disciple of the Black Tiger gang, a core disciple who dared to fight against immortal experts. Demonic Blade Zhao Hai's name was very famous in the northern strange continent. Now that Zhao Hai was so polite to them and even cupped his fist, the rogue cultivators felt very comfortable in their hearts. Most importantly, Zhao Hai said that if they have any difficulties in the future, they can report to him and he will certainly help them. This made the rogue cultivators feel flattered. Although some of them thought that it was impossible for Zhao Hai to do this, Zhao Hai already gave them a lot of face. People from other sects didn't say anything like this. Because of this, when Zhao Hai cupped his fist, the rogue cultivators simultaneously cupped their fist towards Zhao Hai and loudly said, "Farewell, Mr." Zhao Hai also cupped his fist towards them. Then he waved his hand as the Hell King's ship slowly flew towards Yangming City. The rogue cultivators saw Zhao Hai standing at the stern of the ship and waving his hand towards them. This made the rogue cultivators feel even more moved. After they went far, Zhang Feng went to Zhao Hai's side and whispered, "Zhao Hai, what do you mean? How come I don't understand?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Elder brother, don't forget that in a year, the great calamity will arrive. These rogue cultivators don't have any organization. When the time comes, they would certainly find a place to hide or find a force to rely on. But who can they rely on? Today, I gave them a jade token, so the first thing they thought of was our Black Tiger gang. This time, our Black Tiger gang could have recruited more people, but because of our relationship with the Myriad Demon Sect, we can't recruit too many people. But when the time comes, when these rogue cultivators want to find someone to rely on, who will they think of? With the jade token, the first thing they would think of would be the Black Tiger gang. There are more than 100,000 rogue cultivators, but how many of them do they have? When the time comes, these rogue cultivators would become a force to be reckoned with. When Zhang Feng heard Zhao Hai, Ma Xian understood what Zhao Hai meant. He looked at Zhao Hai and laughed, good idea. When the time comes, the Black Tiger gang would have hundreds of thousands of troops. Moreover, we wouldn't lack people in the future. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right, that's what I meant. Hee, the 10,000 Beast sect can't do this. But we can." When the time comes, the hearts of these people would naturally lean towards the Black Tiger gang. We might even get unexpected benefits. At this time, the Hell King's ship arrived at a large artifact transmission formation outside Yangming City. Now that the matters in Yangming City have been dealt with, it was time for them to return to the Black Tiger gang. The Black Tiger gang was preparing for war, so they were very busy. With Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng managing the Black Tiger gang, the sooner they return, the better. Just as they arrived at the large artifact transmission formation, they found a large group of people there. They didn't know what they were doing. Zhao Hai frowned, he had an ominous premonition. Then he turned to Luli and said, "Luli, go and see what's going on. Why are there so many people there?" Luli nodded, then his figure moved and appeared at the transmission formation. Before long, he came back with an ugly expression and said, "Senior brother, they said that they don't know why, but 3 days ago, the transmission formations in Yangming City stopped working. Not only this one, all the large artifact transmission formations in Yangming City have stopped working. They're currently looking for the reason, but they haven't found anything yet." When Zhao Hai heard Luli, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He looked at Luli and said, "They can't use it? What a coincidence." Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, what do you mean?" Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "They're targeting us. In the past few days, people have been paying attention to us. In the beginning, I didn't care because those people didn't make a move. But now it seems like they're just watching us. They're sending people to deal with us." Zhang Feng stared, then his expression changed as he said, "The Myriad Beast sect?" Zhao Hai nodded, then smiled and said, "Most likely. Elder brother, open the transmission formation on the ship and send everyone back to the gang. I want to see how the 10,000 monster sect will deal with me." Zhao Hai nodded, then smiled and said, "Elder brother, open the transmission formation on the ship and send everyone back to the gang." When Zhang Feng heard Zhao Hai, he didn't say anything. He knew about Zhao Hai's ability. He nodded and said, "All right, be careful." After saying that, she led the confused Luli into the cabin. After entering the cabin, Zhang Feng said to Luli, "Luli, today I'll let you know the biggest secret of our Black Tiger gang's large artifacts." Luli already knew some things. He was pleasantly surprised as he said, "Could it be that our Black Tiger gang's large artifacts can use transmission formations?" Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, "You're right. Our Black Tiger gang's large artifacts can use transmission formations. This method was developed by Zhao Hai. Now, all of the Black Tiger gang's large artifacts can use transmission formations to reach the gang. You can go and organize those people. We'll send them back to the Black Tiger gang first. Luli nodded, then with a look of surprise, he turned around and left. Zhang Feng looked at Luli's appearance and smiled faintly. He didn't say anything as he went to a large room inside the cabin and waited for Luli and the others. This room was where the transmission formation was located. Before long, the newly recruited cultivators were brought to this room by Luli. Zhang Feng sent these people away through the transmission formation as well as Luli and the others. Only Zhang Feng stayed behind. When Zhang Feng arrived at the deck of the Hell King's ship, he saw Zhao Hai looking at him with a smile. Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly as he said, "I'm back to accompany you." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and said, "All right, let's see who the 10,000 Beast sect sent to deal with us." After he said that, Zhao Hai commanded the Hell King's ship to fly towards the Black Tiger gang. While flying forward, Zhao Hai paid attention to his surroundings. After flying for more than an hour, they passed by a mountainous area. Suddenly, a huge sword chi slashed towards the Hell King's ship. This sword chi was more than 10 meters long and was golden in color. It was as if it was real. Its momentum was extraordinary and its speed was also very fast. If Zhao Hai wasn't on guard, then he wouldn't have been able to avoid it. After dodging the sword chi, Zhao Hai stopped and stood at the bow of the ship. "Who is it?" he asked. "Come out, you're hiding your head and showing your tail. Daring to have ideas about our Black Tiger gang, you must be tired of living." Zhao Hai acted as if he didn't know about this beforehand. He wanted to give these people the wrong impression. He wanted to see who these people were. "Ha ha ha, Magic Blade Zhao Hai. What a big name. Seeing you today, you're just SOSO." Along with this laughter, several figures slowly appeared. These people looked very strange, they were all wearing green cultivator robes. There were 5 of them in total. Each of them had a pair of big eyes with 2 small round eyes. They looked very funny. But upon seeing these 5 people, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but narrow. This was because he discovered that these 5 people weren't weak. Each of them was an immortal expert. 5 immortal experts weren't cabbages. Zhao Hai discovered that he had underestimated the 10,000 Beast sect's strength. To be able to send 5 immortal experts, it seems like the 10,000 Beast sect was much stronger than he imagined. Although he thought this, Zhao Hai still said, "Seniors, you know me, but I don't know you. Can you tell me your names and see if I, Zhao Hai, have offended you?" When the 5 immortal experts heard Zhao Hai, they laughed. One of them looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You didn't offend us. However, you offended our superiors. Because of this, we brothers were ordered to test your character. Kid, consider yourself unlucky. Remember, there are some people you can't afford to offend." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't offend us." Zhao Hai looked at the 5 immortal experts and said, "I really don't know who I offended. Can you give me a straightforward answer?" The 5 immortal experts laughed. Then one of them said, "Brat, you're too naive. Why don't we just give you a quick answer? I'm more than happy to be confused. Do you think you can leave safely with your spatial ability? Let me tell you, stop dreaming. You won't be able to escape today." After he said that, the 5 figures moved and rushed towards Zhao Hai. At the same time, they waved their hands as flags of different colors flew out from their hands and inserted themselves into the void. Zhao Hai suddenly felt bursts of energy coming from all around him. These energy fluctuations seemed to have imprisoned the space around them. Zhao Hai immediately felt a burst of energy coming from all around him. Zhao Hai now knew why these 5 people were so confident. They actually had a formation that could lock down space. It seems like they were really well prepared. However, these 5 people didn't know that Zhao Hai's spatial ability was different from other people's spatial abilities. Other people's spatial abilities might be locked down by this formation, but Zhao Hai's spatial ability wasn't the same as other people's spatial abilities. However, Zhao Hai didn't think about hiding inside the space or taking Zhang Feng back to the Black Tiger gang. At this time, he needed manpower. These 5 fellows were very suitable for him. If he had 5 more immortal stage undead, then his strength would increase greatly. This would only bring him benefits and no harm. Zhao Hai didn't think about hiding inside the space or returning to the Black Tiger gang. After thinking up to here, Zhao Hai turned to Zhang Feng and said, "Elder brother, be careful. Then Zhao Hai's Dharma idol appeared and swung its black saber towards the 5 immortal experts. Seeing Zhao Hai's action, Zhang Feng's figure moved as well. His Dharma idol appeared and went to greet the 5 immortal experts. But just as he was about to move, he discovered that he couldn't do anything. 5 green and 5 black shadows. 10 shadows were constantly changing positions in the air. The two sides were fighting fiercely. At first glance, it looked like 10 people were fighting. However, Zhang Feng knew that there were only 6 people fighting. One was Zhao Hai, and the other 5 were the immortal experts of the 10,000 Beast sect. Zhao Hai didn't know these 5 people, but Zhang Feng did. These 5 people were very famous in the 10,000 Beast sect. They were known as the 5 Chameleon Elders. They were experts of the 10,000 Beast sect that had been around for 10,000 years. They were all beast cultivators, and their true forms were chameleons. The 5 Chameleon Elders' greatest ability was their sneak attacks. Because their true forms were chameleons, this gave them a racial innate skill, stealth. Because of this, before the 5 Chameleon Elders became immortal experts, they were famous for their stealth attacks. When they were at the Golden Core stage, ordinary immortal experts wouldn't be able to detect them. This was even more true when they reached the nascent soul stage. Who knows how many cultivators have died to the 5 Chameleon Elders? This was especially true for their sneak attacks. Countless immortal experts were killed on the spot. This time, the 5 Chameleon Elders' actions surprised Zhang Feng. He didn't expect the 10,000 Beast sect to send the 5 Chameleon Elders to deal with Zhao Hai. What was even more unexpected was that the 5 Chameleon Elders only launched a sneak attack before revealing themselves. This didn't seem to be their fighting style. This was something that Zhang Feng didn't understand. What surprised Zhang Feng the most was Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai rushed down from the ship, he turned into 5 and fought against the 5 Chameleon Elders. It was impossible to tell that he was one person. What Zhang Feng didn't know was that this was all because of Zhao Hai's movement technique. Zhao Hai's movement technique was a combination of the Cosmos technique, the myriad star transformations formation, and the cloning technique. It was a top-notch movement technique. Not to mention 50 people, even if there were 10 or 100 people, Zhao Hai would still be able to deal with them. Zhao Hai was now using this kind of movement technique to constantly change his position. The 5 discolored elders were fighting together, and it seemed that they were not at a disadvantage. The 5 old men couldn't help but regret their decision. To be honest, they really didn't put Zhao Hai in their eyes. In their eyes, Zhao Hai was just a transcending tribulation expert. There wasn't anything special about him. For the sect to send the 5 of them to attack at the same time was a bit of a fuss. Because of this, they gave up on their best fighting technique. They didn't use stealth to attack Zhao Hai. Instead, they revealed themselves. However, they didn't expect to be entangled by Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. There was nothing he could do about it. Although his cultivation method was strange, his strength was still lacking compared to immortal experts. He might be able to block an immortal expert for a short period of time. If he wanted to run, then immortal experts wouldn't be able to stop him. But if he had to fight for a long time, then he wouldn't be able to do so. Zhang Feng could only stand on the side. This was because the battle between Zhao Hai and the 5 Chameleon Elders had reached its climax. He simply couldn't intervene. At this moment, Zhao Hai suddenly waved his hand. A large city appeared above one of the 5 old men and smashed down. The 5 Chameleon Elders were already prepared for Zhao Hai's move. Their figures moved as they simultaneously raised their heads. Long tongues flew out from their mouths towards the fire god city that Zhao Hai released. With a bang, the fire god city was sent flying. The 5 old men's bodies shook, but they weren't injured. As for Zhao Hai, his face turned pale, but he quickly recovered. The 5 Chameleon Elders turned their attention to Zhao Hai. One of them laughed and said, "Zhao Hai, you underestimate us too much. We already knew about your methods. How could we not be prepared? Do you think you can stall us for that long with your strength? We just want to see what kind of artifact you have." "Not bad, it's a good item." The higher-up said that if we can kill you this time, then everything you have will be ours. Zhao Hai looked at them and coldly snorted, "If you want to take my treasures, then let's see if you have the strength to do so." After he said that, Zhao Hai's attacks became even faster. At the same time, he would release the Fire God City from time to time to attack the 5 chameleon elders. But what surprised Zhang Feng was that Zhao Hai didn't release any metal beasts that could block immortal experts. Before long, Zhao Hai fell into a disadvantageous position. Although he would still use the Fire God City to attack from time to time, the 5 immortal experts were getting used to it. At this time, Zhao Hai waved his hand as the Fire God City attacked again. This time, the Fire God City became smaller, about the size of a brick. It went straight towards one of the 5 immortal experts. Zhao Hai didn't expect this. Instead, he used the Fire God City to attack. Because the Fire God City became smaller, the target became smaller. The 5 chameleon elders didn't expect Zhao Hai to make such a move. They wanted to block it like before, but the Fire God City was no longer possible. The smaller Fire God City directly smashed towards one of the 5 chameleon elders. The face of the 5 chameleon elders couldn't help but change. With a roar, he transformed into an incomparably huge chameleon. The chameleon's huge tongue shot out from his mouth, heading towards Fire God City. At this moment, 12 metal beasts suddenly appeared around him. As soon as the 12 metal beasts appeared, they immediately pounced on the huge chameleon. The huge chameleon didn't expect Zhao Hai to have this move. It stared for a moment before the 12 metal beasts arrived in front of the chameleon. 12 attacks landed on the chameleon's body. The chameleon's body was in great pain as it used its tail to attack the 12 metal beasts. Just at this moment, there was a loud boom as the shrunken Fire God City finally struck the gigantic chameleon's head. The chameleon's head was instantly smashed into smithereens. Its body twitched for a moment before it extended its limbs and fell straight down. Naughty Seabird didn't let this opportunity slip by. He waved his hand and turned the chameleon into an undead. At this time, the other 5 chameleon elders reacted. When they saw their brother being smashed to death in front of them, their eyes turned red. They roared and rushed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai sneered. Then he waved his hand and 3 figures appeared in front of him. One of them was fat, one of them was thin, and the last one was wearing a green robe. The auras of these 3 people were all immortal experts. As soon as they appeared, they immediately went to greet the other 4 chameleon elders. At this time, the 12 metal beasts also went to greet one of the 5 chameleon elders. Zhao Hai and the 12 metal beasts also dealt with one of the 5 chameleon elders. The remaining 4 chameleon elders were blocked. On the other hand, Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. Naturally, he could see that the 3 people that Zhao Hai released were Elder Pig, the skinny immortal supreme elder, and one of the 5 elders that Zhao Hai killed. These 3 people weren't living anymore, they had turned into Zhao Hai's undead. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Instead, he said, "Don't worry, I don't care if you don't kill me. I don't care if you don't kill me." What surprised Zhang Feng was that these 3 undead were all at the immortal stage. They weren't any weaker than when they were alive. How was this possible? How could the undead released by Zhao Hai have the same strength as when they were alive? Wasn't this too exaggerated? If Zhao Hai's undead were able to retain their strength when they were alive, then how strong would Zhao Hai's undead be? At the thought of this, Zhang Feng could not help but shudder. He felt a chill rush from his spine to the top of his head. His scalp went numb. Zhang Feng now knew that he had underestimated Zhao Hai. No wonder Zhao Hai wasn't willing to talk too much about his undead. No wonder he could create miracles time and time again. Miracles weren't obtained by chance. Behind miracles, there must be strength. Just as Zhang Feng was thinking about this, a scream was suddenly heard. Zhang Feng looked at the battlefield and saw that the 5 color-changing elders that were besieged by Zhao Hai and the 12 metal beasts had been killed by Zhao Hai's flame city. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and took the 5 color-changing elders into the space. Then he released them. The 5 color-changing elders had their strength restored. They immediately rushed towards the other 3. Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't let this opportunity go, so he followed suit. Zhang Feng could only stand on the Hell King's ship and stare blankly at the battlefield. What he saw today was completely beyond his imagination. At this point, he felt that he had lost the ability to think. With the advantage in numbers and Zhao Hai's Flame City, it didn't take long for the remaining 3 color-changing elders to be dealt with by Zhao Hai. Naturally, Zhao Hai also took them into the space and turned them into undead. After the battle was over, Zhao Hai stored everything before returning to the Hell King's ship. Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai with a strange expression. Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Feng and smiled. What's wrong, senior brother? Are you very surprised? Zhang Feng nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, what's going on? Why do your undead have the strength they had when they were alive? Does that mean you have 7 immortal stage undead in your hands? That's equivalent to 7 immortal experts. Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, my undead can maintain their fighting strength when they were alive. However, this ability was only recently acquired. Ever since I transcended my tribulation in the heavenly demon realm, I discovered that I have this ability. In the past, it was impossible for my undead to be this strong. Those undead were refined using a special method. But after reaching the transcending tribulation stage, I discovered that my undead have the same strength as when they were alive. I only discovered this after going through many trials. Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, my undead can maintain their fighting strength when they were alive. Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and saw that he wasn't lying. He couldn't help but sigh and said, kid, your luck is really good. You actually obtained this ability. However, this is also a good thing for the Black Tiger Gang. Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, naturally, it's a good thing. But senior brother, you can't leak this information. Otherwise, not only me, but the entire Black Tiger Gang would be in trouble. When Zhang Feng heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. He couldn't help but nod. He knew very well that Zhao Hai was right. If others knew that Zhao Hai had this ability, they would kill Zhao Hai at all costs, especially the Myriad Demon Sect. The Myriad Demon Sect had dealt with the Black Tiger Gang many times. This was already an open secret in the Northern Strange region. The Myriad Demon Sect also knew that the Black Tiger Gang must know that they were dealing with them. However, they believed in their own strength. They couldn't take the initiative to attack the Black Tiger Gang. However, if the Black Tiger Gang attacked them and was destroyed by them, it wouldn't be their fault. Therefore, the Myriad Demon Sect had people deal with the Black Tiger Gang time and time again. They provoked the Black Tiger Gang. It could be seen that they wanted to kill the Black Tiger Gang. At this time, if they knew that Zhao Hai had this ability, then as long as Zhao Hai didn't die, his strength would become stronger. This also meant that as long as Zhao Hai had the opportunity, Zhao Hai's strength could surpass the entire Myriad Demon Sect. Zhao Hai was famous for his vengeance. In the entire Northern Strange region, almost all the sects that provoked the Black Tiger Gang didn't have a good time. They all suffered a great loss. If Zhao Hai became stronger, then the consequences would be unimaginable. At that time, the Myriad Demon Sect would do everything they could to eliminate Zhao Hai. Not only the Myriad Demon Sect, but the other sects of the 9 great sects would also participate. Zhao Hai's ability was too heaven-defying. If they couldn't kill Zhao Hai, then sooner or later, Zhao Hai would threaten their position. If the 9 great sects really dealt with the Black Tiger Gang and Zhao Hai, then the Black Tiger Gang wouldn't be able to stop them. When the time comes, the Myriad Demon Sect would be the one to suffer. After understanding the key point, Zhang Feng couldn't help but let out a long breath and said, all right, I understand. I won't tell anyone about this, not even the leader. You can rest assured. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, thank you, elder brother. Let's go. I don't think anyone else would come to deal with us. This time, the Myriad Demon Sect would be in pain for a while. Hearing Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng couldn't help but laugh and said, right, the Myriad Demon Sect would be in pain for a while. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he waved his hand as the Hell King's ship flew away. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly heard Kair calling him from the space. Zhao Hai immediately turned to Zhang Feng and said, elder brother, I'll be going to the cabin to rest for a while. Summoning those immortal stage undead is very tiring. Moreover, using those artifacts is also very tiring. I need to rest. Zhang Feng nodded and said, go ahead, I'll be watching over here. Zhao Hai smiled and said, you don't need to worry about it. The undead that drove the ship knows the way back. Go rest and keep yourself in peak condition. This way, we'll know if the myriad demon sect would send people to deal with us. Zhang Feng thought for a moment and then nodded. Then the two went to the cabin. After entering the cabin, Zhao Hai arranged a room for Zhang Feng and himself. After entering the cabin, Zhao Hai returned to the space. Upon entering the space, Zhao Hai saw Kai and the others standing outside. Zhao Hai looked at them and asked, "What's wrong?" Kai smiled faintly as she took out a breadfruit and handed it to Zhao Hai. "Brother Hai, take a look at this breadfruit and see what's different about it." Zhao Hai received the breadfruit and looked at it carefully. There was nothing different about this breadfruit, it was exactly the same as the ones from the space. Zhao Hai looked at Kai and said, "There's nothing different about this breadfruit. Isn't it just the breadfruit from the space?" Kai smiled and said, "Take a closer look." Zhao Hai carefully looked at the breadfruit. Then his complexion suddenly changed. He carefully sensed the breadfruit before turning to Kai and said, "There's no spiritual energy? There's no spiritual energy in this breadfruit? What's going on?" Kai smiled faintly and said, "You guessed right, there's spiritual energy in this breadfruit. It's just that you didn't feel it." Zhao Hai stared, he carefully sensed the breadfruit and still didn't feel any spiritual energy. Then he suddenly had a flash of inspiration as he opened the breadfruit. The breadfruit immediately turned into a piece of bread. Zhao Hai tore a small piece of bread and put it in his mouth. Then he stared, this was because this bread was very delicious. Moreover, there was a rich spiritual energy in this bread. It was even richer than the breadfruits from the space. Zhao Hai looked at Kai and said, "What's going on? Is this a new product from the space?" Kai shook her head and said, "These breadfruits are produced in the hidden fog world. Now that the hidden fog world has been conquered by us, in order to improve the lives of the people there, I transplanted some mature bread trees to the hidden fog world. I didn't expect those bread trees to grow after a short time. Moreover, they even bore breadfruits. However, these breadfruits aren't the same as the ones in the space. The spiritual energy inside these breadfruits is richer, and the taste is also better." Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at the breadfruit in Kai's hand and said, "You're saying that this breadfruit was produced in the hidden fog realm? How is that possible? Isn't there no spiritual energy in the hidden fog realm? Why does this breadfruit have spiritual energy?" Kai smiled and said, "There's something else that's even more surprising. In the hidden fog realm, whether it's soil or stone, the spiritual energy there is much higher compared to other places. Even an ordinary leaf in the hidden fog realm can be used as a medicinal ingredient in the cultivation realm. However, although the people there can absorb spiritual energy by eating, they can't cultivate. It's as if they were cursed, they can't cultivate." Zhao Hai stared and said, "There's such a thing? Isn't that too strange?" Kai smiled and said, "It's very strange. But Brother Hai, the hidden fog realm is very suitable for us. Not only can it provide us with faith power, it can also be used as a base to grow herbs. What do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll leave this matter to you." "Right, don't forget to use the faith power that is produced there." Kai and the others nodded. However, this wasn't the end. Kai continued, "Brother Hai, I just found the end of the 9 revolving cave." As soon as Zhao Hai heard Kai his eyes couldn't help but light up as he said, "Really? Are you sure that it's the end of the 9 revolving cave?" Kai nodded and said, "I'm very sure. This is because the silver needles had already changed the first passage of the 9 revolving cave. When we found the end of the passage, it was already a dead end." Zhao Hai quickly said, "Quick, take me there." Kai nodded, then the group entered the villa. Zhao Hai sat on the sofa and looked at the monitor. The scene on the monitor made Zhao Hai's scalp tingle. This was a snake cave. There were countless snakes inside, all kinds of snakes. These snakes were densely entwined together as they wriggled around. The cave was very big, but it seems like there was nothing inside besides snakes. In the middle of the cave was a mountain of snakes. These snakes were very strange. Their bodies were golden, but they weren't long. Each snake was about a meter long and had the thickness of a wine cup. What surprised Zhao Hai was the aura of these snakes. They were all immortal experts. This was very strange. Zhao Hai turned his head and said, "What's going on with these golden snakes?" Kyer shook her head and said, "I don't know. But I can see that these small snakes are the heads of the snakes. Moreover, these small golden snakes are never far from each other. They seem to be guarding something. Unfortunately, I can't see what they're guarding." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "So it's like this. You arrange for some snakes to enter the space and see if there are any changes. If you can get those golden snakes, then that would be even better. But this matter can't be rushed. Don't push the golden snakes too hard, otherwise, I'm afraid that it would be more troublesome." Zhao Hai nodded. Kyer nodded and said, "All right, Big Brother Hai can rest assured, I'll take care of it." "Right, Big Brother Hai, since the spiritual chi in the hidden fog realm is very abundant, planting things wouldn't be slow. What do you think we should plant?" Kyer nodded and said, "All right, Big Brother Hai." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't care about that. You can plant whatever you want. Just be nice to the people there." "Right, Kyer, can you also bring the exchange system to the hidden mist world?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I don't care." Kyer nodded and said, "We're already doing it. Big Brother Hai can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded, then he let out a long breath and said, "Now that we're done, we just have to wait. We don't know when the heavenly demon realm will attack." Zhao Hai nodded, then he let out a long breath and said, "Now that we're done, we just have to wait." Laura replied, "It should be soon. We just saw that the heavenly demon realm's preparations are nearing completion. It shouldn't take long before they're done. All that's left is to open the realm gate." Zhao Hai nodded, then he knit his brows and said, "Speaking of which, the cultivation realm is really strange. They're actually connected to a lot of subspaces. Moreover, they can even open realm gates. It's too strange." Zhao Hai nodded, then he frowned and said, "Actually, the cultivation realm is really strange." Laura and the others nodded, then they said, "Right, the cultivation realm is really strange. Moreover, I suspect that the cultivation realm can also connect to other subspaces. Big Brother Hai, don't you think it's strange? Aren't there too few immortal experts in the cultivation world?" This was especially true for gangs like the Black Tiger Gang. It stands to reason that after Huding Mountain, the Black Tiger Gang should have more immortal experts. If those immortal experts appeared later, then they should have been alive by now, right? Why is there only Huding Shan left? Zhao Hai also knit his brows and said, "I also think it's strange. The heavenly demon realm's environment is much worse compared to the cultivation realm. Moreover, the battles there are more immortal experts in the heavenly demon realm compared to the cultivation realm. Isn't this too unreasonable? But what exactly is going on? We haven't received any news yet. This is the strangest part. It seems that we have to wait for a while before we can slowly find the answer." Tai Zhantian anxiously paced back and forth in his room. Ever since Lu Li and the others returned, Tai Zhantian knew what happened. This was the reason why he was so anxious. Nothing can happen to Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai was too important to the Black Tiger Gang. Now that Hu Dingshan couldn't make a move, Zhao Hai was the Black Tiger Gang's ultimate weapon. If something happened to him, then the Black Tiger Gang's losses would be huge. After Tai Zhantian heard Lu Li's words, he immediately sent people to Yang Qingming. Although they didn't bring any large artifacts, the people they sent were all transcending tribulation experts of the Black Tiger Gang. But in the end, they weren't able to find Zhao Hai. At this time, a jade sword suddenly flew into the room. Tai Zhantian received the jade sword and used a spiritual force to probe it. He immediately saw the contents of the jade sword. Upon seeing the contents, he couldn't help but feel relieved. This jade sword was sent by Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng told him that they were indeed attacked. However, they were repelled by Zhao Hai and were now in the opposite direction. She asked Tai Zhantian to not worry. Tai Zhantian immediately sent a letter back to Zhang Feng. He ordered the teams that were looking for Zhao to return. There was no need to look for them anymore. Zhang Feng didn't tell Tai Zhantian about Zhao Hai's undying life. He promised Zhao Hai that he wouldn't say anything about it. Naturally, Zhang Feng didn't do this because of his promise to Zhao Hai. The most important thing was that he had to listen to Zhao Hai. With Zhao Hai's strength, if he told Tai Zhantian about this, then it was very likely that other people would know about it. If other people knew about it, then the entire cultivation realm would know about it. This wouldn't be good for the Black Tiger Gang and Zhao Hai, especially for the Black Tiger Gang. Zhang Feng was very clear about Zhao Hai's strength. Even if the entire cultivation realm were to fight against Zhao Hai could just go to the subspace and the cultivation realm wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, the Black Tiger Gang was different. The Black Tiger Gang wouldn't be able to go to the subspace like Zhao Hai. In the end, they would be destroyed by the other sects. Because of this, Zhang Feng decided not to tell Tai Zhantian about this matter. After sailing for some time, Zhao Hai stopped in a mountainous area. Then he had his undead enter a transmission formation. Then he and Zhang Feng drove the Hell King's ship through the transmission formation and returned to the Black Tiger Gang. Now that the Black Tiger Gang was here, the teams that Tai Zhantian had sent out had all returned. With Zhao Hai's return, the Black Tiger Gang could be considered to have completed the mountain gate opening. This time, the Black Tiger Gang would recruit a total of 100,000 disciples. Of course, they couldn't be grouped together. Tai Zhantian had already made arrangements. These 100,000 disciples were split up and sent to the various halls of the Black Tiger Gang. About 70,000 disciples were left in the Raging Fire Valley, while the remaining 30,000 were sent to the Wandering Spirit Gang's base. After Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng returned to the Black Tiger Gang, they greeted Tai Zhantian and then returned to the Ghost Gang's base. After that, Hu Liangchen returned to the Raging Fire Valley. At this point, Hu Liangchen had become Tai Zhantian's right-hand man. Tai Zhantian simply couldn't leave Hu Liangchen. When the two returned to the Ghost Gang's base, the construction of the Ghost Gang's base had already been completed. The base that could easily accommodate 100,000 people was now only 70,000 people. Of these 70,000 people, 30,000 were new disciples, 50,000 were service disciples, 15,000 were outer court disciples, 4,000 were inner court disciples, and 1,000 were core disciples. The managers of the base were Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng. But whether it was Zhao Hai or Zhang Feng, they didn't need to deal with a lot of things. The Black Tiger Gang had a clear division of labor. Moreover, there were a lot of elders in the base. There were also a lot of elders in charge of the management. With these people present, there wouldn't be any problems. Because of this, Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng spent most of their time cultivating. However, these days passed quickly. Tai Zhantian sent Tai Ying and the others to the Ghost Gang's base to help Zhao Hai. At the same time, Tai Zhantian sent Zhang Feng back to the Raging Fire Valley. Then he directly announced that he would be going into seclusion. Zhang Feng was temporarily appointed as the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. At the same time, Hu Liangchen became the deputy leader, helping Zhang Feng manage the Black Tiger Gang. As soon as this order was issued, the entire Black Tiger Gang went into an uproar. They didn't expect Tai Zhantian to go into seclusion at this time. Fortunately, Zhang Feng's popularity in the gang was very high. Therefore, nobody objected to Tai Zhantian being the temporary leader. When Zhao Hai heard this, he stared for a moment. But he quickly understood. It seems like the gang leader wanted to increase his strength and transfer his authority. Zhao Hai already knew that Tai Zhantian was about to reach the immortal stage. However, he didn't understand why Tai Zhantian didn't do so. It seems like Tai Zhantian was waiting for Zhang Feng and the others to grow up. Only when someone could take over his position would he try to reach the immortal stage. Zhao Hai didn't have any other thoughts. He handed over the management of the Ghost Gang's base to Tai Ying and the others while he focused on his cultivation. Naturally, this was only on the surface. Zhao Hai actually returned to the space to rest. At the same time, he paid attention to the situation of the Heavenly Demon Realm, the Hidden Fog World, and the 9 Revolving Cave. What he was most curious about was the 9 Revolving Cave. The 9 Revolving Cave was very big. Zhao Hai used a lot of silver needles and spent more than 10 days to figure out the cave. The 9 Revolving Cave was like a huge underground world. However, the rulers of this underground world were all snakes, not humans. Naturally, what Zhao Hai was most curious about were the small golden snakes. According to Zhao Hai's calculations, there were nearly 1,000 small golden snakes. This number would only increase. It must be known that these small golden snakes were all at the immortal stage. With nearly 1,000 immortal stage snakes guarding something, Zhao Hai was very curious. At the same time, this was also the reason why Zhao Hai didn't dare to deal with the small golden snakes. If he really did deal with the small golden snakes and provoked them, then they would come out of the 9 revolving cave. For the cultivation realm, it would definitely be a huge catastrophe. Zhao Hai knew that their main opponent at this time was the heavenly demon realm. In less than a year, the heavenly demon realm would invade the cultivation realm. Zhao Hai couldn't provoke these snakes at this time. At the same time, Zhao Hai's planting of various herbs in the hidden fog world went smoothly. Moreover, he also opened an exchange system in the hidden fog world. A lot of things that the hidden fog world didn't have were now available. Naturally, these systems were placed in the church. This made the people of the hidden fog world even more devout in their faith towards Zhao Hai. At this time, the hidden fog world was completely under Zhao Hai's control. Zhao Hai could now get a lot of faith power from there. However, Zhao Hai didn't take out the faith power from the space, he gave it all to Laura and the others. The people of the hidden fog world discovered that their lives were much better than before. With the exchange system, they had a variety of high-yield crops. Their lives had improved greatly. They could now exchange their surplus for what they needed. For the people of the hidden fog world, these days were very good. Naturally, they also had more time to pray. This allowed Zhao Hai to get more and more faith power. Zhao Hai also discovered something else: the lifespan of the people of the hidden fog world was very long. It was normal for them to live up to several hundred years old. Even 1,000 years old wasn't considered a very long lifespan. At most, they could live up to 2,000 years old. However, their fertility was very low. Although their status was very good, it was very difficult for them to have children. This could be said to be a gain and a loss. If it was any other cultivator, then it wouldn't be easy for them to rule the hidden fog world. Except for the ghost cultivator from before, other cultivators wouldn't be able to adapt to the hidden fog world. This was because the hidden fog world didn't have spiritual qi. One could only absorb spiritual qi by eating. Moreover, spiritual qi was very difficult to absorb. It was almost impossible to use it for cultivation. Other than people like Zhao Hai who had the space to provide spiritual qi, the strength of other cultivators would slowly decline after entering the hidden fog world. In the end, they would become the same as the people of the hidden fog world. They wouldn't be able to cultivate or use any spells. Zhao Hai also tried to solve the mystery of the hidden fog world's lack of spiritual qi. However, in the end, he didn't find anything. The hidden fog world wasn't very big, but it wasn't small either. The entire continent looked the same. The only thing that was different was the fog that surrounded the hidden fog world. However, Zhao Hai couldn't touch the fog at all. This was because there was a transparent barrier blocking the fog. Zhao Hai couldn't touch it at all. Zhao Hai originally thought that the barrier was the same as the barrier under the cold pond. It only blocked things with souls. However, he soon discovered that the barrier could block anything. Even if he attacked the barrier with his current strength, the barrier wouldn't react at all. This made Zhao Hai even more curious about the hidden fog world. However, regardless of whether he was curious or not, he had no way of knowing what the fog was. Therefore, he could only stare at it helplessly. Now, he knew how the ghost cultivator entered the hidden fog world. He turned the ghost cultivator into an undead. Naturally, he was able to find out everything. The ghost cultivator was killed in a fight. When he woke up, he had already turned into a child in the hidden fog world. Later on, he discovered that there was no spiritual qi in the hidden fog world, so he couldn't cultivate. In the end, he thought of a method, which was to cultivate using the souls of humans. When Zhao Hai heard the ghost cultivator's words, he was shocked. He didn't think that things would turn out like this. The ghost cultivator's experience was like a novel with him as the main character. However, in the end, the ghost cultivator met Zhao Hai, who was an even bigger main character. Therefore, it was a tragedy. Time passed by little by little. The cultivation world seemed to have calmed down, especially in the northern strange continent. The Myriad Beast sect didn't spread any news about the death of the 5 elders. They also didn't make a move against the Black Tiger Gang. On the other hand, the Black Tiger Gang didn't expand their territory, nor did they attack other sects. They didn't even deal with the Iron Saber sect, the Sinking Sand sect, the Withered Vine sect, and the Herculean gang. It was as if they didn't care about the previous matter. But for some reason, the entire northern strange continent felt a stifling atmosphere. It was like the calm before the storm. This stifling silence made people feel suffocated. But in any case, the entire northern strange continent knew that the Black Tiger Gang was very strong. They couldn't be provoked. Even the 100 Flower Valley, who didn't pay much attention to the Myriad Beast sect, didn't dare to provoke the Black Tiger Gang, let alone other people. However, the Black Tiger Gang's behavior was very strange. Although they were in contact with other sects, the Black Tiger Gang's disciples rarely walked around the northern strange continent. Every time they went out, they would send experts. Moreover, these people would go out in groups. It was impossible to make a move against them. No one could explain why the Black Tiger Gang did this. However, people discovered that ever since the Black Tiger Gang opened their doors in Yanming City to recruit disciples, the Sky Sun Alliance in Yanming City began to be on guard, as if they were worried that someone was going to deal with them. This made people's imaginations run wild. They didn't know if there was any unhappiness between the Sky Sun Alliance and the Black Tiger Gang. Another strange thing happened. The rogue cultivators in Yanming City who didn't belong to any sect had a good impression of the Black Tiger Gang. When the Black Tiger Gang was mentioned, the rogue cultivators were as proud as if they were talking about their own sect. But why did they behave like this made people scratch their heads. Later on, some people spread rumors that the Black Tiger Gang promised these rogue cultivators that as long as they were in trouble, the Black Tiger Gang would help them. When they heard this, everyone snorted. In the eyes of these great sects, this was just a formality. No one took it seriously. But soon, they knew that they were wrong. This sentence wasn't just a formality, it was really useful. 5 months after Zhao Hai and the others recruited disciples in Yanming City, a cultivator came to the Black Tiger Gang. This cultivator was wearing a black cultivator robe and looked to be in his 20s. However, one could see that his cultivator robe was a bit shabby. It was obvious that he wasn't doing very well. This person's strength was only at the spirit refinement realm. He wasn't very strong. In the cultivation realm, he belonged to the lowest level of cultivators. If such a cultivator went to other sects, no one would even look at him. But now, this cultivator appeared in the Black Tiger Gang's teleportation square. When the Black Tiger Gang's disciple saw this person, he couldn't help but stare. Then he frowned slightly. This was because he was sure that this person wasn't a Black Tiger Gang disciple. In the Black Tiger Gang, this person's cultivation was only that of a janitor disciple. But even if he was a janitor disciple, he wouldn't be as miserable as this person. The Black Tiger Gang's janitor disciples would be given cultivator robes every year. Nobody would wear such shabby clothes. Lu Wenchang looked at the cultivator who was walking towards him. He couldn't help but feel nervous. He was a rogue cultivator with no backing. He had never been to a big sect before. If he wasn't forced to, then he wouldn't have come to the Black Tiger Gang. Lu Wenchang was one of the rogue cultivators who participated in the Black Tiger Gang's entrance examination. With his strength, it was very likely that he would have died. However, he was very lucky. Although he was a bit slow, he was still able to walk out of the 9 revolving cave alive. Although he came out alive, he didn't pass the examination. However, he still heard Zhao Hai's words, so he kept the jade token very carefully. In fact, after the examination, a lot of rogue cultivators threw away their jade tokens. When Zhao Hai said those words, these rogue cultivators were excited and kept their jade tokens. But after thinking about it, how could there be such a good thing? If you were an insignificant rogue cultivator, then why would the big sects care about your life or death? If there were any difficulties, then they would definitely help. In the eyes of these rogue cultivators, Zhao Hai was just saying that to leave a good impression on the Black Tiger Gang. No one would really take the jade token and ask for help from the Black Tiger Gang. As for what Zhao Hai said about letting their family's disciples join the Black Tiger Gang, many rogue cultivators didn't take it to heart. In their opinion, if their family's disciples were good enough, then they would naturally be able to join a good sect. They could even join the Myriad Demon sect, which was much better than joining the Black Tiger Gang. If their talent wasn't good enough, then the Black Tiger Gang wouldn't accept them. Because of this, many rogue cultivators directly threw away their jade tokens. But Lu Wenchang didn't. He carefully kept the jade card, because Lu Wenchang had a younger brother, and his younger brother's cultivation talent was much better than his own. Lu Wenchang held on to a glimmer of hope. He hoped that one day when his younger brother grew up, he could use this jade card to let his younger brother join the Black Tiger Gang. Lu Wenchang didn't think about letting his little brother join the Myriad Monster sect because he had a great enmity with the sect. His father and mother were both rogue cultivators. Once, they went out to pick herbs, and their luck was very good. They picked a 10,000-year-old ginseng fruit. However, they didn't expect that this 10,000-year-old ginseng fruit that could change their fate would cause them to lose their lives. Lu Wenxiang's parents didn't expect that this 10,000-year-old ginseng fruit that could change their fate would cause them to lose their lives. A disciple of the Thousand Goblins sect took a fancy to the ginseng fruit and directly killed him for the treasure. In the end, Lu Wenxiang's parents were killed by the disciple of the Thousand Goblins sect. At that time, Lu Wenxiang was only 17 years old and his brother was only 5 years old. His parents' bodies were brought back by other cultivators. Lu Wenxiang also knew who killed his parents, so he naturally wouldn't let his little brother join the Myriad Monster sect. However, it was impossible for him to take revenge on the Myriad Monster sect. This was because no sect in the Northern Strange region would dare to offend the Myriad Monster sect. However, the situation had changed recently. Almost everyone in the Northern Strange region knew that the Myriad Monster sect was suppressing the Black Tiger Gang. However, the Myriad Monster sect hadn't achieved any results. Moreover, the Black Tiger Gang seemed to be getting stronger and stronger, as if they weren't afraid of the Myriad Monster sect at all. This made Lu Wenxiang see hope. Because of this, Lu Wenxiang hoped that his little brother could join the Black Tiger Gang. But this time, Lu Wenxiang didn't come to the Black Tiger Gang to ask his little brother to join. It was because his little brother was about to die. Although Lu Wenxiang didn't die in the Black Tiger Gang's assessment, he wasn't able to join the gang. Rogue cultivators like them couldn't join a sect, so they could only return to their previous life. Lu Wenxiang was the same. He returned to his previous life and went on a mission. This time, he was mining. As long as he dug for 7 days, he would be able to get a crystal stone as a reward. Although the reward wasn't much, it was the safest job for rogue cultivators like them who weren't very strong. After Lu Wenxiang went to mine for a while, he went to do some other tasks. The last task was to help a pharmacy pick herbs. But when he turned in the task and went home happily with the reward, he found that his brother was injured. Rogue cultivators like Lu Wenxiang had to go out to work since they were young. His little brother was the same. However, Lu Wenxiang didn't let his little brother do any heavy work. Instead, he let him work as a clerk in a pharmacy in Yangming City. This way, he wouldn't have to do heavy work. Secondly, he could learn some things. In order to let his little brother become a clerk, he spent a lot of effort and took out all his savings to bribe a pharmacist in the pharmacy. This time, his younger brother was injured because he was working in the pharmacy. When his younger brother was working in the pharmacy, he was in a hurry to help a pharmacist get medicine and accidentally bumped into a cultivator. That cultivator was an inner court disciple of the Thousand Goblins sect. That inner court disciple gave his younger brother no explanation and directly kicked him, causing his younger brother to be seriously injured. When his younger brother was rescued by his neighbor, he was already on the verge of death. Although a lot of medicine was used, his little brother was still hanging on by a breath. There was no sign of improvement at all. Lu Wenxiang heard from an old rogue cultivator that his little brother suffered internal injuries. If he wanted to cure his little brother's illness, he would need some high-quality pills. However, they couldn't afford any of those high-quality pills. For the sake of his little brother, Lu Wenxiang had to hold on to the last glimmer of hope. He took the reward he got for picking herbs and sat on the transmission formation. He arrived at the transmission formation of the Black Tiger Gang. The cultivator of the Black Tiger Gang arrived in front of Lu Wenxiang. He looked at Lu Wenxiang and said, "Where did this friend come from? What business do you have with the Black Tiger Gang?" Lu Wenxiang swallowed his saliva and carefully said, "Hello, Martial Uncle. I'm a rogue cultivator from Yangming City. My name is Lu Wenxiang. I participated in your assessment last time but unfortunately, I didn't pass. However, Mr. Zhao Hai gave me a jade token. He said that if I need help, I can ask the Black Tiger Gang for help. I'm here today to ask for help. When the Black Tiger Gang cultivator heard Lu Wenxiang, he couldn't help but stare. Then he nodded and said, Mr. did say that. Show me your jade token. Lu Wenxiang immediately took out his jade token and handed it to the cultivator. The cultivator looked at it and nodded. This is indeed Martial Uncle Zhao Hai's jade token. Martial Uncle said that anyone who comes to the Black Tiger Gang with this jade token can go to the Wandering Soul Gang's base to look for him. I'll take you there. Lu Wenxiang was very excited. He bowed to the cultivator and said, Many thanks, Martial Uncle. Many thanks. The cultivator from the Black Tiger Gang waved his hand and led Lu Wenxiang to a nearby teleportation array. After a flash of white light, the two appeared at the teleportation square of the Wandering Soul Gang's base. As soon as the two appeared, a cultivator walked over and said, Junior Martial Brothers, why have you come to the Wandering Souls Gang's base? Do you need help? Lu Wenxiang looked over and saw a young cultivator looking at them with a smile. At this time, the cultivator said, Greetings, Senior Brother. Senior Brother, this is Lu Wenxiang. He's a rogue cultivator from Yangming City. He came to ask for help with the jade token that Martial Uncle Zhao Hai gave him. This little brother brought him here. The young cultivator stared for a moment before he quickly said, So that's how it is. Come with me. Then he led the two into the base and arranged for them to rest in a cave residence. Then he immediately went to report this matter to Zhao Hai. This was also an order from Zhao Hai. If a rogue cultivator from Yangming City came to ask for help with a jade token, he must be informed immediately. The reason why Zhao Hai did this was to make a profit. He wanted to show the rogue cultivators in Yangming City that the Black Tiger Gang was a man of their word. In the past, the Black Tiger Gang could have recruited more rogue cultivators. But because they were afraid that the Myriad Beast sect would overreact, they only recruited 100,000 people. Moreover, all of them were low-level cultivators. However, Zhao Hai also gave jade tokens to the other rogue cultivators in Yangming City. This was to leave a good impression on them. If these rogue cultivators need help, then they would be able to help. This way, the rogue cultivators would understand that these jade tokens were very useful. If they need help, then the first thing they would think of would be the Black Tiger Gang. Moreover, they would also feel a sense of belonging towards the Black Tiger Gang. This was enough for Zhao Hai. This sense of belonging might not be seen in normal times, but if the cultivation realm was facing an unprecedented catastrophe, this sense of belonging would play a huge role. When the time comes, as long as the Black Tiger Gang makes a call, the rogue cultivators would definitely join them. Then the Black Tiger Gang's strength would increase in an instant. Although these rogue cultivators weren't necessarily strong, the Black Tiger Gang didn't lack resources to nurture these rogue cultivators. What they lacked was manpower. Zhao Hai was studying the snake cave inside the space when Kyer told him that someone was looking for him. It seemed to be a guard of the Wandering Soul Gang's base. Zhao Hai came out of the space and had the guard enter his cave residence. After the guard entered the cave residence, he gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, I've seen Martial Uncle. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the guard and said, Chen Bing, what's the matter? Speak. When the guard heard Zhao Hai call out his name, he couldn't help but be excited. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down before he said, Martial Uncle, a rogue cultivator from Yangming City came to ask for help with the jade token you gave him. Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then his interest was piqued. He smiled faintly and said, Someone finally came. Hee, bring him here. Chen Bing nodded, then he turned around and went to invite Lu Wenxiang. Before long, the cultivator from the Black Tiger Gang and Lu Wenxiang arrived at Zhao Hai's immortal cave. Zhao Hai sat there and looked at the two people. He saw Lu Wenxiang's old clothes, then he turned his head to look at the other person. He couldn't help but stare, then he smiled and said, Lu Yang, why did you come here? Do you want to pretend to be a rogue cultivator from Yangming City? Lu Yang smiled and said, I wouldn't dare. Martial Uncle, this brother Lu came to me with the jade token, so I brought him here. Lu Wenxiang looked at Zhao Hai with excitement. He didn't think that one day, he would be in close contact with a big shot like Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the excited Lu Wenxiang and smiled faintly. He could almost understand Lu Wenxiang's mood, so he smiled and said, Lu Wenxiang, right? Are you one of the people who participated in the Black Tiger Gang's entrance examination? Lu Wenxiang nodded and said, yes, Lu Wenxiang has seen senior. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'm not a senior, just call me mister. I said that as long as the people who participated in the examination take the Jade Token and find the Black Tiger Gang, we will do our best to help. Tell me, why did you come to the Black Tiger Gang this time? When Lu Wenxiang heard Zhao Hai, he immediately knelt down in front of Zhao Hai and said, I asked mister to save my little brother. Zhao Hai waved his hand, and Lu Wenxiang felt a huge force hit him. He couldn't help but stand up. Zhao Hai then said, tell me, what happened to your little brother? Lu Wenxiang wiped his tears and said, Mister, I'm a rogue cultivator. When I was 10, my parents were killed by the myriad demon sect. At that time, my little brother was only 5 years old. Now, he's 15 years old. He's an apprentice in a pharmacy in Yangming City. But a few days ago, he accidentally bumped into an inner disciple of the myriad demon sect. That inner disciple kicked him, causing him to suffer internal injuries. We used all the medicine we have, but it didn't heal him. Seeing that he's about to die, I came to ask mister for help. Zhao Hai nodded and said, so that's how it is. Alright, since I have nothing to do today, I'll go with you to take a look. Then Zhao Hai stood up. As soon as Zhao Hai stood up, he felt that the cave was very quiet. He looked around and saw Lu Wenxiang and the others staring at him. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and knew what they were thinking. His current status wasn't ordinary. He was a core disciple of the Black Tiger Gang. He was the supervisor of one of the 2 bases of the Black Tiger Gang. His position wasn't any worse than the patriarch of a great clan like Hu Liangchen. With his current status, he actually went to Yangming City for a rogue cultivator. Zhao Hai didn't care, he looked at the group and smiled faintly, alright, don't be surprised. I also want to go to Yangming City. Lu Wenxiang, let's go. Lu Wenxiang looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and couldn't stop his tears from flowing out. How many years has it been since he was born? Rogue cultivators like him have never been looked at seriously. But now, Zhao Hai was actually willing to personally make a trip to Yangming City for his sake. This was a huge honor for Lu Wenxiang. This time, Lu Wenxiang's heart was completely focused on the Black Tiger Gang. Lu Wenxiang knelt before Zhao Hai and respectfully kowed out 3 times. Then he stood up and followed Zhao Hai outside. Zhao Hai didn't stop Lu Wenxiang this time. He just smiled and led Lu Wenxiang outside. Before long, the 2 arrived at the transmission formation of the Wandering Soul Gang's base. Then the 2 stepped on the transmission formation and disappeared with a flash of white light. In the next moment, the 2 appeared at Yangming City's transmission formation. Just as they came out of the transmission formation, a cultivator immediately came over. The cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and Lu Wenxiang with a puzzled expression. However, he still said, the 2 of you have used the transmission formation. Each of you will receive 1 crystal stone. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He turned his hand and took out 2 low-grade crystals. Then he led Lu Wenxiang outside. The cultivator looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. This was because he didn't see Zhao Hai's strength. He was a golden core cultivator, yet he couldn't see Zhao Hai's strength. This was what he didn't understand. But when he saw Zhao Hai hand over the crystals, he didn't take Zhao Hai to heart. In his opinion, Zhao Hai's strength shouldn't be that great. He must have cultivated a technique that can hide his aura. Because of this, people couldn't see his strength. This cultivator was very clear that there were only 2 situations where he couldn't see the strength of a person. The first was that the person cultivated a special technique that hid their strength. The second was that the person was much stronger than him. Because of this, he couldn't see the other party's strength. If it was the first type of person, then he wouldn't be too strong. Because of this, he could only obediently hand over the crystals. As for the second type of person, as long as they showed their strength, the transmission formation here wouldn't give them any crystals. Lu Wenxiang also looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. He didn't understand why Zhao Hai would give the cultivator crystals. Zhao Hai was still walking forward. Lu Wenxiang followed by Zhao Hai's side. Suddenly, Zhao Hai said, "Are you wondering why I gave him crystals?" Lu Wenxiang stared, then he was startled. He thought that Zhao Hai was blaming him for being rude. He quickly replied, "Mister, please forgive me. I really don't understand." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Because there's no need. In my eyes, he's just an ant. He's not worth my anger. Also, crystals are useless to me. There's no need for me to let him know my strength. This is the territory of the Myriad Beast sect. The Myriad Beast sect has been trying to kill me many times. I don't want them to know that I'm in Yangming City." Lu Wenxiang stared, then he said, "Mister can rest assured. Wenxiang will definitely keep your secret." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course. I don't want the Myriad Beast sect to know that I'm in Yangming City. It's not because I'm afraid of them. The Myriad Beast sect can't do anything to me. I just don't want to have a conflict with them. Wenxiang, remember that in a year or so, a major event will happen in the cultivation world. This event is related to the entire cultivation world. If you want, you can come to the Black Tiger Gang to find me." Lu Wenxiang looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. However, he didn't ask. He just bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Yes, this little one will remember." Zhao Hai sighed and said, "You can tell the rogue cultivators that if something happens, you can bring them to the Black Tiger Gang to find me. You must want to know what's going on, right? There's no need to think about it. You'll know when the time comes." Lu Wenxiang nodded and didn't ask any more questions. At this time, the two had already left the transmission formation. Zhao Hai looked around and said, "Lead the way." Lu Wenxiang nodded and then flew in a direction. Zhao Hai also followed. Before long, the two left the city. There were large stone houses outside the city. However, these stone houses looked very shabby. Zhao Hai could see that this was the slums of Yangming City. Lu Wenxiang led Zhao Hai to the sky above his house. Then he said to Zhao Hai with embarrassment, "Mister, this is where we live. We'll reach our house if we fly a bit further." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Why don't you live in the city? Do you have to pay to live in the city?" Lu Wenxiang nodded and said, "Yes, we have to pay to live in the city. Because the spiritual qi inside the city is richer than outside, almost all the houses in the city are controlled by the Heavenly Sun Alliance. They rent these houses to rogue cultivators and charge them a certain amount every month. We can't afford it, so we can only live outside the city. This place is called the fish pond because the people here are all fish. However, it's also possible for one to soar into the sky and become a dragon." Zhao Hai nodded. Lu Wenxiang descended and landed in a courtyard. There were a few cultivators in the courtyard. These cultivators weren't very strong. Moreover, it can be seen that they weren't young. At this time, they were standing there with bitter expressions as they whispered to each other. At this time, when these people saw Lu Wenxiang land, the oldest of them looked at Zhao Hai with vigilance. Then he turned to Lu Wenxiang and said, "Wenxiang, where did you go? Little Yi is dying." "Who is this?" Lu Wenxiang replied, "Master Hao, I invited this person to save little Yi." Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, my younger brother is called Lu Wenyi. These people are good friends of my father and grandfather." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Hello, everyone. I'll go and see little Yi first." Then he turned around and walked towards the room. Lu Wenxiang quickly followed behind Zhao Hai. When the two entered the room, Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that there would be such a simple house in the cultivation realm. The entire house only had 2 rooms. In each room, there was only a straw mattress on the floor. There was nothing else. At this time, there was a 14 or 15-year-old child lying on the floor. His face looked like a piece of gold paper. His breathing was very rapid. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He waved his hand and a white light covered the child's body. Then the white light slowly entered the child's body. The child's breathing slowly calmed down, and his face also slowly recovered. Then Zhao Hai walked to the child's side and grabbed his wrist. Then he poured his spiritual energy into the child's body. After carefully circulating the child's body, Zhao Hai felt relieved. However, Zhao Hai's face suddenly showed a surprised expression. He couldn't help but close his eyes and let his spiritual energy circulate inside the child's body. Then he took back his spiritual energy. Then he looked at the child with shining eyes. Lu Wenxiang looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. Then he whispered, "Mister, how is little E?" Zhao Hai recovered. He turned his head to look at Lu Wenxiang and smiled faintly. "It doesn't matter. Little E is completely healed. He will wake up soon. Come with me, I have a few words to say to you." Then Zhao Hai stood up and walked outside. Lu Wenxiang quickly followed. Outside, Zhao saw that Master Hao and the others were still standing there, but he didn't care. He smiled at them and nodded, then said, "Wenxiang, this child Xiaoyi is not an ordinary person. His body contains a very strong metal qi. If I'm not wrong, he should be a metal element divergent ability user, but he hasn't awakened yet. If you agree, I will take Xiaoyi back and let him become a disciple of my gang. What do you think? What do you think?" When Lu Wenxiang heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "I'll follow Mister's decision. This junior has no objections." Zhao Hai nodded. At this time, a child's voice was heard, "Brother, brother, where are you?" When Lu Wenxiang heard his brother's voice, he quickly said, "Wenny, don't be afraid. I'm here." Then he bowed to Zhao Hai before he turned around and ran towards the house. At this time, Master Hao and the others also came over. They nodded to Zhao Hai and then walked towards the house. When they entered the house, they looked at Zhao Hai curiously. Obviously, they also wanted to know who Zhao Hai was. Zhao Hai didn't care. He didn't enter the house and just stood in the courtyard. He knew that this was the best time for Lu Wenxiang and his brother to have a good chat. Before long, Lu Wenxiang led Lu Wenyi out. When Lu Wenyi was hiding, Zhao Hai didn't feel anything. But now that he saw Lu Wenyi's appearance, Zhao Hai couldn't help but shake his head. Lu Wenyi was very thin, he looked like he was malnourished. However, his eyes were very big and he looked very smart. However, he wasn't very tall. Although he was 15 years old, he looked like a 13 or 14-year-old child. Lu Wenxiang led Lu Wenyi out of the house and walked towards Zhao Hai. Lu Wenxiang and Lu Wenyi then knelt down. The two of them kowtowed 3 times to Zhao Hai. Then Lu Wenxiang turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, thank you for saving little E. We brothers will always remember your kindness. Wenxiang also wants to thank you for accepting little E into the sect." "Thank you very much." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be polite. Hurry up. I also took a fancy to little E's talent. I believe that it won't take long for little E's talent to awaken. Wenxiang, I have a lot of things to do. I can't stay here for too long. How about this, I'll take little E back first. You can go and see him at any time. Originally, I wanted you to come with me, but do you remember what I told you? A year later, you can come and find me again. Bring as many people as you can." Lu Wenxiang immediately understood Zhao Hai's meaning. Although he didn't know what would happen a year later, it wouldn't be a small matter for Zhao Hai to pay so much attention to it. Moreover, listening to Zhao Hai's meaning, it might even threaten their lives, so Lu Wenxiang immediately nodded and said, "Yes, please rest assured. I know what to do." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Lu Wenyi and smiled, "You're called Lu Wenyi, right? Do you want revenge? Do you want your brother to live a good life?" Lu Wenyi already knew that it was Zhao Hai who saved his life. Although he was young, because he worked outside since he was a child, his mind was much more mature than ordinary children. So when he heard Zhao Hai, he nodded and said, "Yes, mister. I want revenge. I want my brother to live a good life." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "If you want revenge and want your brother to live a good life, then come with me." Lu Wenyi looked at Lu Wenxiang. There was a trace of reluctance in Lu Wenxiang's eyes, but there was also relief. He looked at Lu Wenyi and said, "Wenyi, go with Mr. Brother will come and see you when he has time." Lu Wenyi nodded, then he walked to Zhao Hai's side and gave Zhao Hai a salute, "Thank you mister for taking me in." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he patted Lu Wenyi's head and said, "All right, you don't need to be so polite. You two will be reunited in the future. But right now, I want your brother to do something for me." Lu Wenyi nodded and didn't say anything else. Zhao Hai turned to Lu Wenxiang, then he waved his hand and stole a spatial bag. Then he said, "There are some crystals inside, enough for you to use for a year. There's also a magic artifact, keep it for your use. Remember, after a year. After saying that, he and Lu Winnie flew up and flew straight to Yangming City. After a while, they disappeared. After Zhao Hai left, Master Hao immediately went to Lu Wenxiang's side and said, Wenxiang, who was that person? Where did you invite him from? Where did he take Xiaoyi? When Lu Wenxiang went to the Black Tiger gang, he didn't tell Master Hao and the others. This was because Lu Wenxiang knew that Master Hao and the others wouldn't agree. Therefore, Master Hao and the others didn't know about Zhao Hai's identity. Now that he heard Master Hao, Lu Wenxiang couldn't help but smile. He looked at Master Hao and the others and said, Master Hao, let's talk inside. Then he led Master Hao and the others into the house. Master Hao and the others didn't hesitate and followed Lu Wenxiang inside. After they entered the house, Lu Wenxiang asked Master Hao and the others to sit down. Then he said, Master Hao, that person was the Black Tiger Gang's demonic blade Zhao Hai. I took the jade token that the Black Tiger Gang gave me and asked to see Mr. Zhao Hai. I didn't think that Mr. would actually come. When Master Hao and the others heard Lu Wenxiang, they couldn't help but stare. Then they immediately stood up. Master Hao looked at Lu Wenxiang and said, You mean that person was Mr. Zhao Hai? Demonic blade Zhao Hai? Black Tiger Gang's Zhao Hai? Lu Wenxiang nodded and said, That's right. That person was Mr. Zhao Hai, demonic blade Zhao Hai. After the last assessment, Mr. told us that everyone who participated in the assessment could keep the jade token. If there were any difficulties, we could go to the Black Tiger Gang to find him. However, a lot of people didn't believe it and threw the jade token away. I kept the jade token for Wen Yi's sake. I thought that one day, when he grows up, I would bring him to the Black Tiger Gang to try my luck. But I didn't expect that Wen Yi would be injured. I had no choice but to try my luck with the Black Tiger Gang. I can't just watch Wen Yi die like this. Master Hao and the others were still in a daze. They looked at Lu Wenxiang motionlessly. After a while, Master Hao reacted and said, Then Mr. Zhao Hai took Wen Yi away. Did he want him to join the Black Tiger Gang? When Lu Wenxiang heard Master Hao's question, the smile on his face couldn't help but widen. He nodded and said, That's right. Mr. took a fancy to Xiaoyi's talent and wanted him to join the Black Tiger Gang. I didn't expect this to happen so quickly. At this time, the other person didn't say anything, he just stood up and ran out. Lu Wenxiang looked at that person and smiled, he didn't say anything. He knew why that person was so anxious, it was because that person's younger brother also participated in the assessment and came back alive. His younger brother also had a jade token in his hand. Some time ago, he said that he wanted to throw it away, but Lu Wenxiang didn't know if he really did throw it away. If he really did, then it would be a pity. Naturally, Master Hao and the others also knew about this matter. Therefore, they just looked at the person and didn't say anything. Master Hao turned to Lu Wenxiang and said, Wenxiang, you went to the Black Tiger Gang to ask for help. Why did Mr. Zhao Hai personally come with you? When he heard Master Hao, Lu Wenxiang couldn't help but smile. He smiled and said, Master Hao, you don't know, but the Black Tiger Gang was very polite to us. When I went and explained my identity, the Black Tiger Gang immediately took me to see Mr. Mr. personally received me. When he heard about Xiaoyi's matter, Mr. said that he had nothing to do and wanted to see her personally. Really, when I think about it, it all feels like a dream. The other cultivator looked at Lu Wenxiang and said, Wenxiang, what did Mr. say about a year? When Lu Wenxiang heard this, he was silent for a moment before he said, Mr. told me that in less than a year, the cultivation realm will undergo a great change. This change might change the entire structure of the cultivation realm. He said that if rogue cultivators like us don't have a place to go, then we can go to the Black Tiger Gang to look for him. When Master Hao and the others heard Lu Wenxiang, they couldn't help but stare. Master Hao looked at Lu Wenxiang and said, Did Mr. say what kind of change it is? Lu Wenxiang shook his head and said, Mr. didn't say anything about this, but it doesn't seem to be a trivial matter. You all saw it, Mr. told me several times just now, and it seems that this upheaval may endanger our lives. Master Hao frowned, then he looked at Lu Wenxiang and said, Then what does Mr. mean? Does he want us to go to the Black Tiger Gang? Will the Black Tiger Gang accept us? Lu Wenxiang looked outside the room, then he lowered his voice and said, Master Hao, you know that the Black Tiger Gang and the Myriad Beast sect don't get along. This time, the Black Tiger Gang recruited 100,000 people, which is already very eye-catching. If the Black Tiger Gang recruits too many people, will the Myriad Beast sect accept them? In order to avoid suspicion, the Black Tiger Gang only recruited 100,000 people this time. However, they won't be recruiting for a while. If they recruit now, it would be too eye-catching. Mr. said that in a year, there will be a great change in the cultivation world. At that time, the 10,000 Demons sect won't have time to take care of the Black Tiger Gang. Even if the Black Tiger Gang recruits too many people, nothing will happen. Master Hao was still hesitant, but the Black Tiger Gang recruited so many people. Will they have a place to settle down? Lu Wenxiang smiled and said, Master Hao, did you forget that the Black Tiger Gang destroyed the Raging Flame sect and the Wandering Soul Gang? I heard that the Black Tiger Gang didn't keep many people from the Raging Flame sect and the Wandering Soul Gang. The territories of the three sects are all under the Black Tiger Gang's control. How can the Black Tiger Gang not have a place to settle down? I think they're just short of people. When Master Hao heard Lu Wenxiang's words, he froze for a moment, then nodded and said, What you said makes sense. Although I don't know the real situation, I think it's very likely as you said. Moreover, the Black Tiger Gang had a series of battles with the five great sects, and they were schemed against by the Myriad Demons sect, causing them to suffer a lot of losses. I think their population must be seriously insufficient now, so it's not wrong for the Black Tiger Gang to recruit people. However, what exactly is going to happen after a year? I'm a little worried. Could it be that the Black Tiger Gang wants to use force against the Myriad Demons sect? Lu Wenxiang shook his head and said, I don't think so. Although the Black Tiger Gang is developing very fast, they're still far behind the Myriad Beast sect in terms of strength. Even if the Black Tiger Gang wants to attack the Myriad Beast sect, it would only be a matter of the northern continent. It wouldn't affect the other continents. Mister, you're talking about the entire cultivation world. Young Master Hao nodded and said, It seems to be the case. But no matter what, we can't go wrong with making preparations. How about this, we'll use this time to get in touch with the people around us. We'll contact everyone who's close to us. Right, we'll also spread the news of Mr. saving Xiaoyi. This way, those who still have the Black Tiger Gang's jade tokens will be careful to keep them safe. If it's really like what Mr. said, and the cultivation world changes in a year, those people will first think of the Black Tiger Gang. Lu Wenxiang nodded and said, Master Hao is very thoughtful. Master Hao smiled and said, But you have to be careful. I think you should hide for a while. Although the Sky Sun Alliance is in charge of Yangming City, those guys in the Sky Sun Alliance are actually the lackeys of the Myriad Beast sect. If we spread the news, those bastards from the Sky Sun Alliance are likely to come looking for trouble. Lu Wenxiang nodded and said, I've already thought of this. Those guys from the Sky Sun Alliance aren't good people. I'll be careful. Master Hao nodded and looked at Lu Wenxiang. He smiled and said, You're really lucky. Mister has given you a task. You have to play well. Once you enter the Black Tiger Gang, you won't suffer any losses with Mister's protection. Lu Wenxiang nodded. He was very happy. He didn't expect that the thing he was forced to do would turn out like this. He still felt that it was unreal. Master Hao patted Lu Wenxiang's shoulder and said, Wenxiang, you have to seize this opportunity. Xiaoyi has already joined the Black Tiger Gang. You have to remember the kindness of the Black Tiger Gang. I've lived for so long, but I've never seen a sect disciple who is so polite to us rogue cultivators. I believe that you won't go wrong following Mr. Lu Wenxiang nodded. Master Hao stood up and said, Since we've decided, we'll act separately. Wenxiang, you have to be careful. After Master Hao said that, he turned around and walked out. Lu Wenxiang walked him to the door and then returned to his room. He was secretly thinking. Rogue cultivators have their own way of living. They have their own living space. They also have their own friends and their own social circle. Their social circle is more humane. It's like when a group of poor people gather together, they will help each other. But when a group of rich people gather together, they will only scheme against each other. Lu Wenxiang has been a rogue cultivator since he was a child. He naturally has his own social circle. Rogue cultivators also have their own family and friends. Therefore, it's easier for rogue cultivators to pass on information. On the second day after Zhao Hai left the fish pond outside Yangming City, a piece of news came from the fish pond. It was said that Lu Wenxiang took the Black Tiger Gang's jade token and begged the gang for help for his dying brother. In the end, the Black Tiger Gang really helped and saved his brother. Moreover, because his brother's talent was good, he was directly accepted into the Black Tiger Gang and became their disciple. When this news came out, the fish pond was in an uproar. At first, people didn't believe this news, but as it spread, it became more and more true. Slowly, people began to believe this news. At the same time, this news spread through the entire Yangming City at a very fast speed. All the cultivators who participated in the Black Tiger Gang's assessment couldn't sit still. Those who still had the Black Tiger Gang's jade token were very happy. As for those who lost their jade tokens, they went back to the place where they lost their jade tokens. Whether this news was true or not, it gave them a glimmer of hope. When Zhao Hai returned to the Black Tiger Gang with Lu Wenyi, he immediately went to see Zhang Feng. Now that Zhang Feng was the acting gang leader, naturally, Zhao Hai would look for him. Zhang Feng was currently handling official business in Tai Zhantian's study. When he heard that Zhao Hai was looking for him, he immediately went out to greet him. When he came out, he was surprised to see Zhao Hai with a child. Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Feng, then he smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother, I'm looking for you today." Zhang Feng laughed and said, "Why are you being so polite with me? Let's go in and talk." "Who is this kid?" Zhao Hai smiled as he walked inside. As he walked, he said, "Today, a Yangming City cultivator called Lu Wenxiang was looking for me. His younger brother was injured by this kid, Lu Wenxiang. Since I had nothing to do, I followed him to take a look. I didn't expect to find a talent. While I was treating this kid, I discovered that his body contains metal essence. But it hasn't awakened yet. As long as it awakens, he would become a metal divergent ability user in the future. Therefore, I brought him back." Zhao Hai smiled as he walked inside. "So I brought him back." The two entered the room and sat down. When he heard Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng couldn't help but look at Lu Wenyi. Zhao Hai turned to Lu Wenyi and said, "Wenyi, this is the acting gang leader of the Black Tiger Gang, Zhang Feng. You can call him Martial Uncle Zhang from now on. Senior brother, what do you want to do with this kid?" Zhang Feng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What? You don't want to accept this kid as a disciple?" Zhao Hai stared, then he shook his head and said, "When did I say that I want to accept this kid as a disciple? What I want to learn is different from what he wants to learn. What's wrong? Does our Black Tiger Gang not have a gold divergent ability user? If we do, then let this kid learn from him. I'm afraid that following me will delay this kid's progress." Zhang Feng was stunned, then she patted her head and said, "I forgot. That's right, the Xi family has an elder who is a metal-type mutant. Let this child learn from him." Zhao Hai nodded. He turned to Lu Wenyi and said, "Wenyi, in a while, Martial Uncle will arrange a master for you. Learn from your master. Your big brother is currently working for the gang. He will be able to join the gang in a year. At that time, you two brothers will be reunited." Lu Wenyi bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you, Martial Uncle. Rest assured, I will definitely study seriously." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, you can go. In a while, someone will take you away." Lu Wenyi nodded. At this time, Zhang Feng also asked someone to take Lu Wenyi away to rest. After Lu Wenyi left, Zhao Hai turned to Zhang Feng and said, "Eldest brother, I've already asked Lu Wenyi's brother, Lu Wenxiang, to gather people in Yangming City. As long as the heavenly demon realm invades, Lu Wenxiang and the others will immediately bring a large number of rogue cultivators to the Black Tiger Gang. We have to prepare well." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "This isn't a problem. Our Black Tiger Gang's 2 bases aren't full yet. We don't need to be afraid of more people. But just in case, do you want to find a way to make a base there?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "This is really not easy. A base would need an energy source to operate it. Finding such a base is not easy." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Zhang Feng nodded, he also knew what Zhao Hai meant. However, he had another idea, so he said, "You can make a base for hiding people. In that base, it would be best to plant some things or have some minerals. If the heavenly demon realm were to invade the cultivation realm, then I'm afraid that the war wouldn't end in a day or two. We need to be fully prepared. Xiaohai nodded and said, all right. Xiaohai nodded, then he thought for a moment before his eyes shone as he said, elder brother, I've thought of a suitable place. Although it doesn't have any power and the spiritual chi is very thin, nobody would pay attention to it. Moreover, we would have a natural helper there. Xiaohai nodded, then he thought for a moment before his eyes lit up. Zhang Feng looked at Xiaohai and said, what landlord? How come I don't know about this place? Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, how could you not know? Of course you know. That place is Invisible Valley, the place where I stayed. When Zhang Feng heard Xiaohai, he couldn't help but stare. He looked at Xiaohai and said, Invisible Valley? Are you kidding? Although no one pays attention to it, there should be something there that can help us, right? Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, how could there not be? There's a huge group of gold-eating rats in Invisible Valley. With those things covering us, there's nothing we can do. Moreover, those gold-eating rats can also provide us with some metals. Zhang Feng stared, then his eyes lit up as he said, are you serious? If that's the case, then it's a good thing. Alright, since we don't need to worry about this matter, then we'll leave it up to you. Xiaohai couldn't help but laugh and said, this is the first time I've seen a substitute leader like you. Alright, leave this matter to me. Right, elder brother, send some people to Yangming City. If necessary, they can help Lu Wenxiang and the others. Zhang Feng nodded. Xiaohai stood up and then turned around to leave. After Xiaohai returned to the Ghost Gang's base and gave some instructions, he returned to Invisible Valley. Invisible Valley was still being guarded by a large number of undead. This place was already Xiaohai's mountain gate. It was also a forbidden area for the Black Tiger Gang. Nobody could enter. When Xiaohai arrived at Invisible Valley, he immediately had Zerg cooperate with the gold-eating rats. They expanded the underground cave and turned it into a huge underground base. Naturally, Xiaohai didn't want to drive the gold-eating rats away. In the future, this underground base would be shared by the gold-eating rats and the Black Tiger Gang. Moreover, because this place was close to Invisible Valley, Xiaohai could restore materials nearby. Because of this, Xiaohai decided to establish a permanent underground base for medicinal herbs. Xiaohai attached great importance to this base. Just as Zhang Feng said, he didn't know how long the Heavenly Demon Realm's invasion would take. The Heavenly Demon Realm's strength couldn't be underestimated. They had a lot of immortal experts. Xiaohai had no choice but to be fully prepared. In fact, it was not that easy to build an underground medicinal herb base. The growth of those medicinal herbs required light. In addition, the growth of medicinal herbs generally required spiritual energy. The denser the spiritual energy, the better. Moreover, it also required a suitable temperature and humidity. On the other hand, Xiaohai's base was much more troublesome to establish. Not only did it need light, but it also needed water, wind, and spiritual qi. Fortunately, these weren't difficult for Xiaohai. Xiaohai used all his strength to decompose the garbage in Invisible Valley. Then he used the materials to establish formations. These formations would provide the base with everything it needed. These arrays also needed people to take care of them. They also needed a source of power. However, the source of power for this array was quite special. People could use crystal stones as a source of power, or they could use waste pills. However, if they used talisman papers as a source of power, then the array would automatically operate. This was also a method to turn waste into treasure. However, these formations didn't have a lot of energy. They wouldn't be able to be used for offense or defense. They could only be used for medicinal herbs. In the following days, Xiaohai was busy with this matter. Xiaohai had spent a lot of effort on this base. Not only was this base designed by the space's universal manufacturing machine, but it also required a lot of materials. Even with Xiaohai's ability, the space's undead, and Zerg, it took a lot of effort to establish this base. The construction of this base took Xiaohai several months. This was also the base that Xiaohai spent the most time on. Just like Xiaohai said, Zhang Feng didn't care about this matter. It was as if Xiaohai didn't mention it at all. However, in the past few months, some rogue cultivators would come to the Black Tiger Gang to ask for help. Naturally, the Black Tiger Gang wouldn't refuse to help. This allowed the Black Tiger Gang to gain a good reputation among the rogue cultivators of the northern continent. Zhao Hai didn't think that the Black Tiger Gang would refuse to help. This allowed the Black Tiger Gang to gain a good reputation among the rogue cultivators of the northern continent. Lu Wenchang also came to the Black Tiger Gang to see Lu Winnie several times. The rest of the time, he was active in Yangming City, constantly helping the Black Tiger Gang recruit people. Lu Winnie had already taken an elder of the Sea family as his master. This elder was a metal-type divergent ability user. His cultivation method was very suitable for metal-type divergent ability users. With the elder's careful guidance, Lu Winnie's cultivation speed was very fast. Moreover, he also awakened his own metal-type divergent ability, making his progress very fast. Naturally, Lu Wenchang's activities in Yangming City also attracted the attention of the Myriad Beast sect. There were already cultivators from the Myriad Beast sect secretly looking for Lu Wenchang. Fortunately, Zhang Feng also sent people to Yangming City. With the help of these people, Lu Wenchang wasn't found by the Myriad Beast sect. As for the Iron Saber sect and the other sects close to the Black Tiger Gang, they were very well behaved recently. After being dealt with by Zhao Hai, these sects became well behaved and didn't provoke the Black Tiger Gang. They also knew that they couldn't afford to provoke the Black Tiger Gang. However, the Withered Vine sect was having a hard time. Zhao Hai had killed all of their connecting vines. Moreover, their newly acquired connecting vines would die as soon as they were planted. This caused the Withered Vine sect to lose their biggest reliance. Now, the Withered Vine sect would be attacked by other sects from time to time, causing them to suffer heavy losses. They no longer had the qualification to challenge the Black Tiger Gang. The situation of the Withered Vine School also reminded the other sects of the Black Tiger Gang's strength. This was especially true for the Iron Saber sect and the other sections. These sects knew that if the Withered Vine School didn't have the support of the Myriad Beast sect, they would have already been exterminated. Now, the Withered Vine School had almost become a branch of the Myriad Beast sect. A large number of Myriad Beast sect cultivators were living there. In fact, all the sects in the northern Strange region knew about this matter. However, they pretended not to know, especially those who had a grudge against the Withered Vine School. They attacked the Withered Vine School as if they didn't know that the people living there were people from the Myriad Beast sect. The reason why these people dared to do this was because they knew that the Myriad Beast sect wouldn't dare to admit that these people were their people. Therefore, they took the opportunity to make the Myriad Beast sect suffer in silence. It has been a year since Zhao Hai returned from the Heavenly Demon Realm. A lot of things happened in this year. The biggest change was the Black Tiger Gang. Nobody knew what this year meant for the Black Tiger Gang, only the Black Tiger Gang themselves knew. The Black Tiger Gang's 3 major bases were now in use. The Raging Fire Valley base was the heart of the Black Tiger Gang. The strongest members of the Black Tiger Gang were all there. The Wandering Soul base was the Black Tiger Gang's secondary base. It was equivalent to a training center. Naturally, its defensive strength couldn't be underestimated. The Raging Fire Valley base was unknown to many people in the Black Tiger Gang. However, this base was very important to the Black Tiger Gang. This base was transformed by Zhao Hai into a supply base for the Black Tiger Gang. A lot of plants can be grown here. And with the help of the gold-eating rats, this place was very important to the Black Tiger Gang. However, the Raging Fire Valley base was a secret. This base was equivalent to the Black Tiger Gang's bloodline. As long as the Raging Fire Valley base exists, the Black Tiger Gang would have a steady supply of pills and artifacts. In the future, the Black Tiger Gang would gain a lot of advantages. Zhao Hai also did another thing in this year. He connected the 3 bases underground with 2 huge tunnels. This was a huge project. Zhao Hai used a lot of Zerg to complete this project. The tunnels were about 1 kilometer deep underground. Even immortal experts wouldn't be able to discover these tunnels with their spiritual force. Each of these tunnels could accommodate 5 large artifacts side by side. They were also about 100 meters tall. Such a huge project was unimaginable to anyone. Zhao Hai didn't tell the Black Tiger Gang about these tunnels. He didn't tell anyone, not even Zhang Feng. The entrances and exits of the tunnels had been concealed. When Zhao Hai wasn't using them, nobody would be able to discover them. At this time, the entire Black Tiger gang had entered a state of combat readiness. Even Lu Wenqiang and the others began to move towards the Black Tiger gang. During this year, Lu Wenqiang had been active in Yangming City. In the beginning, there were still some actions against Lu Wenqiang in Yangming City. However, after Zhao Hai dealt with the Sky Sun Alliance in Yangming City, the Sky Sun Alliance became honest and didn't dare to make a move against Lu Wenqiang. This allowed Lu Wenqiang to move freely. Although the Heavenly Demon Realm hadn't invaded the Cultivation Realm yet, Zhao Hai knew that the Heavenly Demon Realm was about to invade. The Heavenly Demon Realm's army was ready to invade the Cultivation Realm. Moreover, the Heavenly Demon Realm's invasion this time had been planned for a long time. They would send troops to the Cultivation Realm's 9 continents at the same time. When the time comes, Yangming City would be in danger. Therefore, Zhao Hai directly ordered Lu Wenqiang to bring those who were willing to join the Black Tiger gang. Those rogue cultivators weren't willing to join the Black Tiger gang. However, in order to not attract the attention of the Myriad Demon sect, Zhao Hai didn't let Lu Wenqiang and the others use the transmission formation in Yangming City to reach the Black Tiger gang. Instead, he let them enter a remote mountain where Zhao Hai built a large transmission formation. This was specially prepared for them so that they wouldn't be discovered by the Myriad Demon sect. Even if the Myriad Demon sect discovered them, it would take some time. At that time, the Heavenly Demon Realm would invade and the Myriad Demon sect wouldn't have time to deal with the Black Tiger gang. There were a lot of rogue cultivators who followed Lu Wenqiang into the Black Tiger gang. Just as Zhao Hai thought, these rogue cultivators came with their families. Besides some young people who had some potential, there were a lot of old people who didn't have any potential at all. Even if they were given to other sects wouldn't want them. However, Zhao Hai didn't dislike them at all. On the contrary, he was very happy. The arrival of these old people had liberated a lot of service disciples. Moreover, because of the arrival of these old people, the crisis of the Black Tiger gang's lack of disciples had been greatly alleviated. The Black Tiger gang didn't have enough disciples, so in the past year, they had increased the treatment of the odd job disciples. Now, the treatment of the odd job disciples was almost the same as the outer court disciples. It was a waste for them to be odd job disciples. After the arrival of these old people, Zhao Hai immediately arranged for them to take care of the medicine garden. The work of these people was very easy. They only needed to add some waste pills and talismans to the formations every day. They also needed to pay attention to the growth of the herbs. There was basically no physical work. Moreover, these old people also knew their position. Although they were only treated as janitor disciples in the Black Tiger gang, this kind of treatment was already very good. Compared to the previous missions where they had to risk their lives to get 1 or 2 crystals, the treatment of janitor disciples of the various sects was still very good. Most importantly, they could now have a place to retire in peace. As for the family members of these old people, they didn't need to worry about them. After arriving at the Black Tiger gang, the young people were immediately inspected. As long as their aptitude wasn't too bad, they would be absorbed into the Black Tiger gang's outer court and become an outer court disciple. These old people also knew that there was no hope for them in this lifetime. Therefore, they were more concerned about their own children, especially those with good talent. Now that these children had entered the Black Tiger gang's outer court, they became official disciples. Naturally, these old people were relieved. This time, the Black Tiger gang received a total of 500,000 people. 500,000 people was not a small number. Excluding some old people and some people with poor talent, there were close to 300,000 outer sect disciples of the Black Tiger gang. Among these 300,000 people, there were actually close to 50,000 talented young disciples to be nurtured. This ratio was already very large. Although the great sects didn't care too much about these rogue cultivators, the disappearance of 500,000 people around Yangming City wasn't a small matter. Yangming City and the Myriad Demon sect immediately investigated this matter, but in the end they didn't find anything. The 500,000 people left on their own. But finding nothing was a discovery. The people of the Myriad Demon sect weren't fools. They understood that these rogue cultivators must have run away. As for where they ran to, the Myriad Demon sect didn't need to think about it to know that it was the Black Tiger Gang. The Myriad Demon sect was aware of the Black Tiger Gang's actions in Yangming City, but they didn't take it to heart. In the eyes of these large sects, rogue cultivators were dispensable. Sects like the Myriad Demon sect almost didn't need to rely on rogue cultivators to replenish their sect's strength. This was because the sect's own talents were useless. These great sects would confer the title of elder to disciples who didn't have much potential, or they would directly let these disciples leave the sect and go to some place to spread their family's influence. Once their family's influence was developed, they would send their own family's disciples to the sect to learn. This way, the sect would have fresh blood, and the family would also receive the sect's protection. This was the development model of the great sects. In the past, the Black Tiger Gang also used this method of development. They also had a lot of clans and forces in various places. However, the Black Tiger Gang had been developing too quickly. Even if those clans and forces sent their disciples to the Black Tiger Gang, the Black Tiger Gang still lacked people. Therefore, the Black Tiger Gang recruited rogue cultivators. However, the foundation of a rogue cultivator was much worse than that of a clan. After all, those clans originated from various large sections. The things they learned were much better than those rogue cultivators. The Myriad Demon sect didn't have many casualties and didn't expand their territory. Because of this, they didn't need to replenish their disciples. Naturally, they didn't care about rogue cultivators. However, this time, the Black Tiger Gang had taken away more than 500,000 people. This made the Myriad Demon sect worried. 500,000 people was not a small number. 500,000 people in any sect was a force that couldn't be underestimated. Even if these 500,000 people were very strong cultivators, if they were to go all out at the same time, many cultivators would die. The Myriad Demon sect understood that the Black Tiger Gang had been planning this all along. What happened next was unexpected to the Myriad Demon sect and even the entire Northern Strange region. The rogue cultivators of the Northern Strange region crazily rushed to the Black Tiger Gang. The Black Tiger Gang was like a glutton, swallowing as many as they could. All the rogue cultivators that rushed to the Black Tiger Gang were digested by the Black Tiger Gang. This made the entire Northern Strange region surprised. Digesting these rogue cultivators wasn't an easy matter. In order to receive these rogue cultivators, one needed to provide them with resources. If one couldn't afford to raise them, then one could only wait for them to cause trouble. For these rogue cultivators, joining a great sect was for better cultivation. If one didn't have enough resources to raise them, then why would they join a great sect? Was it just for the sake of pleasantries? These rogue cultivators weren't stupid, they wouldn't do such a thing. Now that the Black Tiger Gang accepted so many rogue cultivators into their great sect, these rogue cultivators didn't cause trouble. What did this mean? This meant that the Black Tiger Gang could afford to raise them. In other words, the Black Tiger Gang had a lot of resources. The Black Tiger Gang was a great sect, how could they have so many resources? Where did these resources come from? These questions immediately appeared in the minds of the higher-ups of the Myriad Demon sect and other great sects. Then they immediately realized that the Black Tiger Gang had been preparing for this day for a long time. After figuring this out, the higher-ups of the Myriad Demon sect turned pale with anger. They wanted to suppress the Black Tiger Gang, but the Black Tiger Gang only used a year to easily expand under their noses. Now it was too late to stop them. In the eyes of the higher-ups of the Myriad Demon sect, the Black Tiger Gang dared to show their trump card, which meant that they must have a way to deal with their suppression. Otherwise, the Black Tiger Gang wouldn't let these rogue cultivators join them so easily. The people of the Myriad Demon sect were at a loss. The Black Tortoise sect was a very small sect in the Northern Strange region. However, it had been established for a long time. It has been more than 60,000 years since its establishment. The founder of the Black Tortoise sect was a demon. Turtle. The demon turtle was only at the transcending tribulation stage. But because the demon turtle was a variant, its defenses were very powerful. Even immortal experts couldn't break through its defenses. This allowed the demon turtle to occupy a sect and establish the Black Tortoise sect. The Black Tortoise sect has been established for almost 70,000 years. But according to legend, the old tortoise that founded the sect was still alive. Moreover, it had reached the immortal stage. It was just that it hasn't shown itself in recent years. A lot of people believe this. Ordinary demon beasts didn't necessarily have a longer lifespan than humans. However, the sect master of the Black Tortoise sect was an old tortoise. The old tortoise's lifespan was very long. If it had reached the immortal stage, then it wouldn't be strange for it to still be alive. Generally speaking, the Black Tortoise sect was a small sect. It didn't dare to offend great sects. But compared to ordinary rogue cultivators, its life was much better. In the past year, the northern strange region had been calm. Although the Myriad Beast sect wanted to suppress the Black Tiger gang, they couldn't do so. And since the Myriad Beast sect couldn't immediately go to war with the Black Tiger gang, the entire northern strange region fell into a state of peace. The disciples of the Black Tortoise sect were still doing their own things. Everyone was busy with their own matters. Everything was as usual. At noon, the sky suddenly turned dark. The disciples of the Black Tortoise sect stared. They looked at the sky in confusion. Today's weather was very good. The sun was shining a moment ago. How could it turn dark in just a moment? When they looked up at the sky, they realized that a black fog was slowly coming out of the sky at an unknown time. Normally, when the sky was cloudy, dark clouds would gather from all directions. But this time, they discovered that the dark clouds came from one place. It was as if a chimney had suddenly appeared in the sky and was spewing out black smoke. It was very strange. The cultivators of the Black Tortoise sect were alarmed. Even the current sect master flew into the air. With a solemn expression, he looked at the black clouds that were emerging. Not long after, more and more black clouds appeared, as if they had already covered the entire sky. Just at this moment, suddenly, a sharp whistling sound was heard. The faces of all the people from the Black Tortoise school who heard this sound changed because this sharp whistling sound was really too ear-piercing. It seemed to be able to intimidate people's minds, shaking their minds and creating illusions. The sect master of the Black Tortoise sect couldn't help but have a change in expression. Then, he shouted, "Activate the mountain protecting grand formation, quickly." Someone immediately activated the defensive formation. The defensive formation of the Black Tortoise Gate was very special. Their defensive formation looked like a turtle lying on the ground. It looked very strange. The Black Tortoise sect's mountain protecting grand formation was very particular. This mountain protecting grand formation evolved from the shell of the old tortoise, which was the founder of the Black Tortoise sect. Its defensive power was very powerful. Just as the defensive formation of the Black Tortoise Gate was set up, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the Black Tortoise Gate. This person was a skinny old man with a bald head and a white goatee. He was wearing a cultivator's robe. But when the people of the Black Tortoise sect saw this old man, their faces showed a trace of excitement. Even the sect master bowed to the old man and said, "Greetings, ancestor." "Ancestor, why did you come out of seclusion?" The old man turned his head to look at the sect master and said, "Immediately arrange for the disciples to leave the Black Tortoise Gate. The sooner the better. At the same time, let the surrounding sects know that the heavenly demon realm is trying to open the spatial barrier and invade the cultivation world." When the sect master of the Black Tortoise sect heard this, he was stunned. Then his expression changed greatly as he said, "Old master, is this really the heavenly devil realm?" The old man nodded and said, "There's no mistake." When this old man was young, he participated in the Heavenly Demon Martial Arts exhibition. This is definitely the aura of the heavenly demon realm. There's no mistake. The sect master's expression became very ugly. He looked at the old man and said, "Ancestor, what do we do now?" The old man said in a deep voice, "Spread the news immediately. Take the people in the sect and leave quickly. This old man will monitor them from here. Use your fastest speed to go to the Thousand Goblin sect and seek an audience with the sect leader of the Thousand Goblin sect. Tell the sect leader of the Thousand Goblin sect about the situation here. If the sect leader of the Thousand Goblin sect doesn't want to see you, then go and seek an audience with the leader of the Black Tiger gang." When the sect master heard this, he looked at the old man in confusion and said, "Ancestor, are you talking about the Black Tiger gang's leader?" The old man nodded and said, "I know about what happened in the northern strange region in the past year. I've always felt that it was strange. What have the Black Tiger gang been busy with? Why are they doing this? Now I know that they already knew about the Heavenly Demon Realm's invasion and have been preparing for it. No wonder they didn't retaliate against the myriad demon sect. Moreover, the Northern Strange region has been spreading rumors about the Heavenly Demon Realm's invasion for more than a year. I didn't take it to heart before, but now that I think about it, it seems like the Black Tiger Gang's Xianxia came back from the Heavenly Demon Realm. It seems like the Black Tiger Gang already knew about this. When the sect master of the Black Turtle sect heard the old man, he couldn't help but stare. He really didn't think about this. But now that he heard the old man, it seems like this was the case. The old man looked at the black clouds in the sky and sighed. I'm afraid that the Black Tiger Gang already told the Myriad Demon sect about this, but the Myriad Demon sect didn't take it seriously. They're still desperately suppressing the Black Tiger Gang. Those idiots really think that they're the boss of the Northern Strange region. Go, and remember to protect the sect's disciples. The sect master of the Black Turtle sect nodded, then he bowed to the old man and immediately went to arrange things. At this time, more and more black clouds were gathering in the sky, and the whistling sound was getting louder and louder. The old man looked at the black clouds, then he sneered and said, "The Heavenly Demon Realm still hasn't given up. How could the Cultivation Realm be so easy to occupy?" Then the old man sat down cross-legged as if he was meditating. The Black Turtle sect didn't have a lot of disciples. Moreover, the Black Turtle sect was different from the Black Tiger Gang. The Black Tiger Gang built a base so that all the cultivators could live in it. On the other hand, because the Black Turtle sect ran away in a hurry, the first ones to be transferred were the core disciples and inner disciples. This was because these disciples were the ones who could pass on the Black Turtle sect's teachings. 2 hours passed by unknowingly. The core disciples and inner disciples of the Black Tortoise sect had already left. Now, the outer disciples were being transferred. As for the sect master of the Black Tortoise sect, he had already stored all of the sect's resources in his spatial equipment. At this time, lightning suddenly appeared in the cloudy sky. There were more and more lightning bolts, and they became stronger and stronger. In the end, they became huge lightning bolts. The countless lightning bolts were like layers of lightning curtains hanging between the sky and the earth. Then the sky seemed to be torn apart by a huge force. The lightning curtains also split to 2 sides. Slowly, a huge spatial rift appeared in the sky. At this time, the Black Tortoise Elder also opened his eyes and fixed his eyes on the spatial crack. Waves of extremely strong devil chi flew out from the crack and filled the entire space. Roar! A huge whistling sound came from the space. Then a figure appeared in the spatial rift. When the Black Turtle Elder saw the figure, he couldn't help but smile. Then he shouted, "Black Turtle, roar!" Along with his voice, a huge tortoise phantom appeared around him. This huge tortoise opened its mouth and let out a deep roar. Roar! Along with this roar, a white light directly hit the spatial rift. But the figure that appeared in the spatial rift disappeared in a flash. The white light passed through the spatial rift and disappeared without a trace. At this time, the spatial rift was getting bigger and bigger. The smile on the Black Turtle Elder's face disappeared. Instead, he became more and more dignified. Suddenly, a huge black sword chi came from the spatial rift and slashed towards the Black Turtle Elder. Old Man Black Tortoise stared blankly, but he immediately reacted and shouted, "Black Tortoise Shield." The illusory tortoise appeared once again, but this time, the tortoise retracted its head and legs. It used its hardest shell to meet the sword chi head-on. Clang! The sword chi hit the tortoise's shell and a light flashed. Then the mysterious turtle shouted again, "Mysterious turtle shakes the mountain." Along with his voice, the turtle stretched out its 4 limbs from the shell. Then it stomped the void. With a loud boom, the shockwave in the void spread out in all directions like a wave. The space seemed to distort for a moment. A shrill voice came, "Sky Demon splits the sky." 2 huge Sky Demon claws stretched out from the other end of the spatial rift and went straight to the Black Turtle Elder. The Black Turtle Elder's eyes flashed with cold light. He said in a deep voice, "Black Turtle carries the mountain." Along with his voice, the Black Turtle retracted its 4 limbs back into the shell again. Then, it slammed into the void. With a loud bang, the old tortoise crashed into the 2 demon claws. The old tortoise was shaken by the recoil and fell down. The 2 demon claws also disappeared. The Black Turtle Elder, who was standing in the Black Turtle Elder's shadow, also changed his face. His face turned pale and a trace of horror flashed in his eyes. He always thought that he was proud of his defensive ability. He didn't expect that the opponent's attack would cause him to be slightly injured. This was something he didn't expect. The Black Tortoise Elder looked inside the Black Tortoise sect. Most of the people inside had already left. Only a few odd job disciples were still there. The Black Tortoise Elder let out a sigh of relief. Then his figure flashed and disappeared into the Black Tortoise sect. However, just after the Black Turtle Elder disappeared, the Black Turtle formation of the Black Turtle sect became thicker. It turned out that the Black Turtle Elder didn't leave, but went to control the Black Turtle formation. The Black Tortoise Elder knew that it was impossible for him to resist the attack of the Heavenly Devil Realm by himself. Therefore, he wanted to use the Black Tortoise sect's mountain guarding formation to delay the people of the Heavenly Devil Realm for a while, so that the news of the Heavenly Devil Realm's invasion would spread faster in the Cultivation world, giving the other people in the Cultivation world more time to prepare. What the Black Turtle Elder didn't know was that in the entire Cultivation world, there was more than one place like the Black Turtle sect. In the 9 provinces, there were more than 20 spatial rifts. Some of the spatial rifts appeared in the wild. Cultivators didn't discover them at all. This allowed the army of the Heavenly Demon Realm to easily appear in the Cultivation world. However, there were still a lot of spatial rifts that were discovered by cultivators. Slowly, the entire Cultivation world knew about the Heavenly Demon Realm's invasion. Almost at the same time, the entire Cultivation world was in an uproar. At the same time, there was chaos in the Cultivation world. When the rogue cultivators who were rushing to the Black Tiger Gang heard this news, they were immediately stunned. These people rushed to the Black Tiger Gang because they heard the Black Tiger Gang's summons. Now they knew that the Black Tiger Gang wanted them to join not only to increase their strength, but also to save their lives. This made these rogue cultivators even more grateful to the Black Tiger Gang. This was especially true for Lu Wenxiang and the others. Lu Wenxiang and the others had already settled down in the Black Tiger Gang and became its disciples. After joining the Black Tiger Gang, they discovered that the Black Tiger Gang seemed to be preparing for war. As for why the Black Tiger Gang was in such a hurry to prepare, they didn't know. However, one thing was certain, the Black Tiger Gang seemed to know something. Moreover, Zhao Hai said that the Cultivation world would undergo drastic changes in a year. This made Lu Wenxiang even more curious. Now that the news of the Heavenly Demon Realm's invasion came out, Lu Wenxiang immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant by drastic changes in the Cultivation world. This made Lu Wenxiang even more grateful to Zhao Hai. He knew that Zhao Hai must have known that the Heavenly Demon Realm was going to invade the Cultivation world. Therefore, he had Lu Wenxiang contact more rogue cultivators and have them join the Black Tiger Gang. This was tantamount to saving the lives of these rogue cultivators. It wasn't only Lu Wenxiang, all the rogue cultivators who followed Lu Wenxiang into the Black Tiger Gang were also grateful to Zhao Hai. While the Cultivation world sects were busy preparing to deal with the Heavenly Demon Realm's invasion, the Black Tiger Gang was already prepared. When they heard the news, the Black Tiger Gang felt relieved. They had been preparing for more than a year in order to deal with the Heavenly Demon Realm's invasion. Now that the Heavenly Demon Realm had invaded, the Black Tiger Gang's preparations weren't in vain. Even the cultivators of the Black Tiger Gang were somewhat happy. This was because the invasion of the Heavenly Devil Realm would change the situation of the Cultivation world and cause the forces of the Cultivation world to reshuffle. The Black Tiger Gang had 1 more year of preparation time compared to the other sections. This 1 year of preparation time was very important. This allowed the Black Tiger Gang to walk in front of the others, allowing the Black Tiger Gang to take the lead in this upheaval. Just as Zhao Hai thought, once the news of the Heavenly Demon Realm's invasion spread, the 10,000 Demons sect didn't have time to deal with the Black Tiger Gang. They were also doing their best to deal with the Heavenly Demon Realm's invasion. The 9 major sects even jointly issued a summons for all sects to send experts to participate in the Demon Extermination Conference. This so-called Devil Slaughtering Conference was, in fact, a conference led by the 9 major sects. They called upon the various sects of the Cultivation world to participate in this conference. The main purpose of the conference was to discuss how to deal with the heavenly demons. Zhao Hai naturally knew about this matter. At this time, Zhang Feng was still in charge of the Black Tiger Gang. Because Tai Zhantian hadn't appeared since he went into seclusion, Zhang Feng was the one in charge. When Zhang Feng received the news, he immediately informed Zhao Hai and the others. He asked Zhao Hai and the others to go to his place to discuss how to deal with this matter. When Zhao Hai arrived at Zhang Feng's study, he discovered that Hu Liangchen and the others were already there. Everyone's expression was heavy. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, almost everyone stood up and greeted Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai stared. He didn't know why these people were suddenly so polite. Naturally, he didn't think that these people would be very grateful to him. When Zhao Hai said that the heavenly demon realm might invade the cultivation world, these people didn't believe it. In their opinion, how could the heavenly demon realm suddenly invade the cultivation world? But now, it seems like it was true. The heavenly demon realm really did invade the cultivation world. This made these people feel grateful to Zhao Hai, but at the same time, they also felt ashamed. Previously, some people were dissatisfied with Tai Zhantian's unconditional support for Zhao Hai. They thought that Tai Zhantian was just messing around. He took the Black Tiger Gang's many years of savings to store strategic materials. Moreover, it was because of a single person's news. This was completely biased. But now, it seems like Tai Zhantian's decision was correct. If it wasn't for Tai Zhantian's unconditional support, then who knows what the Black Tiger Gang would be like. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't know about this. He just felt that these people were too polite. However, he still politely greeted them before sitting down. The others also sat down. Seeing that everyone was present, Zhang Feng said, "I just received a letter from the 9 great sects. They want our Black Tiger Gang to send people to participate in the Demon Slaughter Conference. Does anyone have any opinions?" Everyone started buzzing with discussion, but Zhao Hai and Hu Liangchen didn't say anything. Now, Hu Liangchen's status in the Black Tiger Gang wasn't ordinary. Zhang Feng was very respectful towards him, and Tai Zhantian had given the position of substitute gang leader to Zhang Feng. Without Hu Liangchen's support, Zhang Feng's position as substitute gang leader wouldn't be stable. It was precisely because of this that Hu Liangchen's position in the Black Tiger Gang wasn't low. It wouldn't be wrong to call him a military advisor. As for Zhao Hai, needless to say, Zhao Hai's status in the Black Tiger Gang was quite high. After all, Zhao Hai was an existence that could fight against immortal experts. In the Black Tiger Gang, he was considered the ultimate force. After some time, no one came to a conclusion. Zhang Feng couldn't help but cough. After everyone calmed down, Zhang Feng turned to Hu Liangchen and said, "Uncle Hu, what do you think about this matter?" Hu Liangchen hesitated for a moment before he said, "This matter isn't easy to handle. The Demon Slaughter Conference held by the 9 great sects has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that the cultivation realm can unite as soon as possible. Everyone can act as one, which is very good for fighting against the heavenly demon realm. The disadvantage is that the 9 great sects will have more power. If the Myriad Beast sect obtains power in the northern region, then it wouldn't be good for the Black Tiger Gang." Zhang Feng nodded, then he looked at Hu Liangchen and said, "What does Uncle Hu mean?" Hu Liangchen replied, "We must participate in the Demon Slaughter Conference. If we don't, then the 9 great sects might accuse us of colluding with the heavenly demon realm. However, we must not let the Myriad Beast sect obtain power in the northern region. Even if the Myriad Beast sect obtains power in the northern region, the Black Tiger Gang must also obtain some power in order to counterbalance the Myriad Beast sect. Otherwise, the Black Tiger Gang will only suffer." Zhang Feng nodded, then he said, "The heavenly demon realm's invasion is an opportunity for the Black Tiger Gang. However, it's also an opportunity for the Myriad Beast sect. We need to handle this matter carefully. Otherwise, there will be a lot of trouble." Hu Liangchen nodded his head and said, "That's right, when the heavenly demon realm invades, all the major sects will need to cooperate with each other. It's necessary for them to act together, but this way, there will be someone who has the final say. This will also make this person have too much power, and he can use this power to suppress others." Zhang Feng nodded, then he said, "I'm afraid that this matter won't be easy to handle. The 9 major sects have jointly sent this letter. If we oppose, then I'm afraid that the 9 major sects will come and cause trouble for us." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "I'm afraid that this matter won't be easy to handle." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Actually, this matter is easy to handle. If we can't handle it, then we'll just agree to it. When the time comes, we'll return to our own territory and do what we need to do. If they want us to join forces, then that's fine. We'll just have to bring some large artifacts. Moreover, the Myriad Beast sect has been unpopular in the Northern Strange region for many years. Everyone in the Northern Strange region knows that they have a grudge against us. If they go too far, then I'm afraid that no one in the Northern Strange region will listen to them. Zhang Feng frowned and said, but if we really do go against them, then the 9 great sects will come and settle accounts with us. Zhao Hai sneered and said, settle accounts? When the time comes, our Black Tiger gang won't be any weaker than the 9 great sects. What can they use to settle accounts with us? Also, with our relationship with the Myriad Beast sect, I'm afraid that the other 9 great sects will also know about it. They won't look for us. Zhang Feng nodded, then he turned to Hu Liangchen and said, Uncle Hu do you think is the most appropriate person to send this time? Hu Liangchen smiled faintly and said, of course it's Little Hai. Little Hai's strength is there for all to see. Letting him go shows that our Black Tiger gang values him. Secondly, we don't need to worry about the Myriad Beast sect taking this opportunity to make things difficult for us. I think we'll have to trouble Little Hai this time. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, then I'll go. However, the Heavenly Demon Realm's army has already entered the various regions. We have to be careful when dealing with them. Zhang Feng smiled and said, after a year of preparation, we're already prepared. I'm just afraid that those fellows from the Heavenly Demon Realm won't come. As long as they come, they won't have a good time. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, then I'll go now. I didn't expect that the location of this Demon Slaughter Conference would be the Heavenly Sword sect. Eldest brother, Uncle Hu, I'll be leaving first. Zhang Feng didn't think that Zhao Hai would leave just because he said so. He quickly said, what's the hurry? Isn't it starting the day after tomorrow? If you take the transmission formation, you'll be there in the blink of an eye. There's no need to be anxious. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'll go in advance. This will show the importance of this conference. Moreover, I think that the people from the 9 great sects have already arrived. I want to see what kind of tricks they have up their sleeves. Hu Liangchen said, all right, let Zhao Hai go. I also want to see what those fellows want to do. Zhao Hai stood up, then he cupped his fists to everyone before turning around and walking out. Zhang Feng and the others also stood up and followed Zhao Hai. While walking, Zhang Feng turned to Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, do you want me to send some people with you? No matter what, you're now a representative of the Black Tiger gang. You need to have some status. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, we don't know what's going to happen in this demon slaughtering conference. It's useless to send too many people. I'll go alone. If something happens, it'll be easier for me to escape. If I bring too many people with me, it'll be hard for me to escape. Zhang Feng thought about it and also felt that this was reasonable. He nodded and said, all right, you have to be careful this time. If something happens, then come back immediately. With the Black Tiger gang's current strength, it shouldn't be a problem for us to defend our territory. Then Zhang Feng lowered his voice and said, if the Heavenly Demon Realm attacks in the next few days, I'll have them leave their corpses behind. As soon as Zhao Hai heard Zhang Feng, he understood what he meant. Zhang Feng knew that Zhao Hai could turn the dead into undead and still maintain their fighting strength. Therefore, he said those words. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, all right, I'll leave the family to you. At this time, they arrived at the transmission formation. Zhao Hai went to the transmission formation and waved his hand to everyone. Then a white light flashed as he disappeared from the transmission formation. After seeing Zhao Hai leave, Hu Liangchen turned to Zhang Feng and said, Little Feng, we need to prepare for battle. I really don't know what the 9 great sects are thinking. They only thought about this demon slaughtering conference at this time. We've already spread rumors about it, but they didn't take it seriously. Zhang Feng coldly snorted and said, the great sects are used to being arrogant. Now that they're holding this demon slaughtering conference, I think it's more of a struggle for power. They simply don't want to deal with the Heavenly Demon Realm. Perhaps in their opinion, the Heavenly Demons are just clay. As long as they blow a breath, the Heavenly Demons would be finished. Hu Liangchen also coldly snorted. At this time, a white light flashed from the transmission formation as a figure appeared. It was a skinny old man with a goatee. He looked unremarkable, but his aura was astonishing. He was unexpectedly an immortal expert. Hu Liangchen and Zhang Feng's expressions changed. They looked at the old man with vigilance. The old man looked at the two and smiled faintly as he said, "Is this the Black Tiger Gang?" Hu Liangchen blocked Zhang Feng with his hand and said, "Right, this is the Black Tiger Gang. May I know who Senior is?" The old man smiled faintly and said, "This old man is the Black Turtle Sect's old man Black Turtle." When Hu Liangchen and Zhang Feng heard the old man, they couldn't help but stare. Then they looked at the old man Black Turtle in confusion. Naturally, they had heard of the old man Black Turtle, but they didn't understand why he would come to the Black Tiger Gang. However, Hu Liangchen wasn't lacking in etiquette. He immediately stepped forward and bowed to the old man Black Turtle and said, "Black Tiger Gang's Hu Liangchen has seen Senior. I didn't know that Senior would come. Please forgive me." The old man Black Turtle nodded, then he said, "This old man was presumptuous. However, this old man had no choice but to come. My Black Turtle sect has become an entrance for the heavenly demon realm. Although this old man resisted for 2 days, I still couldn't stop them. Originally, this old man had my disciples scatter and escape. I didn't expect that those who escaped would be captured. This old man is truly angry." Upon hearing the Black Turtle, Hu Liangchen and Zhang Feng were startled. Hu Liangchen quickly said, "Senior, what do you mean by that?" Right now, the news has spread throughout the Northern Strange region that the first sect to discover the Heavenly Devil Realm's invasion was your Black Tortoise sect. Your Black Tortoise sect has done a great favor for the Northern Strange region. Who would dare to detain someone from the Black Tortoise sect? Do they not want to live anymore? The Black Turtle sect bitterly smiled and said, "They don't want to live anymore. They want to force this old man to submit." The Myriad Beast sect, the #1 sect of the Northern Strange region. Upon hearing the Black Turtle sect, Hu Liangchen and Zhang Feng were startled. They looked at the Black Turtle sect and said, "Senior, do you mean that the Myriad Beast sect is detaining the Black Turtle sect? Is this information accurate?" The Black Turtle sect bitterly smiled and said, "It's reliable. This old man saw it with his own eyes. Actually, my disciples didn't enter the Myriad Beast sect. They went to Yangming City. Then my grand disciple, the current sect master of the Black Turtle sect, went to the Myriad Beast sect to deliver a message to them about the Heavenly Demon Realm's invasion. I didn't expect that my grand disciple would be detained by the Myriad Beast sect." Then the Myriad Beast sect immediately entered Yangming City and began to arrest people in the city under the pretext of guarding against the Heavenly Demon Realm's invasion. Almost all of the Black Turtle sect's people were arrested. Hu Liangchen looked around and said, "Senior, this isn't the place to talk. Let's go inside." The Black Turtle sect calmed down and then nodded. Then he followed Hu Liangchen and the others inside. Before long, the group arrived at the Black Tiger Gang's reception hall. After sitting down, Hu Liangchen introduced Zhang Feng to the Black Tiger Gang. The Black Turtle sect didn't mind and just nodded to Zhang Feng. This was already very good. Don't forget that the Black Turtle sect was an immortal expert. He didn't need to be polite to a junior like Zhang Feng. After everyone sat down, the mysterious turtle old man looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Leader Zhang Feng, this time this old man came here to join the Black Tiger Gang. The Thousand Demons sect bullied me too much. They thought that by detaining my disciples, they would be able to make me submit. But they didn't. This old man is the root of the Black Tortoise sect. Wherever this old man goes, the Black Tortoise sect will follow. Although this old man doesn't care about those disciples, this old man can't swallow this anger." Hu Liangchen and Zhang Feng looked at each other. They could see the confusion in each other's eyes. Then Zhang Feng asked, "Why did Senior choose the Black Tiger Gang?" Old man Black Tortoise laughed loudly and said, "Of course I'm going to choose the Black Tiger Gang. Because in the entire Northern Strange region, only the Black Tiger Gang dares to go against the Myriad Demon sect, so of course I'm going to find your Black Tiger Gang." Zhang Feng thought for a moment and then said, "I won't hide it from Senior. Although this junior is the sect master of the Black Tiger Gang, there are a lot of things that I can't decide. I have to discuss it with the others. But Senior can rest assured. No matter what the result is, the Black Tiger Gang will do its best to help Senior rescue your disciples. Senior, please take a rest first. We'll discuss it and then give Senior an answer. The Black Turtle sect understood Zhang Feng's words. After all, he was an immortal expert. If the Black Tiger Gang accepted him without asking anything, then the Black Turtle sect would be suspicious. The cultivation world wasn't like other places. Here, the more normal things were, the more abnormal they would be. After the Black Turtle sect was taken to rest, Zhang Feng and Hu Liangchen frowned. They didn't know how to deal with the Black Turtle sect. Zhang Feng said, "Uncle Hu, what do you think about this matter?" Hu Liangchen hesitated for a moment and said, "Looking at the Black Turtle sect, it doesn't seem like he's lying. But now that Zhao Hai isn't here, the only one in the Black Tiger Gang who can suppress the Black Turtle sect is the Supreme Elder. But the Supreme Elder is in seclusion and can't come out. If we accept the Black Turtle sect, I'm afraid that no one would be able to subdue him. If he makes a scene, then things would become troublesome." Zhang Feng nodded. Then, with a flip of his hand, he took out a jade sword message. Then, he inputted some information into the jade sword message. With a flip of his hand, the jade sword message flew out. Hu Liangchen looked at Zhang Feng and asked, "Little Feng, who are you sending this to?" Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, "Give it to Little Hai. This matter still depends on Little Hai. After all, in the entire Black Tiger Gang, only he can subdue the mysterious turtle Taoist. If Little Hai wants us to accept the mysterious turtle Taoist, then we'll accept him." Hu Liangchen smiled faintly, then he nodded and said, "That's true. But I think Zhao Hai will agree. That kid is a daring person." Zhang Feng smiled faintly, then he said, "I don't know about Martial Uncle's situation. If he becomes an immortal expert, then our Black Tiger Gang would be even stronger. Accepting the Black Turtle sect wouldn't be a problem. Right, Uncle Hu, what do you think we should do with the Black Turtle sect? Do we really want to save them?" Hu Liangchen thought for a moment, then he shook his head and said, "Now isn't the time. Did you tell Zhao Hai about this matter? If we want to save them, then we can only let Zhao Hai do it. Yangming City is already under the control of the Myriad Beast sect. Even if we want to save them, we don't have the ability to do so." Zhang Feng nodded. Just as she was speaking, a jade sword flew in front of Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng took the jade sword and probed it with her spiritual force. Then her face lit up as she said, "Uncle Hu, Little Hai said that he can accept the Black Turtle Taoist. He can give him the status of a great elder, and he can also accept disciples from the Black Tiger Gang. He said that he has a backup plan, so he's not afraid of the Black Turtle Taoist." Zhang Feng didn't give the jade sword to Hu Liangchen. This was because there were some things that Zhang Feng couldn't let Hu Liangchen know about. The things that Zhang Feng couldn't let Hu Liangchen know about were the undead. Zhao Hai already told Zhang Feng about this in his letter. When he left the 5 color-changing elders in his cave residence. The 5 color-changing elders were immortal stage undead. Leaving them in the Black Tiger sect was a foolproof plan. Even if the Black Turtle sect makes a move, the 5 color-changing elders can easily deal with him. However, Zhang Feng couldn't let Hu Liangchen know about the 5 color-changing elders. Because of this, she only said that Zhao Hai had a backup plan in the Black Tiger sect. As for what kind of backup plan it was, she didn't say. Hu Liangchen didn't ask, he just nodded and said, "All right, that's good. Then it's settled. I'll go ask the Black Turtle sect and see what he thinks." Zhang Feng nodded, then Hu Liangchen turned around and left. The reason why Hu Liangchen had to personally invite the Black Turtle sect was to show that he valued the Black Turtle sect. No matter what, the Black Turtle sect was an immortal expert. Before long, the mysterious turtle old man followed Hu Liangchen to the reception hall. Zhang Feng was already standing in front of the hall, waiting for the mysterious turtle old man. Seeing the mysterious turtle old man arrive, Zhang Feng bowed and said, "Senior, please take a seat." Zhang Feng also sat down and said to the Black Tortoise in a deep voice, "Senior, I invited you here to talk to you about joining our Black Tiger Gang. If you want to join the Black Tiger Gang, we will naturally welcome you. We can invite you to become one of the Supreme Elders of the Black Tiger Gang. Your treatment will be the same as that of the Supreme Elders of the Black Tiger Gang." However, you should know that the Myriad Demons sect has now taken control of Yangming City. It will be difficult for us to rescue the senior brothers of the Black Tortoise sect. However, we can promise that as long as there is a chance, we will definitely rescue the senior brothers of the Black Tortoise sect. If you want to become a disciple of the Black Tiger Gang, we will also fully agree. What do you think? What do you think? When the Black Turtle sect heard Zhang Feng, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. He didn't expect the Black Tiger sect to agree so quickly. The Black Tiger sect didn't have a lot of immortal experts. And the more they were like this, the more they wouldn't easily accept an immortal expert. Now that the Black Tiger sect agreed so easily, it meant that the Black Tiger sect had the power to suppress him. They weren't afraid that he would be dishonest in the Black Tiger sect. After thinking about this, the Black Turtle sect couldn't help but re-evaluate the Black Tiger sect's strength. But since he really wanted to join the Black Tiger sect, he immediately nodded and said, "This old man has no objection. This old man will officially join the Black Tiger sect. If the sect master needs this old man's help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask." Zhang Feng and Hu Liangchen stood up and bowed to the Black Turtle sect. Zhang Feng said, "This is a special time, so we can only keep things simple. Let's pay our respects to the Supreme Elder." Hu Liangchen and the others also bowed and said, "We have seen the Supreme Elder." Seeing the Black Tiger sect giving him face, the Black Turtle sect couldn't help but feel relieved. He quickly stood up and said, "There's no need to be polite. Sect master, there's no need to be so polite. This old man will also pay his respects to you. Sect master, if you have any instructions, please speak frankly." Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, "Senior, there's no need to worry. The Black Tiger sect has nothing to do right now. We already know about the Heavenly Demon Realm's invasion and have already made arrangements. Senior, please take a rest. If Senior needs to take action, I will send someone to invite Senior." The Black Turtle sect nodded and said, "Then this old man will take his leave first." Then he gave Zhang Feng and Hu Liangchen a half bow before turning around and leaving. Naturally, the Black Tiger sect's cultivators led the Black Turtle sect to his cave residence. Looking at the Black Turtle sect's back, Hu Liangchen said, "Little Feng, do we still have people in Yangming City? If there are people, can we have them investigate this matter and see if what he said is true? If it's true, then we can accept him. But if it's not true, then we have to be careful of him. Although Little Hai has made arrangements, if he attacks us at a critical moment, then it would be hard for us to deal with him." Jiao Hai nodded, then he said, "That's right." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Uncle Hu is right. I'll immediately arrange it. We do have a few people in Yangming City. The identities of these people are very secret. Moreover, they have already joined the Heavenly Sun Alliance. I believe that no one will suspect them." Hu Liangchen nodded and said, "I hope what he said is true. Then the strength of the Black Tiger sect will increase once again." Jiao Hai calmly sat inside his immortal cave. This cave was arranged for him by the Sky Sword sect. When he arrived at the Sky Sword sect, he received a letter from Zhang Feng. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's letter, Jiao Hai immediately began to monitor the Black Tiger Gang's base. At the same time, he also monitored Yangming City. He discovered that what the mysterious turtle said was true, that his disciples had been captured. Only then did Jiao Hai have Zhang Feng accept the mysterious turtle. However, Jiao Hai also knew that although the mysterious turtle's words were true, his choice wasn't necessarily what he said. The mysterious turtle said that he wanted to take revenge on the Myriad Demon sect, but nobody knew the real situation. Nobody knew if he really wanted to take revenge on the Myriad Demon sect, or if he was forced by the Myriad Demon sect to infiltrate the Black Tiger Gang. Because of this, Jiao Hai had the 5 elders take charge of the Black Tiger Gang. Just like Hu Liangchen, Jiao Hai also hoped that the mysterious turtle would sincerely join the Black Tiger Gang. That way, the Black Tiger Gang would become stronger. In the future, they would have more confidence to resist the Myriad Demon sect. Although Jiao Hai was sitting here, there were a lot of people in the Sky Sword sect who had flowing silver dust on their bodies. These dust-sized silver needles were used to monitor the Sky Sword sect. Jiao Hai wanted to see what the Sky Sword sect's goal was in organizing this demon slaughtering conference. Regarding the Sky Sword sect, Jiao Hai had already been monitoring it. However, the places that Zhao Hai monitored before were the remote areas of the Skysword sect. He didn't dare to monitor the core areas of the Skysword sect. This was because there were too many experts in the Skysword sect. If he were to monitor the Skysword sect, then he would be discovered by the Skysword sect. This would cause the Skysword sect to be vigilant. Now that Zhao Hai had arrived at the Skysword sect, he naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to spy on the Skysword sect. Moreover, there were already people from other sects that had arrived at the Skysword sect. Even if Zhao Hai were to spy on the Skysword sect, they wouldn't know who was spying on them. The cave residence that Zhao Hai was currently living in seemed to be a place that was specially used to entertain guests of the Heavenly Sword sect. Furthermore, these guests were of very ordinary status, so there was still a certain distance between them and the true core location of the Heavenly Sword sect. Zhao Hai saw a lot of representatives from other sects, but he didn't see any representatives from the other 8 sections. In other words, the other 8 sects had their own residences. And this was what Zhao Hai was most worried about. This time, the 9 major sects seemed to have really joined forces. If they really wanted to use this opportunity to seize power, it would make him even more worried. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel that the 9 major sects were short-sighted. The heavenly demon realm had already invaded, but they were still thinking of seizing the opportunity to seize power. They were really the leader of the cultivation world. But now, he had no way to change this situation. He could only watch and think. Maybe the 9 major sects really didn't care about the heavenly demon realm, so they wanted to seize power at this time. The people of the Sky Sword sect were very good to them. Whatever he needed, someone would immediately send it over. Zhao Hai even tried to ask for some spirit wine, and the people of the Sky Sword sect immediately sent it over. This was somewhat beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. However, Zhao Hai thought about it and felt relieved. What kind of place was the Skysword sect? It was recognized as the #1 sect in the cultivation world. If they couldn't even take out some spirit wine, wouldn't it be too shameful? Although Zhao Hai was sitting here, he was always paying attention to the situation of the Thousand Demons sect and Yangming City. On the other hand, the Thousand Demons sect and Yangming City were very calm. There was no sign of an army being mobilized. This made Zhao Hai feel a lot more relieved. Although the Black Tiger Gang's transmission formation was still in use, there were only a few transmission formations that could be used. Moreover, only 3 transmission formations were still in use. The other transmission formations were for internal use. Even if outsiders wanted to mobilize an army to attack the Black Tiger Gang, it would be impossible. If they wanted to attack the Black Tiger Gang, they could only mobilize an army and encircle the Black Tiger Gang from the ground. Obviously, the Thousand Demons sect didn't have such a plan. This made Zhao Hai feel relieved. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was worried about Yangming City. The situation in Yangming City was the same as what the mysterious turtle old man said. It was completely under the control of the Thousand Demons sect. The shops that the sects opened in the city were also guarded by the Thousand Demons sect. Except for a few shops that weren't from the northern continent, all the shops that were opened by the Thousand Demons sect were guarded. All the rogue cultivators in Yangming City who didn't join the Black Tiger Gang in the shops that followed the team were immediately recruited. Those who didn't join them were all killed. The Thousand Demons sect's quick action was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. Zhao Hai couldn't understand why the Thousand Demons sect would do this. Did they want to use those people as hostages to threaten the sects? But the number of people guarding the shops doesn't seem to be enough. Could it be that they took a fancy to the things in the shops? That doesn't seem right. The Thousand Demons sect has been dominating the northern continent for so many years. They don't have any good things. Why would they offend all the sects in the northern continent? If it wasn't for these reasons, then what was it for? For the time being, Zhao Hai didn't understand the Thousand Demons sect's purpose. Therefore, he could only monitor them and didn't take any action. However, he found the people from the mysterious turtle sect, but he didn't save them. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today was the day of the Devil Slaughter Conference. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to leave. Sure enough, it didn't take long before a cultivator from the Heavenly Sword sect came to find him. Zhao Hai followed the cultivator from the Heavenly Sword sect out of the cave. When he came out of the cave, Zhao Hai discovered that there were many cultivators from the other caves following the cultivator from the Heavenly Sword sect out. Zhao Hai looked at the situation and understood that he wasn't the only smart person in the cultivation realm. The purpose of the 9 Great Sects Demon Slaughtering Conference was still unknown. Because of this, the Great Sects were somewhat disgusted with it. Because of this, the sects had their own reactions. Zhao Hai followed the cultivator from the Heavenly Sword sect to the Transmission Formation Plaza. Then, more people followed. Every transmission formation had people from other sects and the Heavenly Sword sect. When the transmission formation was full of people, a white light flashed. In the next moment, Zhao Hai and the others appeared at another transmission formation plaza. There were many cultivators from the Heavenly Sword sect at this transmission formation plaza. These cultivators from the Heavenly Sword sect walked towards Zhao Hai and the others and politely saluted them. Then they asked Zhao Hai and the others to leave the transmission formation plaza. As Zhao Hai walked out of the transmission formation plaza, he paid attention to this place. They were at the top of a mountain. However, the top of this mountain was very flat. There were many buildings on top of this mountain. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai knew that they had arrived at the Sword Plateau of the Heavenly Sword sect. Sword Plateau was the core of the Heavenly Sword sect. According to legend, it was originally a tall mountain. Later on, the founder of the Heavenly Sword sect chopped off the mountain with a single slash of his sword, turning it into a huge platform. Then, he established the sect there, becoming the current Heavenly Sword sect. And this platform had always been called Sword Plateau by people. The Sword Plateau was equivalent to the headquarters of the Black Tiger Gang. It had always been the most important place in the Heavenly Sword sect. All the important figures of the Heavenly Sword sect lived here. Since the day the Sword Plateau was built, it had never been attacked. The number of times it was attacked could be counted on one hand. This was because the Heavenly Sword sect was too strong. Soon, under the guidance of the cultivator from the Heavenly Sword sect, Zhao Hai and the others arrived in front of a large hall. This hall was very spacious and filled with chairs. At this moment, there were several cultivators standing in front of the hall. These cultivators were wearing cultivator robes of different colors. They were the representatives of the 9 Great Sects. The cultivator in the lead had a sword on his back. When he saw Zhao Hai and the others arrive, he immediately laughed and said, "Everyone, Jian Wuya is very polite. If the Heavenly Sword sect has been negligent in any way, please forgive us." Zhao Hai was stunned when he heard this person's name. This was because Jian Wuya was the current sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect. He didn't expect the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect to personally come this time. The other cultivators were also stunned. However, they immediately returned the greeting and didn't dare to do so. Zhao Hai was naturally among them. When Jian Wuya saw that everyone was returning the greeting, he politely invited everyone into the hall. The hall was filled with chairs. These chairs were divided into several sections. In front of each section, there was a large flag with the words Medium Sage, Eastern Sage, and so on written on it. With a glance, one could tell that it was written for the region. Zhao Hai walked to the section with the words Northern Wasteland. He saw that every chair had the name of the sect written on it. Zhao Hai also understood what this meant. He found the Black Tiger Gang's chair and sat down. The people from the other sects also found the chairs that represented their sects and sat down. In the innermost section of the hall, there were 9 chairs placed side by side. These 9 chairs were placed on a low platform. Although this platform wasn't high, it was very clear that it was prepared for the representatives of the 9 great sections. Zhao Hai looked at the representatives of the 9 great sects who were looking at the 9 chairs and couldn't help but sneer. Before long, the representatives of the 9 great sects sat down on the 9 chairs. They looked at the people sitting below and revealed smiles on their faces. Jian Wuya looked at the people who were still whispering to each other and coughed. After everyone calmed down, he said, "Everyone, today, our 9 great sects invited everyone here to discuss how to deal with the Sky Devil race together. Everyone should know that the Sky Devil race is invading our cultivation realm. We absolutely cannot tolerate this kind of shameless behavior. Therefore, we must unite and drive the Sky Devil race out of the cultivation realm." Zhao Hai and the others didn't say anything. They wanted to hear what Jian Wuya had to say. Jian Wuyao looked at everyone and then said, "Everyone, I think everyone knows what kind of race the Sky Devil race is. They are warlike by nature and evil by nature. For such a race to invade the cultivation realm is a great misfortune for the cultivation realm. However, we must admit that the Sky Devil race is very powerful. Therefore, our 9 great sects jointly sent this letter to everyone. We hope that the cultivation realm can form an alliance to deal with the Sky Devil race together." The people below began to discuss. It was clear that they had guessed this result. Therefore, their voices weren't very loud. Jian Wuya frowned and said, "Everyone, please be quiet." When everyone quieted down, he continued, "If we want to form an alliance, we need a leader. Otherwise, we won't be able to act as one and this alliance won't be any different from not forming at all. I suggest that this alliance be divided into 9 parts, with each province being its own small alliance. The Central Saint Province will be led by my Heavenly Sword sect, the Eastern Sage Province will be led by the Eastern Sage Academy, the Eastern Sage Province will be led by the Eastern Sage Academy, the Eastern Buddha Province will be led by the Myriad Buddha Temple, the Western Sage Province will be led by the Western Sage Academy, the Western Ghost Province will be led by the Wonderful Sound Pavilion, the Southern Sage Province will be led by the Southern Sage Academy, the Southern Barbarian Province will be led by the Myriad Beast sect, the Northern Sage Province will be led by the Northern Sage Province, and the Myriad Demons sect will be led by the Northern Sage Province." The people below the stage began to discuss. This time, their voices were much louder than before. It could be seen that although everyone had guessed this result, they were still very dissatisfied. "I object." Just as everyone was discussing, a voice suddenly rang out. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. This voice came from the seat of the Northern Wasteland region. Next, an ordinary-looking cultivator stood up and the 2 of them looked at the 9 people on the stage with bright eyes. A lot of people didn't think that this cultivator was an ordinary person. For a moment, everyone looked at this person with a strange gaze. In their opinion, this person was out of luck. Daring to not give face to the 9 great sects like this, wasn't he tired of living? He was afraid that even his sect would be implicated. Jian Wuyao looked at the person who stood up. His face showed a trace of understanding as he said, "So it's Mr. Zhao. Does Mr. have any opinion?" The person who stood up was Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but bow and say, "Zhao Hai greets the sect master." Zhao Hai doesn't have much of an opinion on the sect master's proposal, but I object to the Myriad Demon sect being the alliance leader of the strange northern continent. Others can become the alliance leader of the strange northern continent, but the Myriad Demon sect can't. When Jian Wuya heard Zhao Hai's words, he revealed a knowing expression. However, he still smiled and said, "Why does Mr. object to the Myriad Demon sect being the alliance leader of the strange northern continent? Isn't the Myriad Demon sect strong in the strange northern continent?" As he spoke, he looked at the Myriad Demon sect's representative, who was sitting on the side with a pale face. Zhao Hai looked at the Myriad Demon sect's representative and coldly snorted. The Myriad Demon sect is strong enough, but there's no information on him becoming the alliance leader. This is because I don't feel at ease with the Myriad Demon sect as the alliance leader. With the Myriad Demon sect's conduct, they really don't deserve to be the alliance leader of the strange northern continent. The Myriad Demon sect's representative couldn't sit still anymore. He slapped his chair and stood up. He pointed at Zhao Hai and shouted, "Zhao Hai, explain clearly to me how my Myriad Demon sect doesn't deserve to be the alliance leader of the strange northern continent. If you don't explain clearly, don't blame this old man for being impolite. You publicly insulted my Myriad Demon sect. My Myriad Demon sect won't let your Black Tiger gang off." Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "If you don't want people to know, don't do it in the first place." Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "If you don't want people to know, don't do it in the first place. Don't you know what you've done?" Humph, the entire northern strange region knows that the Black Tortoise sect was the first sect to discover the invasion of the Heavenly Devil realm. After discovering the invasion, the Black Tortoise sect's old man Black Tortoise stayed behind and blocked the Heavenly Devil realm's army for 2 days. Not only did he let his disciples spread the news of the Heavenly Devil realm's invasion to the entire northern strange region, he also let the sect master of the Black Tortoise sect report it to the Myriad Demon sect. But what did the Myriad Demon sect do? You actually detained the sect master of the Black Tortoise sect and all the disciples of the Black Tortoise sect who entered Yangming City, forcing the old man Black Tortoise to submit. Not only that, you even sealed all the shops in Yangming City and detained all the people in the shops. I want to ask, what does the Myriad Demon sect want to do? Do you deserve to be the alliance leader for what you've done? As long as the Thousand Goblin sect is the leader, my Black Tiger gang will not participate in this alliance meeting. My Black Tiger gang is not afraid of death. The invasion of the Heavenly Devil realm concerns the entire cultivation world. My Black Tiger gang will fight to the end against the Heavenly Devil realm even if we have to fight to the last man. But for a sect like the Thousand Goblin sect, who is taking advantage of the invasion of the Heavenly Devil realm to strengthen themselves, who is anxious for themselves, if they become the leader, then my Black Tiger gang will not participate in this alliance. After Zhao Hai said that, he coldly snorted and sat down. All the sect representatives in the northern strange region were in an uproar when they heard Zhao Hai's words. They hadn't received this news until now. Now that they heard Zhao Hai's words, they couldn't sit still anymore. The expression of the Myriad Demon sect's representative on the stage also changed. He really didn't expect that Zhao Hai would announce this matter publicly. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of the fact that this matter hasn't spread yet and directly become the alliance leader. At that time, with the position of the alliance leader in his hands, it would be easier for him to control the other sects. But after hearing Zhao Hai's words, the small sects below became vigilant. Most importantly, they hadn't gotten the position of the alliance leader yet. It wasn't just the Myriad Demon sect's representative, even the representatives of the other 8 great sects looked at the Myriad Demon sect's representative as if they were looking at an idiot. They didn't think that the Myriad Demon sect would do such a thing. Although these great sects were the hegemons of their respective continents, they still had to consider the consequences of their actions. If the small sects were to use this against them, then it wouldn't be easy for them to deal with it. This was under the condition that they didn't have any competitors. For example, the Sky Sword sect was the sole hegemon in the Middle Continent. No one would dare to oppose their words. At most, they would only agree in public but oppose in private. This was because although the Sky Sword sect was overbearing, they still had a bottom line. They would also consider the interests of the small sects. This was because the Sky Sword sect knew that only by doing this would they be able to get the support of the small sects. The situation of the Myriad Demon sect was now known by the entire cultivation realm. The Myriad Demon sect was originally a hegemon, but they weren't as powerful as the Sky Sword sect. Their control over the northern continent was far worse than the Sky Sword sect's control over the middle continent. In the past year, the Myriad Demon sect had been suppressing the Black Tiger gang. However, they weren't able to do anything to the Black Tiger gang. Instead, they allowed the Black Tiger gang to gain 2 more sects' territories. In this case, the Myriad Demon sect's control over the northern continent had decreased a lot. Now that they did something like this, the Black Tiger gang naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Xianxia angrily looked at the Myriad Demon sect's representative. This Devil Slaughter Conference was a good opportunity for the 9 great sects to consolidate their power. As long as this alliance was formed, the power of the 9 great sects would greatly increase. But at this time, the Myriad Demon sect actually did something like this. This would affect the formation of the alliance. Xianxia turned his head to look at the northern continent that was in chaos and said, "Everyone, please calm down. Today, we formed this alliance to deal with the Sky Demon sect. It has nothing to do with anything else. I think the Myriad Demon sect has their own considerations. Everyone, there's no need to worry." However, the sects of the northern continent didn't buy it. Although the Sky Sword sect was powerful, the northern continent was very far away from them. The Sky Sword sect couldn't control the northern continent. If the Sky Sword sect really dared to go to the northern continent to deal with the people of the northern continent, it would certainly cause a backlash. Therefore, the people of the northern continent didn't care about the Sky Sword sect's power. Before Zhao Hai could speak, the representative of the 100 Flower Valley stood up. The 100 Flower Valley didn't have a good impression of the Myriad Demon sect. Now that they had a chance to deal with the Myriad Demon sect, how could they not use this opportunity to hit the Myriad Demon sect when they were down? The representative of the 100 Flower Valley was an elder of the 100 Flower Valley. He looked at Xianxia and said, "Sect Master Jian, It's not that we don't want to give you face, but you should know that dealing with the heavenly demon realm is a matter of the entire cultivation realm. Now that the 10,000 demon sect has done such a thing, we really can't let them become the alliance master of the northern strange state. I don't feel at ease letting a sect that only knows how to scheme against others lead us, because we can't fight against the heavenly demon realm in the front and worry about people scheming against us in the back. We can't fight against the heavenly demon realm in the front and worry about people scheming against us in the back. As soon as he said that, the entire northern strange state was in an uproar. Everyone followed suit and the scene became chaotic for a moment. Moreover, it wasn't just the northern continent that was in chaos. The other continents were also in chaos. Xianxia knew that the situation wasn't good. If the other continents were also in chaos, then there was no need to hold this conference. The alliance wouldn't be able to be established. Xianxia quickly said, "Quiet. Since the friends of the northern continent don't agree with the myriad demon sect becoming the alliance leader, then please come up with a plan." When the representative of the myriad demon sect heard this, his expression couldn't help but change. He understood that Xianxia was planning to give up on the myriad demon sect. In fact, he also understood that based on the current situation, it was impossible for the 1,000 demon sect to become the alliance leader of the northern strange state. Xianxuya's question stumped the people of the northern continent. They were just angry at the myriad demon sect, but if they didn't let the myriad demon sect become the alliance leader, then they really didn't think about how the northern continent would deal with the Sky Devil realm. A trace of contempt flashed in Xianxuya's eyes. He had deliberately asked that question. He could see that the people of the northern white state simply didn't know what to do. Most of them were just causing trouble. He wanted to use these words to suppress the arrogance of the northern white state and make them behave. Zhao Hai looked at Xianxuya and sneered. Then he stood up and gave Xianxuya a salute. Then he said, "Since Sect Master Jian asked, then I'll be bold enough to say a few words. Is there a rule that states that an alliance must have an alliance master? I propose that the Northern Continent Alliance doesn't have an alliance leader. The representatives of all the sects will vote for 9 sections. The sect masters of these 9 sects will establish a council of elders. This council of elders will jointly deal with the matter of the Northern Continent dealing with the Sky Devil realm. If there is anything, the 9 elders can discuss it. What do you all think?" Hearing Zhao Hai's words, the people of the northern continent quieted down. Then they burst into applause. Zhao Hai's proposal was very good. It was exactly what the people of the northern continent wanted. When Xianxuya heard this, his expression couldn't help but change. This was because the northern continent's decision was tantamount to setting a precedent. If the other continents were to do the same thing as the northern continent and establish an elder council to jointly manage the alliance, then the power of the 9 great sects would be reduced to the minimum. Xianxuya didn't expect Zhao Hai to come up with such a plan in such a short time. Although Zhao Hai's plan seemed to be targeted at the myriad demon sect, everyone could see that it was also suitable for the other continents. Sure enough, just as Zhao Hai's voice fell, the other regions also became chaotic. Bursts of buzzing noises could be heard from below. Xianxuya saw this and knew that things weren't good. It was impossible for him to control the situation, so he quickly stood up and said, "All right, since everyone has different opinions, then today's meeting will end here. I ask everyone to go back and have a good discussion." Meeting adjourned. When everyone heard this, they all stood up and walked out. The representative of the myriad demon sect also stood up and looked at Zhao Hai with cold eyes. Zhao Hai felt a gaze filled with intense hostility towards him. He couldn't help but turn his head and see that it was the representative of the myriad demon sect. Zhao Hai didn't care, he just faintly smiled and turned to leave. The enmity between the Black Tiger Gang and the myriad demon sect had long been formed. This time, he ruined the myriad demon sect's plans. It could be said that this enmity couldn't be resolved. Only when one side was destroyed would this enmity be resolved. However, Zhao Hai was certain that the Black Tiger Gang wouldn't be destroyed. When Zhao Hai left the hall, a voice suddenly came, "Mr. Zhao Hai, please wait." Zhao Hai turned his head and saw that it was the representative of the 100 Flower Valley. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stop. He bowed and said, "So it's the senior of the 100 Flower Valley. Zhao Hai greets you." The representative of the 100-Flower Valley laughed and said, "Demonic Saber Xiaohai is actually so polite. This is really beyond this old man's expectations. However, Mr. doesn't need to be so polite. In the cultivation world, strength is everything. Mr.'s strength is on par with mine. If Mr. gives this old man face, then just call me senior brother." Xiaohai was stunned. He didn't think that the representative of the 100-Flower Valley would be so polite. He quickly said, "Then I'll have to offend Xiaohai. Does senior brother have any instructions for me?" The representative of the 100-Flower Valley appreciated Xiaohai's attitude. He chuckled and said, "I was just thinking of getting closer to junior brother. How about junior brother come to my cave and sit for a while? I have some 100-flower wine that I brought from the 100-Flower Valley. It tastes pretty good. Would junior brother be willing to give me some face?" Xiaohai knew what he was thinking. The 100-Flower Valley had always been at odds with the Myriad Demon Sect. Now that the Black Tiger Gang was also at odds with the Myriad Demon Sect, the enemy of an enemy was a friend. Therefore, the representative of the 100-Flower Valley was deliberately trying to get close to Xiaohai. However, this wasn't a bad thing for Xiaohai. Xiaohai knew that the 100-Flower Valley was a suitable candidate for his proposal to form an elder council to manage the alliance. Xiaohai didn't think that the 100-Flower Valley would be a good candidate. Almost everyone in the northern strange continent knew about the conflict between the 100-Flower Valley and the Myriad Demon Sect. The Myriad Demon Sect didn't want to deal with the 100-Flower Valley, but the 100-Flower Valley wasn't a pushover. It could be said that the Myriad Demon Sect couldn't do anything to the 100-Flower Valley. Naturally, the 100-Flower Valley didn't dare to go against the Myriad Demon Sect for no reason. The 100-Flower Valley had the support of a lot of small sections. And these small sects didn't support the 100-Flower Valley because they wanted the Myriad Demon Sect to become stronger. These small sects supported the 100-Flower Valley because they wanted to go against the Myriad Demon Sect. Although these small sects weren't strong, this didn't mean that they were stupid. On the contrary, they were very smart. They knew that if no sect dared to go against the Myriad Demon Sect, then it wouldn't be a good thing for them. Because of this, they needed a sect that wasn't afraid of the Myriad Demon Sect. Naturally, the 100-Flower Valley didn't have such a sect. Because of this, the small sects supported the 100-Flower Valley. This gave the 100-Flower Valley the confidence to go against the Myriad Demon Sect. In fact, in the past year, a lot of small sects met with Zhang Feng and Tai Zhantian and reached some kind of cooperation agreement with the Black Tiger Gang. It can be said that the Black Tiger Gang had the support of a lot of small sections. This was because the Black Tiger Gang showed that they had the strength to go against the Myriad Demon Sect. After Xiaohai and the 100-Flower Valley elder arrived at his cave residence, Xiaohai said, "I've been chatting with senior brother for a long time, but I still don't know Sure FA's name. I hope senior brother can forgive me." The elder didn't mind and smiled. "It's normal that junior brother doesn't know. I don't usually walk around outside. My name is Li Sunhua." Xiaohai stared, then he quickly bowed and said, "So it's flower-seeking young master. Please forgive me for not recognizing you, but flower-seeking young master is a senior. It's inappropriate for me to talk to senior as an equal. I hope senior can forgive Xiaohai's rudeness." Li Xuanhua smiled faintly and said, "Junior brother doesn't need to be so polite. I've already told you that strength is the most important thing in the cultivation world. Junior brother's strength is right there. I'll treat junior brother as an equal. If junior brother is still so polite, then I'll get angry." Xiaohai looked at Li Xuanhua, then he smiled faintly and said, "Since senior brother says so, then this Xiaohai will be rude. Did senior brother call this little brother over to discuss the matter of the Council of Elders?" Li Xuanhua didn't think that Xiaohai would go straight to the point. He smiled faintly and said, "Right, I came for this matter. Junior brother, you should know that your proposal not only offended the 10,000 Beast sect, but also the 9 great sects." Xiaohai smiled faintly and said, "I know, but this is also because Jian Wuya and the others went too far." "What demon slaughter conference?" "I think the 9 great sects want to expand their power. Everyone can see this, but no one dares to say it out loud. This little brother is just a leader. Also, the 9 great sects have been in the limelight for a long time. Do they really think that the heavenly demon invasion will be so simple?" I don't think so. Li Xuanhua stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai and asked, Junior brother, what do you mean? Zhao Hai sneered and said, this time, the heavenly demon realm has been preparing for a long time. Would they give up so easily? Absolutely impossible. Let me tell you this. When I participated in the Heavenly Demon Martial Exhibition, I discovered that the Heavenly Demon realm was moving. When I came back, I wanted to tell the 10,000 Beast sect about this matter, but the 10,000 Beast sect was desperately suppressing my Black Tiger gang. Even if I told them, they wouldn't believe me. However, our Black Tiger gang didn't want the cultivation world to be unprepared, so we secretly released news that the Heavenly Demon realm was about to invade the cultivation world. However, no one was alerted. Now that the Heavenly Demon realm is here, they are still thinking about fighting for power. The 9 great sects have degenerated into a group of short-sighted fellows. When Li Xuanhua heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change as he said, Junior brother, you mean that the news of the Heavenly Demon realm's invasion in the cultivation world was released by your Black Tiger gang? Zhao Hai nodded and said, right, it was our Black Tiger gang that spread the news. When we entered the Heavenly Demon realm, I noticed something different. It seems like the Heavenly Demon realm already knew that we came from there. As soon as we came out, they immediately sent people to hunt us down. This time, the pursuit was different from the previous Heavenly Demon martial arts displays. This time, the pursuit was very thorough. It can be seen that the Heavenly Demon realm didn't want us to come back alive. Moreover, they were divided into small teams to block the place where we appeared. After we appeared, they immediately chased us down. Later on, the entire Heavenly Demon realm encircled and intercepted us. This situation was definitely not normal. I guessed that the Heavenly Demon realm had something that they didn't want us to know about. The Heavenly Demon realm and the Cultivation realm are at odds with each other, so what else could make them so nervous? So I thought of the Heavenly Demon invasion. Originally, I wanted to tell this matter to the Myriad Demon sect, but you already know what happened after we came back. How can I tell them? Even if I tell them, I'm afraid that they would think that it was a trick of mine. They wouldn't believe me at all. Li Xuanhua's expression couldn't help but become very ugly. This was because it wasn't only the Myriad Demon sect that didn't believe it, they also didn't believe the rumors of the Heavenly Demon realm's invasion in the cultivation world. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come even though they knew what the 9 great sects wanted to do. There were no idiots in the cultivation world, and no one treated anyone as a fool. When the 9 great sects said that they were going to hold a devil slaughtering conference, almost everyone in the cultivation world knew what they were going to do. But why did they still come? It was because the Heavenly Demon realm's invasion this time was very aggressive. They believed that they wouldn't be able to stop it with their own strength, so they had no choice but to come here and suffer the 9 great sects' wrath. In fact, no matter what happened in the cultivation world, the first to be unlucky would be the small sections. Because the small sects had a weak foundation, they couldn't withstand any torment. So even if they knew what the 9 great sects wanted to do, they had no choice but to come. This was because if they didn't agree, then their sects would be destroyed by the heavenly demons in the blink of an eye. However, if these people had received the news in advance and were fully prepared for this invasion, then the situation would be very different. They would be fully prepared. When the heavenly demons came, they would have a way to deal with them. They wouldn't have to act according to the mood of others like they were now. Li Xuanhua was annoyed by the 100 Flowers Gate's mistake. But after thinking for a while, his eyes shone as he stared at Zhao Hai and said, Junior brother, you mean to say that the Black Tiger Gang is already prepared for the Sky Demon's invasion? Zhao Hai nodded and said, you mean to say that the Black Tiger Gang is prepared for the Sky Demon's invasion? Zhao Hai looked at Li Xuanhua, then he smiled faintly and said, right, this junior brother has some status in the Black Tiger Gang. The gang leader trusts this junior brother. After receiving junior brother's information, the Black Tiger Gang began to prepare for the heavenly demon invasion. Fortunately, the heavenly demons invaded. Otherwise, this junior brother would have become a sinner of the Black Tiger Gang. Li Xuanhua felt his teeth itch. Especially when he saw Zhao Hai's proud expression, he felt like biting someone. However, he still said, so that's how it is. No wonder brother didn't give face to the Myriad Beast sect. But this time, the proposal of the Council of Elders is very good. However, the Council of Elders has its own rules. The seats in the Council of Elders determine who the Council of Elders listens to. If everyone in the Council of Elders is on good terms with the Myriad Beast sect, then the Council of Elders would belong to the Myriad Beast sect. Because of this, we need to think carefully about contacting other sects and occupying 2 more seats. Zhao Hai couldn't help but look at Li Xuanhua in a new light. He didn't think that Li Xuanhua would be able to think of this. However, Zhao Hai also smiled faintly and said, as long as there is a rule, it doesn't matter how many seats there are in the Council of Elders. We can give them veto power. As long as one of the 9 Supreme Elders doesn't agree, then it would be useless no matter what they say. Because of this, we only need to fight for a few seats. Moreover, the Council of Elders doesn't only have 9 Supreme Elders, we can also increase the number of elders. When the time comes, it would be even more difficult for them to control the Council of Elders. When Li Xuanhua heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare for a moment, but she immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Li Xuanhua couldn't help but nod, then she gave Zhao Hai a thumbs up and said, "Brother is really formidable, you even thought of this point. Alright, then let's do it this way. I think the 2 of us should go and contact people, we must fight for 2 of the 9 Supreme Elders. What do you think?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's natural. Then I'll take my leave first." Li Xuanhua nodded, then she couldn't help but pat her head and said, "Look at my memory. I said that I wanted to invite little brother to drink, but I haven't had a drink yet. I've been busy talking. Come, little brother, here are some bottles of our 100 Flower Valley's 100 Flower wine. I hope you don't mind." After he finished speaking, he took out several jade bottles in his hand. These jade bottles were made of warm red jade. Moreover, they were very exquisite. They looked like blooming red flowers. They were too beautiful. Zhao Hai took the bottles from Li Xuanhua's hand, then he smiled faintly and said, "Then it would be impolite for brother to refuse. I'll take my leave first." Li Xuanhua sent Zhao Hai out of the cave residence. Looking at Zhao Hai's back, the corner of his mouth revealed a mysterious smile. Although Zhao Hai turned around, he still noticed the smile on Li Xuanhua's face. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. The 100 Flower Valley couldn't be compared to the Black Tiger Gang. It would be very difficult for Li Xuanhua to deal with him. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's smile was even brighter than Li Xuanhua's. This was because Zhao Hai didn't have any good intentions when he proposed the Elders' Council. One must know that once the Elders' Council was established, as long as it wasn't monopolized, then a lot of things would be very difficult to decide. And what was the battlefield? It was a place where changes could happen every second. If things couldn't be decided at the fastest speed, then it was very likely that the direction of the war would be decided. If the Elders' Council wasn't united, then they would only lose against the Heavenly Demon Realm. At that time, all the sects in the Northern Strange region would suffer heavy losses. Only the Black Tiger Gang would be able to preserve their strength. When the time comes, the Black Tiger Gang would be able to go all out. As long as they beat back the Heavenly Demon Realm, then no one in the Northern Strange region would be a match for the Black Tiger Gang. At that time, the Black Tiger Gang would officially replace the Myriad Demon sect and become the #1 sect in the Northern Strange region. Naturally, even if Li Xuanhua and the others racked their brains, they wouldn't be able to understand Zhao Hai's plan. Zhao Hai's plan was too vicious. He had included the entire Northern Strange region. This plan would cause countless cultivators to lose their lives. However, Zhao Hai didn't care so much. He wasn't a good person. What he wanted was for the Black Tiger Gang to grow stronger. The life and death of the other sects had nothing to do with him. Zhao Hai didn't return to his cave residence. Instead, he directly sent a letter to Zhang Feng and the others. He told them about the establishment of the Elders' Council. Naturally, Zhang Feng and the others agreed. At the same time, Zhang Feng sorted out all the sects that were related to the Black Tiger Gang. This was what Zhao Hai wanted. Zhao Hai asked for the contact information of these sections. This way, he could contact those sects and get a seat in the Elder Council. At first glance, there were quite a few sects, over 1,000 of them. One must know that in the entire Northern Strange continent, there were only a few tens of thousands of sections. Now, there were over 1,000 sects that had established relations with the Black Tiger Gang. When Zhao Hai heard that there were more than 1,000 sects, he knew that it would be impossible for him to visit them one by one. Therefore, Zhao Hai immediately took out a jade sword message and sent a letter to those sects, telling them to come to him. Zhao Hai also didn't plan to hide it from the Sky Sword sect. He knew that this was the Sky Sword sect's territory. It was precisely because he couldn't hide it that Zhao Hai decided to come in the open. He directly went to the Sky Sword sect and asked them to arrange a large conference room for him. The Sky Sword sect didn't make things difficult for Zhao Hai. They immediately arranged a large cave residence for Zhao Hai. This cave residence looked like a training ground, but it was clearly cleaned. Not to mention 1,000 people, even 10,000 people would be able to sit here. Zhao Hai didn't wait for a long time before the sects that had relations with the Black Tiger gang arrived one after another. Zhao Hai had been waiting at the entrance for everyone to enter the training ground. There were a total of 1,573 people. After everyone entered the training field, Zhao Hai also arrived. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivators and gave them a bow. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Brother, Zhao Hai has seen everyone. Greetings, greetings." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Greetings." The people quickly returned the greeting. Demonic Saber Zhao Hai's name was very famous in the northern strange continent. He was someone who could fight against immortal experts. They didn't dare to neglect him. Although they had some doubts about this, they weren't idiots enough to question Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, this little brother invited you here today to apologize. My words today have disturbed the formation of the alliance. I'm sorry." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, this little brother invited you here today to apologize." When the cultivators heard Zhao Hai, they stared for a moment before they laughed. Then they said that it wasn't strange. Zhao Hai also laughed. Zhao Hai waved his hand and asked everyone to sit down. Then he said, "I invited everyone here today to discuss the matter of the Council of Elders. Does anyone have any opinions?" When these people heard what Zhao said, they began to discuss with their friends. Zhao looked at these people and knew that they wouldn't be able to come up with anything. Zhao couldn't help but smile. "Everyone, I think I'll go first. This time, our Black Tiger Gang's goal is one of the 9 Supreme Elders. I hope that everyone can help us." Zhao nodded and said, "Everyone, I'll go first. This time, the goal of our Black Tiger Gang is one of the 9 Supreme Elders." The cultivators didn't expect Zhao Hai to be so direct, so they couldn't help but stare. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivators and smiled, "Everyone, don't blame me for being direct. This time, I was the one who proposed the Council of Elders. Naturally, our Black Tiger Gang will fight for a seat. Moreover, I plan to add more seats to the Council of Elders. Although these new seats won't have as much power as the 9 Supreme Elders, they can at least play a supervisory role. Moreover, I can represent the Black Tiger Gang to form an alliance with you. As long as our Black Tiger Gang has one of the 9 Supreme Elders, I can guarantee that the benefits of our sects will be guaranteed." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the cultivators began to discuss among themselves. It was clear that Zhao Hai's proposal was very tempting. Zhao Hai looked at these people, then he smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, although this demon slaughtering conference is just the beginning, I think everyone should understand the purpose of the 9 great sects. There's also the Myriad Demon sect and the Wanji sect. The 9 great sects want to use this opportunity to consolidate power in their hands. When the time comes to fight against the heavenly demon realm, they would use us as cannon fodder. Once we're all dead, they would come out and clean up the mess. At that time, not only would they be able to defeat the heavenly demons, they would also be able to smoothly obtain the greatest power in the 9 great sects. Do you want to see such a situation? Especially at this time, we need to band together. Only in this way can we fight against them." The representatives of the various sects quietly listened to Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Everyone, to be honest, the Black Tiger Gang already knew about the Heavenly Demon Realm's invasion. However, we were afraid that you wouldn't believe us. Therefore, the Black Tiger Gang released the news that the Heavenly Demon Realm is about to invade. I don't know if you believe it or not, but you should know that the Black Tiger Gang has been preparing for this invasion for more than a year. As long as we form an alliance, whether it's the Myriad Demon sect or the Heavenly Demon Realm, we don't need to be afraid." When these people heard Zhao Hai, they began to whisper to each other. They didn't think that the news of the Heavenly Demon Realm's invasion would be released by the Black Tiger Gang. This really surprised them. After some time, a sect representative stood up and said to Zhao Hai, "Mr. Zhao Hai, I would like to ask, if you can really get more spots to enter the Elder Council, how would you distribute them?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I can't answer you right now. To tell you the truth, I've already contacted the 100 Flower Valley. We're preparing to compete for the 9 Supreme Elders positions. If we win, then we can have more people join the Council of Elders. But as for how many people we want, I'm still not sure. This is because even if we want to join the Council of Elders, we still need to divide it equally with the 100 Flower Valley's people. Because of this, I can't give you an answer right now. No matter how good my words sound, they're all just nonsense." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't know what to say right now." When the representative heard Zhao Hai, he didn't say anything else. He just nodded and bowed to Zhao Hai before sitting down. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone, I've already said what I wanted to say. You can go back and discuss it. As long as you give me an answer before tomorrow's meeting, I'll be fine." When these people heard Zhao Hai, they nodded. Then they stood up and bowed to Zhao Hai before turning around and leaving. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled faintly but didn't say anything. After Zhao Hai returned to his cave residence, he received jade swords from time to time. These jade swords all agreed to support him in his fight for the 9 Supreme Elders positions. In just one day, Zhao Hai received more than 1,400 jade swords. This made Zhao Hai feel relieved. It seems like most of these people were willing to support Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai then sent a letter to Li Xuanhua. Li Xuanhua replied that he was almost done with his preparations. Zhao Hai relaxed and waited for the next day. In fact, Zhao Hai had placed silver needles on the cultivators who allied with the Black Tiger Gang. He was very clear about their reactions. Most of them supported the Black Tiger Gang. Only a small portion of them didn't support him. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about it. The day quickly passed by. The next morning, the people from the Heavenly Sword sect came to invite Zhao Hai again. Zhao Hai followed the people from the Heavenly Sword sect to the main hall of the Bee Heaven. They were still seated in different areas. The people from the 9 great sects were still sitting on the stage, but their expressions weren't very good. Sure enough, Jian Wuya opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, I want to hear everyone's opinions on the matter discussed yesterday." No one below the stage made a sound. Jian Wuya's sword expression became even uglier. At this moment, a cultivator suddenly stood up and loudly said, "Our Spirit Wind sect supports the Alliance Head system. This battle against the Heavenly Demon Realm is a big matter. Every decision is related to the outcome of the battle. If we establish a council of elders, the battle might be over before the elders finish their meeting. Therefore, I represent the Spirit Wind sect in supporting the Alliance Head system." Just as he finished speaking, someone immediately jumped up and said, "I also support the Alliance Head system. I think the Myriad Demon sect can represent our strange northern continent." This representative was from the strange northern continent. However, Zhao Hai could tell that he was from the Myriad Demon sect. Zhao Hai looked at that person and then at the Myriad Demon sect's representative. He didn't say anything, he just wanted to see what other tricks these people had up their sleeves. Following that, several more cultivators stood up and said that they supported the Alliance Head system. Moreover, there were people from all 9 continents. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. He really didn't know how the 9 great sects became so stupid. Wouldn't their actions cause the other sects to feel even more resentment? Zhao Hai calmly sat there. He wanted to see how these people would continue their act. Sure enough, it didn't take long for a sect's representative to stand up and oppose. The two sides quarreled fiercely. For a moment, the entire hall was as lively as a market. Jian Wuya sat there with an expressionless face. He didn't think that there would be people who dared to oppose him. Moreover, there were people from the middle continent among them. This made him lose face. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai. All the problems were caused by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also noticed Jian Wuya's gaze. He secretly shook his head. To be honest, he was very disappointed with the people from the 9 great sects. At this time, they were still playing the seed game. Zhao Hai suddenly felt irritated. He didn't want to play with these guys anymore, it was too boring. Zhao Hai shook his head. Thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stand up. The moment he stood up, the people in the hall quieted down. Everyone looked at him, wanting to see what he was going to say. Everyone in the hall knew that if it wasn't for Zhao Hai, then the alliance would have been formed. It was because of Zhao Hai that the people in the hall paid attention to Zhao Hai. Seeing Zhao Hai stand up, everyone stared at him, wanting to see what he was going to do. Zhao Hai looked at these people and didn't have any expression on his face. He just shook his head and said, "Everyone, if we don't agree, then there's no need to say anything. Right now, we are in a critical period of fighting against the Sky Demon race. I don't have the time to grind my teeth with you. If you agree to the alliance, then that's fine. Everyone can stay. I'll be returning to the sect first. Goodbye." After he said that, he turned around and left. He didn't even look at Jian Wuya and the others. Jian Wuya and the others had ashen faces. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be so ruthless. They just turned around and left. This made their plan seem like a punch to the air. There was no way they could use their strength. This wasn't all. When Zhao Hai stood up, a large number of sect representatives also stood up and followed Zhao Hai out. When Li Xuanhua saw Zhao Hai's actions, he couldn't help but frown. However, he also stood up and left. When he left, a large number of sect representatives left as well. The entire northern strange continent was suddenly empty. This caused the entire hall to become even more chaotic. People from the other regions also left. The entire conference was in chaos and it seemed like the conference was about to end. Jian Wuya's face turned ashen. He didn't think that things would turn out like this. At this moment, he hated Zhao Hai to death. Just like what Zhao Hai thought, those who stood up and said that they agreed to the alliance were arranged by him. This was because he discovered that there were a lot of small sects in the Middle Holy Continent that were also working together to form an elder council. How could he agree? He made those sects stand up and say that they agreed to the alliance in order to let the other sects know the attitude of the Myriad Sword sect and suppress their arrogance. However, he didn't think that there would be people who dared to oppose. Moreover, Zhao Hai actually did this. Seeing that 1/3 of the people in the hall had already left, Jian Wuya didn't think that the Demon Slaughter Conference would end up like this. Zhao Hai didn't have time to think about this. He was really annoyed. Looking at these people acting one by one, Zhao Hai felt tired. Just as Zhao Hai was about to arrive at the transmission square, Li Xuanhua caught up to Zhao Hai. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother, what you did today was a bit impulsive. You've offended the Sky Sword sect." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I'm annoyed. I wanted to play with them, but I didn't think that they would be this stupid. Now that the Heavenly Demon Realm is invading, they're still wasting time. I don't want to play with them anymore." Li Xuanhua looked at Zhao Hai and shook his head. Then he sighed and said, "Who wouldn't be annoyed? But what can we do? The situation is stronger than the people." Zhao Hai shook his head, then he turned to Li Xuanhua and said, "Leaving isn't a big deal. After I return, I'll form an alliance with the sects that have good relations with us to deal with the Heavenly Demon Realm. However, this alliance is only a loose one. It exists to deal with the Heavenly Demon Realm. Once the Heavenly Demon Realm is repelled, the alliance will be dissolved." Li Xuanhua nodded and said, "That's good. In this situation, forming an alliance is also good. But right now, everyone is sensitive about alliances. It's better to be careful." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at Li Xuanhua and smiled faintly. "Senior brother Li also wants to form an alliance?" Li Xuanhua nodded and said, "The Heavenly Demon Realm is very aggressive this time. It won't be easy for 1 or 2 sects to deal with them." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right. Alright, Big Brother Li, if the 100 Flower Valley is interested, then they can also form an alliance with our Black Tiger gang. After all, more friends means more paths. Moreover, we've offended the Myriad Beast sect and the 9 great sects today. In the future, everyone should stick together." Li Xuanhua laughed and said, "Alright. After I return to the sect, I'll immediately report this matter. I believe that the sect will agree." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I'll also report this matter to the sect. However, I should be able to keep my promise." If the 100-Flower Valley agrees to form an alliance with the Black Tiger Gang, then you can send people to the Black Tiger Gang. Senior brotherly, this little brother will take his leave first. Then he cupped his fist towards Li Xuanhua before he turned around and walked towards the transmission formation. But before he could reach the transmission formation, the representatives of the various sects that were allied with the Black Tiger Gang surrounded Zhao Hai. They had already planned to fight for a seat for Zhao Hai as one of the 9 Supreme Elders. But looking at the situation in the hall today, these people understood that it would be very difficult to establish a system for the Elder Council. These people weren't fools. They could see at a glance that those who were in favor of the alliance were arranged by the 9 great sects in advance. As for those who were against it, it was clear that this wasn't the case. However, if the two sides continued to cause trouble in the hall, then there wouldn't be any results. When the time comes, the 9 great sects would unite and put pressure on the other sects. In the end, the 9 great sects would still be in control of the alliance. It was precisely because of this that these people left the hall with Zhao Hai. They knew that if they didn't withdraw, then they wouldn't have a good ending. This was the Heavenly Sword sect's domain. The Heavenly Sword sect must have known about Zhao Hai's meeting with them yesterday. If Zhao Hai withdraws while they remain in the hall, then once the alliance is established, they would become cannon fodder for the Heavenly Sword sect. These people were very clear about the magnanimity of the 9 great sects. They were close to Zhao Hai, and Zhao Hai ruined the 9 great sects' reputation. These people would certainly deal with Zhao Hai. Those who were close to Zhao Hai would also be dealt with by the 9 great sects. The 9 great sects wouldn't care whether they were in an alliance with Zhao Hai or not. As long as you were with Zhao Hai, then you would be an excuse for them to deal with you. The 9 great sects only needed one excuse to deal with people. This was the domineering aura that the 9 great sects had developed over the years. It was precisely because they knew that the 9 great sects were capable of anything that the representatives of these sects came out with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's intentions were very clear. These people wanted to unite against the 9 great sects. Now that they came out with Zhao Hai, there was nothing wrong with forming an alliance. When the time comes, even if the heavenly demon realm was repelled, as long as their alliance existed, the 9 great sects wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Seeing these people surrounding him, Zhao Hai stopped and smiled faintly. Everyone, this isn't a good place to talk. If you're interested, then after returning to your sect, you can send someone to the Black Tiger Gang to discuss the details. What do you think? Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. When these people heard Zhao Hai, they looked around and saw that this was the territory of the Heavenly Sword sect. They immediately nodded and cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai. Then they entered the transmission formation and returned to their sects. Zhao Hai also entered the transmission array. After adjusting the coordinates of the transmission array, a white light flashed, and he disappeared into the transmission array. However, what Zhao Hai didn't know was that as soon as he disappeared from the transmission formation, a person from the Heavenly Sword sect appeared beside the formation. Then the person from the Heavenly Sword sect who was in charge of the transmission formation quickly went to the person's side. Then the person bowed and said, Elder. The person nodded and said, is it done? Did you send him there? The person nodded and said, yes, Elder can rest assured. The person nodded before he turned around and left. A lot of people saw this scene, but they didn't care. They only saw Zhao Hai leaving through the transmission formation. They didn't know what the two of them talked about. With a flash of white light, Zhao Hai discovered that he didn't appear in the Black Tiger Gang. Instead, he appeared in a subspace. However, what made Zhao Hai feel strange was that this subspace was filled with strong dark energy. This so-called dark energy was actually a kind of inattribute spiritual energy. This kind of spiritual energy was very helpful to ghost cultivators. Naturally, if the dark energy was too strong, then ghost cultivators wouldn't be able to handle it. At this time, a loud explosion was heard from under Zhao Hai's feet. Zhao Hai stared, then he looked down and saw that the transmission formation under his feet had exploded. Although it didn't injure him, the transmission formation was destroyed. Zhao Hai stared, but at the same time, he understood that the Heavenly Sword sect must have plotted against him. The Heavenly Sword sect must have done something to the transmission formation. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. Although this place was filled with yin qi, it didn't affect him at all. To be honest, the yin qi here was far inferior to the yin qi in the space. Zhao Hai looked around the space. It was a gray space. There were only gray soil and stones, there weren't any green plants. Zhao Hai frowned as he looked around. This was a huge space, he couldn't see the end of it. If this was a subspace, then it wouldn't be inferior to the outer realm. Zhao Hai's mind moved as he flew up and looked around. However, because everything was gray, he couldn't see anything. Zhao Hai thought about it and decided to give up on exploring the space. He had to return to the Black Tiger Gang. This was because the other sects would certainly go to the Black Tiger Gang to discuss the alliance. If he went back too late, then Zhang Feng and the others would certainly be worried. Zhao Hai immediately returned to the Black Tiger Gang through the space. As soon as he appeared, he was immediately discovered. The Black Tiger Gang member immediately gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "Senior brother, eldest senior brother said that after you come back, you should immediately go and look for him." "Right, there are people from the other sects who came to our gang." Zhao Hai nodded, then he flew towards Zhang Feng's study. Before long, Zhao Hai returned to Zhang Feng's study. Zhang Feng and Hu Liangchen were sitting inside. The two seemed to be discussing something, their voices weren't very loud. When Zhang Feng saw Zhao Hai, she quickly stood up and said, "Little Hai, you're back. What's going on? Why did you come back later than the other people?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Forget it, don't ask. I can't explain it all in a short time." "How many sects came? What's the situation?" The reason why Zhao Hai didn't explain what he did in the Heavenly Sword sect was because he believed that Zhang Feng and the others already knew about the Heavenly Sword sect. Zhang Feng replied, "Only some small sects came, but all of them are sect masters. These sect masters are also representatives of the Heavenly Sword sect. I already know the general situation from them." "Good, Little Hai, you've done well. With the support of these small sects, we can form our own alliance. We don't need to look at the faces of the great sects anymore. I just didn't expect you to be so powerful, you actually ruined the demon slaughtering conference." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. He just heard from Kair that because too many sects left, the demon slaughtering conference couldn't continue. At that time, the faces of the representatives of the 9 great sects couldn't be good. Zhao Hai also understood why the Heavenly Sword sect wanted to deal with him. He ruined the 9 great sects' plans, and he did it in the Heavenly Sword sect's territory. How could the Heavenly Sword sect just swallow this? Hu Liangchen said, "Let's talk about other things." Now that the Heavenly Demon Realm has opened a spatial channel, their army has officially entered the Northern Strange region. Moreover, they are advancing in multiple directions. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Let's wait for the other sects to arrive before we think about what to do. Right now, we can only deal with one of the Heavenly Demon Army. As for the others, let the Myriad Beast sect deal with them. The Heavenly Demon Realm doesn't care which sect you are from, they just want the entire Cultivation Realm." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Right. Among the Heavenly Demon Army, 2 of them aren't very far from the Black Tiger Gang. 3 of them are very close to the Myriad Beast sect. It seems like we'll have to deal with those 2 by ourselves. The Myriad Beast sect won't help us." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I don't want them to help." Less than a day after Zhao Hai returned to the Black Tiger Gang, the sects that were allied with the Black Tiger Gang sent representatives to the Black Tiger Gang to discuss the matter of forming an alliance. Zhao Hai didn't participate in this matter too much. His current status was still that of a core disciple of the Black Tiger Gang. The one in charge of the Black Tiger Gang was Zhang Feng. It wouldn't be good for him to participate too much. Zhao Hai's attention was now focused on the space that he was teleported to. When Zhao Hai came out of the space, he had Kair investigate it. She was startled when she saw that the space was surprisingly large. Even now, Kair still couldn't find the end of the space. What made Zhao Hai feel strange was that the space seemed to have an endless amount of yin qi. Moreover, there were a lot of undead inside. These undead were very powerful. The weakest of the undead were at least at the transcendence stage. The strongest were definitely stronger than the immortal experts that Zhao Hai had encountered. Unexpectedly, it was another undead space. It was just like the underworld in the past. The only difference was that the underworld had some plants and all kinds of undead. There was even the existence of the Blood River. But now, there was nothing in this space. Everything was gray, there were only undead. Moreover, they were undead that looked like humans. They could be said to be a type of zombie, but because of their high level, they looked like real people. There were no plants or blood rivers in this space. There were only stones, gray soil, undead, qi, and nothing else. After seeing the space, Zhao Hai's interest was piqued. He was even more curious about the space. He wanted to know how it was formed and why it existed. Zhao Hai also tried to capture 2 undead inside the space. Fortunately, as long as the undead entered the space, they would be subdued and become his subordinates. This made Zhao Hai feel relieved. Zhao Hai didn't have any thoughts of swallowing the space. With his current strength, he didn't know how many undead there were inside the space. And these undead were very powerful. If Zhao Hai wanted to subdue them, the price he would have to pay would be too great. It took Zhao Hai 3 days to check the space. During these 3 days, Zhang Feng had also discussed the matter of the alliance with the representatives of the sects. This alliance was named the Freedom Alliance by Zhang Feng. Its main purpose was to deal with the heavenly demons. If the heavenly demons were repelled, then the alliance could continue to exist. However, the people in the alliance could withdraw at any time. In these 3 days, the army of the heavenly demon realm had begun to move around the northern strange region. They had destroyed a total of 10 small sections. All the small sects that dared to block them were destroyed. All the people in the sects who resisted were killed. The cultivators didn't expect the heavenly demon realm to be so ruthless. It seems like the heavenly demon realm didn't intend to leave anyone alive this time. It wasn't only the northern strange region, the heavenly demon army of the cultivation realm was also on the move. In just 3 days, they had destroyed nearly 100 sections. Although these sects weren't large sects, they weren't even mid-sized sections. They could only be considered small sections. However, this speed still made the cultivation realm feel shocked and panicked. 2 people from the sects that came to the Black Tiger Gang's meeting were also attacked. However, when these 2 sects were attacked, they directly moved their people and things to the Black Tiger Gang's base. Their losses weren't that big. 3 days later, the Freedom Alliance was finally established. At the same time, the various sects also agreed to send out their experts to form an alliance army. They would first fight the heavenly demon army head-on and destroy their arrogance. Right now, the heavenly devil army was too arrogant. They simply didn't put the cultivators in their eyes. This made the cultivators hold their breaths. Therefore, Zhang Feng and the others decided to have a good fight with the heavenly devil army first. However, it would take some time for them to mobilize their forces. While they were mobilizing their forces, the 100 Flower Valley actually sent an envoy to pay a visit to the Black Tiger Gang. Zhang Feng and the others didn't expect this. Although Zhao Hai had told them that he had agreed to form an alliance with the 100 Flower Valley, they didn't expect the 100 Flower Valley to actually send someone. The people of the 100 Flower Valley were famous for their arrogance in the northern strange continent. They didn't even give face to the myriad demon sect. But now, they actually sent someone to pay a visit to the Black Tiger Gang. This was the first time this had happened. This time, the leader of the 100 Flower Valley was still the young master of the 100 Flower Valley, Li Xuanhua. Although Li Xuanhua wasn't very famous in the northern strange continent in recent years, the older generation knew that Li Xuanhua was a famous genius in the 100 Flower Valley. He was very strong and had a lot of authority in the 100 Flower Valley. However, as he got older, he focused more on the valley's affairs and rarely went outside. Because of this, Li Xuanhua's status in the 100 Flower Valley was now higher than before. Moreover, because of his management of the valley, he was now a person with real power in the 100 Flower Valley. Compared to before, he was much more impressive. Zhao Hai also knew that Li Xuanhua had come, but he didn't come out. Now that he was in the Black Tiger Gang, this matter would naturally be handed over to Zhang Feng. When Zhang Feng heard that Li Xuanhua had come, he quickly came out to greet him. The 100 Flower Valley was famous for its strength in the northern strange continent. Even if the Black Tiger Gang's strength had increased, Zhang Feng still didn't dare to neglect them. After Zhang Feng and Li Xuanhua greeted each other, Li Xuanhua looked around and then turned to Zhang Feng and said, "Why don't I see junior brother Zhao Hai?" hasn't he come back yet? Zhang Feng smiled and said, Little Hai has some things to deal with right now. We've established an alliance here and are about to go to war with the Heavenly Demon Army. Little Hai is preparing for this matter. Is Mr. Xuanhua looking for Little Hai? Li Xuanhua shook his head and said, Not really. It's just that I had a good chat with junior brother Zhao Hai in the Sky Sword sect, so I wanted to see him. I also gave junior brother Zhao Hai 2 bottles of our 100 Flower Valley's 100 Flower wine. I don't know if he drank it or not. Zhang Feng smiled and said, So that's how it is. Mr. Xuanhua, please. I'll have someone call Little Hai in a while. Then he made an inviting gesture to Li Xuanhua. Li Xuanhua also cupped his fist to Zhang Feng. Then the two walked side by side towards the Black Tiger Gang. On the side, Li Xuanhua was also looking at the Black Tiger Gang's base. Although Li Xuanhua hadn't been to the Black Tiger Gang before, he still knew a bit about the gang's situation. However, he didn't know that the Black Tiger Gang had an underground base like this. Now it seems like Zhao Hai wasn't joking when he said that the Black Tiger Gang was already prepared to deal with the Heavenly Demon Realm's invasion. At this time, Zhao Hai was holding the 2 bottles of wine that Li Xuanhua gave him. Zhao Hai didn't drink it, instead, he gave it to Kai and had Kai divide the 2 bottles. Kai placed the bottles into the universal analyzer. Before long, a prompt was heard, psychedelic wine made from a variety of drugs. It can be regarded as a drug. It has a strong latent effect. Once it becomes latent, the user would be unable to extricate themselves and would be controlled by others. When Zhao Hai heard this prompt, his expression couldn't help but change. His eyes flashed with a cold light. He didn't think that Li Xuanhua would use this wine to deal with him. It seems like Li Xuanhua didn't have any good intentions when approaching him. The most important thing was that this wine was similar to a drug. Using this to control people was much safer than using other things. Moreover, the other party didn't have to worry about betrayal. Of course, this was also the most insidious method. Zhao Hai's figure moved as he walked out of his cave residence. Zhang Feng and Li Xuanhua were still chatting, they didn't even talk about the main topic. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived outside Zhang Feng's study. When the 2 Black Tiger Gang members saw Zhao Hai, they immediately shouted, Boss, Mr. Zhao Hai has arrived. Zhang Feng quickly said, Little Hai is here. Please come in. Zhao Hai pushed the door and walked in. At the same time, a smile appeared on his face. After entering the room, he first gave Zhang Feng a salute. Then he turned to Li Xuanhua and said, I didn't think that senior brother Xuanhua would arrive so quickly. Junior brother didn't greet you because I had something to do. Please forgive me. Li Xuanhua quickly stood up, then he smiled and said, Junior brother is too polite. This time, senior brother took the liberty to come and disturb junior brother. Come, this is senior brother's gift to boss Zhang and junior brother. Then he flipped his hand as 4 bottles appeared in his hand. They were red wine bottles made of warm jade. When Zhao Hai saw the 4 bottles, his face couldn't help but show a big smile as he said, Then I'll have to thank senior brother. After saying that, he took the 4 bottles and turned to Zhang Feng and said, Eldest senior brother, as the gang leader, you don't lack wine to drink. Let me keep your 2 bottles for you first. When he heard Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Zhang Feng had been with Zhao Hai for a long time, so he understood Zhao Hai very well. He knew that Zhao Hai wasn't interested in these things. Now that Zhao Hai took the wine away, there must be a problem. However, Zhang Feng was also a person who had been through a lot, so he didn't show it. He just smiled and said, good. Take it. Zhao Hai smiled as he received the 4 bottles into the space. When Li Xuanhua saw Zhao Hai's actions, his eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on his face. Li Xuanhua understood what this wine was. This wine wasn't the 100 Flower wine that Li Xuanhua was talking about. The 100 Flower wine was a secret wine of the 100 Flower Valley. It was very good for cultivation, and it could also strengthen the body. However, this wine was different. This wine had a very special name, it was called the Snake and Scorpion Beauty. Just by hearing the name, one would know that this wine had a very beautiful taste. It was like a peerless beauty. She would make you feel as if you were floating in the air. However, this beauty had a heart like a snake and scorpion. she would slowly corrode your heart and control your body. Through your body, she would control your thoughts, and finally control everything about you, making you completely surrender to her. It was because of this feature that it had this name. Zhao Hai should feel lucky. This was because the 100-Flower Valley had just made the snake-scorpion wine not long ago. They had only experimented with some furnaces and hadn't really used it on anyone. The reason why Li Xuanhua brought this wine last time was because she wanted to use it when necessary. Since she met Zhao Hai, she gave the wine to Zhao Hai. She wanted to make Zhao Hai the first target of the snake-scorpion beauty. Zhao Hai took the 4 bottles away because he was afraid that Zhang Feng would get excited and drink the wine. But in Li Xuanhua's eyes, this meant that Zhao Hai was deeply poisoned and couldn't leave the snake-scorpion beauty. After Zhao Hai received the wine, the group sat down again. Li Xuanhua looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "Junior brother, I heard that after we left, the demon slaughtering conference couldn't continue. Now, the 9 major sects have formed their own alliances with other smaller sections. Naturally, the 9 major sects alliance is much stronger than ours. But I think the 9 major sects are still holding their breaths. This is because if you didn't come, then they would have been able to unify the cultivation realm." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Junior brother, I heard that after we left, the demon slaughtering conference couldn't continue." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The 9 great sects are too arrogant. I don't like it. Isn't it better for us to form our own alliance?" "Right, senior brother, did you come this time to talk about the alliance? Tell me, what does the 100-Flower Valley want to do with our Black Tiger gang?" When Li Xuanhua heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but laugh. "Junior brother, I like your personality. Very straightforward. Alright, I won't beat around the bush. Our 100-Flower Valley wants to form an offensive and defensive alliance with your Black Tiger gang. Of course, this includes our 2 alliances. What do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Don't ask me about this. I don't care about these things in the gang. You should talk to senior brother." Then he looked at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng smiled faintly at Li Xuanhua and said, "Since Mr. Xuanhua came to form an alliance, then I naturally welcome you. But what does this alliance mean? Mister, please explain." Li Xuanhua replied, "Now that the Heavenly Devil Army has entered the cultivation realm, your Black Tiger gang and our 100-Flower Valley don't want to be controlled by the 9 great sects. Therefore, we have formed our own alliances. But to be honest, the strength of our alliances isn't very strong. At the very least, compared to the alliance formed by the 9 great sects, we are too weak. Now, we have 2 enemies. The first is the Heavenly Devil Army. Regardless of the grievances between us and the 9 great sects, in their eyes, we are all cultivators and should die. Therefore, they won't be merciful to us. The second enemy is the 9 great sects. We have ruined their plans, so the 9 great sects won't let us off. Therefore, they will certainly retaliate against us." At this point, Li Xuanhua paused and looked at Zhao Hai and Zhang Feng's reactions. Seeing that both of them nodded in agreement, he continued, "Our strength is far inferior compared to these 2 sides. Therefore, we need to form an alliance. If one side is in trouble, the other side will provide support. Only in this way can we deal with the Sky Demon Army and the 9 great sections. What do the 2 of you think?" Zhang Feng nodded. Li Xuanhua was right. The current situation was just like what Li Xuanhua said. They already had a great enemy, the Heavenly Devil Army. Now that they have offended the 9 great sects, they naturally have to guard against the 9 great sects. If they can form an alliance with the 100-Flower Valley, then it would be a good choice. Zhang Feng was about to say something when Zhao Hai suddenly opened his mouth. "Elder brother, I think we should ask Uncle Hu's opinion on this matter. You know, Uncle Hu's prestige in the gang is very high. If we don't get his consent, it will be very troublesome." Zhang Feng was about to say something when Zhao Hai suddenly opened his mouth. Hearing Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng's expression couldn't help but change. He knew Zhao Hai too well. Zhao Hai was clearly telling him not to agree. Hu Liangchen was just an excuse. Hu Liangchen was now very concerned about the Black Tiger gang. If Zhang Feng made a decision, then Hu Liangchen wouldn't go against it. Zhao Hai's intention to use Hu Liangchen as an excuse was very obvious. Zhang Feng's expression changed because of Zhao Hai's attitude. Zhao Hai first took away the wine that Li Xuanhua gave him, and now he was stopping the alliance. It seems like Zhao Hai knew something that Zhang Feng didn't. Obviously, Zhao Hai was very wary of the 100-Flower Valley. When Li Xuanhua heard Zhao Hai's words, his eyes couldn't help but flash. There was no one in the northern strange region who didn't know about the internal strife of the Black Tiger Gang. He had also heard of Hu Liangchen's name. Hu Liangchen was a figure of the same generation as him. At that time, Hu Liangchen's reputation wasn't inferior to his own. But later on, Hu Liangchen put more energy into his family's affairs. Therefore, his reputation in the northern strange region disappeared earlier than Li Xuanhua. However, Li Xuanhua didn't dare to underestimate this person. In Li Xuanhua's opinion, Zhang Feng's change in expression was because he was afraid of Hu Liangchen. This made him think of more things. In his opinion, the internal strife of the Black Tiger Gang hadn't been completely settled. On the contrary, the power of the Black Tiger Gang had already fallen. Li Xuanhua couldn't help but be secretly happy. At the same time, he was also observing Zhang Feng's reaction. He saw Zhang Feng's expression change several times before he finally let out a long breath. Then he turned to Li Xuanhua and said, "Mr. Xuanhua, please forgive us. This matter isn't a trivial matter. We need to discuss it with the sex elders before making a decision." Li Xuanhua nodded and said, "This isn't a trivial matter. We need to discuss it properly." Zhang Feng stood up and cupped his fist towards Li Xuanhua. Then he said, "Mr. Xuanhua, please stay in the Black Tiger Gang for a while. As long as we have a decision, I'll immediately inform you." Li Xuanhua also cupped his fist and said, "All right, I'll listen to the gang leader." Zhao Hai also cupped his fist towards Li Xuanhua and said, "Senior brother, please take a rest first. When I have time in 2 days, I'll accompany you for a drink." Li Xuanhua laughed and said, "All right, it's a deal." Then he turned around and left with the Black Tiger Gang's cultivators that Zhang Feng arranged. After Li Xuanhua left, Zhang Feng immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, what's going on? You seem to be very wary of the 100-Flower Valley." Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "Those fellows aren't good people. When Uncle Hu comes, I'll talk about it." Then he sat down. Zhang Feng also sat down. Before long, Hu Liangchen arrived. After inviting Hu Liangchen to sit down, Zhao Hai said, "Last time at the Heavenly Sword Sect, on the first day of the Demon Extermination Conference, I proposed the Elder Council, forcing the conference to disperse. After that, Li Xuanhua came to find me. His intentions were very clear, he supported my approach and agreed to the Elder Council. Moreover, we also talked about the matter of the alliance. Later on, when I was about to leave, he gave me 2 bottles of 100-flower wine. But because of some matters, I didn't touch the 2 bottles. Just now, when I heard that he came, I remembered that there were still 2 bottles. I took one out and studied it. You should know that my divergent ability is to decompose and synthesize the wine. I wanted to see what the wine was made of and what the wine's properties were. But after I decomposed the wine, I discovered that it can actually make people invisible. It's a kind of hidden poison. As long as one drinks this wine, they wouldn't be able to live without it in the future. When the time comes, they would be controlled by the 100-Flower Valley. Because of this, I just took the 4 bottles. Although the alliance with the 100-Flower Valley doesn't seem to have any problems on the surface, I'm still a bit worried. Although the 100-Flower Valley doesn't seem to be a threat to us, it's still a threat to us." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Zhang Feng couldn't help but slap the table and said, "What a good 100-Flower Valley. They schemed against us and want to form an alliance? They must be dreaming." Hu Liangchen pondered for a moment before he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, did you let Li Xuanhua know that you've discovered the use of the wine?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I didn't. I believe that Li Xuanhua doesn't know that I've discovered the use of the wine. He might even think that I've been poisoned." Hu Liangchen nodded and said, "That's good. Then I think we can agree to this alliance. As long as he doesn't suspect Zhao Hai, then he wouldn't suspect us. Isn't this better?" Actually, what Li Xuanhua said is right. We're now facing enemies on both sides, so we need an ally. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I also think that we can form an alliance. Although the 100-Flower Valley schemed against me, I haven't fallen into their trap yet. We can take advantage of this. Moreover, the 100-Flower Valley situation isn't much better than ours. It's true that they want to form an alliance with us. Zhang Feng calmed down, he let out a long breath and said, we can form an alliance, but we have to be on guard against the 100-Flower Valley. Those fellows aren't good people. Zhao Hai sneered and said, those fellows can't do anything. As long as we fight, everything will be easy. Our Black Tiger Gang's only opponents are the 9 great sects and the heavenly demon realm. The 100-Flower Valley isn't qualified. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Zhang Feng and Hu Liangchen couldn't help but stare. Then they felt a sense of pride rise up in their hearts. Right, the Black Tiger Gang's only opponents were the 9 great sects and the heavenly demon realm. The 100-Flower Valley wasn't worthy of being an opponent of the Black Tiger Gang. Hu Liangchen stood up and said, I don't want to see that guy. I'll leave this matter to the two of you. About the alliance, we're about to fight against the Sky Demon race. We can't defend the 100-Flowers Valley at this time. Those guys aren't good people. However, maintaining a good relationship with them will save us a lot of trouble. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Zhang Feng and Zhao Hai nodded. Then Hu Liangchen turned around and left. Zhao Hai looked at Zhang Feng and said, eldest senior brother, I don't want to see that old man either. I'll leave it to you. Then Zhao Hai's figure disappeared. Zhang Feng smiled bitterly and sent someone to invite Li Xuanhua to discuss the matter of the alliance. This alliance was just like an alliance between 2 countries. There was no difference in the alliance leader. The 2 sects were equal. It was just that when one side was in trouble, the other side had to provide support. This was just a simple offensive and defensive alliance. Naturally, Li Xuanhua didn't suspect anything. He then asked Zhao Hai. Zhang Feng told him that Zhao Hai was out on a mission. Li Xuanhua didn't think too much about it. After all, Zhang Feng already said that the Black Tiger Gang was preparing to attack the Heavenly Demon Realm. Zhao Hai was a famous expert of the Black Tiger Gang, so it was normal for him to be busy. However, Li Xuanhua thought that Zhao had been poisoned by alcohol. This kind of alcohol poison was silent, so even the poisoned person wouldn't be able to feel it. This was because alcohol poison wasn't harmful to the human body, and it could even help with cultivation. It just made the person feel more comfortable while cultivating, allowing them to slowly get used to this feeling. In the end, they wouldn't be able to leave this feeling. Li Xuanhua didn't believe that Zhao Hai would discover the secret of the alcohol. Therefore, he didn't suspect anything. There were also a lot of things to deal with in the 100-Flower Valley. Therefore, Li Xuanhua didn't stay. After discussing the alliance with Zhang Feng, he left the Black Tiger Gang. At the same time, the Black Tiger Gang officially entered a state of war. Because the sects that formed an alliance with the Black Tiger Gang weren't too far away from the Black Tiger Gang, the sects that were close to the Myriad Beast sect didn't dare to form an alliance with the Black Tiger Gang. This was because this would offend the Myriad Beast sect. Therefore, the sects that formed an alliance with the Black Tiger Gang were the sects around the Black Tiger Gang. Naturally, this included the Iron Saber sect, the Sinking Sand sect, and the Giant Strength Gang. The Withered Vine sect, which was originally on good terms with the Myriad Beast sect, joined the Myriad Beast sect shortly after the Heavenly Demon invasion, becoming a branch of the Myriad Beast sect. It was precisely because of this that the smaller sects did not object when the Black Tiger Gang proposed to send troops to deal with the Celestial Demon Army. This was because the Celestial Demon Army that the Black Tiger Gang wanted to deal with was one that was closer to the Black Tiger Gang and their sections. Dealing with the Celestial Demon Army was beneficial to all the sections. The Black Tiger Gang attached great importance to this operation. This was their first operation since the establishment of the alliance. They can only win this operation, they can't afford to lose. If they win, the alliance would become more united and the Black Tiger Gang would have a greater say in the alliance. If they lose, the smaller sects would lose confidence in the alliance. At that time, the alliance might even disband. Because of this, the Black Tiger Gang attached great importance to this operation. Not only did Zhao Hai personally lead the operation, the Black Tiger Gang also invited Old Man Black Turtle. Old Man Black Turtle has been with the Black Tiger Gang for some time now. He already had some understanding of the Black Tiger Gang. At first, he thought that the Black Tiger Gang only had one elder expert, Tiger Ding Shan. Moreover, he heard that Tiger Ding Shan hasn't come out for a long time. Thinking about Tiger Ding Shan's age, Old Man Black Turtle understood that Tiger Ding Shan's lifespan wouldn't last long. With his status as an immortal expert, Old Man Black Turtle could be considered a tyrant in the Black Tiger Gang. But before he could make a move, he suddenly discovered that he was locked on by 5 immortal experts. This discovery made the Black Tiger Gang tremble. He discovered that he had underestimated them. Since then, he became more well-behaved and didn't dare to have any bad thoughts. The Black Tiger Gang's strength was just too great. But now, the Black Tiger Gang's strength was too great. Zhao Hai stood on the Hell King's ship. Beside him was a skinny old man. The old man looked at Zhao Hai with a curious expression on his face. This old man was Old Man Black Turtle. Old Man Black Turtle knew about Zhao Hai. There were rumors about Zhao Hai in the Black Tiger Gang. It was hard for him not to know. Old Man Black Turtle's curiosity towards Zhao Hai wasn't only because of this. Immortal experts were considered peak existences in the cultivation realm. Even in great sects like the 10,000 Beast sect, immortal experts would at least be given the status of an elder. Their status was much higher than ordinary elders and core disciples. In addition to their strength, ordinary cultivators would feel nervous when seeing an immortal expert. They would be very respectful. However, Zhao Hai didn't. Old Man Black Turtle could feel that Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of him. Although Zhao Hai treated him with respect, it was because of his age and not because of his strength. This made Old Man Black Turtle very curious about Zhao Hai. Although Old Man Black Turtle was now a supreme elder of the Black Tiger Gang, he couldn't order Zhao Hai around. This was because he didn't have the qualifications to do so. Old Man Black Turtle was very clear about Zhao Hai's status in the Black Tiger Gang. It can be said that although Zhao Hai was still a core disciple, Zhao Hai's status in the Black Tiger Gang was much higher than the Supreme Elder. Because of Zhao Hai's attitude, Old Man Black Turtle was very curious. He wanted to know why Zhao Hai could face him so calmly. Zhao Hai also felt Old Man Black Turtle's gaze. However, he didn't care. He had already lost more than 1 or 2 immortal experts. What was there to be afraid of? Zhao Hai turned his head and looked behind him. Behind him were 100 large artifacts. Some of these large artifacts belonged to the Black Tiger Gang, while others belonged to other sections. However, the Black Tiger Gang had the most large artifacts, with a total of 50. The other sects also had 50 large artifacts. 100 large artifacts didn't seem like a lot, but this war was different from the past. In the past, the strength of the people driving the large artifacts wasn't necessarily very strong. There were also some servants and the like in the large artifacts. Therefore, in the past, there were only about 1,000 people who could fight on each large artifact. But this time, all the people riding the large artifacts were at least experts in the gold core stage. The number of people in each large artifact wouldn't be less than 10,000. In other words, 100 large artifacts were equivalent to an army of 1,000,000 people. Zhao Hai was the commander of this million-strong army, and also the highest commander. However, he could only directly command about 200,000 people from the Black Tiger Gang. As for the people from the other sects, they were under the command of their representatives. Zhao Hai could only give orders to those representatives, he couldn't directly command the people from the other sections. Zhao Hai didn't like this method, but he couldn't do anything about it. Although the other sects had formed an alliance with the Black Tiger Gang, it was impossible for them to fully trust the Black Tiger Gang. They were also afraid that the Black Tiger Gang would use them as cannon fodder. Looking at the large artifacts behind him, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. He saw the Giant Strength Gang's battering ram as well as the Sinking Sand Gang's battering ram. If he could control these large artifacts, then his combat strength would increase by at least 3 times. However, Zhao Hai knew that this was impossible. For the other sects, large artifacts were not inferior to the ultimate weapons of immortal experts. They couldn't be casually controlled. Not to mention controlling them, even viewing them was impossible. This was because each large artifact had its own unique refining method. The Giant Strength Gang's battering ram must have its own unique method of control. However, the Giant Strength Gang wouldn't let the other sects know about this method. This was because once the other sects knew about this method, then they would have a way to deal with the battering ram. This was equal to exposing one's own weakness to the enemy. To be honest, Zhao Hai wasn't confident in leading such a small army to fight against the heavenly demon army. Although he commanded an army of 1,000,000 in the past, at the very least, they were under his command. Now, there weren't a lot of people who were under his command. Zhao Hai turned his head and sighed. The black turtle old man looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What's wrong? What's the matter?" Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the black turtle elder, then he smiled bitterly and said, "Elder, I'm worried about this operation. You also saw it. Although they were under my command, it's hard to say what would happen when they actually fight." The black turtle elder smiled bitterly and said, "Elder, I'm worried about this operation." The black turtle old man had lived for a long time, so naturally, he agreed with Zhao Hai. He turned his head to look at the large artifacts, then he sighed and said, "There's nothing we can do about this. An alliance like this isn't very reliable. It's already very good that we can gather such a large army." The black turtle old man looked at the large artifacts and sighed. Zhao Hai sighed, he didn't think about it anymore. No matter what, he had to prepare for the worst. Laura and the others had already made several emergency plans in the space. Zhao Hai had already thought about it. If these people listen to him, then he'll let them go. If they don't, then he wouldn't care about their life or death. As long as the Black Tiger Gang's strength is preserved, then it would be enough. More than 100 large artifacts moved forward in a mighty manner. Such a huge fleet, no matter where it was, would give people a strong sense of pressure. After flying for a day, Zhao Hai had the large artifacts slow down. This was because they were about to enter the Sky Demon Realm's territory. This time, the Sky Demon Realm's invasion was premeditated. Their method of invasion was also very strange. Their speed of invasion wasn't very fast. When they opened the spatial passage, they began to clean up the surrounding sections. After destroying those sects, they began to establish bases and expand in all directions. Their expansion speed wasn't fast, but all the territories that they occupied were now under their complete control. Most importantly, the Sky Demon Realm didn't leave a single cultivator alive. Because of this, all the cultivators in the territories that they occupied were cleaned up and killed. Although this method was very ruthless, it was also very effective. They killed all the cultivators, causing the Cultivation Realm to lose control of those places. They also couldn't get any information. When the Cultivation Realm and the Heavenly Devil Realm met, they would always be in a state of carelessness. After the fleet slowed down, Zhao Hai immediately sent out a scouting team consisting of 5 large artifacts to scout the periphery of the formation. Naturally, these 5 large artifacts belonged to the Black Tiger Gang. And all of the Black Tiger Gang's large artifacts were controlled by Zhao Hai's undead. Zhao Hai didn't dare send a small number of people to scout the surroundings. This was because it was very likely that they would be destroyed by the Sky Demons. Instead, he sent large artifacts to scout. At the same time, each large artifact carried 10,000 cultivators. This way, even if the Sky Demon Realm attacked, they would be able to defend themselves until Zhao Hai and the others arrive. After sending out the scouting ships, Zhao Hai invited the representatives of the various sects to the Hell King's ship. The Hell King's ship had already prepared a conference hall. The representatives of the various sects arrived one after another. After they entered, they greeted Zhao Hai. At the same time, they gave a salute to Old Man Black Turtle who was sitting on the side. Old Man Black Turtle calmly sat there with his eyes closed as if he was asleep. He ignored the people who gave him a salute. This allowed Zhao Hai to see the status of an immortal expert. Before long, all the representatives arrived. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Everyone, I called you here today because we're about to enter the territory controlled by the Sky Demon race. In other words, a battle might happen at any time. I ask you to return and prepare yourselves." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Everyone, I called you here today because we're about to enter the territory controlled by the Sky Demons." Everyone nodded, then Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "We are now an alliance, and I am the commander of this operation. Therefore, I hope that everyone can cooperate with me. I won't send you to your deaths, but if anyone disregards my orders, then I'm sorry, I will punish them according to military law. At the same time, I will suggest that their sect be kicked out of the alliance and be hunted down. If anyone has any objections to my words, then you can stand up now. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, I'll be the commander of this operation, so I hope that everyone can cooperate with me. When these people heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to say something like this. Although some of these sects weren't weak, if they were kicked out of the alliance and hunted down by the Black Tiger Gang, then their orthodoxy would be destroyed. Most importantly, there was an immortal expert in the room. Moreover, this immortal expert was from the Black Tiger Gang. This made these people dread Zhao Hai. However, a cultivator stood up and looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mr. Zhao Hai, since we're acting together and you're our commander, then we should listen to you. However, how can you guarantee that you'll be fair? Zhao Hai looked at this person. He knew this person, he was a representative of the Sinking Sand sect. The Sinking Sand sect had a conflict with the Black Tiger Gang. Therefore, they were afraid of Zhao Hai's schemes. Zhao Hai replied, our common enemy is the Sky Demons. I won't use the Sky Demons to deal with you. After all, you are also a part of the cultivation realm. If you don't believe me, then I can't do anything about it. You can leave and not participate in this operation. But if you want to stay, then you must follow my orders to the letter. Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai's tough attitude was unexpected. At the same time, they understood that Zhao Hai was right. This time, they would be facing the Sky Demon race's army. If they don't have a unified command, then they might suffer a loss. Because of this, although Zhao Hai's words were tough, these people didn't feel disgusted. Zhao Hai looked at these people and said, more than a year ago, I participated in the Heavenly Demon Martial Exhibition and fought against the Sky Demons. I can tell you with certainty that the Sky Demons aren't easy to deal with. If we aren't careful, then we will definitely suffer a big loss. Therefore, I hope that whether you are willing or not, you will obey my orders. Zhao Hai looked at these people and said, all right. As the fleet advanced, Zhao Hai calmly stood at the bow of the ship as he looked at the distant sky. The Black Turtle Elder had already entered the cabin, leaving only Zhao Hai standing there. It has been a few hours since the meeting. This time, the meeting was successful. Zhao Hai made it clear to the people that if they don't follow his orders, then he would certainly retaliate. Although these people still had some doubts, in the end, they agreed. This made Zhao Hai feel more confident about this battle. Actually, Zhao Hai didn't need to send out scouting ships. He had silver needles, so he knew the situation of the Heavenly Demon Army better than anyone else. However, he had to do this. He couldn't let other people discover anything related to the space. At this time, Kai suddenly said, Brother Hai, the 5th scouting ship has found the enemy. We've already dealt with them. Then a scene appeared in Zhao Hai's mind. The 5th scouting ship was a tiger ship. It was piloted by Zhao Hai's undead. The people on the ship were also from the Black Tiger Gang. Scouting was very important. Regarding people from other sects, Zhao Hai didn't feel relieved. However, at this time, the tiger ship was being besieged by several large artifacts. These large artifacts looked like giant octopuses with their tentacles as their weapons. There were a total of 4 large artifacts, each with 8 tentacles. At this time, Zhao Hai's communicator rang. It was the Black Tiger Gang reporting to him that they were being attacked. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai immediately ordered the fleet to turn towards the direction of the tiger ship. At the same time, he ordered all the warships to prepare for battle. The other 4 scouting ships also approached the fleet. The scouting ships weren't too far away from the fleet. Additionally, Zhao Hai's undead were piloting the tiger ships. These undead were under the command of Laura and the others. Because of this, even if the Heavenly Demon Realm sent 4 large artifacts, they still couldn't do anything to the tiger ships. Before long, Zhao Hai and the others saw the situation on the battlefield. The Heavenly Demon Realm's large artifacts also saw the fleet. They immediately wanted to leave, but they didn't have the opportunity to do so. One of the scouting ships was already entangled. Then, Zhao Hai's Hell King ship also rushed over. When the 4 octopus ships saw that one of them was entangled, the people from the other 3 ships wanted to rescue it. However, after seeing that they wouldn't be able to rescue it, and if they didn't leave quickly, they might not be able to leave. Therefore, the other 3 octopus ships turned around and ran, leaving the entangled octopus ship behind. It can be seen that the octopus ship had been abandoned. At this time, Zhao Hai's Hell King ship arrived at the battlefield. Without saying anything, it immediately rushed towards the octopus island. Zhao Hai had already observed the octopus island's fighting style. The octopus island's impact wasn't very strong. However, its 8 tentacles were very powerful. Each tentacle was equipped with barbs. When the tentacles were brandished, they looked like barbed whips. Their offensive strength was very formidable. The tentacles of the large artifacts were very flexible and fast. However, Zhao Hai could see that there was a pattern to the movements of the tentacles. After all, the octopus ship wasn't a real octopus. A real octopus can have its 8 tentacles move at the same time without hitting itself. However, this wasn't the case for an octopus ship. Octopus ships were controlled by people. In order to have the 8 tentacles move at the same time without hitting each other, a certain pattern was needed. Because of this, although the tentacles looked very flexible, each tentacle actually had its own route. It was a relatively rigid method. Kai and the others had already calculated the movements of the tentacles and found a flaw. Because of this, the Hell King's ship rushed forward. Just as the octopus ship was about to dodge, the Hell King's ship's ram flew out and hit the body of the octopus island's ship. The ram itself had the ability to break the spirit snake needle, so it was able to penetrate the octopus island's ship. Although the octopus ship was a large artifact, it could still fight after being penetrated. However, it could be seen that the octopus ship was still affected. 2 of its tentacles couldn't move. It was already strenuous for the octopus ship to deal with the tiger ship. Now that it was injured and the Hell King ship was in the mix, the situation was even worse. Before long, the octopus ship was covered in scars. At this moment, Zhao Hai's expression suddenly changed. He waved his hand as the tiger ship and the Hell King ship retreated at their fastest speed. The 2 ships retreated about 100 meters before a loud explosion was heard. The octopus ship had exploded. The reason why Zhao Hai retreated was because Kai warned him that the Hell King ship's energy fluctuations suddenly increased. It seems like the ship was about to explode. Zhao Hai trusted Kai's words, so he immediately retreated. Even if they retreated a few hundred meters, the powerful shockwave still caused the Hell King ship and the tiger ship to shake violently. In the end, the shields of the 2 ships were broken. As the shockwave passed, the fleet was also affected. Fortunately, the fleet was still some distance away from the battlefield, so they didn't suffer any losses. After having the tiger ship return to the fleet, Zhao Hai immediately ordered the fleet to move forward. However, the fleet became more careful. Although Zhao Hai sent out scouting ships, they couldn't be too far away from the fleet. They only needed to patrol nearby. While the fleet was moving forward, Zhao Hai was also monitoring the movements of the Heavenly Demon Army. It was clear that the octopus ships were just patrol ships. Now that the Heavenly Demon Army received news that Zhao Hai's fleet had arrived, the Heavenly Demon Army began to move. The Heavenly Demon Army that Zhao Hai and the others were facing was very powerful. There were no less than 500 large artifacts, more than 100 immortal experts, and about 5 million soldiers. Zhao Hai knew about the Heavenly Demon Army's numbers. However, he believed that the Heavenly Demon Army wouldn't send their entire army to deal with them. The Heavenly Demon Army wanted to occupy the entire cultivation realm. Now that the Heavenly Demon Army had built a military base, it was natural for them to leave troops to defend it. Because of this, the Heavenly Demon Army wouldn't send their entire army to deal with them. As long as they didn't send their entire army, Zhao Hai was confident in winning. Sure enough, just as Zhao Hai thought, the Heavenly Demon Realm didn't send their entire army to deal with them. However, it was clear that the Heavenly Demon Realm wanted to deal with them in one fell swoop. Because of this, they sent 200 large artifacts and about 2 million soldiers. Moreover, there were 50 immortal experts accompanying them. Such strength was enough to deal with Zhao Hai's fleet. However, Zhao Hai still wanted to fight. Although the other side had immortal experts, they also had immortal experts. Moreover, Zhao Hai was confident in his large artifacts. He didn't care about other people's large artifacts. The 50 large artifacts of the Black Tiger Gang were all controlled by him. He believed that he could defeat the other party with his large artifacts. What was interesting about the heavenly demon army was that their ordinary soldiers wouldn't enter the large artifacts. Instead, they would fly behind the large artifacts. There weren't a lot of people inside the large artifacts. The two armies slowly approached each other. After about an hour, the two armies could see each other. Zhao Hai immediately gave an order. Therefore, the large artifacts arranged themselves in an attack formation. However, they slowed down as they slowly approached the other side. When the two armies were about 2,000 meters apart, they both stopped. Then from the heavenly demon army's formation, a loud voice was heard, "The person in charge of the cultivation realm, please come out and speak." These words were very impolite. It was as if the other party was calling out to their subordinates. Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "The heavenly demon army is really an outsider. They don't even know how to be polite." His voice spread far and wide, but it was very calm. There wasn't a trace of anger in it. As soon as Zhao Hai's words came out, the heavenly demon army became chaotic. Naturally, Zhao Hai's words angered the other party. If it weren't for the heavenly demon army's rules, then the heavenly demons would have already rushed forward. The voice that spoke before coldly snorted and said, "The cultivation realm is still so arrogant. Do you think that you're the center of the world and that the world should revolve around you? A group of pitiful fellows. In front of the heavenly demon army, you're just a group of ants." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Ants? Your heavenly demon realm has invaded the cultivation realm more than once or twice. When did you get the advantage? Are you saying that the cultivation realm is arrogant? I think the ones who are really arrogant are you heavenly demons, right? Not only are you arrogant, but you've also become arrogant. Great heavenly demon army? Ha ha ha. I really want to know, how great are you? Could it be that he only used his mouth for greatness? Ha ha ha." As soon as Zhao Hai's words came out, the cultivators in the cultivation realm laughed along with the representatives of the other sections. To be honest, looking at the heavenly demon army that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, they were very nervous. But when they heard Zhao Hai's words, the nervousness in their hearts disappeared. At the same time, the smile also made the ill feelings between them and Zhao Hai disappear. Before, when Zhao Hai was in the meeting, he said that they had to obey his orders regardless of whether they were willing or not. Although the representatives of the other sects didn't go against Zhao Hai, they still had some ill feelings in their hearts. But now, with this smile, the ill feelings in their hearts disappeared. The man from the heavenly devil realm snorted angrily and said, "Humph, trying to show off. You cultivators from the cultivation world are the ones who only know how to talk. Today, I will let you know the power of my heavenly devil clan." Then the heavenly demon army's large artifacts began to move. They began to accelerate as they prepared to charge. At the same time, 50 figures flew out from the heavenly demon army. These figures were very fast. As soon as they appeared, they immediately revealed their avatars and rushed towards the cultivation realm's army. These people were all immortal experts. Seeing the heavenly demon realm's army move, Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Good. Black Turtle Elder, please hold the line. All other ships, pay attention. Combat personnel, come out of your ships. Fleet, attack formation, charge." After he said that, Zhao Hai's figure moved as he rushed towards the immortal experts. Inside the space, his figure turned into 100 as he rushed towards the 50 immortal experts. Before long, the two sides clashed. Zhao Hai was fighting 50 immortal experts by himself. However, what everyone saw was 100 Zhao Hai fighting against 50 immortal experts. Moreover, he wasn't in a disadvantageous position. This fighting style was because of Zhao Hai's movement technique. His celestial cosmos transformation was very powerful. Moreover, Zhao Hai had improved this technique. Now, his movement technique had clones added to it. Because of this, he was able to fight against the immortal experts. Zhao Hai's fighting style surprised everyone. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this powerful. Moreover, Zhao Hai's cultivation method was too mystical. However, they didn't forget their mission. The cultivators in the various large artifacts flew out as fast as they could. During this process, the large artifacts continued to charge forward and accelerate. 2,000 meters might seem far, but it wasn't far for large artifacts. However, because the large artifacts were in a static state, it wasn't easy for them to accelerate. Because of this, the Immortal Realm's cultivators had time to fly out of their large artifacts. Before long, the large artifacts of the two realms collided. Zhao Hai's fleet maintained their charge formation while the other side did the same. This time, the two sides were in a head-on confrontation. However, on the Immortal Realm's side, the large artifact leading the charge was Zhao Hai's Hell King's ship. It was impossible for the Heavenly Demon Realm's large artifacts to destroy the Hell King's ship. With a bang, the Hell King's ship smashed the Sky Demon Realm's large artifacts into pieces. The Hell King's ship didn't stop and continued to charge forward. Moreover, its speed was even faster. However, the Immortal Realm's large artifacts weren't as lucky. The Black Tiger Gang's large artifacts were better since they were made by Zhao Hai. On the other hand, the large artifacts of the other sects weren't as good. In this charge, more than 30 large artifacts were destroyed. Naturally, the Heavenly Demon Realm's large artifacts weren't any better. In this charge, they lost about 50 large artifacts. 3 of them were destroyed by the Hell King's ship. The rest were heavily damaged and couldn't fight anymore. The Cultivation Realm's large artifacts were more or less the same. 2 of their large artifacts were completely destroyed. Because they had fewer large artifacts than the Heavenly Devil Realm, 1 large artifact was naturally destroyed after being besieged by the enemy. Although the Cultivation Realm had a small advantage in this battle, it wasn't a big one. At the same time, both sides stopped their large artifacts. They didn't want to let them charge again. Whether it was in the Cultivation World or the Heavenly Devil World, the production of each large magic tool was not an easy task. The destruction of so many large magic tools in a single charge really made both sides feel heartache, so both sides stopped. The cultivators of the Cultivation World and the Heavenly Devils of the Heavenly Devil World finally rushed up and engaged in a chaotic battle. The people of the Heavenly Devil Realm quickly discovered that they had made a mistake. They shouldn't have let 50 immortal experts fight at the same time instead of leaving 1 or 2 behind. Now that the 50 immortal experts were entangled with Zhao Hai, the Black Turtle Elder didn't intervene. The Heavenly Devil Army no longer had any immortal experts. Naturally, no one was a match for the Black Turtle Elder. The Black Turtle Elder was unstoppable in the Heavenly Devil Army. In just a short period of time, both sides suffered casualties. The large artifacts of both sides also came to help. However, the large artifacts were no longer charging, they were now disrupting the other side's formation. However, the people of the Heavenly Devil Realm soon discovered that they had made another mistake. They shouldn't have competed with the Cultivation Realm in terms of large artifacts. They should have used their advantage in numbers to destroy the other side's large artifacts. Even if they suffered heavy losses, they still needed to do so. This was because they weren't a match for the Cultivation Realm in terms of large artifacts. The people of the Heavenly Devil Realm didn't know that if they were facing an ordinary cultivator, they would be able to fight to a draw. They might even be slightly stronger than the other party. But today, they were facing Zhao Hai. More than half of the large artifacts were controlled by Zhao Hai's undead. It would be strange if they didn't suffer a loss. However, nobody noticed that the corpses of the dead heavenly devils disappeared as soon as they hit the ground. On the other hand, the corpses of the cultivators didn't change at all. Some of the dead cultivators seemed to be gently supported by someone's hand when they were about to hit the ground, preventing them from falling to the ground. At this point, Zhao Hai was also startled. Although the astral cosmos transformation was fused with the doppelganger technique, it wasn't the same as the doppelganger technique. The doppelganger technique can create avatars, but the more avatars you have, the weaker your fighting strength would be. If Zhao Hai were to use the doppelganger technique to create 10,000 avatars, then each avatar would only have 1,000th of his strength. On the other hand, the astral cosmos transformation wasn't like this. The astral cosmos transformation used one's body, speed, and spells to create a strange movement technique. Although Zhao Hai had 100 avatars, he was the only one fighting against the immortal experts. He was only using his mysterious movement technique to deal with the immortal experts of the Heavenly Devil Realm. But now, the immortal experts of the Heavenly Devil Realm were slowly adapting to his fighting style. Although Zhao Hai was still entangling them, he was feeling more and more exhausted. However, Zhao Hai still didn't use the Fire God City. He also didn't have Elder Zhu or the 5 elders participate in the battle. He was waiting for an opportunity. In the end, Zhao Hai was no longer able to entangle 50 immortal experts at the same time. 2 immortal experts from the Heavenly Devil realm broke away from Zhao Hai and rushed towards the immortal cultivators. But at this time, 7 figures suddenly appeared in front of the 2 immortal stage Heavenly Devils. As soon as the 7 figures appeared, they immediately attacked the 2 immortal stage Heavenly Devils. The 2 immortal stage Heavenly Devils stared for a moment before they immediately met the attack. But when they fought, they discovered that they weren't the opponents of the other party. This was because the other party was also an immortal expert. It was 7 against 2. Although the 2 immortal stage Heavenly Devils were very strong, they couldn't resist the siege of 7 people. Before long, they were killed. When the 2 immortal stage Heavenly Devils died, they were immediately sent to the space. Then they came out of the space and became Zhao Hai's subordinates. The 9 immortal stage undead immediately rushed towards the immortal experts of the Heavenly Devil realm. The immortal experts of the Heavenly Devil realm also noticed the situation of the 2 immortal stage Heavenly Devils. They wanted to send their clones to save them, but Zhao Hai's attacks suddenly became stronger. Moreover, each of his attacks seemed to be suicidal. It seems like he wanted to make both sides suffer. This way, the immortal stage Heavenly Devils wouldn't be able to save the 2 immortal stage Heavenly Devils. However, they didn't expect that the 2 immortal stage Heavenly Devils would turn into undead and attack them. At this time, the immortal stage demons of the Heavenly Demon realm discovered that the immortal stage cultivators who fought with the 2 immortal stage demons were also undead. No wonder they felt that there was something wrong with the 7 immortal stage cultivators. This discovery startled them. They didn't expect it to be like this. An immortal stage undead? When did such a thing appear in the cultivation realm? However, the immortal stage Heavenly Devils were certain that these immortal stage undead were related to Zhao Hai. However, they didn't have time to think about this. The 9 immortal stage undead had already rushed towards them. And with the addition of Zhao Hai, the immortal stage Heavenly Devils were in a mess. Moreover, the immortal stage Heavenly Devils also discovered something terrifying. The strength of the immortal stage Heavenly Devils wasn't any weaker than the immortal stage Heavenly Devils when they were alive. This was what surprised them the most. At this moment, a Heavenly Devil suddenly screamed miserably as his body fell down. His head had been smashed. It was clear that he wouldn't be able to survive. Many Heavenly Devils were still shocked by the undead. They didn't know what happened. Only a few Heavenly Devils noticed that the Heavenly Devil was smashed to death by Zhao Hai's brick-like large artifact. This made the Heavenly Devils feel insecure. They didn't know what other means Zhao Hai had. In just a blink of an eye, 3 immortal stage Heavenly Devils had died. These were immortal stage Heavenly Devils, not cabbages that could be found on the roadside. The Heavenly Devil realm couldn't afford such a loss. But this wasn't enough. The immortal stage Heavenly Devil that was smashed to death by Zhao Hai reappeared and attacked the other Heavenly Devils. This caused the remaining Heavenly Devils to panic. Although the Heavenly Devils were at the immortal stage and had the advantage in numbers, they still felt a chill down their spine. Although they only faced Zhao Hai and the 10 undead, they were still afraid. This was because they discovered something terrifying. The more they fought, the more enemies they would have to face. On the other hand, their numbers would decrease. Moreover, they might die in the hands of their friends in the next moment. How could they not be afraid? Although these immortal stage Heavenly Devils were from the Heavenly Devil realm, they didn't belong to the same sect. The Heavenly Devil realm was similar to the Cultivation realm. There were many large and small sections. These immortal stage Heavenly Devils came from different sections. There weren't many who came from the same sect. Because of this, it was impossible for these Heavenly Devils to go all out against Zhao Hai. These immortal stage Heavenly Devils were the pillars of their sections. If they died, then their sects wouldn't have any good days ahead. They might be destroyed by other sects in the blink of an eye. The Heavenly Devil realm didn't care about morality. They didn't care how their immortal stage Heavenly Devils died. As long as they died, the other sects would make their move. Because of this, these immortal stage Heavenly Devils didn't want to go all out against Zhao Hai. This was also the reason why Xiao Hai was able to deal with 50 immortal stage heavenly devils by himself. If these immortal stage heavenly devils went all out against Xiao Hai, then even 10 Xiao Hais wouldn't be able to stop him. Now that they saw Xiao Hai's endless means, the immortal stage heavenly devils were killed one by one. In the end, they even became Xiao Hai's subordinates and attacked them. These immortal stage heavenly devils were scared. However, they still didn't retreat. They didn't want to lose face. But at this time, another immortal stage heavenly devil was smashed to death by Xiao Hai's flame god city. Then 2 more immortal stage heavenly devils died to the undead. In the blink of an eye, 3 more experts appeared on Xiao Hai's side while the immortal stage heavenly devils lost 3 more experts. At this time, the immortal stage heavenly devils couldn't hold on any longer. It wasn't known which immortal stage heavenly devil ran first, but as soon as he did, the other immortal stage heavenly devils followed suit. In an instant, the immortal stage heavenly devils disappeared without a trace. The heavenly devil army and cultivators didn't notice the changes in the immortal stage heavenly devils. This was because the battle between Xiao Hai and the immortal stage heavenly devils was still some distance away from the main battlefield. Additionally, the cultivators and immortal stage heavenly devils were already in a frenzy. How could they have the time to pay attention to anything else? However, one person who noticed this was the mysterious turtle old man. Although the mysterious turtle old man listened to Xiao Hai's orders and stayed in the cultivation realm, he was still very concerned about Xiao Hai's situation. After all, Xiao Hai's position in the Black Tiger Gang was very important. He didn't want Xiao Hai to be in danger. Xiao Hai's strength was already beyond his expectations. But as a bystander, he was able to discover Xiao Hai's weakness much earlier than the immortal stage heavenly demons. It can be said that Xiao Hai was relying on his movement technique to deal with the enemy. He could deal with 50 people by himself. But if there was only one person, then Xiao Hai wouldn't be able to defeat them. He could only stall them for a while. It can be said that the result of fighting one person or 50 people was the same. This was the strength of Xiao Hai's movement technique. However, the appearance of the undead surprised the mysterious turtle old man. In the cultivation realm, immortal stage heavenly devils had their own circle. These immortal stage heavenly devils knew each other. No matter how long they had been in the immortal stage, every time a new immortal stage expert advances, they would know that the immortal stage had their own circle. The cultivators below them simply didn't know about this circle. Because of this, the mysterious turtle old man quickly recognized the undead. They were the supreme elder of the Wandering Soul Gang, Elder Zhu of the 10,000 Beast sect, and the 5 color-changing elders. They were all famous immortal experts. It was impossible for him to not recognize them. It turned out that the rumors were true. When the Black Turtle saw Elder Zhu and the others, he immediately thought of a rumor in the cultivation realm. It was said that when Xiao Hai fought against the Wandering Soul Gang, he killed their immortal stage supreme elder. Naturally, this was only one of the rumors. Another rumor was that when Xiao Hai attacked the Wandering Soul Gang, he encountered 2 immortal stage experts and killed them. When the first rumor came out, nobody believed it. This was because people thought that the immortal experts of the Wandering Soul Gang were killed by the immortal experts of the Black Tiger Gang. Nobody believed that Xiao Hai was the one who killed the immortal expert. Everyone thought that Xiao Hai being able to resist an immortal expert for some time was already very good. As for the second rumor, nobody believed it. In their opinion, the second rumor was complete nonsense. What kind of existence were immortal stage experts? In the entire continent, they were the ultimate force. They were the symbol of invincibility. Only immortal stage experts were able to kill other immortal stage experts. They had never heard of a transcending tribulation expert killing an immortal stage expert. It was simply impossible. But now, the Black Turtle believed the rumor. Xiao Hai's undead were killed by him. From the fact that he was able to deal with 50 immortal stage heavenly demons, one could see how powerful he was. When the Black Turtle saw how Xiao Hai killed the immortal stage heavenly demons and turned them into undead, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He was truly afraid. He now understood why the Black Tiger Gang didn't care about his status as an immortal stage expert. With a monster like Xiao Hai around, there was nothing wrong with accepting him. The Black Turtle secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he didn't do anything excessive and offended the Black Tiger gang. Otherwise, he would have turned into an undead by now. At this time, the immortal stage heavenly demon experts had been defeated. Xiao Hai received his immortal stage undead and then flew towards the battlefield. The black turtle looked at Xiao Hai with awe. Xiao Hai also looked at the black turtle and nodded. However, the black turtle understood what Xiao Hai meant. The others didn't pay attention to Xiao Hai's battle. Therefore, they didn't notice that Xiao Hai had turned the immortal stage heavenly demons into undead. It seems like Xiao Hai didn't want too many people to know about this matter. After thinking about this, the black turtle immediately understood what he had to do. It would be best for him to keep his mouth shut, the tighter the better. Xiao Hai returned to the Hell King's ship along with the black turtle old man. Looking at the battle going on, the black turtle old man said, "Mister, we've suffered a lot of losses while the other side also suffered a lot of losses. Overall, it's a tie. Our large artifacts are more useful to the cultivators while the other side has more people." Xiao Hai nodded, then he said, "We need to finish the battle quickly. After the immortal experts return, the heavenly demon realm might send reinforcements." "That would be bad." Xiao Hai nodded and said, "All right." The black turtle old man nodded and said, "Do you want me to go all out? I think we should be able to defeat them quickly." Xiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "No need, leave it to me. You want to compete with me in numbers? Haha, what a joke." After he said that, Xiao Hai waved his hand as a large number of undead appeared around Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai waved his hand as the undead rushed towards the heavenly demons. The sudden appearance of the undead made both sides sober up. The heavenly demons discovered that their immortal stage experts had disappeared. And Xiao Hai was still standing on the Hell King's ship, attacking them. This caused the heavenly demon army to panic. Even if they were idiots, they understood that their immortal stage demons had been defeated by Xiao Hai. Although they didn't know how Xiao Hai defeated the immortal stage demons, Xiao Hai's strength had been proven. This caused them to panic. Although there were a lot of heavenly demons, they knew that they couldn't block the attack of an immortal expert. Now, not only was Xiao Hai standing there was also an immortal expert beside him. This was what the heavenly demons were worried about the most. Xiao Hai and the immortal experts weren't afraid of each other. But soon, the heavenly demons were even more startled. They discovered that the undead were very powerful. It was very strenuous for them to deal with the undead. Most importantly, the undead were in neat formations. When they fought, their formations would constantly change. Although the heavenly demons were stronger than the undead, they couldn't do anything to the undead. Most importantly, the undead's attacks were very effective against the heavenly demons. At this time, the attacks of the cultivators became even more fierce. This was because they saw Xiao Hai and also discovered that the immortal stage demons of the heavenly demon race had been defeated. This caused their morale to soar. Naturally, their attacks became more fierce. Under this situation, the heavenly demon army was finally in chaos. Moreover, this chaos was slowly spreading. And this was what Xiao Hai wanted to see the most. Xiao Hai understood. To put it bluntly, the situation of the heavenly demon army was similar to theirs. The heavenly demon army was also composed of various sections. In general, it was similar to Xiao Hai's army. It's just that the heavenly demon army had undergone systematic training, making them more coordinated. Now that an accident had happened, those people would also feel afraid, because these people were also the elites of the various sects in the heavenly demon realm. If they lost too much, their sects would be unable to recover, which was something that no heavenly demon wanted to see. Xiao Hai looked at the heavenly demon sect and smiled. Then he turned to the Black Turtle Elder and said, "Elder Black Turtle, please make a move and defeat them in one fell swoop." The Black Turtle Elder also noticed the changes in the battlefield. At this time, he admired Xiao Hai even more. When he heard Xiao Hai, he couldn't help but nod. Then his figure moved as he turned into a giant turtle and rushed towards the heavenly demon realm. The Black Turtle Elder was a veteran immortal expert. Although his offensive strength wasn't as strong as his defensive strength, he was still very strong compared to ordinary transcending tribulation experts. When he rushed over, none of the heavenly demon realm's people were able to resist. The heavenly demon realm's people became even more flustered. But strangely, they didn't run away. Some of the Heavenly Demon Realms people were still organizing people to block the undead and the Black Turtle Elder. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. This situation was beyond his expectations. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the Heavenly Demon Realms people. After some time, he discovered that some of the Heavenly Demon Realms people were wearing special armor. Their armor was different from the other heavenly demons. Their armor was blood red in color. Moreover, they rarely made a move. They just stood there, behind a group of Heavenly Demon Realm cultivators. They didn't command the battle, they just stood there as if they were doing nothing. However, when the panicked heavenly demons saw these people, their expressions changed. In the end, they had no choice but to brace themselves and continue to fight the undead. Supervisors. These words immediately flashed in Zhao Hai's mind. These red-armored heavenly demons must be supervisors. Zhao Hai didn't expect the Heavenly Demon Realm to have supervisors in their army. No wonder the Heavenly Demon Realm's army was still persevering in this situation. Zhao Hai coldly snorted. His figure moved as his law idol appeared. Then he rushed towards the Heavenly Demon Realm's army. This time, his target was the red-armored supervisors. The red-armored supervisors weren't much stronger than the other heavenly demons. Naturally, they couldn't be Zhao Hai's opponent. One by one, the supervisors were killed by Zhao Hai. At the same time, the heavenly demons who couldn't see the supervisors seemed to have lost their last shred of scruples and became even more flustered. With the pursuit of Zhao Hai and Old Man Black Turtle, the Heavenly Demon Realm's army became even more flustered. Finally, there were deserters. Deserters would cause a chain reaction. Soon, a large number of heavenly demons began to flee. Seeing people fleeing, Zhao Hai and the others' attacks became even more fierce. This caused even more of the Heavenly Demon Realm's people to flee. Even the Heavenly Demon Realm's large artifacts began to retreat, not to mention the ordinary soldiers. Finally, after Zhao Hai killed more than 100 heavenly demons from the supervisors, the Heavenly Demon Realm's army began to collapse on a large scale. Everyone ran desperately. No one wanted to stay. At this time, what the people of the cultivation world had to do was very simple. Chase. What they had to do was to chase. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to give these people too much of an opportunity. After they chased for a while, Zhao Hai ordered everyone to retreat. Then he took all the cultivators who died in battle. The intact large artifacts carried the damaged large artifacts and slowly retreated. The reason why Zhao Hai did this was because the Heavenly Demon Realm's reinforcements had arrived. Moreover, these reinforcements included immortal experts as well as large artifacts. If they didn't retreat at this time, then it was possible that the reinforcements from the Heavenly Demon Realm would attack them. When that time comes, they would be the ones to retreat. The army returned to the large artifacts and slowly retreated. At the same time, Zhao Hai sent a letter to Zhang Feng and the others, informing them about the situation at the front lines. In this battle, they had killed 150,000 enemies while their side had lost 50,000. This was a 3-to-1 loss ratio. It wasn't low, but it wasn't high either. One must know that they were facing the sky demons, so their losses weren't high. Naturally, the dead heavenly demons were also turned into undead by Zhao Hai. As for the dead cultivators, he didn't touch them. He planned to bury them after he brought them back. No matter what, these people were his comrades. Although he wanted more undead, he didn't want to touch their corpses. This was actually a probe. It wasn't the Freedom Alliance's probe of the Heavenly Demon Realm, but the other sect's probe of the Black Tiger Gang. These sects wanted to see how strong the Black Tiger Gang was. They wanted to see if the Black Tiger Gang would use this opportunity to attack their former enemies. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't bring many experts with him. The only immortal expert was Old Man Black Turtle. The other sects also didn't send core disciples, they were only inner disciples. This time, Zhao Hai did a great job. Although he lost a third of his troops, he was able to defeat the Heavenly Demon Realm's 2 million troops with 200 large artifacts and 50 immortal experts. Such a victory could be considered a great victory. Such a victory didn't just give them some spoils. Most importantly, it gave the other sects confidence. This made the other sects more determined to stand with the Black Tiger Gang against the Heavenly Demon Realm's army. After all, the Freedom Alliance formed by the Black Tiger Gang was a very loose organization. If the Black Tiger Gang didn't show that they could defeat the Heavenly Demon Realm, then the other sects would consider joining the alliance of the 9 great sections. Although it was possible for the 9 great sects to plot against them, it was still better than being destroyed. People in the cultivation realm were selfish. They would always think about themselves first. Their own interests and the interests of their sections. Everything else was fake. When Zhao Hai and the others left, a lot of sects went to the Black Tiger Gang to wait for news. They were afraid that their sects would suffer heavy losses, especially the smaller sections. After the battle, Zhao Hai invited the representatives of the various sects to the Hell King's ship. These people were much more well-behaved compared to the last time. Last time, they weren't convinced that Zhao Hai was the leader. After all, they didn't see how strong Zhao Hai was, they only heard rumors. However, they didn't believe in rumors. Therefore, they wanted to challenge Zhao Hai's position. But after the battle, they became honest. Zhao Hai was truly strong. He was able to face 50 immortal stage heavenly demons alone. Although they didn't know why those immortal stage heavenly demons were defeated, this was enough to show Zhao Hai's strength. Facing such an expert, they didn't dare to be arrogant. After inviting everyone to the Hell King's ship, Zhao Hai looked at the well-behaved people. He understood why they were so well-behaved. After all, the cultivation realm was a place where strength spoke. Zhao Hai showed his strength and naturally won the respect of these people. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Everyone, we won this battle. Although we sacrificed a lot of people, we still defeated the heavenly demons. The heavenly demons aren't that great. They can die, they can be defeated, and they can run away. We can defeat them and even conquer the heavenly demon realm." The cultivators quietly listened to Zhao Hai's words. If Zhao Hai said this in the past, a lot of people would snort at him. But now, nobody raised any objections. They even felt their blood boiling. This was because they won. Zhao Hai looked at the blushing faces of these people and said, "I want to thank everyone. If it weren't for your cooperation, we wouldn't have been able to defeat them. You're all heroes. This Zhao Hai thanks you." Then he gave everyone a salute. These people quickly stood up and returned the salute to Zhao Hai. Some of them even said, "Mr. is too polite." Zhao Hai stood up and waved his hand. After inviting everyone to sit down, he opened his mouth and said, "How can we defeat the heavenly demons of the heavenly demon realm? It's because of our unity. As long as we stick together, no matter if it's the heavenly demons of the heavenly demon realm or the great sects, nobody would dare to bully us. Because of this, I hope that everyone can be as united as today. Only in this way can we not be afraid of anyone." Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai continued, "We didn't get a lot of spoils from killing the sky demons this time, we only got some damaged large artifacts. But that doesn't matter, we'll get more good things in the future. Once we return, we'll have to repair these large artifacts. They will be our spoils of war, the best spoils of war." Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Everyone roared with laughter. The atmosphere became more and more lively. At this time, Zhao Hai took out some spirit wine and said to everyone, "Today, I'll be going out. I invite everyone to have a celebratory drink. But you have to save some for me. If I go bankrupt from drinking, then I'll have to go to your place to eat and drink." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but laugh. Their reverence for Zhao Hai decreased slightly, but their closeness to him increased. Everyone ran over to grab the wine. For a moment, the atmosphere reached its climax. All of this was seen by another person standing on the side. This person was the mysterious turtle old man. This time, the mysterious turtle old man didn't sit next to Zhao Hai like last time. This time, he just stood in the corner and quietly watched Zhao Hai. He watched as Zhao Hai manipulated the emotions of the cultivators. In the end, the cultivators had a good impression of him, and the grudges in their hearts disappeared without a trace. Looking at the cultivators who were grabbing the wine, the mysterious turtle old man couldn't help but sigh. He was now very surprised by Zhao Hai's ability. Not only was his strength incomparable, but his ability to command and fight was also superior. Even his handling of the situation after the battle was excellent. Such a person, no matter which sect he was in, would be an extraordinary existence. He now understood why the Black Tiger Gang was so respectful to Zhao Hai. The mysterious turtle old man was even sure that the change in the Black Tiger Gang was related to Zhao Hai. After drinking with these people for a while, Zhao Hai let them go back. At the same time, the army entered the area controlled by the Cultivation realm. Zhao Hai was worried that the Heavenly Demon realm would retaliate. Therefore, he had the small sects between the Cultivation realm and the Heavenly Demon realm prepare to retreat at any time. At the same time, he took 500,000 people and 50 large artifacts to guard the area. He had the others return to the rear to recuperate. At the same time, he had the rear send reinforcements. Zhao Hai was very clear that the war between them and the Heavenly Demon realm wouldn't end with just 1 or 2 battles. That was unrealistic. This would be a long war. It would be a battle of strength, resources, and manpower. Now, Zhao Hai had the small sects leave in order to not let them suffer too many losses. After all, these small sects were also a force. Moreover, when they left, they would certainly take away all the cultivation resources. These things wouldn't be obtained by the Heavenly Demon realm. This way, the Heavenly Demon realm wouldn't be able to replenish themselves from the Cultivation realm. What Zhao Hai wanted to do now was to make sure that the Heavenly Demon realm wouldn't be able to obtain cultivation resources so easily. This way, they would be able to slowly wear down the Heavenly Demon realm until the Heavenly Demon realm couldn't take it anymore and retreated. Only then would they be considered victorious. Zhao Hai wasn't only paying attention to the battle between himself and the Heavenly Demon realm. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the battle between the 100 Flower Valley Alliance and the 10,000 Demon Sect Alliance. However, to Zhao Hai's disappointment, these two alliances still haven't clashed with the Heavenly Demon realm. The 100 Flower Valley Alliance and the 10,000 Demon Sect Alliance seem to be mobilizing their forces. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others had to face 2 Heavenly Demon armies, totaling about 7 million people. Besides the Heavenly Demon army, there was another Heavenly Demon army that wasn't far from Zhao Hai's territory. However, this Heavenly Demon army only had 2 million people and didn't have a lot of immortal experts. For the time being, Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about them. However, having such an army wasn't a good thing. As long as they were there, Zhao Hai and the others would have to divert their forces to deal with them. On the other hand, the 100 Flower Valleys Alliance was facing 6 million Sky Demons. However, the Sky Demon army didn't divide its forces. It was just a single army that was stationed there, confronting the 100 Flower Valleys Alliance. Both sides didn't seem to have any intention to attack. This made Zhao Hai surprised. Finally, there were the enemies that the 10,000 Demon Sect Alliance had to face. The 10,000 Demon Sect Alliance had to face 5 enemies with 15 million people. It was clear that the Heavenly Demons had done a lot of preparations before the invasion. They also knew which sect was the strongest in the Northern Strange continent. The entire army of the Heavenly Devil realm in the Northern Strange region was nearly 30 million. This number was really terrifying. But speaking of which, the number of people that could be mobilized in the world of cultivation was definitely not small. This was a head-on collision between 2 big planes. Naturally, sparks flew everywhere and it was very intense. Zhao Hai and the others had to face 5 million enemies while he only left 500,000 people behind. The ratio of 1 to 10 seemed to be too small. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. They were now in the territory controlled by the Freedom Alliance. Here, they could replenish their forces at any time. Moreover, if they win this time, Zhang Feng would certainly send reinforcements to support them. There were a lot of small sects in their area. Even if these small sects evacuated, Zhao Hai would still have them leave behind their transmission formations. With the transmission formations of these small sects, the reinforcements would be able to reach them in the shortest time possible. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of the 5 million enemy army. Moreover, the number of undead in Zhao Hai's space had increased. He wasn't afraid of the Heavenly Demon army. However, now wasn't the time to reveal all of his strength. Zhao Hai faintly felt that something was wrong. Which of the Cultivation realm's great sects weren't sly old foxes? Could it be that they couldn't see the threat of the Heavenly Demon realm? Since they were able to see through it and even tried to seize power, then this matter was very strange. Was there something behind this that Zhao Hai didn't know? Zhang Feng had already received Zhao Hai's report. At this time, he and Hu Liangchen were sitting in his study. They were excitedly holding the jade sword message that Zhao Hai sent back. Hu Liangchen's face was also filled with excitement. Obviously, he also knew the contents of the jade sword message. Looking at Zhang Feng's expression, Hu Liangchen couldn't help but chuckle. Then he said, "Boss, shouldn't we inform the representatives of the other sects about this?" Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, "I don't think it's necessary. I'm afraid that they already know about it. Maybe they'll even visit us right now. I don't believe that the people from their sects wouldn't inform them about this." Good, Zhao Hai did a good job this time. Hu Liangchen's face was also filled with joy. However, he was still a person who had experienced many storms. Although he was happy, he was still very calm. He said, "This time, Zhao Hai sent half of the people back to recuperate. There are only 500,000 people left in the front. It's too dangerous. I think we should immediately organize reinforcements. The heavenly demons won't just give up." The joy on Zhang Feng's face also faded. He nodded and said, "Right, it's time to support Zhao Hai. It's too dangerous for 500,000 people to stay there. They'll have to face an army of 5 million. Hu Liangchen nodded. At this time, a voice was suddenly heard from outside, reporting to the boss. The Iron Saber Sect, Sinking Sand Sect, Giant Strength Gang, Ghost Spirit Sect, Bone Armor Sect, and many other sects have jointly requested an audience. Zhang Feng turned to Hu Liangchen and said, "Look, they're here. These fellows' noses are very sharp. It's time for them to bleed a little." Hu Liangchen nodded and said, "It's time for them to bleed a little. Now that we've officially clashed with the Heavenly Demon Sect, if they don't send reinforcements, then it would be a bit unreasonable. Let's go and see them." Zhang Feng nodded, then she stood up and walked out with Hu Liangchen. Naturally, it was impossible for Zhang Feng to meet these people in her own study. Although her study was very big, she would only meet these people in the study when discussing the matters of the Black Tiger Gang. Naturally, she would have to meet these people in a special conference hall. When Zhang Feng and Hu Liangchen arrived at the conference hall, there were already several hundred sect representatives sitting inside. These representatives had a happy expression on their faces as they sat there discussing something. Upon seeing Zhang Feng and Hu Liangchen come in, these people immediately stood up and gave a salute to Zhang Feng and Hu Liangchen. The two knew that these people were being polite to them because of Zhao Hai's victory outside. However, the two calmly accepted it, they didn't feel uncomfortable. After all, Zhao Hai represented the entire Black Tiger Gang. Zhang Feng and Hu Liangchen arrived at the front of the conference room and sat down. Zhang Feng waved his hand, causing the people below to slowly calm down. Then Zhang Feng said, "Everyone, I think you've already received the news. This time, Zhao Hai led the Free Army to fight against the Heavenly Demon Army. They won the first battle. For us, this is definitely good news. This battle has shown the might of the Cultivation realm, letting the Heavenly Demon realm know that cultivators aren't to be trifled with." Everyone loudly cheered as they vigorously clapped their hands. Just like Zhang Feng said, the invasion of the Heavenly Demon realm was like a boulder that pressed down on everyone's hearts. But now, this boulder had slightly loosened. This was because this victory allowed the cultivators to see that the Heavenly Demon realm wasn't invincible. Zhang Feng clapped along with the others, then she waved her hand and waited for everyone to stop. Then Zhang Feng said, "Right now, half of the First Legion's troops are on their way back. We need to increase the number of reinforcements in the front. What do the representatives think?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes." The representatives of the various sects knew that Zhang Feng would definitely mention this point, and this was exactly what they wanted to say. How could they be at ease when there were only 500,000 soldiers confronting the Heaven Devil Race's army? If the Heavenly Demon Army really entered the territory controlled by the Freedom Alliance, then they would also be in trouble. Therefore, these people didn't oppose, but they also didn't agree. This was something that Zhang Feng didn't expect. He looked at these people and said, "Everyone, the Free Army is facing an enemy army of 5 million. We have no choice but to defend ourselves. Therefore, I suggest that each sect form an army of 3 million people and send them to the front. This army would be integrated into the Free Army and defend against the Heavenly Demon Realm's attack. At the same time, form a second army of no less than 1.5 million people to confront the nearby Heavenly Demon Army. What do you think? The representatives of the various sects discussed in a low voice. To be honest, they didn't have any opinion about Zhang Feng's proposal. The number of reinforcements that Zhang Feng proposed was also within the range that they could accept. However, they couldn't make a decision on this matter. At this time, the representative of the Iron Saber sect stood up and bowed to Zhang Feng and Hu Liangchen before he said, "Sect Master Zhang, Elder Hu, we agree with this matter. However, the final decision will be made by our sect master. Therefore, I want to report this matter to the sect master. But please rest assured, I will also inform the sect master of my opinion." The representatives of the other sects also had the same opinion. Zhang Feng looked at these people and couldn't help but sigh. He couldn't wait to send reinforcements to Zhao. This was because he was afraid that after a long time, something would happen to Zhao. However, although he was the leader of the Freedom Alliance in name, he had no control over the sects. Therefore, he couldn't stop the representatives of the various sects from reporting to the sect master. However, this would delay a lot of time. A lot of unpredictable things could happen on the battlefield. Because of this, after listening to the representatives, Zhang Feng said, "I understand, but you should also know that on the battlefield, time is life. A lot of the disciples of the various sects are on the front lines. 500,000 against 5 million. You should know this better than me. Therefore, I hope that when you report this matter to the sects, you can get them to reply as soon as possible. Otherwise, if something happens on the front lines, it wouldn't just be our Black Tiger Gang's problem." Everyone nodded. Just as Zhang Feng was about to say something, an astonishing aura suddenly came from the depths of the Black Tiger Gang's base. Zhang Feng stared for a moment before his expression changed. This aura was clearly the aura of an immortal expert. But right now, there shouldn't be any immortal experts in the base. Did an enemy immortal expert break into the base? Thinking of this, Zhang Feng immediately stood up and turned to look at Hu Liangchen. Hu Liangchen also had a bewildered look on his face. Obviously, he was also confused by this aura. The two thought that someone had broken into the base, but they quickly rejected this idea. This was because the aura came from the base. The Black Tiger Gang's base had defensive measures in place. Even an immortal expert wouldn't be able to enter. So how could an immortal expert's aura appear? Suddenly, the two thought of something. Their bewildered expressions turned into pleasant surprise. Zhang Feng turned to the sect representatives and said, "Everyone, there's an emergency in the Black Tiger Gang. Please return to your cave residences and report the matter of the reinforcements. We need to deal with it immediately." The sect representatives weren't fools. They also felt the aura of an immortal expert. Naturally, they knew that something must have happened in the Black Tiger Gang. But looking at Zhang Feng's expression, it seems like it was a good thing. If the aura of an immortal expert was a good thing, then it meant that someone from the Black Tiger Gang had advanced to the immortal stage. And it wasn't hard to guess who it was. It must be the former leader of the Black Tiger Gang, Tai Zhantian. Tai Zhantian's seclusion to reach the immortal stage wasn't a secret in the northern strange continent. Many people knew about it. But since Tai Zhantian failed, everyone gradually forgot about it. Now it seems like Tai Zhantian had succeeded in reaching the immortal stage. This situation was very important. It must be known that the Black Tiger Gang's Freedom Alliance was made up of small and medium-sized sects. Some of these small and medium-sized sects didn't have immortal experts at all. Even if they did, they only had 1 or 2 immortal experts. Now that the Black Tiger Gang had an immortal expert, their strength had increased by a lot. It was hard to say what kind of impact this would have on the Freedom Alliance. Since they had to report this situation to their respective sects, the sect representatives didn't stay for long. They quickly returned to their cave residences and took out jade sword messages. They reported the reinforcements as well as Tai Zhantian's ascension to the immortal stage. At this time, Zhang Feng and Hu Liangchen were already heading towards the depths of the Black Tiger Gang's base. Along with them, there were also other powerful figures in the Black Tiger Gang. Their thoughts were the same as Zhang Feng and Hu Liangchen's. They all wanted to know if this aura came from Tai Zhantian. If it was, then the Black Tiger Gang's strength would increase once again. Before long, everyone arrived at the place where the aura came from. Upon seeing the aura, Zhang Feng and the others couldn't help but feel happy. This was because this was Tai Zhantian's cave residence. The immortal expert's aura became stronger and stronger before it finally converged and disappeared. Although Zhang Feng and the others weren't immortal experts, they still knew about this. They knew that this aura came from Tai Zhantian when he first entered the immortal stage. At that time, Tai Zhantian wasn't able to control his aura. He had to wait until he was able to control his aura and hide it before stabilizing his immortal stage. Before long, the powerful aura completely converged. Then a voice was heard from the cave residents, "You're all here. Come in." Zhang Feng and the others quickly entered the cave residence. Inside the cave residence, a tall man was sitting there with a smile on his face. He was Tai Zhantian. Tai Zhantian looked at everyone and smiled. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly frowned and said, "Why didn't little Hai come? Did something happen?" Because Tai Zhantian was in seclusion, he didn't know about the outside world. Because of this, when he saw that Zhao Hai didn't come, he thought that something had happened. Zhang Feng quickly told Tai Zhantian about what happened in the past year. Naturally, she also told Tai Zhantian that Zhao Hai was currently leading his troops outside and didn't have time to come back. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Tai Zhantian couldn't help but sigh and said, "It really came. This time, the invasion of the Heavenly Devil Domain is definitely a catastrophe for the cultivation world. I don't know how many small sects orthodoxies will disappear." Zhang Feng replied, "Martial uncle, Zhao Hai is currently leading his troops outside. We're thinking of sending reinforcements from other sects to support him. Martial uncle, since you've come out of seclusion, then I'll leave the matters of the sect to you." When Tai Zhantian heard Zhang Feng, he couldn't help but smile and said, "What's wrong? You don't want to be the gang leader anymore? Did you forget that I'm already at the immortal stage? According to the rules of the Black Tiger Gang, I'm now a supreme elder. It's impossible for me to be the gang leader. So I'll leave the Black Tiger Gang to you. From today onwards, you'll be the official gang leader." Ha ha ha. Kid, you want to quit? If you don't want to be the gang leader, then what else do you want to do? When Zhang Feng heard Tai Zhantian, she couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Martial uncle, to tell you the truth, being the gang leader is too tiring. I don't want to do it anymore. I want to go with Zhao Hai to deal with the heavenly demon realm. You don't know how comfortable it is to fight with Zhao Hai. Ever since Zhao Hai's debut, I haven't seen him suffer a loss." When Tai Zhantian heard Zhang Feng, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "You brat, you're still thinking about these things. You won't have the opportunity to do so. Later on, you'll be the Black Tiger Gang's leader. Right, didn't you say that little Hai needs reinforcements? When would the reinforcements from those sects arrive? If it's too late, then Zhao Hai will be in danger." When Zhang Feng heard Tai Zhantian, his expression couldn't help but change. He bowed his head and thought for a long time. Then he turned his head to the others and said, "Martial uncle, I'm not afraid to tell you that I'm not worried about Zhao Hai's safety. Even if the 500,000 people are annihilated, Zhao Hai would still be fine. This isn't just because of his spatial ability, it's also because of his special ability. Zhao Hai is a dark mage, so he has a lot of undead in his hands. However, Zhao Hai's undead were refined using a secret technique. But now, he can turn a dead cultivator into an undead. Moreover, he can make the undead maintain their strength. This is the same even for immortal experts." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at everyone and said, "Zhao Hai is a dark mage, so he has a lot of undead in his hands. However, Zhao Hai's undead were refined using secret techniques. But now, he can turn a dead cultivator into an undead." Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They already understood what Zhang Feng meant. But it was precisely because they understood that they were startled. Preserve the strength of an undead? Even immortal stage cultivators can become immortal stage undead? Wasn't this ability too heaven-defying? Everyone couldn't help but reveal an expression of disbelief. "Are you telling the truth?" Tai Zhantian looked at Zhang Feng and asked with a serious expression. Zhang Feng nodded, then he said, "In fact, Zhao Hai already has 7 immortal stage undead. They are the 10,000 Beast Sex Elder Zhu, the Wandering Soul Gang's Supreme Elder, and the 10,000 Beast Sex 5 Color Changing Elders. Elder Zhu and the Wandering Soul Gang's Supreme Elder were taken in when Zhao Hai and I were dealing with the Wandering Soul Gang. As for the 5 Color Changing Elders, Zhao Hai and I went to Yangming City to recruit disciples. On the way back, when we were besieged by the 5 Color Changing Elders, Zhao Hai used Elder Zhu and the Wandering Soul Gang's Supreme Elder as well as his own strength to eliminate the 5 Color Changing Elders. Because of these immortal experts, I dared to accept the mysterious Turtle Elder. When Tai Zhantian and the others heard Zhang Feng, they stared. Then they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Before this, they were worried about the Black Tiger Gang's lack of immortal experts. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to quietly recruit 7 immortal stage undead. Wasn't this too abnormal? Tai Zhantian looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Then why didn't you say this before?" Zhang Feng smiled bitterly and said, "Martial uncle, how can I say this? You were the leader of the Black Tiger Gang at that time. If I told you, then the entire cultivation realm would know. At that time, the heavenly demon realm hadn't invaded. If the Great Sex knew about Zhao Hai's ability, then the heavenly demon realm wouldn't even need to invade. They were afraid that Zhao Hai would grow and destroy them." Tai Zhantian pondered for a moment, then he nodded and said, "Right, Zhao Hai didn't say anything at that time. I heard you say that Zhao Hai won a battle and even repelled a team of 50 immortal experts. It seems like Zhao Hai made a move on the undead. I'm afraid those people already know about it. Fortunately, the cultivation realm is now in chaos. No one can keep Zhao Hai in check. This is a good thing for our Black Tiger Gang." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Right, I also think so. If Zhao Hai didn't use that power, then he wouldn't have been able to defeat the immortal stage heavenly demons." Although Zhao Hai didn't explain this situation in detail, I can still imagine what it was like. Tai Zhantian nodded, then he knit his brows and said, "Little Hai messing up the demon slaughtering conference of the 9 great sects is within my expectations. What makes me surprised is why Little Hai proposed the immortal stage system. I don't know how many battles Little Hai has experienced in his life. He fought his way up step by step from the lower realms. Don't you know that the Elder system isn't suitable for the battlefield? Why would he want to implement the immortal stage realm?" Upon hearing Tai Zhantian, everyone stared. Then they looked at Tai Zhantian in confusion. Only Hu Liangchen's eyes lit up. He looked at Tai Zhantian and said, "You're right, I've also been wondering about this matter. But if it's really as you think, then isn't Little Hai's plan a bit too big?" Zhang Feng looked at Hu Liangchen and Tai Zhantian and said, "Martial uncle, Uncle Hu, what do you mean? How come I don't understand?" Hu Liangchen looked at Zhang Feng and sighed, compared to Little Hai, you're still a bit tender. Little Hai is worthy of ascending from the lower realms, he's really vicious and merciless. What I mean is that Little Hai deliberately proposed the Council of Elders because the Council of Elders isn't suitable for the battlefield. Every time a decision is made, it takes a long time. In this way, it's conceivable that the cultivators will suffer in the battle with the heavenly devil realm. The greater the loss the cultivation world suffers, the smaller the strength of the cultivation world will be after the heavenly devil realm's army is driven away. At that time, as long as our Black Tiger Gang has enough strength, we can even dominate the entire cultivation world." Upon hearing Hu Liangchen, Zhang Feng and the others couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They didn't think that Zhao Hai's proposal for the immortal stage realm would have this kind of meaning behind it. Wasn't this too ruthless? Tai Zhantian let out a sigh and said, "Although Little Hai's plan is vicious, I have to admit that this is the most suitable plan for our Black Tiger Gang. Although our Black Tiger Gang has been established for a long time, compared to those great sects, our heritage is still lacking. If we can't use this method to close the distance between us, then our Black Tiger Gang will never be able to catch up with those great sects. Forget it, this is just our idea. I don't know if Little Hai has the same idea as us, but in any case, today's matter must not be leaked. Let's just keep it to ourselves and pretend that nothing happened. Don't forget about it." Everyone nodded. They were very clear that if today's matter were to be spread outside, then it wouldn't only be Zhao Hai who would suffer, the entire Black Tiger Gang would also suffer. There were countless people outside who were thinking of ways to deal with the Black Tiger Gang. If they were to spread this matter, then it would be the same as giving the other party an excuse. They weren't that stupid. Xianxia looked at everyone and knew that they understood what he meant. Then he said, the most important thing right now is to have the other sects send reinforcements to the front lines. No matter what Zhao Hai's purpose is, we can't let the other sects be too comfortable. Although they are our allies, they aren't part of the Black Tiger gang. We don't have any obligation to take care of them. Little Feng, I'll be in charge of the gang. You can release the news of my advancement. At the same time, make sure that the other sects send reinforcements as quickly as possible. Zhang Feng nodded and said, yes, Martial Uncle. I'll do it right away. Xianxia nodded and said, all right, you can go. I still need to consolidate my realm. Right, ask Zhao Hai about our previous conjecture. If it's true, then we need to cooperate with him. This is an opportunity for the Black Tiger gang. Xianxia wasn't an honest person. To be honest, although Zhao Hai's plan was ruthless, it was to his liking. As long as this plan succeeds, the rise of the Black Tiger gang would be unstoppable. Everyone nodded before they turned around and left. After Zhang Feng left Xianxia's cave residence, he immediately took out a jade sword message and sent a letter to Zhao Hai. At the same time, he ordered the news of Xianxia's advancement to the immortal stage to be spread throughout the Black Tiger gang. This was equivalent to announcing it to the entire cultivation realm. After doing these two things, Zhang Feng immediately began to urge the other sects to quickly send reinforcements. The people from other sects could understand Zhang Feng's urging. After all, the situation at the front line was not optimistic. If they couldn't send reinforcements as soon as possible, if something really happened at the front line, then they would also be unlucky. Therefore, for this matter, the people from other sects were very cooperative. Zhao Hai stood on the Hell King's ship while holding a jade sword message in his hand. This jade sword message was given to him by Zhang Feng. The content of the jade sword message was very simple. First, it informed him that Xianxia had become an immortal expert. Second, it asked him if there was any deeper meaning behind the Elders' Council. Seeing Zhang Feng's question, Zhao Hai understood that his plan had been discovered. But it didn't matter. Even if everyone knew about his plan, people were selfish. Zhao Hai proposed the Elders' Council for the good of the Black Tiger gang. However, other people didn't necessarily think the same. This was because they didn't know the true strength of the Black Tiger gang. It was impossible for them to give up their authority in the Elders' Council. Because of this, rather than saying that the Elders' Council was proposed by Zhao Hai, it was better to say that Zhao Hai said it on behalf of the other sects. Because of this, Zhao Hai wasn't worried that his plan would be seen through. Besides the Black Tiger gang, nobody else could see through his plan. Zhao Hai quickly replied to Zhang Feng. First, he congratulated Xianxia on his advancement. Second, he told Zhang Feng that he indeed had a plan. Third, he told Zhang Feng that the Sky Demon Realm's attack was about to begin. Zhao Hai didn't speak nonsense. The Sky Demon Realm's attack was indeed about to begin. The Sky Demons weren't willing to be defeated, especially when they were outnumbered by cultivators. This was something that the Sky Demons couldn't bear. Because of this, after their reinforcements received the defeated army, they reorganized their troops and then immediately attacked. This time, their target was Zhao Hai's army. And this time, they had more troops. Zhao Hai had been monitoring the Sky Demon Realm's army for a long time. Naturally, the Sky Demon Realm's movements couldn't be hidden from him. Because of this, after sending a letter to Zhang Feng, he immediately invited the representatives of the sects to the Hell King's ship. At this point, the representatives of the sects trusted Zhao Hai. When they heard that Zhao Hai invited them, they immediately came over. After everyone was seated in the hall, Zhao Hai said, I have some bad news for everyone. The Sky Demon Realm's army is heading towards us. This time, they have more than 1 million reinforcements. In addition to their original 100 people, their total strength has reached 2 million. This is more than the Sky Demon Realm's army we faced before. Because of this, we can't retreat. Once we retreat, it would be the same as giving up a large amount of land to the Sky Demon Realm's army. Most importantly, if we retreat, then the headquarters of the nearby sects would be occupied. Our reinforcements wouldn't be able to support us through the transmission formations. This would only make things worse for us. Everyone nodded, nobody made a sound. They knew that Zhao Hai had more to say, so they were waiting for Zhao Hai to continue. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "It's almost impossible for us to block 2 million sky demons with our current strength. But it's almost impossible. We still have 50 large artifacts. If we want to block the Sky Demon Realm's army, we'll need to rely on them. I don't want everyone to die in vain. If you want to save your lives, then there's only one way. Hand over your large artifacts to me. Only then can we block the Sky Demon Realm's attack." The representatives of the other sects calmed down. To be honest, they couldn't help but calm down. This matter wasn't something that they could decide. Although these people were representatives of the great sects, their status in their respective sects wasn't very high. As we said before, these people were only sent by the great sects to probe the Black Tiger Gang. It was impossible for them to have high status. The large artifacts were very important to any sect. Handing over the large artifacts to Zhao Hai was tantamount to telling Zhao Hai all the advantages and disadvantages of the large artifacts. This wasn't a trivial matter for any sect. Although large artifacts weren't as important as immortal experts, the number and fighting strength of large artifacts would still affect a sect's status. The importance of large artifacts to a sect could be imagined. Zhao Hai looked at these people and knew what they were thinking. Just as he was thinking about how to convince them, the representative of the Sinking Sand sect suddenly stood up and bowed to Zhao Hai, "Legion Commander, I'll also give you control of our Sinking Sand sect's large artifacts." This caused Zhao Hai to stare. He was a member of the Black Tiger Gang. Moreover, he led a team to fight against the Sinking Sand sect. It can be said that he has a grudge against the Sinking Sand sect. He didn't expect the first one to stand up and support him to be someone from the Sinking Sand sect. The people from the other sects were also puzzled as they looked at the people from the Sinking Sand sect. The representative from the Sinking Sand sect looked at them and said, "Everyone should know that the Legion Commander had a conflict with our Sinking Sand sect before. Our Sinking Sand Great Formation is very famous in the Northern Strange region. But at that time, the Legion Commander commanded the Black Tiger Gang's large artifacts to break our formation. If I'm not wrong, then the Legion Commander wants to command the large artifacts to set up a formation. Only by using formations can we block the attack of the Heavenly Demon Realm." Then he looked at Zhao Hai, wanting to get an answer from Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's title of Legion Commander was somewhat strange. When the Sinking Sand sect set out, they were already appointed as the first corps of the Freedom Alliance. Naturally, Zhao Hai was the Legion Commander. But at that time, the representatives of the various sects weren't very convinced of him. Therefore, they were only willing to call him Mr. Zhao Hai. Sometimes, they didn't even address him as such. After the battle just now, Zhao Hai had already established his position in the hearts of these people. Therefore, the representative from the Sinking Sand sect called Zhao Hai Legion Commander. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, I want to use these large artifacts to set up a formation. We are currently at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Only by using formations can we block the Heavenly Demon Realm's army." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they looked at each other. In the end, they clenched their teeth and stood up. Then they bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "We are willing to listen to the Legion Commander's orders." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right, after everyone returns to their respective large artifacts, have your operators leave immediately. I'll send undead to take over the operation of the large artifacts. As long as we make some preparations, we should be able to set up the formation. Although this formation wouldn't be able to deal much damage to the Heavenly Demon Realm's army, it shouldn't be a problem for us to delay them. I think that reinforcements from the Alliance would arrive at that time." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right." Everyone complied, then Zhao Hai allowed them to leave. After these people returned to their own large artifacts, they immediately had the large artifact operators leave. At the same time, Little Hai sent his undead to take control of the large artifacts in the shortest amount of time. After taking over the large artifacts, it only took Zhao Hai some time to familiarize himself with them before he was able to understand their strengths and weaknesses. He could even imitate them inside the space. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in the mood for this right now. After having the undead familiarize themselves with the large artifacts, he immediately began to arrange the formation. This time, the formation that he arranged was the Star Transformation's Great Formation. However, it was a flat version, not a three-dimensional one. The reason why Zhao Hai arranged the flat version of the star transformation's Great Formation was because he didn't have enough large artifacts. He only had 50 of them. If these 50 large artifacts were arranged into a three-dimensional version of the star transformation's Great Formation, then the area of the formation would be very small. This would make it even more disadvantageous for defense. The Heavenly Demon Army can send people to occupy the headquarters of the small sects that have already evacuated. This way, Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to achieve his goal. On the other hand, the flat version of the star transformation's Great Formation was much larger. Zhao Hai could even control the size of the formation. This way, he would be able to block the attack of the Heavenly Demon Army. The reason why Zhao Hai was so anxious was because the Heavenly Demon Army was about to arrive. However, the reinforcements from the Alliance would still take some time to arrive. In order to make sure that the reinforcements wouldn't ruin Zhao Hai's plans, Zhao Hai also sent some sect representatives to the headquarters of the small sects to wait for the reinforcements to arrive. They explained the current situation of the battlefield to them so that they wouldn't destroy Zhao Hai's formation. In the end, after more than an hour of preparation, Zhao Hai's star transformation's Great Formation was finally completed. The 50 large artifacts formed the star transformation's Great Formation and became the line of defense against the Heavenly Demon Army. Not long after Zhao Hai's star transformation's Great Formation was set up, the Heavenly Demon Army arrived. It was a black mass that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was said that there were more than 10,000 soldiers and there was no end to it. Now, the Heavenly Demon Army had more than 2 million soldiers. This number was indeed a little scary. However, the Heavenly Demon Army had no choice but to stop because in front of them, there was a large starry sky floating. Planets were slowly rotating there, like a huge projection of the starry sky. The Heavenly Demon Army had no choice but to stop because this starry sky was really too big. Moreover, even an idiot would know that a starry sky wouldn't appear here for no reason. There was only one explanation for the appearance of this starry sky. This was made by the cultivators of the cultivation world. If one were to ask the people of the Heavenly Demon Realm what was the most troublesome move to the cultivation world, it would definitely be array formations. The Heavenly Demon race's research on array formations was far less mature than that of the cultivation world. Therefore, they would generally have a headache when facing the array formations of the cultivation world. Zhao Hai's star transformation's Great Formation was a problem for the Heavenly Demon Army. If they wanted to attack the cultivators of the cultivation world, they had to break this array formation. However, the Heavenly Demon race really didn't have much research on breaking arrays. The commander of the Heavenly Demon Army looked at the starry sky in front of him and frowned. His real name was Mo and he was the commander of this 5 million Heavenly Demon Army. This time, he had heard that Zhao Hai and the others were powerful, so he led his army to take a look. However, he didn't expect to encounter a battle array set up by the other party. Mo turned his head to the Heavenly Demon beside him and said, "When you fought the cultivators of the cultivation world, did they use battle arrays?" This Heavenly Demon was the one that Zhao Hai and the others defeated. When he heard Mo's question, he quickly shook his head and said, "No, it was just an ordinary battle. They didn't use battle arrays." Mo frowned. Mo frowned. Faced with this situation, he didn't know what to do. Frowning, he looked at the myriad transformation star formation for a while before he said, "Send 5 octopus ships to probe them. Remember, just probe them. Don't fight them head-on. If you find something wrong, immediately retreat." Someone beside him immediately responded and sent out several messenger bats. Not long after the messenger bats were released, the 5 octopus ships flew towards the star transformation's Great Formation. However, they were very careful and didn't fly very fast, leaving a lot of room for maneuver. Before long, the octopus ships came in contact with the star transformation's Great Formation. As soon as they came in contact with the star transformation's Great Formation, they immediately felt a pressure that didn't belong to the cultivation world. This pressure seemed to be coming from the starry sky. This pressure tore at the octopus ships, greatly suppressing their movements. Moreover, several planets were about to collide with them. When the 5 octopus ships saw this, they didn't say anything and immediately retreated until they were some distance away from the star transformation's Great Formation. Then the heavenly demons on the octopus ships immediately released their messenger bats and reported to Mo like about what they felt when they came in contact with the star transformation's great formation. After hearing these reports, Mo like's expression became even more unsightly. The reason why he sent the 5 octopus ships to probe was to see the might of the great formation. But now, it seems like the great formation was very powerful. This made things even more troublesome. However, their millions of troops were blocked by this formation. This made Mo like feel very unreconciled. Mo like looked at the star transformation's great formation before his eyes flashed with a cold light. Then he said, "Everyone, get ready. The large artifacts are in the front while the army is in the back. I don't believe that we can't break through this formation with our 2 million people." The heavenly devil race was a warlike race. The genes of battle had been integrated into their blood. In the face of such a situation, not only did they not shrink back, but their first reaction was to attack. With Mo like's order, the heavenly devil army immediately got into formation. All the large instruments were concentrated in front of the army. The heavenly devil army at the back also got into formation, ready to charge. When Mo like saw that the army was ready, he waved his hand and the heavenly demon army began to charge. The large artifacts in the front were getting faster and faster. With a loud bang, all the large artifacts of the heavenly demon realm plunged into the star transformation's great formation. Fortunately, the heavenly demon realm didn't have a lot of large artifacts. There were only 100 of them in total. When they plunged into the star transformation's great formation, they quickly disappeared. Mo like's large Dharma treasure also entered the stellar transformation's great array. As soon as he entered the stellar transformation's great array, he had an ominous premonition. He felt that his charge this time had been wrong. The reason why Mo like had this feeling was because when he entered the star transformation's great formation, he couldn't feel the presence of the other large artifacts. Moreover, the surroundings were filled with energy that made him feel very uncomfortable. Their spiritual force was also compressed to the lowest point. It was as if they had entered an endless starry sky. This feeling wasn't good at all. "Contact the other spaceships immediately," Mo like said to the people beside him in a deep voice as he looked around. The people around him immediately responded and released a few messenger bats. However, as soon as these messenger bats left Mo like's large artifact, they were torn to pieces by the invisible pressure around them. They simply couldn't be used to send messages. Seeing this, Mo like was startled. Then he immediately said, "Use the demon tablet. You must contact the other large artifacts in the shortest time possible." The person beside him immediately responded. Then he turned his hand and took out a small metal tablet. The tablet was only the size of a palm. On the front was the face of a devil while the back was empty. After the heavenly demon took out the token, he immediately used his finger to carve some words on the back of the token. But because of the size of the token, he only managed to carve a few dozen words before he released the token. However, after the demon tablets were released, they kept circling around the large artifact. This was something that Mo like didn't expect. Mo like's expression turned ugly as he said, "What's going on?" The person who released the demon tablet replied, "This place is completely distorted by a force field. The demon tablet can't sense other people's aura at all. Therefore, it doesn't know where to fly." Mo like's expression turned even uglier. He glanced at the surrounding planets and discovered that some of them were slowly moving towards them. It seems like they wanted to attack them. This discovery made Mo like's expression turn even uglier. Mo like coldly snorted, then he turned around and walked towards the large artifact. Mo like's large artifact looked like a huge scorpion. On the back of the scorpion, there were several entrances. Mo like entered the large artifact through one of these entrances. The other heavenly demons knew what Mo like was doing. This time, more than 30 immortal experts came out with Mo like. These immortal experts were all inside the large artifact to deal with Zhao Hai. This was because the immortal experts had already reported to the higher-ups of the heavenly demon race about Zhao Hai. The higher-ups of the heavenly demon race attached great importance to this matter. The reason why they gathered the immortal experts inside the large artifact was because they wanted to kill Zhao Hai by surprise. The higher-ups of the sky demon race knew that if Zhao Hai could turn immortal experts into immortal undead, then the threat would be too great. If he can turn immortal experts into immortal undead, then he can turn other cultivators into undead while preserving their strength. This would mean that the cultivation realm would have more and more troops while the sky demon race would have less and less troops. At this point, their invasion plan was doomed to fail. Because of this consideration, the heavenly demon race sent a group of immortal experts to deal with Xiao Hai. However, they didn't expect Xiao Hai to use the star transformation's great formation to deal with them. This caused their plan to fail. On the other hand, Mo had no other choice. He seriously underestimated the might of the star transformation's great formation. He knew that with their current strength, it would be impossible for them to break out of the formation. The only way was to ask the immortal experts to break the formation as soon as possible. Only then would they be able to escape. Mo knew that this formation wasn't just for show. If the Heavenly Demon Realm's army were to be trapped here, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Because of this, killing Xiao Hai was secondary. Bringing the Heavenly Demon Realm's army out of the formation was the most important thing. Sure enough, not long after Mo entered the large artifact, more than 30 immortal experts flew out. As soon as these immortal experts appeared, they immediately attacked the surrounding stars. The attack of an immortal expert wasn't a joke. Some of the stars in the surroundings burst like bubbles. Some of them were also hit and sunk. However, nothing happened to the starry sky. The starry sky was still a starry sky. They still couldn't leave. This made Mo even more anxious. At this time, the cultivators of the Freedom Alliance's First Legion had a completely different feeling. They had already handed over control of the large artifacts. However, Xiao Hai told them that once the heavenly demons enter the formation, they can attack at will. However, they can't leave their large artifacts. They can only stay inside and attack the heavenly demons with their own artifacts. When the cultivators of the Freedom Alliance's First Legion saw more than 2 million heavenly demons rushing towards them, they felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts. They couldn't help but immediately leave their large artifacts and flee. Because they were part of the Star Myriad Transformation's Great Formation, they couldn't see any changes happening to the formation at all. They could only see the large artifacts flying in a certain pattern. They couldn't see any changes at all. At this time, the Heavenly Demon Army had already arrived. Just as the cultivators were preparing to fight the Heavenly Demon Army, they suddenly discovered that the Heavenly Demon Army didn't seem to see them. The Heavenly Demon Army directly rushed into the open space behind them. Then they began to circle around as if they were looking for something. The cultivators of the First Legion were stunned by the Heavenly Devil race. They didn't know what these Heavenly Devil race people were doing. As more and more Heavenly Devil race people entered the array, the entire array became crowded. At this time, a group of Heavenly Devils suddenly appeared on one of the large artifacts of the Heavenly Devil race. These Heavenly Devils had a very powerful aura. After they appeared, they immediately attacked in all directions. In the beginning, the cultivators of the First Legion were a bit nervous. However, they soon calmed down. This was because they discovered that the attacks of these Heavenly Devils were very special. They seemed to be targeting something, but in the end, their attacks didn't hit anything. Even if they did, they would only hit the large artifacts or people of the Heavenly Devil race. They didn't suffer any losses. This made the cultivators of the First Legion feel very strange. But before long, several of the First Legion's large artifacts were also attacked. After all, the stellar ever-changing Great Formation was the base of the First Legion's large artifacts. Even if the Heavenly Devils were blindly guessing, they would still be able to hit a few of them. Because the attackers were all immortal experts, their attacks were very powerful. Although the undead managed to dodge the attacks, they were still injured and lost their ability to fight. In addition, there were too many Heavenly Devil clansmen who had entered the Stars of Myriad Transformation's Great Array. This greatly affected the operation of the Stars of Myriad Transformation's Great Array. Therefore, the Stars of Myriad Transformation's Great Array was showing signs of instability. Xiao Hai stood on the Hell King's ship and quietly watched all of this. He knew that the Stellar Transformation's formation wouldn't be able to trap the Heavenly Demons for a long time. If the Heavenly Demons were using liquid silver, then they would be able to hold on for a long time. But since they were using ordinary large artifacts, Xiao Hai was afraid that they wouldn't be able to hold on for more than an hour or two. Fortunately, the reinforcements from the great sects had already arrived at the headquarters of the smaller sections. Zhao Hai had already arranged people to receive him. These people had already lined up behind the star transformations formation. Although there weren't a lot of people, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. After 1 or 2 hours, there would be a lot of reinforcements. At that time, they would have the strength to face the Sky Demon army head-on. Zhao Hai knew that if he wanted to use the stellar transformations formation, then the cultivators of the other sects wouldn't be able to participate. Even if they wanted to participate, they could only hide in their large artifacts and attack the heavenly demons with their own artifacts. This kind of attack wouldn't have much effect on the heavenly demons. This was because these people didn't understand the stellar transformations formation. If they were to appear in the formation, then it would only affect the operation of the formation. Naturally, Zhao Hai could also use his undead to use the stellar transformations formation. In that case, he would be able to trap the heavenly demons. However, Zhao Hai couldn't do this. Not only would it expose his strength, it also wouldn't fit his plan. Because of this, as long as he had enough reinforcements, he would have to face the heavenly demons head-on. Only then would he be able to defeat the heavenly demons. At the same time, his plan would proceed smoothly. In fact, Zhao Hai thought that what he did was already good enough. At the very least, when he had 500,000 people, he didn't deliberately waste their lives. He didn't let them die in vain. Instead, he used the star transformations formation to delay the Sky Demon army. This was already very merciful. Contrary to Zhao Hai, Mo-like was very anxious. The immortal experts had been attacking non-stop for a long time, but there weren't any changes to the formation. This made Mo-like anxious, but at the same time, he was secretly startled. Time passed by quickly. Unknowingly, the immortal experts of the heavenly demon race had been attacking for almost an hour. However, Mo-like didn't stop them. This was because Mo-like saw hope. He could see that the formation's energy was slowly decreasing. He believed that as long as he put in more effort, it wouldn't take long for the formation to be broken. Just as he thought, after another hour, the formation's energy had completely disappeared. Mo-like and the others could finally see the other heavenly demons. But when he saw the other heavenly demons, Mo-like suddenly had the urge to vomit blood. Of the more than 2 million heavenly demons that followed him here, only 1 million were left. In just 2 hours, more than 300,000 of them were lost. There were also those large celestial treasures. He had a large number of large celestial treasures with him. There were about 60 complete large celestial treasures, but now there were less than 30 complete large celestial treasures. He had lost more than half of them, which was something he had never expected. Mo-like also saw that not far away from them, there was an army of cultivators gathered. The number of cultivators was probably no less than 1 million. In this army, there were more than 30 intact large celestial devices. The rest of the cultivators seemed to be in high spirits. They were much stronger than his heavenly devil army. Obviously, his heavenly devil army had been trapped in the formation for nearly 2 hours. During these 2 hours, these cultivators must have been thinking of ways to attack the formation. Obviously, they had consumed a lot of energy. Now, it could be said that their men and horses were exhausted. Mo-like clenched his teeth in anger. If he could, he would have swallowed the commander of the cultivators. But it was clear that he didn't have the ability to do so. The loss of the army made Mo-like distressed. At the same time, the state of the immortal experts gave Mo-like a headache. After 2 hours of non-stop attacks, although the immortal experts attacked in batches, they still showed signs of fatigue. Mo-like knew that this fatigue wasn't because they had consumed too much spiritual qi, but because they were under too much pressure. After 2 hours of continuous attacks, the targets were unknown. This caused the immortal experts to feel tired. Their hearts were exhausted. Mo-like was very clear that with the current state of the army, it wasn't suitable for them to fight head-on with the army of the cultivation world. If they were to fight head-on with the army of the cultivation world, their exhausted army would definitely not be able to gain an advantage. The best thing to do now was to retreat. After thinking about this, Mo-like couldn't help but feel unreconciled. He stared at the army of the cultivation realm. He can see that the army of the cultivation realm had just been organized. Their formation wasn't very standard. However, the spirit of these people was quite good. If they were to attack now, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Mo took 2 deep breaths to calm himself down. Then, he said in a deep voice, set up the formation. Drag all the damaged large artifacts over to me. At his command, the Skyfiend army quickly got into formation. One had to admit that the Skyfiend army, which had undergone joint training, was indeed much more elite than the army of the Cultivation world. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the formation of the Sky Demon army. He didn't give the order to attack, nor did he give the order to set up the formation. This made the other cultivators puzzled. Only Zhao Hai knew that the Sky Demon army was retreating. Mo looked at the cultivators' army and clenched his teeth. Then he said, defensive formation. Set up the formation and retreat slowly. The people around him stared. They thought that they misheard. But when they saw Mo-like's expression, they knew that they didn't mishear. Then they immediately gave the order. Before long, the Sky Demon army formed a defensive formation and slowly retreated. However, Zhao Hai still didn't attack. He knew that the commander of the Sky Demon army wasn't simple. They were retreating without chaos. If they were to attack at this time, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. The reinforcements hadn't been integrated yet, so their fighting strength was limited. Zhao Hai needed more time to reorganize the army in order to have the strength to fight against the Sky Demon army. Black Tiger Gang's base. Inside Zhang Feng's study, Zhang Feng was looking at the information in front of her. Then she turned to Hu Liangchen and said, Uncle Hu, what's the situation with Little Hai? Hu Liangchen smiled and said, the Heavenly Demon Realm's army has temporarily retreated. The reinforcements from the various sects are still on their way. Before, you proposed to add 5 million troops, and the sects agreed. This time, Little Hai should have enough troops. Moreover, the reinforcements should arrive within 2 days. Zhang Feng nodded, then she let out a long breath and said, it's good that Little Hai is fine. What about the formation of the Second Legion? Do the sects have any objections? Hu Liangchen replied, they don't have any objections. However, Wei Yi's opinion is that the Second Legion cannot be commanded by the Black Tiger Gang. When Zhang Feng heard Hu Liangchen, she couldn't help but stare. Then her eyes narrowed as she pondered for a moment before she said, Uncle Hu, what do you think? Hu Liangchen replied, this is a test from those fellows. When they saw that the Black Tiger Gang had another immortal expert, they felt uneasy. They're afraid that the Black Tiger Gang would use this opportunity to expand. Therefore, they want to control an army. This way, the Black Tiger Gang wouldn't be able to expand. I think we should agree with them. Zhang Feng stared, then she frowned and said, right, we can't let them suspect us. Otherwise, if those fellows don't cooperate and even surrender to the Myriad Demon sect, then it would be troublesome. But Uncle Hu, this way, our losses would be big. Hu Liangchen smiled faintly and said, it won't be easy for those fellows to use this method to make our Black Tiger Gang lose manpower. Little Feng, this time I'm going to send Hua Qian and Xianxia. The 2 of them have already reached the transcending tribulation stage. Moreover, our Hu family's joint attack technique is very famous. Moreover, Hua Qian has been taking care of the Hu family's affairs for many years now, so he can be considered to have gained some experience. However, he doesn't have any reputation in the cultivation realm. Sending him along would not only preserve the strength of our Black Tiger Gang, but also wouldn't attract the attention of those people. What do you think? Zhang Feng nodded and said, all right, then we'll send Hua Qian and Xianxia. But Uncle Hu, you have to tell Hua Qian to be careful. After all, the Second Legion isn't under our command. Hu Liangchen's heart was moved, but he still smiled faintly and said, gang leader can rest assured, nothing will happen to them. In the Freedom Alliance, my Black Tiger Gang can be said to be the strongest. Even if those people have the guts, they wouldn't dare to scheme against my Black Tiger Gang. Moreover, although we can't control the Second Legion, we can choose some sects that have a good relationship with the Black Tiger Gang and have them lead the Legion. This way, nothing will happen. Zhang Feng nodded and said, that's good. But I really can't bear to let the young couple, Flowerfront and Undermoon, go to the battlefield. But since Uncle Hu is willing, then I can only agree. Ha ha ha. As soon as Hu Liangchen heard Zhang Feng, he couldn't help but laugh. This was also the Hu clan's rule. The Hu clan practiced a dual cultivation method. A person can only have one Dao companion in their lifetime, and this Dao companion would accompany them for life. Moreover, because of this, their cultivation would be almost the same. It can be said that they would live and die together. It was precisely because of this that their names were somewhat strange. For example, Hu Liangchen's wife, who was his Dao companion, changed her name to Mei Jing after marrying him. Hu Liangchen's grandson was Hu Huaqian, and his granddaughter-in-law was called Xianxia. Liangchen and Mei Jing, Huaqian, and Xianxia, these were their names. Hu Liangchen looked at the smiling Zhang Feng and said, "Sect master, I think we should inform Little Hai about this matter and let him know about the situation in the gang. At the same time, we should also remind him that the other sects are already suspicious of us. Let him be careful." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "That's right." Zhang Feng nodded, then she smiled at Hu Liangchen and said, "Uncle Hu, you should call me Little Feng. Don't call me Lord. With your status, do you really need to be polite with me? I'll send a letter to Little Hai, you don't have to worry about this." However, I think that Little Hai has already thought about this. Hu Liangchen nodded and said, "I'm not too worried about Little Hai. With Little Hai's means, those fellows simply can't do anything to him." Zhang Feng chuckled and said, "Right, Little Hai's methods are indeed very good. Not to mention that the great sects sent 5 million reinforcements, even if they sent 1 million, Little Hai would still be able to deal with them." Hu Liangchen nodded and said, "All right, Little Feng, I'll go back and have Huaqian prepare. Now that the Second Legion is about to be established, our Black Tiger gang will also need to select some people to join it. Little Feng, what do you think about the candidates for the Second Legion?" Zhang Feng thought for a moment, then she said, "Select some people from the various levels of cultivators to participate. This is unavoidable. If anything happens to them in the future, take good care of their families. Consider them sacrificing themselves for our Black Tiger gang." Although Zhang Feng didn't seem to have any confidence, Hu Liangchen understood that she was right. This time, the people who went to the Second Legion wouldn't have a good time. This was because the Second Legion wasn't under the Black Tiger gang's control. Even if the other sects gave face to the Black Tiger gang, they wouldn't send them to their deaths. However, the Second Legion didn't have Hu Liangchen in command. This made Zhang Feng and the others feel a lack of confidence. In fact, it wasn't just Zhang Feng, Hu Liangchen also thought the same. Although he was very confident in his grandson, he had to admit that his grandson was far worse than Zhao Hai. There was simply no way for him to compare with Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai was organizing his army. With the arrival of reinforcements, Zhao Hai's forces had reached 2 million. The number of large artifacts in his hands had also reached 100. At the same time, there were also 50 immortal experts. From this, one could see how much importance the sects attached to this place. However, this didn't mean that Zhao Hai could attack the Heavenly Demon Realm's army. It was impossible for him to do so. These newcomers still needed to undergo training. Moreover, Zhao Hai had to reorganize these newcomers and redistribute them. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't go too far. He would still have the other sects manage the cultivators of his sect. However, these people would be appointed by Zhao Hai. And the people appointed by Zhao Hai were those who fought with him before. They wouldn't disobey his orders. However, there was a problem with this. The people who fought with Zhao Hai before weren't favored by the sects. Their strength wasn't very strong. But now, the reinforcements sent by the sects had a lot of experts, even core disciples. If you let an inner disciple command a core disciple, then it would be strange if the core disciple was able to command them. Zhao Hai quickly realized this problem. However, he didn't withdraw his orders. On the contrary, he decisively dealt with several core disciples. Naturally, he didn't cripple them. In any sect, core disciples were experts. If Zhao Hai casually dealt with them, it would certainly cause a backlash. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't make a move on the core disciples. Instead, he drove them back to their sects and sent them a letter explaining the situation. After Zhao Hai drove away more than 20 core disciples from the various sects, the core disciples finally calmed down. They finally understood that there was only one person in the First Legion, and that person was Zhao Hai. Their identity as core disciples simply didn't matter in the First Legion. On the third day after Zhao Hai's battle with the Sky Demon Realm, the 2.5 million troops finally arrived. At this time, Zhao Hai's forces had reached 3 million. However, he only had 100 large artifacts. Although the Black Tiger gang had a lot of large artifacts, they didn't dare to take them out. This would only make the other sects panic. Zhao Hai's army was very large. Naturally, the various sects also sent 50 immortal experts. These 50 immortal experts belonged to different sects. However, after they arrived, Zhao Hai clearly told them that although they were immortal experts, they had no position in the First Legion. They had to listen to orders. Otherwise, they would be asked to leave. In the history of the Cultivation realm, only Zhao Hai dared to speak to immortal experts like this. However, although the immortal experts were angry, they didn't say anything. After all, many of their sect's disciples were in the First Legion. And the First Legion was under Zhao Hai's control. Their sect sent them to the First Legion to take care of their disciples. If they were driven away by Zhao Hai because of a conflict with Zhao Hai, then it wouldn't be good for their sects. Who knows if Zhao Hai would find an excuse to make things difficult for their sects. Additionally, Zhao Hai's combat strength wasn't inferior to immortal experts. There was also the Black Turtle Elder by his side. Even if the immortal experts wanted to clash with Zhao Hai, they wouldn't have the confidence to do so. The immortal experts knew through various channels that Zhao Hai fought against 50 immortal stage heavenly demons. In the end, they didn't know what method he used to force them to retreat. However, one thing was certain, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of them. Because of this, Zhao Hai treated the immortal experts with such a tough attitude. The immortal experts could only endure. However, these immortal experts were still holding their breaths. They also wanted to cause trouble for Zhao Hai, so they stared at him. As long as Zhao Hai makes things difficult for their sects, or even other sects, these immortal experts would certainly make things difficult for Zhao Hai. However, these immortal experts were quickly disappointed. This was because they discovered that Zhao Hai wasn't trying to make things difficult for them. Instead, he was wholeheartedly organizing the army and understanding the various sects' combat characteristics. Then according to these characteristics, he would divide them into groups. The Spirit Wind sect's people were assigned by Zhao Hai to scout because they were the fastest. The Iron Battle sect and several other sword cultivator sects were assigned by Zhao Hai. These people's offensive strength was very formidable. Moving together would allow them to display their greatest strength. Sects like the Titan sect with strong defenses were also assigned to the same group. They were the meat shields. In the world of cultivators, Zhao Hai had commanded cultivators to fight many times. However, in the world of cultivators, whether it was the 100 Treasure sect or the Giant Spirit sect, aside from some body cultivators, most of them used artifacts to fight. The distance between two cultivators was actually very far. Most of them used artifacts to fight. However, it was different in the cultivation world. The main force of the cultivation world was the cultivators. However, most of the cultivators here had condensed their Dharma idol. The use of the Dharma idol greatly increased the combat strength of the cultivators. At the same time, the cultivators didn't use their artifacts to fight. Instead, they used their Dharma idol to fight. This made it seem more like close combat. Because of this, commanding cultivators in the world of cultivators was different from commanding cultivators in the world of cultivators. In order for the cultivators to display their full strength, Zhao Hai had the analysis machine as well as Lizzie and the others study how to make the soldiers more precise. This way, they would be able to cooperate with each other in order to display their greatest fighting strength. The immortal experts who wanted to cause trouble for Zhao Hai stopped when they saw Zhao Hai's actions. They discovered that Zhao Hai wasn't trying to make things difficult for them. If they were to intervene in the army, then they wouldn't be as good as Zhao Hai. Now that the immortal experts were convinced, and they recognized Zhao Hai's strength, they calmed down and didn't look for trouble with Zhao Hai. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's reorganization only took 7 days. During these 7 days, the Heavenly Demon Realm's army was also reorganizing. They even made some small-scale attacks against Zhao Hai's army. However, the two sides didn't go all out, it was just a small skirmish. What made Zhao Hai the happiest was that during these 7 days, the 100 Flower Valley Alliance and the 10,000 Beast Sect Alliance also fought against the Heavenly Demon Realm's army. The 100 Flower Valley Alliance only had to face one Heavenly Demon army. However, their numbers were huge, about 6 million. On the other hand, the 100 Flower Valley Alliance also had a lot of troops, about 5 million. The two sides fought, but in the end, the 100 Flower Valley Alliance was defeated. They lost about 1 million people. However, they didn't rely on the terrain and instead arranged a large number of formations to defend themselves. To be honest, Zhao Hai wasn't surprised by this result. Not only did the cultivators not prepare for the Heavenly Demon Realm's invasion, they also didn't pay enough attention to the Heavenly Demon Realm. Otherwise, the 9 great sects wouldn't be thinking of seizing power. The 100 Flower Valley's defeat caused an uproar in the northern Strange State. However, the subsequent battle between the 10,000 Beast Sect and the Heavenly Demon Realm made the entire northern Strange State speechless. The 10,000 Beast Sect Alliance was the largest alliance in the entire northern Strange State. They gathered about 13 million troops and had to face an army of 15 million Heavenly Demon Realm's army. However, in this situation, the Heavenly Demon Realm wouldn't be able to get away with it if they commanded it well. However, the final result of the 10,000 Beast Sect Alliance's battle was surprisingly similar to the 100 Flower Valleys. The 10,000 Beast Sect Alliance lost nearly 1 million people and retreated in defeat. They had no choice but to turn to defense and didn't dare to take the initiative to provoke the Heavenly Demon Realm's army. This result was completely out of the expectations of all the sects in the northern Strange State, especially the people of the Freedom Alliance. Because Zhao Hai defeated 2 million Heavenly Demon Realm's army with 1 million people and used 500,000 people to block the attack of 2 million Heavenly Demon Realm's army and finally forced them to retreat, the Freedom Alliance had always felt that the Heavenly Demon Realm's army was only SOSO. However, as soon as the battle between the 100 Flower Valley and the 10,000 Beast Sect ended, the entire Freedom Alliance fell silent. Among the 3 alliances in the northern Strange State, the Freedom Alliance was the weakest. Although the Black Tiger Gang, the leader of the alliance, had been very powerful recently, it was still a far cry from the large sects like the 100 Flower Valley and the 10,000 Beast Sect. The reason why the smaller sects in the Freedom Alliance joined the Freedom Alliance was that the Black Tiger Gang wasn't very strong. In addition, the Freedom Alliance's environment was very relaxed and the Black Tiger Gang wouldn't suppress them. However, they didn't have much confidence in the Black Tiger Gang's combat strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have only sent some inner disciples to test the waters when Zhao Hai first fought with the Heavenly Demon Realm's army. But when the results of the battle between the 100 Flower Valley and the Myriad Demon Sect came out, the smaller sects of the Freedom Alliance suddenly realized that the Freedom Alliance was actually quite impressive. Just look, the Myriad Demon Sect and the 100 Flower Valley were beaten like grandchildren by the Heavenly Demon Realm's army. Only the Freedom Alliance won a great victory and beat the Heavenly Demon Realm like grandchildren. In comparison, the Freedom Alliance was much better. Even the Black Tiger Gang didn't think that the defeat of the 100 Flower Valley and the 1000 Beast Sect would actually help the Black Tiger Gang. It made the smaller sects closer to the Black Tiger Gang. On the other hand, Mo Like was somewhat unhappy. Mo Like had suffered 2 small losses in the hands of Zhao Hai. But the other Heavenly Demon Realm armies had won while he was the only one who lost. How could Mo Like take this lying down? Therefore, 7 days after Zhao Hai reorganized his army, Mo Like once again sent 5 million troops to attack Zhao Hai's First Legion. But fortunately, Zhao Hai's First Legion had been reorganized. He didn't intend to defend anymore and decisively led the 3 million troops to meet the enemy. This time, Zhao Hai gathered 100 large artifacts and formed a Stellar Transformation's Great Formation. He placed them in front of the formation while the other cultivators left the large artifacts and arranged themselves behind the Stellar Transformation's Great Formation. This way, the enemy's large artifacts wouldn't be able to attack the Great Formation. As long as Zhao Hai delayed the enemy's large artifacts, the Heavenly Demons would have no choice but to send their ordinary Heavenly Demons to attack Zhao Hai's Great Formation. Moreover, they would have to go around the Stellar Transformation's Great Formation. However, the Great Formation of cultivators behind the Stellar Transformation's Great Formation was also different from before. The original army wasn't reorganized and the various types of soldiers were mixed together. during the battle, they would rush forward like a swarm of bees. Naturally, their combat strength wouldn't be that high. And now, after the reorganization, the various units had been grouped together by Zhao Hai and formed into a new battle formation. And in this battle formation, when to attack, where to attack, and how to attack, all of these were under Zhao Hai's command. In this case, if the sky demons were to rush over, then they would certainly suffer. Zhao Hai's army had already been reorganized, and he had already formed a new battle formation. Zhao Hai didn't stay in place and wait for the heavenly demons to attack. Instead, he led the troops to meet them. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and the battle was about to start. At this time, the other 2 million heavenly demons beside the Freedom Alliance also moved and rushed towards the Freedom Alliance. Fortunately, the Freedom Alliance's Second Legion was also formed. 5 million troops were also sent to the front lines. The commander of this army was a core disciple of an old mid-level gang called the Giant Axe Gang. The Giant Axe Gang was a well-known old mid-level gang in the northern Strange region. They were very powerful and focused on body cultivators. They were good at using axes and were very strong. However, because of the high requirements of their cultivation method, the number of people in the gang was very small. This was also the biggest reason that restricted their development. The relationship between the Black Tiger Gang and the Giant Axe Gang was very good. This was because the ancestors of the two sects had a good relationship with each other. Moreover, there were several sects between the two sects, so there was no conflict of interest. Because of this, their friendly relationship continued until now. Because the Black Tiger Gang couldn't be the commander of the Second Legion, the Black Tiger Gang proposed that the Giant Axe Gang get the position of commander. This made the relationship between the two more harmonious. Although the other sects knew that the Giant Axe Gang controlled the Second Legion and wouldn't do anything to the Black Tiger Gang, they were still satisfied. In any case, the Second Legion wasn't in the hands of the Black Tiger Gang. Although the Black Tiger Gang and the Giant Axe Gang had a good relationship, they were still two sections. Although the relationship between the two sects was good, it was only because there was no conflict of interest. If the Black Tiger Gang wanted to use the Giant Axe Gang to command the Second Legion, then it would be impossible. The Giant Axe Gang wouldn't agree. When the time comes, the two sects would have a falling out. This was also what the smaller sects wanted. These small sects didn't want a dominant force to appear in the Freedom Alliance. If a dominant force appeared in the Freedom Alliance, then it would certainly affect their interests. Although they could withdraw from the Freedom Alliance at any time, their sects were still near the Black Tiger Gang. If the Black Tiger Gang became dominant, then they would certainly deal with them. And if they relied on the Myriad Monster sect or the 100 Flower Valley, then it would be even more troublesome. This was because their sects were the closest to the Black Tiger Gang. The Black Tiger Gang could send troops to deal with them at any time. On the other hand, the 100 Flower Valley and the Myriad Monster sect were currently busy with their own affairs, so they didn't have the time to deal with them. Moreover, the 100 Flower Valley and the Myriad Monster sect weren't very reliable. But seeing that the Black Tiger Gang was getting stronger and stronger, and that they couldn't leave the Black Tiger Gang, what could they do? The small nobles had a method, and that was to raise a force to fight against the Black Tiger Gang. They didn't want the Black Tiger Gang to be the only big force. At the very least, they needed a force to keep the Black Tiger Gang in check. Because of this, the Black Tiger Gang and the other small sects joined forces and pushed the Giant Axe Gang to the front. The Giant Axe Gang became a force that the small sects used to keep the Black Tiger Gang in check. This made the Black Tiger Gang satisfied. No matter what, the Giant Axe Gang had a good relationship with them. The Giant Axe Gang wouldn't be stupid enough to frame the Black Tiger Gang's cultivators when there was no conflict of interest. The Giant Axe Gang was satisfied. They got more power and became the most powerful sect in the Freedom Alliance, aside from the Black Tiger Gang. The smaller sects were also satisfied. The Black Tiger Gang wasn't the only dominant force in the Freedom Alliance. Their interests were also guaranteed. Everyone was happy. Li Kuanga was standing on the Huge Axe Gang's special large artifact. He was a genius of the Huge Axe Gang. He was from the same realm as Zhang Feng and was also a famous genius in the Northern Strange region. He was very powerful and was now a transcending tribulation expert. It could be said that he was a well-deserved star in the Northern Strange region. Even the genius disciples of the myriad demon sect couldn't cover up his brilliance. Li Kuanga, who was high profile and could even be said to be somewhat arrogant, had a much greater reputation than Zhang Feng in the northern strange region. No matter where he went, he would be sought after. Even some ordinary cultivators would retreat when they heard his name. This also made Li Kuanga think that he was a genius who was doted on by everyone. But after Zhao Hai appeared, everything changed. Zhao Hai's battle record was very valiant. His brilliance completely covered Li Kuanga's brilliance. From then on, Li Kuanga was like a child who had his toy snatched away. He hated Zhao Hai to the point of going crazy. With the invasion of the heavenly demon realm, Zhao Hai's name didn't decrease but instead rose. After Zhao Hai defeated the heavenly demon army twice, Zhao Hai's name became unparalleled in the northern strange region. Li Kuanga also wanted to fight. He also wanted to gain a greater reputation, but he didn't want to be under Zhao Hai. Therefore, he didn't participate in Zhao Hai's first legion. It wasn't until the second legion was established that he became the commander under the Black Tiger Gang's recommendation. This made Li Kuanga feel like a bird flying in the sky. Li Kuanga didn't hate the Black Tiger Gang. The Giant Axe Gang and the Black Tiger Gang had always maintained a good relationship. Moreover, his position as commander was recommended by the Black Tiger Gang. Therefore, he didn't hate the Black Tiger Gang. He was just jealous of Zhao Hai. He wanted to compete with Zhao Hai and let the northern strange region, and even the entire cultivation world, know that he, Li Kuanga, was the #1 genius of the northern strange region. Li Kuanga did have a reason to be happy. Although he only had 1.5 million troops, the enemy he faced was only 2 million. Zhao Hai had 3 million troops, but Zhao Hai had 5 million enemies. In Li Kuanga's view, even the heavens were helping him. As long as he defeated the 2 million heavenly demon army with his 1.5 million troops, his reputation would definitely surpass Zhao Hai's. Li Kuanga was like the sect masters of some sects in the Freedom Alliance. He didn't have much of an understanding of the strength of the heavenly demon realm. The heavenly demon realm's army was defeated twice by Zhao Hai. Moreover, Zhao Hai defeated them with fewer troops. This made Li Kuanga and the others look down on the heavenly demon realm. Although the army of the heavenly demon realm had defeated the 100 Flowers Valley Alliance and the Myriad Demon Sect Alliance twice, the contempt in their hearts hadn't disappeared. This was especially true for young cultivators like Li Kuanga, who were full of vigor and refused to submit to anyone. Li Kuanga was now leading 1.5 million troops to meet the heavenly demon realm's army. When the heavenly demon realm's army moved, the heavenly demon realm's army also moved. The distance between the two armies was about a day's journey. Naturally, Li Kuanga wouldn't just sit there and wait for the other side to attack. In fact, if the heavenly demon realm's army attacked a day or two later, Li Kuanga would have already led his people to attack. The large artifact that Li Kuanga was riding was the Giant Axe Gang's unique large artifact, the arrow ship. The arrow ship didn't mean that it could shoot arrows. In fact, it couldn't shoot arrows. The reason why the arrow ship was named this way was because it looked like an arrow, therefore it was called the arrow ship. Because of its appearance, the arrow ship's speed was very fast and its attack power was very strong. It was also a famous large artifact in the northern strange region. Although the second legion didn't have as many people as the first legion, the number of large artifacts they had wasn't any less. The second legion also had 100 large artifacts. Of these 100 large artifacts, only 10 were from the Black Tiger Gang. The rest were from the various sections. The Black Tiger Gang's large artifacts weren't driven by Zhao Hai's undead. Instead, they were driven by the Black Tiger Gang's large artifacts. Moreover, Hu Huaqian led the Black Tiger Gang to be very low-key this time. They didn't do anything out of line and directly treated themselves as part of the second legion. This was what Hu Liangchen told them, to be as low-key as possible. At this time, the Black Tiger Gang was already very famous. If they were too high-profile, then it would arouse the disgust of the smaller sections. This wasn't a good thing for the Black Tiger Gang. Hu Huaqian stood on top of the tiger ship and looked at the arrow ship flying in front. Then he sighed. His wife, Undermoon, looked at him and said, "Husband, what's wrong?" Hu Huaqian pointed at the arrow ship flying in front and said, "Li Kuanga is on that ship." To be honest, I'm very worried about this operation. I've met Li Kuanga before. He's very strong, but he's too arrogant. He doesn't listen to other people's words. Such a person might be a good cultivator or even an expert, but he's definitely not a good commander. Compared to Zhao Hai, he's too lacking. Undermoon smiled faintly and said, in the entire northern strange region, how many people can compare to Zhao Hai? Husband, let's think about how to preserve our strength. This time, we have 100,000 members of the Black Tiger Gang. We need to find a way to bring them back. Undermoon smiled faintly. Hu Huaqian nodded, his eyes lit up as he said, although Zhao Hai's plan will make the Black Tiger Gang make some sacrifices, as long as the plan succeeds, the Freedom Alliance will belong to the Black Tiger Gang. As they were talking, the army in front of them began to slow down. Hu Huaqian looked ahead and saw a black tide surging towards them. When Hu Huaqian knew that the Heavenly Demon Realm's army was coming, he immediately gave the order to have the Black Tiger Gang's large artifacts stop and get into formation, ready to fight at any time. Because the Black Tiger Gang sent 100,000 troops, they also had 10 large artifacts. Therefore, they didn't have any cultivators flying behind them. Now that the large artifacts stopped and got into formation, the cultivators inside the large artifacts also flew out and got into formation. The situation of the other sects was similar. Just as Hu Huaqian and the others got into formation, the Heavenly Demon Realm's army arrived. However, the Heavenly Demon Realm's army didn't immediately attack. Instead, they stopped about a kilometer away from the Black Tiger Gang. Then a voice was heard, Cultivator Realm's leader, come forward and speak. Li Kuanga laughed and said, Heavenly Demon Brat, if you have something to say, then say it. Humph. At this time, a cold snort was heard from the Heavenly Demon Realm's army. This snort was as loud as a bell. The entire Cultivation Realm could hear it clearly. Although the other party wasn't an immortal expert, their strength was infinitely close to the immortal stage. Cultivators in the Cultivation Realm have a strong mouth. In your Cultivation Realm, only Zhao Hai is worthy of respect. When he was in the Heavenly Demon Realm, we chased him all over the place. In the end, he fled back to the Cultivation Realm. However, he still has some means. I just don't know if you have any. If you don't, then you'll just be a joke. The voice on the other side was very calm. Besides the cold snort, there was no trace of anger. When Li Kuanga heard the person praising Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. He coldly snorted and said, whether I can compare to Zhao Hai or not, we'll see. Your Heavenly Demon Realm invaded my Cultivation Realm for no reason. I, Li Kuanga, swear that I will exterminate you all. Ha ha ha, this is the best joke I've ever heard. The voice on the other side was heard again. Exterminate my Heavenly Demon Realm? I'm afraid that even the 9 great sects of the cultivation world wouldn't dare to say such words. Young man, you should be clear that the best spirit veins and the best pills should be given to those with better talent and strength. You cultivators of the cultivation world don't think about making progress. What qualifications do you have to occupy the cultivation world? Leave this place to our Heavenly Demon Realm. Bullshit. Li Kuanga roared, the Celestial Devil Clan is nothing but a group of uncivilized devil bastards. What qualifications do they have to be compared with our cultivation world? Die. With that, Li Kuanga waved his hand and shouted, attack, large magical artifacts, charge. Along with his voice, more than 100 large artifacts rushed towards the Heavenly Demon Realm's army. However, the Heavenly Demon Realm's army seemed to be a bit slow. Their large artifacts still haven't charged. Hu Huaqian's tiger ship also charged. But when he saw the Heavenly Demon Realm's army's reaction, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then his expression changed as he said, inform the Black Tiger Gang's large artifacts to slow down. Undermoon looked at the Heavenly Demon Realm's army and said, it doesn't make sense. I heard the gang master say that the Heavenly Demon Realm's army is stronger than the cultivators of the Cultivation Realm. It's impossible for them to be so slow. Moreover, there's something wrong with what that Heavenly Demon said. He praised Zhao Hai so much, why does it seem like he has bad intentions? Hu Huaqian coldly snorted and said, it doesn't seem like he has bad intentions. He must have seen how young Li Kuanga is, so he kept praising Li Kuanga in order to see Li Kuanga's reaction. If Li Kuanga gets angry, then he would have achieved his goal. If Li Kuanga doesn't get angry, then he wouldn't have any losses. Now that guy's reaction is so slow, he must be plotting something. The Black Tiger gang was very obedient. The large artifacts slowed down, but it wasn't very obvious. They slowly retreated from the front line to the back. The distance between the two sides was only about a kilometer. This kind of distance was not very suitable for a large artifact to charge. If your large artifact was already in front of the enemy before it reached its maximum speed, it would affect the large artifact's attack power. However, it was clear that Li Kuanga didn't think about this. He impulsively ordered the large artifacts to charge. In the blink of an eye, the large artifacts were already in front of the Heavenly Demon Realm's army. At the same time, the large artifacts of the Heavenly Demon Realm's army began to move. They weren't advancing, they were retreating. The movement of the Heavenly Demon Realm's army made Li Kuanga even more excited. He desperately accelerated the large artifacts. At this time, dozens of huge sword chis flew out from the Heavenly Demon Realm's army, followed by dozens of sword chis. Each of these sword chis was dozens of meters long. They were golden in color and looked very solid. They looked like giant swords as they directly slashed towards the large artifacts of the Second Legion. Upon seeing these golden sword chis, Li Kuanga's expression couldn't help but change. He could see that these golden sword chis were all sent out by immortal experts. It seems like the other side had already planned to destroy their large artifacts. At this time, Li Kuanga finally understood that he had been fooled. He was very clear about the consequences of losing a large artifact in a war like this. He was afraid that they would only be able to take a beating. But even if Li Kuanga regretted it, it was too late. Large artifacts couldn't change direction at will. It was simply impossible for the large artifacts to avoid the incoming sword chis. Just as Li Kuanga's face turned ashen, the sword chis had already slashed towards the large artifacts of the Second Legion. Because the large artifacts of the Second Legion were competing with each other, they weren't like Xiao Hai's large artifacts. They were in a formation and were divided into different levels. Because the speed of the large artifacts was different, they were somewhat uneven. However, the first row had more than 50 large artifacts, the second row had more than 30 large artifacts. Only the third row had 10 large artifacts, and all of them belonged to the Black Tiger gang. Because the large artifacts were afraid that the large artifacts in front of them would block their path, there were no obstacles between the first row and the second row. The sword chi sent out by the Heavenly Demon Realm slashed towards the large artifacts of the Second Legion. The large artifacts in the first row were protected by at least 2 sword chis. These sword chis were sent out by immortal experts. Each one of them was incomparably powerful. The sword chis cut through the energy shields of the large artifacts like tofu. With a series of rumbling sounds, the 50 large artifacts of the Second Legion were all destroyed by the sword chis and lost their ability to fight. Some large artifacts even lost their ability to move and fell to the ground. At this time, the Second Legion's large artifacts were also attacked by the enemy sword chi. But at this time, the immortal experts of the Second Legion finally reacted. They sent out sword chi to meet the sword chi released by the Sky Demon Realm. However, one side was quick to attack while the other side was prepared. The sword chi released by the immortal experts of the Second Legion was directly dispersed by the enemy sword chi. Then the enemy sword chi mercilessly hit the Second Legion's large artifacts. Fortunately, some of the sword chi's might was offset by the sword chi of the Second Legion's immortal experts. The sword chi only managed to cut through the shields of the large artifacts, causing little damage to them. Li Kuanga wasn't injured. Although the sword chi was very powerful, Li Kuanga still had his own skills. Even an immortal expert would have to exert some effort to kill him. Moreover, he was standing on a large artifact. Because of this, Li Kuanga wasn't injured at all. On the other hand, his aeroship was destroyed. Li Kuanga's eyes were completely red. He didn't expect such a result. This was a huge blow to him. It was his first time commanding a battle, his first charge, and yet this was the result. How could he accept this? Li Kuanga had already lost his mind. With a move of his body, he directly charged forward, wanting to charge into the army of the Heavenly Devil World and risk his life against the people of the Heavenly Devil World. But just as Li Kuanga was about to move, a big hand grabbed him. Li Kuanga turned his head and saw the person who grabbed him. It was the Great Elder of the Giant Axe Gang, an immortal expert. The Great Elder looked at Li Kuanga angrily and said, "What do you want to do? Hurry up and have your remaining large artifacts retreat. Prepare to retreat. Although you've lost those large artifacts, you haven't lost yet. You still have an army of over 1,000,000 soldiers behind you." Li Kuanga calmed down and the blood in his eyes faded. He gave the immortal elder a salute before turning his head to the front. At the same time, he shouted, "Large artifacts, get into formation and retreat. Immortal experts, get into formation and meet the enemy." One had to admit that Li Kuanga was a smart person. His order at this time wasn't wrong. The large artifacts retreated slowly in order to guard against the enemy's second attack. The immortal experts would be able to prevent the enemy's immortal experts from suddenly attacking and disrupting their formation. Then the cultivators would be prepared to face the enemy's attack. However, Li Kuanga forgot that the other side was determined to defeat him. Moreover, the other side had the advantage in numbers. Using this method to deal with the other side wasn't ideal. As soon as Li Kuanga gave his order, dozens of figures flew out from the heavenly demon army. These figures were all immortal experts. The immortal experts of the cultivation realm also noticed these figures and went forward to meet them. The number of immortal experts on both sides was about the same. After a while, they left the battlefield. However, this wasn't over. Then the heavenly demon realm's large artifacts began their charge. The heavenly demon realm's large artifacts weren't as numerous as the cultivation realms. In fact, they had fewer large artifacts. Because of this, Li Kuanga dared to use his large artifacts to attack. However, he didn't expect the heavenly demon realm to attack him. At this time, the cultivation realm's large artifacts were slowly retreating. On the other hand, the heavenly demon realm's large artifacts were attacking. When the heavenly demon realm's large artifacts rushed forward, the heavenly demon army also rushed forward. One side was retreating while the other side was advancing. There was a big gap between the two sides. At this time, the cultivation realm's large artifacts had no way to fight back. They could only wait for the enemy to attack. Li Kuanga discovered that he had made another mistake. They should have retreated at this time. Otherwise, the heavenly demon realm's attack would be faster. Li Kuanga took 2 deep breaths. Seeing that it was useless for the large artifacts to retreat, he immediately shouted, "Large artifacts, stop. Get into formation and meet the enemy." As soon as his voice fell, the large artifacts of the heavenly devil realm had already rushed over. At this time, the large artifacts of the cultivation world also stopped. However, the strange thing was that the large artifacts of the heavenly devil realm that rushed at the front were actually those ships, not other large artifacts with stronger impact force. Octopus ships were very flexible and were very useful in large artifacts. However, in terms of impact, they were still lacking compared to flying iron cannons and other warships. The heavenly demon realm was actually using octopus ships as the vanguard. Hu Huaqian stood on the tiger boat and looked at the approaching octopus boats. His eyes shone as he gave an order, "All tiger boats, get ready. Accumulate energy and prepare to attack at any time." Accumulating energy to attack a large artifact was an ability of a large artifact. However, very few people would use this ability. This was because doing so would cause a lot of damage to the artifact. But now that things have reached this point, Hu Huaqian couldn't do anything about it. Undermoon looked at the octopus ships and said, "I heard that the octopus ships of the celestial devil realm are known for their agility. If they send the octopus ships as the vanguard, it's very likely that they'll bypass our defensive line and attack the cultivators. If that's the case, then we'll be in big trouble. If they scatter the cultivators, then we'll lose." Hu Huaqian nodded and said, "Right, I think that's the case. Therefore, I had the tiger boats get ready. As long as the other party attacks the cultivators' formation, then we'll make a move." At this time, the octopus boats were already very close to the large artifact formation. Hu Huaqian also ordered the tiger boats to get ready. At this time, one of the octopus boats suddenly stopped moving. Because of this, the octopus boats suddenly changed their direction. From flying straight ahead, they were now flying diagonally upwards. It seems like they were going to pass through the large artifact formation and attack the cultivators formation. When Li Kuanga saw this, he felt like his head was about to explode. He knew that if the octopus boats were to pass through the cultivators formation, then they would be defeated today. However, Li Kuanga had no way to stop it. Although it was theoretically possible for a transcending tribulation expert to take down a large artifact, this saying was only effective during normal times. However, it wasn't applicable on the battlefield. Even an idiot would know that the other party's large artifact was protected by a transcending tribulation expert. At this time, even if a transcending tribulation expert was sent, it would be impossible to cause any damage to the large artifact. Transcending tribulation experts were useless. The immortal experts were entangled and the large artifacts were in a static state. There was simply no way to block the other party's large artifacts. In this case, Li Kuanga could only watch as the other party's octopus boats rushed into the cultivators formation. Just as Li Kuanga was about to fall into despair, 10 huge shadows suddenly rushed out of the large immortal treasure formation. These 10 shadows immediately pounced on the octopus ships, and then a series of loud explosions rang out. Li Kuanga was overjoyed. He took a closer look and saw that it was the Black Tiger Gang's tiger ships. The Black Tiger Gang's 10 tiger ships were currently stepping on the octopus ships of the Heavenly Demon Realm. 2 of the tiger ships could move forward and claw at the octopus ships from time to time. As for the octopus ships, it was as if they had been stepped on by the tigers. The large octopus that had left the water could only struggle in vain. This change was unexpected to both the enemy and the cultivators. However, the heavenly demons didn't stop their attack. Their large artifacts were still rushing forward. At this time, the cultivators' formation finally stabilized. Although it couldn't counterattack, it was no longer retreating. It firmly blocked the cultivators' formation. This wasn't all. The cultivators weren't idiots. They knew that it wouldn't be easy to block the enemy's large artifacts. Therefore, the cultivators retreated and loosened their formation in order to avoid the impact of the large artifacts. Boom! 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 With a loud collision sound, the Heavenly Demon Realm's large artifacts collided with the Second Legion's large artifacts. Although the Second Legion's large artifacts were stationary while the Heavenly Demon Realm's large artifacts were charging, the distance between the two sides wasn't very far. The Heavenly Demon Realm's large artifacts hadn't reached their maximum speed, so the impact wasn't very strong. Therefore, although they knocked the Second Legion's large artifacts away, their speed was also slowed down. It was impossible for them to cause any damage to the Second Legion's formation. Originally, the Heavenly Demons didn't want to use these large artifacts to deal with the Second Legion's formation. They were counting on the octopus boats. However, they didn't expect Xianxia to interfere and block their octopus boats. This caused their plan to fail. The large artifacts lost their momentum. If they were to pass through the Second Legion's formation, then they would be finished. They would be torn apart by the Second Legion. The commander of the Heavenly Demon Realm understood this very well. Therefore, he decisively ordered the large artifacts to retreat. At the same time, the Heavenly Demon Realm's army rushed forward. After some time of adjustment, the Second Legion also recovered and began to fight with the Heavenly Demon Realm's army. Li Kuanga was now participating in the battle. He now understood how difficult it was to command a battle of millions of people. Before, he wanted to compete with Zhao Hai. But now, it seems like he was far worse than Zhao Hai. At this time, the battle between the two sides was still going on, but the Second Legion was obviously at a disadvantage. After all, they had nearly 500,000 fewer people than the other side. In addition, the cultivators from the cultivation world might be on par with the people from the Heavenly Devil Realm in terms of strength, but in terms of ruthlessness, they were much worse than the people from the Heavenly Devil Realm. Naturally, they were at a disadvantage. At this moment, a powerful aura suddenly came from the distance. This aura was very powerful. Everyone could feel that this was the aura of an immortal expert. Most importantly, although this person's aura was strong, he was definitely a cultivator from the cultivation realm. Reinforcements from the cultivation realm had arrived. Although there was only one person, this person was an immortal expert. At this time, an immortal expert was enough to change the situation of the battlefield. Whether it was the people from the heavenly demon realm or the cultivation realm, both sides understood this. Their expressions changed. Naturally, the cultivators from the cultivation world were overjoyed. However, the cultivators from the heavenly demon plane had ugly looks on their faces. Suddenly, the voice of the heavenly demon plane's commander rang out again. Get into formation and retreat slowly. Large magic artifacts, be on guard. Following his order, the heavenly demon army began to slowly retreat. Although they were retreating, they didn't panic. This made it so that the cultivators wouldn't be able to pursue them. Moreover, their large artifacts were surrounded by a large number of transcending tribulation experts. Even an immortal expert wouldn't be able to deal with these large artifacts. At the same time, the immortal experts who were fighting in the distance stopped and returned to their own formations. Although some of the immortal experts from both sides were injured, no one died. In short, although the cultivation realm's battle was a bit ugly, their losses weren't very heavy. Li Kuanga's face was pale as he stood there. At this time, they had returned to the Second Corps' camp. Li Kuanga was currently in the cave residence of the Second Corps. Besides Li Kuanga, the representatives of the other sects were present. There were also other immortal experts present. Unexpectedly, Tai Zhantian was also present. Tai Zhantian was the last immortal expert to arrive at the Second Corps. His appearance forced the heavenly demon realm to retreat. It can be said that if it weren't for Tai Zhantian's arrival, then who knows what would have happened to the Second Corps. The atmosphere in the hall was very oppressive. No one spoke. After a while, Li Kuanga said, "Everyone, I would like to apologize to you. It was my mistaken command that caused such a huge loss. I ask for your forgiveness." Hearing Li Kuanga's words, everyone stared. Then they shook their heads. Although Li Kuanga was wrong, they weren't any better. When facing the heavenly demon realm, they were also stunned. Just thinking about it was enough to make them blush. Before this, they thought that the heavenly demon realm was nothing special. But now, they knew that they were wrong. When the heavenly demon realm made a move, they wouldn't hesitate. Moreover, the heavenly demon realm wasn't any weaker than them, they might even be stronger. Such an opponent wasn't easy to deal with. Li Kuanga looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, today we have fought with the heavenly demon realm's army. Although I don't want to admit defeat, I have no choice but to admit defeat. If we were to fight head-on, we would have suffered a loss. If Elder Tai Zhantian didn't come to our aid today, we would have been in danger." Everyone nodded. Then Li Kuanga said, "It seems like fighting the heavenly demon realm. Head-on isn't a good choice. I think we should take a defensive stance. We'll use our current camp as a base and establish a defensive line. We'll use formations to block the heavenly demon realm's attack. What do you think?" A buzzing sound came from below because Li Kuanga's suggestion was really out of their expectations. Most importantly, why did this suggestion sound so familiar? It seemed to be the method that the 100-Flower Valley and the 1,000 Goblins sect used to deal with the heavenly demon realm. Previously, they had mocked the 100-Flower Valley and the 1,000 Goblin sect. Li Kuanga didn't say anything. Although he was the commander of the Second Legion, he didn't have Zhao Hai's skills. He also didn't have Zhao Hai's prestige in the First Legion. It was almost impossible for him to suppress his subordinates. Therefore, even if he made a decision, he would have to listen to the opinions of the others. If the others don't agree, then his decision would be useless. At this moment, Hu Huaqian stood up and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, I agree with the army commander's opinion. We have already exchanged blows with the heavenly demon world. I think everyone knows the standard of the heavenly demon world. We can't throw our lives away for the sake of face. Now is not the time to care about face. We have to protect our sect, so taking a defensive stance is the best decision." Everyone nodded. Although Hu Huaqian's words weren't very pleasant to hear, it was true. The reason why these people were still discussing whether or not to take a defensive stance was because of their face. Now that Hu Huaqian said this, they also let go of their worries. Looking at them, Hu Huaqian continued, "This time, the attack of the heavenly demon realm's army was very sudden, and we also suffered a little. However, as long as we can block the attack of the heavenly demon realm, we can be prepared when the time comes, and we can definitely chase the people of the heavenly demon realm out of the cultivation world." As soon as Hu Huaqian's voice fell, everyone applauded. Hu Huaqian gave everyone a salute before sitting down. This time, nobody opposed to taking a defensive stance. The matter was quickly settled. The various sects fully supported Li Kuange's proposal. They had no choice but to support it. Although Li Kuange's performance in the war wasn't very good, they couldn't just take Li Kuange down. If they did, then the Giant Axe Gang would hate them. If the Giant Axe Gang didn't cooperate, then no matter who became the commander of the Second Corps, they wouldn't have a good time. Because of this, Li Kuange still had to sit in this position. Since Li Kuange was allowed to sit in this position, then the decision must be supported. If they don't support it, then it wasn't only Li Kuange who would suffer, but also their sect. Because of this, even if the sects were unwilling, they would still support Li Kuange. When Tai Zhantian saw this situation, he couldn't help but feel relieved. The reason why he came here to help was because Zhao Hai said that Zhao Hai would be here to support the Second Corps. Otherwise, Tai Zhantian wouldn't have appeared here. Tai Zhantian had always felt strange. Why was Zhao Hai paying attention to the Second Corps when he was fighting against the Heavenly Demon Realm? However, due to his trust in Zhao Hai, Tai Zhantian came just in time to save the Second Corps. When he thought of this, Tai Zhantian couldn't help but be worried. He really wanted to know how Zhao Hai was doing. Zhao Hai's current situation was very good. His stellar transformations formation was able to block the attacks of the Heavenly Demon Realm's large artifacts. This prevented the Heavenly Demon Realm's large artifacts from attacking the First Corps. Although this meant that the First Corps' large artifacts couldn't be used, this was also good. Since everyone couldn't use large artifacts, then they could only rely on strength. Whoever was stronger would win. This made it seem like Zhao Hai was at a disadvantage. The First Corps had 2 million fewer people compared to the other side. Naturally, Zhao Hai would be at a disadvantage. However, this time was different. This time, Zhao Hai had reorganized the army. Moreover, these people didn't dare to disobey his orders. Under Zhao Hai's command, the First Corps was like a very sophisticated machine. Although the division of labor was different, their strength was still huge. On the other hand, the Heavenly Demon Realm's army didn't have this kind of skill. Although they had a lot of people and had been trained for a period of time, the Heavenly Demon Realm's army was only a little better than the average army of the Cultivation Realm. Compared to Zhao Hai's First Corps, they were a lot worse. All the captains of the First Corps were equipped with a communication device. Zhao Hai could directly give them orders and they only needed to follow the orders. It can be said that at this time, these cultivators had become Zhao Hai's chess pieces. Zhao Hai could do whatever he wanted. To be honest, the one who arranged this chess piece wasn't Zhao Hai, but Lizzie and the others. When it comes to commanding ability, Zhao Hai was far worse than Lizzie and the others. Therefore, it was natural for Zhao Hai to give this opportunity to Lizzie and the others. Because of Lizzie and the others' command, the First Corps was able to fight against the Heavenly Demon Realm's army. With 3 million cultivators, they weren't at a disadvantage against 5 million cultivators. They were even able to kill a lot of heavenly demons while suffering minimal losses. What was Zhao Hai doing right now? At this time, Zhao Hai was commanding his immortal undead and the other immortal experts of the First Legion to fight against the immortal experts of the Heavenly Demon Realm. It can be said that the outcome of the war would depend on these immortal experts. Today, Zhao Hai didn't make a move. Instead, he sent out all the immortal experts in his army. It must be known that the First Corps had a lot less immortal experts compared to the Heavenly Demon Realm. If Zhao Hai didn't send out his immortal experts, then the First Corps' immortal experts would surely suffer a big loss. The battle between the two sides lasted for a few hours, with both sides suffering losses. But overall, the Sky Devil race was still at a disadvantage. In these few hours of battle, the Sky Devil world had lost a total of almost 100,000 people, while the First Legion had lost less than 10,000 people, a ratio of 10 to 1. Naturally, Mo also knew about this loss ratio. This loss ratio made his face very ugly. He already knew that the other side had won a great victory against the Cultivation World's army, while he suffered a loss again. How could he feel good about this? However, Mo couldn't do anything right now. This was because Zhao Hai was too difficult to deal with. Although he had 5 million troops and more immortal experts compared to Zhao Hai, he didn't dare to send all of them to attack. This was because Zhao Hai's myriad transformations formation was still there. Mo could see that the myriad transformations formation was moving. If he sent all of his troops to attack, then Zhao Hai's formation would suppress his army. Because of this, Mo left behind some immortal experts as well as some ordinary heavenly demons. He was afraid that Zhao Hai would use the myriad transformations formation to deal with him. Because of this, Mo didn't dare to send all of his troops to attack. Zhao Hai was also paying attention to Mo. He was also afraid that Mo would send all of his troops into the battle. If that happened, then it would be more difficult for him to deal with the Heavenly Demon Realm's army. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't make a move. He was guarding against the other side. If the other side sent all of their troops into the battle, then Zhao Hai would be able to stop them. Then he would have Kai control the myriad transformations formation to destroy the enemy's large artifacts. As long as the enemy's large artifacts were destroyed, then Zhao Hai would be able to cut off one of the enemy's arms. This would increase their chances of winning. However, it was clear that the Heavenly Demon Realm's commander wasn't stupid. Because of this, he didn't order his troops to attack. It can be said that both sides were still in a deadlock. Naturally, Zhao Hai's achievement was already very remarkable. One must know that in the entire Cultivation realm, only Zhao Hai could fight against the Heavenly Demon Realm without suffering any losses. The other great sects couldn't do this. Zhao Hai knew that the reason for this situation was because of his strength. He had the strength to fight against the Heavenly Demon Realm, so the Heavenly Demon Realm couldn't do anything to him. The second reason was because of the issue of command. Whether it was the Heavenly Demon Realm or the Cultivation realm, they paid more attention to the strength of each person. It can be said that the Heavenly Demon Realm and the Cultivation realm were like the ancient heroes of Earth. They paid attention to the cultivation of each person, but they didn't pay much attention to commanding. Zhao Hai's previous experience made him understand that the army was a better choice for this kind of large-scale battle. In a one-on-one battle, the army might not be a match for the people of Jianghu. But in a battle of 10,000 people, the army would win in the end. Bang. Mo slammed the table and fiercely said, "Get into formation and retreat." Mo didn't want to give this order, but he had no other choice. It has been 7 hours since they started fighting with the First Legion. In these 7 hours, not only did they not gain any advantage, they even lost more than 100,000 people. Their immortal experts were held back and their large artifacts couldn't be used. This battle was very depressing. Most importantly, after such a long time, the fighting strength of the heavenly demons had reached its limit. If they don't retreat, then their losses would be even greater. The reason why Mo thought this was because he discovered that there were still a lot of people in the cultivation realm who were very strong. He also observed the formation of the cultivation realm for a long time. He discovered that the formation of the cultivation realm was very well coordinated. A lot of cultivators could even rest in the middle of a battle while being protected by others. Although the rest wasn't long, for a cultivator, having a period of time to rest was very important. Additionally, these cultivators were carrying pills with them. When they were resting, they would eat the pills and it wouldn't take long for them to be full of vigor. This was the reason why Mo had to give the order to retreat. For Mo to be able to command an army of 5 million heavenly demons, his status naturally wasn't simple. What he learned was how to command a large group of people in battle. Mo always thought that his commanding ability was very good. But compared to Zhao Hai, he discovered that he was far behind. Mo had long discovered that there were cultivators who could rest during the battle. He also wanted to let the heavenly devils rest during the battle. However, he found that he couldn't move at all. Every time he wanted to let the heavenly devils rest, the cultivators would attack them, not giving them any time to rest. Mo knew that the reason for this was because Zhao Hai's commanding ability was better than his. This made him unable to display his advantage in numbers. Mo was certain that the reason why he lost less than 200,000 people today was because the heavenly demons were stronger than the cultivators. If Zhao Hai's cultivators were as strong as the heavenly demons, then the heavenly demons' losses would be even greater. At this time, the heavenly demons' attack had reached its limit. If they didn't retreat, then they would have to leave. Because of this, Mo decisively gave the order to retreat. Following his order, the heavenly demon army slowly retreated. The immortal stage heavenly demons also slowly retreated. Even the immortal stage heavenly demons around Mo flew out to cover the retreat of the army. Seeing this, Zhao Hai didn't give the order to pursue. Instead, he ordered the army to slowly retreat. He knew that after 7 to 8 hours of battle, the cultivators felt a lot of pressure. If they were to rush forward now, then they wouldn't be able to do anything. To be honest, Zhao Hai was already very satisfied with this outcome. Both armies slowly retreated at the same time. Overall, the cultivators had the upper hand. The heavenly demons suffered a small loss, but it wasn't a big one. However, this battle made the cultivators of the First Legion sincerely convinced of Zhao Hai's abilities. With less than 20,000 people, they managed to kill more than 200,000 heavenly demons. Such a record was dazzling no matter where it was. These cultivators had time to rest. Aside from eating pills, they would also observe the situation on the battlefield. They couldn't help but recognize that Zhao Hai's commanding was simply an art. With 3 million troops against 5 million sky demons, the sky demons didn't even have time to rest. Most importantly, he was able to minimize the losses on his side. With such commanding ability, they couldn't help but be convinced. At this time, Zhao Hai invited all the immortal experts to the Hell King's ship's cabin. Looking at the immortal experts, Zhao Hai didn't speak. Instead, he gave a salute and said, "Seniors, I thank you for listening to this junior's command. Today's results are all thanks to you. This junior has been disrespectful to you before. I ask for your forgiveness." As soon as the immortal experts heard Zhao Hai, they immediately stood up. One of them chuckled and said, "Zhao Hai, you're too polite. Kid, your ability to command is truly amazing. We admire you very much. In the future, as long as you command us in battle, we will certainly follow your orders." The immortal experts chuckled and said, "Zhao Hai, you're too polite." The other immortal experts also agreed. Today's battle allowed them to see Zhao Hai's ability. Naturally, they were convinced by Zhao Hai. These immortal experts were broad-minded. However, the dignity of an immortal expert wasn't something that could be provoked. In the past, Zhao Hai was very rude to these immortal experts. However, for the sake of the overall situation, they didn't make a move against Zhao Hai. They wanted to see what kind of person Zhao Hai was. But after today's battle, they understood that Zhao Hai's decision to make everyone listen to him was correct. With less than 20,000 casualties, he was able to eliminate 200,000 enemies. This made the immortal experts have a whole new level of respect for Zhao Hai. Because of this, they were able to put down their grudges with Zhao Hai. Hearing the immortal experts, Zhao Hai relaxed. Then he said, "Then I'll have to thank seniors. This junior has prepared several jars of spirit wine. Seniors, please take a rest here." The immortal experts nodded and said, "Then I'll have to thank seniors." After he said that, he waved his hand and took out several jars of spirit wine. He placed them on the ground as well as some jade cups. At the same time, tables and chairs rose up in the room for the immortal experts to sit down and rest. The immortal experts weren't polite as they sat down and laughed. Zhao Hai gave everyone a salute before he turned around and left. As soon as Zhao Hai left the room, an immortal expert couldn't help but sigh, "He's really a genius. The Black Tiger Gang is really lucky. I didn't expect someone from the lower realms to have such strength. It's really rare." Another immortal expert said, "This person does things in an orderly manner. He knows when to advance and when to retreat. He's a rare talent. Most importantly, he's very strong. Moreover, he's proficient in formations and commanding. Such a talent is really rare. I heard that his status in the Black Tiger Gang isn't inferior to the current leader, Zhang Feng." When I first heard this, I didn't believe it. But now, I believe it. If our sect had such a talent, I would have given him a higher status. Everyone nodded. But at this time, they suddenly remembered that Old Man Black Turtle was still sitting in the room. Everyone's gaze turned to him. Old Man Black Turtle looked at everyone and smiled faintly. "Everyone, I haven't been in the Black Tiger Gang for a long time, but I still know a bit about their situation. The Black Tiger Gang is very strong and they're well prepared for the Heavenly Demon invasion. Most importantly, the Black Tiger Gang made such preparations because of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai participated in the Heavenly Demon Martial Arts competition a year ago. After he came back, the Black Tiger Gang began their preparations. It can be said that Zhao Hai discovered the Heavenly Demon Realm's plot during the competition. There were many cultivators who went to the Heavenly Demon Realm, but he was the only one who discovered it. This in itself explains the problem. Don't blame Zhao Hai for not telling the sections. Even if Zhao Hai did tell them, how many people would believe him? If the Heavenly Demon Realm didn't invade, then I'm afraid even the Black Tiger Gang wouldn't believe it, let alone the others. After Old Man Black Turtle said this, he couldn't help but let out a long breath. Then he continued, even if the Black Tiger Gang doesn't rely on any external forces, they can still block the Heavenly Demon Realm's attack. This is all this old man can say. If you don't believe me, then forget it. The immortal experts turned silent. Then one of them suddenly looked at Old Man Black Turtle and said, "Brother Black Turtle, you're a supreme elder of a sect. Do you really want to join the Black Tiger Gang?" Old Man Black Tortoise glanced at that person and discovered that it was the Sunken Sand Sect's Grand Elder. He also understood the meaning of this fellow's words. This fellow's words seemed to be asking about his future, but there was also the intention of sowing discord. Old Man Black Turtle smiled faintly and said, "Why would I want to leave the Black Tiger Gang? I used to be the Grand Elder of the Black Tortoise Sect, and I'm still the Grand Elder of the Black Tiger Gang. Back then, I had to worry about the entire sect, and I had to work hard to gather supplies for the sect. Now, I'm a Grand Elder, and I have a very high position in the Black Tiger Gang. Most importantly, I can take in disciples from the Black Tiger Gang, and pass on my Black Tortoise Sect's orthodoxy. Even if you want me to leave the Black Tiger Gang, I won't leave." When everyone heard Old Man Black Turtle, they were silent for a while. They had already reached the immortal stage, they had already passed the age of contending for supremacy. At their level, they were more concerned with how to improve their strength and increase their lifespan. Because of this, these immortal experts agreed with Old Man Black Turtle's words. For cultivators, there were three most important things. One was strength, the second was lifespan, and the third was the inheritance of the Tao. There was no need to talk about strength. In the cultivation world, without strength, one would find it difficult to move forward. There was also no need to talk about lifespan. What was the purpose of cultivation? This was going against the will of the heavens and having the same lifespan as the heaven and earth. The third was the inheritance of the Tao. Although many cultivators were heartless, they still attached great importance to the inheritance of their Tao. Even immortal experts hoped that their Tao would be passed down smoothly. The Old Man Black Tortoise now had the strength and lifespan, but passing down the orthodoxy was still a problem. He wasn't like when he was young, he didn't want to open a sect by himself. Only he knew how hard it was to do that. He wouldn't do that. Opening a sect by himself would take too much time. He wanted to use that time to cultivate and increase his lifespan. Therefore, he wouldn't open a sect by himself. Being a Taishang elder in the Black Tiger Gang was also good. He could also take in a few disciples and pass down the orthodoxy of the Black Tortoise lineage. Just like what he said, why not? The immortal experts in the room were all experienced people. How could they not see that because of the words of the Sinking Sand Sect's Supreme Elder, the atmosphere in the room became strange? Because of this, everyone stopped talking about the Black Tiger Gang. Instead, they just chatted casually. The atmosphere suddenly became lively. Since they were drinking happily, they naturally didn't pay attention to what was happening outside. The army outside quickly returned to their encampment. At this time, Zhao Hai chose to build an encampment between several small sections. This encampment wasn't built randomly. Once the encampment was built, the headquarters of the small sects could be used as a stronghold. Not only could they prevent the Heavenly Demon Army from attacking, they could also use the transmission points of the small sects to replenish their supplies and reinforcements. Additionally, the location that Zhao Hai chose was on a mountain. One could clearly see the changes in the surroundings. This made it impossible for the Heavenly Demon Army to attack the Freedom Alliance's territory. It can be said that if the Heavenly Demon Army wants to attack the Freedom Alliance's territory, then they must first destroy Zhao Hai's encampment. If they don't pull out this nail, then the Heavenly Demon Army wouldn't be able to attack the Freedom Alliance's territory. After arriving at the station, Zhao Hai immediately arranged for those who weren't injured to rest. He also arranged for people to treat those who were injured. As for the bodies of those who died in battle, they would be sent back to their sects through transmission formations. Then they would be properly buried. It can be said that there were a lot of things to do. As for the heavenly demon realm, it was very simple. They didn't need to worry about how to deal with the bodies of the dead. This was because the dead heavenly demons had already become Zhao Hai's undead. Naturally, they didn't need to deal with them. However, Zhao Hai didn't think about using the undead to deal with the enemy. This was because Zhao Hai knew that if he did so, then the heavenly demon army would certainly send all of their troops to deal with him first. Zhao Hai knew that using a mortal stage undead to deal with the enemy was already very eye-catching. If he went too far, then the heavenly demon realm wouldn't let him off. This was because the heavenly demon realm knew that keeping him alive would only bring them more harm. But Zhao also knew that everyone thought that there was a limit to the number of undead a person could convert. Once a person reached a certain number, they would no longer be able to convert corpses into undead. No one would have thought that he had the space, so he could keep this a secret so that he could play a bigger role in the future. It was precisely because of this idea that Zhao didn't want to use undead against his enemies. After dealing with these matters, Zhao Hai immediately took out a jade sword message and sent a letter to the gang, asking about the situation of the Second Legion. In fact, Zhao Hai was very clear about the situation of the Second Legion. This was because almost all of the Black Tiger Gang's large artifacts were either refined or repaired by him. When he repaired the large artifacts, he would place liquid silver in them. Through the liquid silver, he could clearly see what happened to the Second Legion. However, he still needed to ask, otherwise he would be suspected. Zhao Hai was currently sitting comfortably in the space's hot spring. Laura and the others were also sitting in the hot spring, laughing from time to time. Meg looked at Zhao, who was sitting there with his eyes closed. She slowly swam to Zhao's side and gently massaged him. Zhao let out a comfortable sigh. Meg, this person's skills are really getting better and better. Meg's skills are really getting better and better. Meg smiled faintly and said, I'm not like my elder sisters. I don't have their abilities. But as long as I serve the young master well, I'll be fine. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Then he looked at Meg and said, It's been hard on you. Meg smiled faintly, her face was filled with happiness. At this time, Laura arrived by Zhao Hai's side and said, Big brother Hai, what do we do next? Looking at the current situation, it would be impossible to drive the Heavenly Demon Realm's army back to the Heavenly Demon Realm in a short period of time. Today, I saw through liquid silver that there were a lot of low-level heavenly demons gathering herbs and various ores. It seems like they are prepared for a long war. Zhao Hai nodded and said, It seems like it's like this. But now isn't the time for us to go all out. Let's wait and see. I always feel that the 9 great sects have some secrets. Moreover, the Heavenly Demon Realm seems to be holding back. It seems like they're waiting for something. Laura frowned and said, Big brother Hai, why do you have this feeling? Zhao Hai replied, Did you forget? When I was in the Heavenly Demon Realm, the small cloud demon sect actually had several immortal experts. If the Heavenly Demon Realm really wanted to attack the Cultivation Realm, would they only send a few immortal experts? Although they have more immortal experts than us, they still don't have that many. Isn't this strange? Zhao Hai nodded and said, That's right. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Laura couldn't help but stare. Then she thought for a moment before she nodded and said, It's true. In the Cultivation Realm, the great sects have sent almost all of their immortal experts, but they were only able to block the Heavenly Demon Realm's attack. Moreover, the Heavenly Demon Realm has more than a few immortal experts. This is indeed strange. Zhao Hai said, There's also the reaction of the 9 great sections. Don't they know how powerful the Heavenly Demon Realm is? But when the Heavenly Demon Realm attacked, they were still thinking about infighting and seizing power. This is very strange. The 9 great sects are the leaders of the 9 continents, so they wouldn't be that stupid. Therefore, I believe that the 9 great sects still have some trump cards that they haven't used yet. The Heavenly Demon Realm seems to know about this, so they didn't attack with full force. It seems like they are waiting for the 9 great sects to use their trump cards. This is very strange. Laura thought for a moment, then her eyes suddenly shone as she said, Big Brother Hai, how could you forget about this person? You can ask Hu Dingshan. He should know about this matter, right? Zhao Hai stared, then he patted his head and said, I'm really an idiot. I didn't ask a sensible person, I just wanted to break my head. I deserve it. Alright, I'll ask him later. Laura smiled and said, Hu Dingshan is living very well inside the space. Every day, he would study things with Grandpa Green and the others. If he didn't drink with Grandpa Green, his days would be very comfortable. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, perhaps this is the life that he wants to live. Alright, let's not think too much about it. I'll go ask him about the 9 great sections. Then after he said that, Zhao Hai stood up and wore his clothes before he went to look for Hu Dingshan. Hu Dingshan's days were very comfortable. He was currently studying the use of formations with Green and the others. However, the formations that they were studying now were used to make people more comfortable. They rarely studied combat formations. Zhao Hai didn't care about them, they can study whatever they want. When Hu Dingshan heard that Zhao Hai was looking for him, he immediately came out. Zhao Hai bowed to Hu Dingshan and said, Master, I came here today to ask you about something. The heavenly demons have invaded the cultivation realm, but I can see that they aren't using their full strength. The 9 great sects also don't seem to be afraid of them. Do the 9 great sects have any secrets? When Hu Dingshan heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, I didn't expect you to think of this. Right, the 9 great sects do indeed have something up their sleeves. It's just that they wouldn't use it unless it's a matter of life and death. Zhao Hai looked at Hu Dingshan, puzzled. Hu Dingshan looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly, the universe is made up of countless planes. Nobody knows how many planes there are. Aside from the lowest planes, the cultivator realm can only be considered as the 2nd layer. As for the cultivator realm, it can only be considered as the 3rd layer. The higher you go, the stronger the plane's strength. Naturally, the heaven and earth's laws would also be stronger, and the pressure would also be greater. If you were to enter the 4th layer, I'm afraid that you wouldn't even be able to display 1,000th of your current strength. Only the first 3 layers wouldn't have that much pressure. Hu Dingshan smiled faintly and said, the universe is composed of countless planes. This was the first time that Zhao Hai heard Hu Dingshan talk about this. He couldn't help but be more serious. He knew that Hu Dingshan's words were very useful. Hu Dingshan looked at Zhao Hai and said, for the first 3 layers, as long as you're strong enough, you can ascend without too much trouble. But if you want to ascend from the 3rd layer to the 4th, you'll have a lot of trouble. Do you know why the cultivation realm uses things like the 10,000 realm battlefield? Zhao Hai nodded. Zhao Hai shook his head, he was puzzled as he said, isn't it to select talents from the lower realms? It's something like the 10,000 realm battlefield that was refined by the seniors. Hu Dingshan nodded and said, that's right, but it's also wrong. The 10,000 realm battlefield was indeed used to select talents from the lower realms. However, the 10,000 realm battlefield wasn't refined by the cultivators of the cultivation realm. Instead, it was bestowed by the great sects of the 4th layer. Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at Hu Dingshan with a puzzled expression. Hu Dingshan replied, in the cultivation realm, there is a place similar to the 10,000 realm battlefield. However, not everyone can enter that place. Only immortal experts of the various sects are qualified to enter. Hu Dingshan nodded and said, you're right. Zhao Hai was stunned, completely stunned. He didn't think that there would be a place like the 10,000 realm battlefield in the cultivation realm. This was something that he didn't think of before. Hu Dingshan continued, the 10,000 realm battlefield in the cultivation realm is much more formidable compared to the lower realms. In there, your strength will be suppressed. Immortal experts who can display the strength of transcending tribulation experts are considered experts. Most importantly, the 10,000 realm battlefield in the cultivation realm is divided into 81 regions. The cultivation realm belongs to the 72nd region. Moreover, just because you're in the 72nd region doesn't mean that you're qualified to enter the 10,000 realm battlefield. Naturally, the 10,000 realm battlefield in the cultivation realm isn't called the 10,000 realm battlefield, it's called the Leaping Dragon realm. Leaping Dragon realm? The Carp Leaping Dragon Gate? Zhao Hai muttered. Hu Dingshan nodded and said, right, that's what it means. The Leaping Dragon Realm isn't a place that anyone can enter. Without the strength of an immortal expert, you won't be able to enter. Without the permission of the fourth layer, you won't be able to enter the third layer forever. If you're too weak in the third layer, you will be expelled from the Leaping Dragon Realm along with everyone else. Zhao Hai understood what Hu Dingshan meant. In other words, the Leaping Dragon Realm has its own rules. If one's strength wasn't enough, then they wouldn't be able to enter the Demon Dragon Realm. Hu Dingshan continued, the people of the fourth layer will inspect the Leaping Dragon Realm every 10,000 years. If they find out that your realm is too weak, then everyone in the Leaping Dragon Realm will be expelled from the realm. Then someone stronger than your realm will enter the Leaping Dragon Realm. The people who enter the Leaping Dragon Realm will have to cultivate and undergo trials there. If the people of the fourth layer think that you're qualified, then you'll be accepted as a disciple of a sect. Your sect will also be rewarded with a place similar to the 10,000 realm battlefield. If you're not qualified, then you'll be expelled from the Leaping Dragon Realm after 100 years. After Hu Dingshan said this, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, don't underestimate the Leap Dragon Realm. You should know that the flow of time in the Leap Dragon Realm is 5 times faster than in the Cultivation Realm. Staying there for 100 years is equivalent to 500 years in the Cultivation Realm. Moreover, it's very dangerous. There are all kinds of powerful beasts there. And with the battles between the various realms, it's normal for immortal experts to fall there. Zhao Hai couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He didn't think that there would be a place where the flow of time was 5 times faster than the Cultivation Realm. In other words, when a cultivator enters the Leaping Dragon Realm, their lifespan would decrease by 4/5. A person who can live for 1,000 years would only live for 200 years. Such a speed of time was truly chilling. Hu Dingshan continued, it's precisely because of the speed of time that the people of the fourth layer set a rule that only immortal experts can enter the Leaping Dragon Realm. It should be known that the flow of time in the fourth layer is 10 times faster than the Cultivation Realm. In other words, if you have 10 yuan of lifespan, you'll only have 1 yuan of lifespan in the fourth layer. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He didn't expect the flow of time in the fourth layer to be faster than the Leaping Dragon Realm. Then why would the Cultivation Realm desperately want to enter the fourth layer? Seeing Zhao Hai's puzzled expression, Hu Dingshan understood what he was thinking. Hu Dingshan said, are you wondering why the Cultivation Realm desperately wants to enter the fourth layer? Why would they not hesitate to reduce their lifespan by 10 times? Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, that's indeed the case. Since the fourth cycle reduces your lifespan, why are you still going there? Hu Dingshan smiled bitterly and said, in order to live longer. Zhao Hai looked at Hu Dingshan with a puzzled expression. Seeing Zhao Hai's expression, Hu Dingshan smiled bitterly and said, right, it's to live longer. In the end, we cultivators pursue the status of an elder. But in the cultivation realm, we're bound by the laws of the world. Cultivators generally have a lifespan of 10 yuan. There are some who have fortuitous encounters or have a lifespan of 15 yuan. But it's absolutely impossible for someone to live past 15 yuan. Hu Dingshan looked at Zhao Hai and said, but the fourth layer is different. Although the flow of time in the fourth layer is fast, you can only live up to 20 yuan. Remember, it's 20 yuan in the fourth layer. Zhao Hai nodded and said, but the fourth layer is different. Although the flow of time in the fourth layer is fast, you can only live up to 20 yuan. Zhao Hai finally understood. In the cultivation realm, one can live up to 15 yuan. But in the fourth layer, one can live up to 20 yuan. No wonder everyone wanted to go to the fourth layer. Hu Dingshan continued, moreover, if you enter the fourth layer, your realm and your sect will obtain a lot of benefits. For example, the 10,000 realm battlefield under the control of the Black Tiger Gang. Naturally, it's also called the Sky Tower. These benefits were given to the sects by the Black Tiger Gang after entering the fourth layer. It's because of these benefits that the Black Tiger Gang was able to achieve what it is today. Hu Dingshan nodded. Zhao Hai nodded. Hu Dingshan continued, the Heavenly Demon Realm was originally able to enter the Leap Dragon Realm. When they did, the Cultivation Realm couldn't. Later on, the Cultivation Realm defeated the Heavenly Demon Realm in a battle. The Heavenly Demon Realm was driven out of the Leap Dragon Realm while the Cultivation Realm entered the Leap Dragon Realm. Because of this, the Cultivation Realm and the Demon Dragon Realm became mortal enemies. The Heavenly Demon Realm wanted to suppress the Cultivation Realm and replace us in the Leap Dragon Realm. Zhao Hai nodded. He now understood why the Heavenly Demon Realm and the Cultivation Realm would fight from time to time. It turns out that this was the reason. Hu Dingshan continued, in recent years, a lot of immortal experts of the Cultivation Realm have entered the Leap Dragon Realm. The Leap Dragon Realm also has a special feature. You can only enter once. If you come out after entering the Leap Dragon Realm, then you won't be able to enter again. You're right, the Heavenly Demon Realm has more immortal experts than the Cultivation Realm. This is because a lot of immortal experts of the Cultivation Realm have entered the Leap Dragon Realm. The 9 major sects wouldn't allow their immortal experts to come out. This is because once they come out, they won't be able to enter again. Their losses would be huge. But in a matter of life and death, the 9 major sects wouldn't allow their immortal experts to come out and deal with the Heavenly Demon Realm. At this point, Hu Dingshan let out a long breath and said, the spiritual qi in the Leaping Dragon Realm is much richer. Cultivating there is much faster compared to the Cultivation Realm. Therefore, if the 9 great sects call back their immortal experts, then defeating the Heavenly Demon Realm shouldn't be a problem. Naturally, if the Heavenly Demon Realm still has some tricks up their sleeves, then that's another matter. I think the 9 great sects are relying on this. The Heavenly Demon Realm is also guarding against the 9 great sects. Speaking up to here, Hu Dingshan couldn't help but sigh and said, although a lot of immortal experts have entered the Leap Dragon Realm in recent years, most of them are from the 9 major sects. The 9 major sects treat the Leap Dragon Realm as their private property. This is very disadvantageous to the Cultivation Realm. Because of this, the 9 major sects have become stronger than before. However, the Cultivation Realm is much weaker than before. Zhao Hai finally understood why the 9 major sects were so confident in dealing with the Heavenly Demon Realm. It turned out that they still had a card up their sleeves. No wonder they were still thinking about seizing power even when the Heavenly Demon Realm was pressuring them. The Heavenly Demons knew that the Cultivation Realm had people in the Leap Dragon Realm. Therefore, they only sent a small number of their immortal experts to attack the Cultivation Realm's great sects. They left behind most of their immortal experts to deal with the Cultivation Realm's experts that entered the Leap Dragon Realm. Even if the 9 major sects were to summon their immortal experts back to the Cultivation Realm, a huge battle would unfold. However, the Cultivation Realm's small sects would be out of luck. Just like Hu Dingshan said, the Cultivation Realm's small sects didn't have many immortal experts. If they were to get involved in a battle between 2 realms, then they wouldn't have a good time. Zhao Hai stood up and said to Hu Dingshan, many thanks for Master's explanation. This is a good opportunity for the Black Tiger Gang. Once this matter is over, the Black Tiger Gang will surely become a famous sect in the Northern Strange Continent. Even the entire Cultivation Realm would be famous. Hu Dingshan smiled faintly and said, I believe in you. With your current strength, even if the Black Tiger Gang doesn't move, you can still deal with the Heavenly Demon Realm. Go, the Black Tiger Gang will depend on you. Zhao Hai gave Hu Dingshan another salute before he turned around and left. After returning to the Spaces Villa, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. After talking with Hu Dingshan today, what Zhao Hai felt the most was that the world was much more wonderful than he imagined. He still had a long way to go in the future. After returning to the Spaces Villa, Zhao Hai sat there while thinking about the Heavenly Demon Realm and the Cultivation Realm. The matter between the Heavenly Demon Realm and the Cultivation Realm wasn't simple. It seems like they had to make some adjustments. When the immortal experts of the Heavenly Demon Realm and the Cultivation Realm get involved, the Freedom Alliance would have the strength to protect themselves. That's right, Zhao Hai wanted the Freedom Alliance to have the strength to protect themselves. At this time, Zhao Hai already regarded the Freedom Alliance as part of the Black Tiger Gang. Naturally, he would protect the Freedom Alliance. If the Freedom Alliance doesn't listen to the Black Tiger Gang in the future, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't make too big of a move before that. He didn't need to make any changes to his previous plan. He just needed to add a few things. In the previous war, aside from the Freedom Alliance, Zhao Hai didn't turn the cultivators and heavenly demons into undead. This was because they were too far away. Moreover, Zhao Hai was afraid of being discovered. but now, it seems that he can't do that. He must take all the people who died in the battle to the space in the shortest time possible and turn them into undead, whether they were from the heavenly devil realm or the cultivation realm. This was the method that Zhao Hai thought of to increase his strength. No matter how strong the immortal experts were, Zhao Hai could use the human wave tactic to kill them. Naturally, he wouldn't sacrifice the undead. The undead could provide him with faith power, something that Zhao Hai needed the most. Kair and the others knew what Zhao Hai and Hu Dingshan were talking about. However, they didn't know what Zhao Hai was thinking. Because of this, when they saw Zhao Hai sitting there without making a sound, they also didn't make a sound. They just quietly looked at Zhao Hai. After some time, Zhao Hai made a decision. Then he let out a long breath and said, Kair, has the map of the cultivation realm's 9 continents been stored in the space? Kair nodded and said, yes, they've all been saved. Aside from the core areas of the 9 great sects, almost all the other places have been saved. Even the headquarters of the other sects have also been saved. Only a few of them haven't been saved. Zhao Hai nodded and said, then are the battlefields of the other continents and the heavenly demon realm also stored in the map? Kair nodded and said, they're all stored in the map. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Starting today, as long as there are people who died in the other battlefields, no matter who they are, have them turned into undead. Kair stared for a moment, then she nodded and said, Big Brother Hai, rest assured. I'll do a good job. Zhao Hai nodded, then he sighed and said, I have a lot of people, but I don't have enough experts. Unfortunately, it's not easy for immortal experts to fall here. It's also not easy to nurture experts. Zhao Hai nodded, then he sighed. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Kair suddenly smiled. Then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, Big Brother Hai, how could you forget about a place? That place can provide you with a lot of experts. However, we'll have to put in some effort. Zhao Hai stared and said, what place? How come I don't know of any place that can provide us with experts? Kair smiled and said, Big Brother Hai, how could you forget? When you came back from the Heavenly Sword sect, you were plotted against. You were sent to a place called Hell Space. That place was full of undead, and there were a lot of immortal stage undead. But because you were in a hurry, you couldn't stay there for long. You also told me to put that place on the space's map. With so many experts there, why didn't you go there to catch them? Bang! Zhao Hai patted his forehead. To be honest, he had forgotten about this matter. Recently, he had been busy with the war, so he had forgotten about it. However, his mood was very good. He turned to Kair and said, fortunately, you reminded me. Otherwise, I would have already remembered this matter. Right, Kair, are there a lot of experts in that place? Zhao Hai nodded, then turned to Kair. Kair chuckled and said, there are. That place is about the size of the northern strange region. It's full of death chi and is very suitable for undead to cultivate. It's not much worse than the hell space. Most importantly, the undead have lived there for a long time. There aren't a lot of undead there, only about 100,000. However, the undead are very strong. Most of them are at the transcending tribulation stage. There are also about 1,000 immortal stage undead. As long as we get them to the space, we wouldn't lack experts. We wouldn't even need to worry about the heavenly demon realm. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, I'll take those 100,000 undead. The heavenly demon realm had been very well behaved recently. Although they would send some squads from time to harass the First Legion, they didn't have any intention of launching a large-scale battle. Everyone in the First Legion knew why this was the case. Zhao Hai used 3 million troops to fight against 5 million and repelled the heavenly demon realm's army. This made the heavenly demons understand that the First Legion wasn't to be trifled with. Because of this, they were very well behaved. Speaking of this matter, the people of the First Legion felt very fortunate. In the entire northern strange state, or even the entire cultivation world, it could be said that the First Legion had such a battle record. When everyone else had been defeated by the heavenly devil realm, they had won a great victory. What a dazzling honor this was. Because of this, the people in the First Legion were now convinced by Zhao Hai. They couldn't help but be convinced. They understood why they were able to defeat the heavenly demon realm's army. This was all because of Zhao Hai's command. Even if the First Legion's command wasn't good, they still understood how formidable the heavenly demons were after fighting with them. To be honest, after thinking about it, they still didn't understand some of the details of Zhao Hai's command. However, the more they thought about it, the more they felt that it was incomparably wonderful. This made them admire Zhao Hai even more. These days, Zhao Hai would send some squads from time to fight against the heavenly demon realm's army. There were victories and defeats, but overall, they won more than they lost. This made the First Legion more confident in Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai was busy catching undead in the hellspace. The undead in the hellspace were very powerful. There was no need to mention the transcending tribulation stage undead. Zhao Hai had a lot of transcending tribulation stage undead in the space. What attracted Zhao Hai's attention were the immortal stage undead. Being at the immortal stage didn't mean that one could live forever. In fact, it was just a name that represented one's strength. Otherwise, the undead would be able to live forever. After all, their lifespan was much longer than immortal experts. Inside the unknown space, there were powerful undead. There were about 1,000 immortal stage undead. Moreover, these undead have lived for countless years, some even longer than Hu Dingshan. Because of this, they were much stronger than ordinary immortal experts. Because of this, it wouldn't be easy for Zhao Hai to deal with them. Fortunately, Zhao Hai had a lot of undead inside the space. Moreover, he also had more than a dozen immortal stage undead. With the addition of the powerful creatures inside the space, dealing with the undead would be much easier. In the past, Zhao Hai didn't allow the other creatures inside the space to participate in the battle. This was because he was afraid of arousing suspicion. In fact, there were a lot of powerful creatures inside the space. For example, the sea dragons, the fishmen, Zerg, and even some beasts were very powerful. However, Zhao Hai didn't allow them to participate in the battle before because it might expose the existence of the space. However, there weren't that many problems in the small space. Inside the small space, the undead couldn't go out and others couldn't come in. As long as Zhao Hai subdued the undead, nobody would be able to find out. Additionally, Zhao Hai didn't have much time to deal with the undead. Because of this, Zhao Hai sent a lot of undead to the small space, about 1 billion of them. Zhao Hai didn't want to waste too much time with the undead. Zhao Hai first dealt with the transcending tribulation undead. There were about 100,000 transcending tribulation undead, which wasn't a small number. Even in the First Legion, most of the cultivators were at the Golden Core stage and Nascent Soul stage. There were only about 100,000 transcending tribulation experts. Now, Zhao Hai was able to get 100,000 transcending tribulation undead. 1 billion spatial creatures against 100,000 transcending tribulation undead. The result could be imagined. Before long, the 100,000 transcending tribulation undead were taken down by Zhao Hai and turned into his own undead. After taking the transcending tribulation undead into the space, Zhao Hai's next target was the immortal stage undead. However, Zhao Hai knew that taking 1,000 immortal stage undead into the space would be more difficult than dealing with 100,000 transcending tribulation undead. These undead were not inferior to humans in terms of intelligence and strength. In the space, the undead were strictly divided into ranks. Every immortal stage undead had a large group of transcending tribulation undead as subordinates. This was the reason why Zhao Hai wanted to deal with the transcending tribulation undead first. Dealing with the transcending tribulation undead was equivalent to cutting off an arm of the immortal stage undead. This way, dealing with the immortal stage undead would be much easier. In order to do this, Zhao Hai needed to be fast. He needed to deal with the 100,000 transcending tribulation undead as fast as possible. Before the immortal stage undead could react, the transcending tribulation undead would be dealt with. This was the only way to succeed. However, doing this was almost impossible. If Zhao Hai didn't have the space, then even if he had 1,000 immortal stage undead, it would still be impossible for him to deal with 100,000 transcending tribulation undead. However, Zhao Hai had the space. He could place the troops of the space anywhere in the space's map. Because of this, he used 1 billion spatial creatures to surround 100,000 transcending tribulation experts and capture them. The immortal experts didn't even have time to react. By the time they did, Zhao Hai had already finished his task. After dealing with the 100,000 transcending tribulation undead, Zhao Hai immediately ordered his army to surround the immortal stage undead. The immortal stage undead weren't slow to react. They might have had some grudges before, but now, they had gathered together. This was a stone mountain. This stone mountain was very strange. From the sky, it looked like a skeleton that had fallen to the ground. The head, the body, and the bones were all made of stones. It looked like a skeleton that had been enlarged for countless generations. Most importantly, Zhao Hai could feel a strong spiritual force coming from this stone mountain. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. He couldn't understand why there was spiritual force in this mountain. However, now wasn't the time to study this. The 1,000 immortal stage undead were gathered on this mountain. Although Zhao Hai had more than 1 billion immortal stage undead surrounding them, he didn't dare to attack. This was because these immortal stage undead were very strong. Attacking them rashly would only cause unnecessary losses. Zhao Hai walked out of the crowd and arrived not far from the immortal stage undead. He looked at the immortal stage undead and saw that each and every one of them was very strong. Moreover, they looked like zombies. In other words, they weren't much different from humans. The 1,000 zombies were wearing ancient armor. At this time, they were coldly looking at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he bowed to the zombies and said, "Hello everyone, this one is Zhao Hai. Nice to meet you." The 1,000 zombies didn't make a sound. They were still coldly looking at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also looked at them. After some time, he smiled and said, "Do you have anything to say?" Among the 1,000 zombies, a zombie wearing fish scale armor and a phoenix-winged helmet came out. He held a spear in his hand. He looked like a general who just came back from the battlefield. He coldly looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Human, where did you come from? Why can you enter the corpse ancestor realm without being affected by the death chi?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "So this place is called the corpse ancestor realm. I'm sorry, I didn't know the name of this place. I was framed in the past and entered this place more than once. But because I was in a hurry at that time, I didn't take a good look at this place. This time, I came here to take all of the undead for my own use." When the zombies heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be so direct. When the zombie leader heard Zhao Hai, he hesitated for a moment before saying, "So the human's aura that I felt before was actually you. But if you want to take us in, then that's impossible. We are here to guard the remains of our master. We would rather die than leave this place." The zombie leader nodded and said, "But if you want to take us in, then that's impossible." Zhao Hai stared blankly, then he frowned. He discovered that the intelligence of these zombies wasn't any worse than a human. Moreover, they had their own beliefs. These zombies weren't easy to deal with. If they were to use some kind of suicidal technique, then it would be troublesome. Zhao Hai paid attention to the other zombies. They all had a resolute look on their faces. This made Zhao Hai admire them. When their master died, they would turn into zombies and still protect their master. Such loyal guards, Zhao Hai couldn't help but admire them. Zhao Hai pondered for a moment, then he said, "I wonder if you would allow me to meet your master." The zombies looked at Zhao Hai, then they turned their heads to look at the army behind Zhao Hai. Finally, they nodded. Then the zombie leader led Zhao Hai towards the skull on the mountain. Then Zhao Hai and the zombie leader entered the mountain through the skull's left eye. The skull's eyes, nose, and mouth were all connected to a cave. Zhao Hai followed the zombie leader into the cave. Before long, the two arrived at the cave. Below the cave was an underground passage. After the two passed through the passage, they arrived at a very large hall. Upon arriving at the hall, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because the layout of the hall was very special. It looked like a command tent in a military camp. In the innermost part of the hall was a stone seat. The stone seat seemed to be covered with a tiger skin. A person was sitting on the stone seat. His feet were stepping on the tiger's head. The tiger's eyes were wide open, and its mouth was wide open. It looked like a tiger that could jump up and devour people at any time. The person sitting on the stone throne was also dressed in golden armor. He had a tiger helmet on his head and tiger armor shoulder guards on his shoulders. There was also a lifelike tiger engraved on the visor in front of his chest. He was wearing a pair of tiger battle boots. Looking at his face, his skin was dark, his eyebrows were like swords, and his face was covered with a tiger's beard. He was not angry, but he had a majestic aura. Upon seeing this person, Zhao Hai couldn't help but think, what a tiger general. Upon seeing this person's appearance, Zhao Hai immediately thought of a famous person, Zhang Fei. Upon seeing this person's appearance, Zhao Hai immediately thought of Zhang Fei. He felt that this tiger general was very similar to Zhang Fei in the novel. It was as if Zhang Fei was sitting right in front of him. In front of the tiger general was a table. On the table was a huge map made of animal skin. This map had mountains and rivers drawn on it. However, the map looked very simple. Moreover, from the topography of the map, one could see that it wasn't the cultivation realm. At this time, the zombie knelt down on one knee. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "This is my master, General Tiger's Might, Hu Dawei." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he respectfully bowed 3 times to the corpse. Regardless of this person's identity, just the fact that he had so many loyal followers made him worthy of Zhao Hai's respect. When the zombie saw Zhao Hai bowing to Hu Dawei, he couldn't help but smile. His impression of Zhao Hai was very good. After Zhao Hai straightened his body, he carefully examined Hu Dawei. He discovered that Hu Dawei's body was wounded. The wound was on his chest. It seems like it was caused by a firearm. The wound was burnt black. However, this wound was blocked by the armor on his body. Nobody could see it. What made Zhao Hai surprised was that Zhao Hai could feel a trace of soul force on Hu Dawei's body. This trace of soul force was very weak. If Zhao Hai wasn't a dark mage, then he wouldn't have been able to sense this soul force. Zhao Hai couldn't help but be surprised. Then he turned to the zombie and said, "Your master's body actually has a trace of soul force. What's going on? Also, why do I feel that the soul force on this mountain is very rich?" When he heard Zhao Hai's question, he said, "My master was plotted against by a villain and died on the battlefield. As my master's personal tiger guard, we took his body out of the battlefield and fled into a mountain. Suddenly, there was a flash of lightning and thunder, and we lost consciousness. When we woke up, we were already here. Later on, we found this mountain. The rocks on this mountain were very special, as if they had an unknown energy. We settled down here and left the master's body behind. As for why this happened, I don't know." The zombie didn't know, but Zhao Hai understood what was going on. In the future, these zombies would fight alongside Hu Dawei. But because they were harmed by traitors, Hu Dawei was killed. These zombies took Hu Dawei's corpse and escaped the encirclement, then they hid in the mountains. But suddenly, the world changed and they were brought here. This stone had the ability to protect the soul, so it was able to preserve Hu Dawei's soul that was about to disappear. It also left behind a trace of the soul in Hu Dawei's body. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the zombie and said, "How did you become like this?" The zombie shook its head and said, "I don't know. After we arrived here, we didn't have anything to eat, so we slowly starved to death. But one day, we woke up and became like this. In order to protect our master, we built this cave and placed his body inside." Zhao Hai understood, then he turned to the zombie and said, "Your master can be said to be dead, but for me, he's not dead. This is because there's still a trace of his soul in his body. However, this trace of soul is too weak. It's so weak that even if there's a lot of natural soul power here, it still wouldn't be able to strengthen him. I can think of a way to restore his soul and make him like you. Are you willing?" When the zombie heard Zhao Hai, his body trembled with excitement. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Is what you said true?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's true." The zombie fell to his knees before Zhao Hai, then he said, "As long as Mr. can restore my master, this lowly one is willing to do anything to repay Mr." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "You can get up first and discuss with your companions. Then you can make a decision later." The zombie stared for a moment, then he immediately nodded and said, "Mr. is right. Mister, please wait for a moment, this little one will immediately discuss with them." Then he stood up, turned around, and ran out. Not long after, a series of exclamations came from outside. Then, all the zombies followed into the hall. Fortunately, the hall was big enough. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to fit all of them. After these people entered the hall, all of them looked at Zhao Hai. One of the zombies even said, "Mister, is what the tiger servant said true? Do you really have a way to help Master recover?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's true. I have a way to help him recover." As soon as Zhao Hai's words came out, the zombies immediately knelt down. Then the tiger servant said, "Mister, please help my master recover. We are willing to go through water and tread on fire for you." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Get up. Wait for me to save your master first. Then we'll listen to his decision." "Right, if I want to save him, I'll have to go to a special place. You can follow me. How about it? Do you agree?" The tiger servant and the others looked at each other and then simultaneously said, "We're willing to follow Mister." Actually, they had no other choice. Zhao Hai was the only one who could resurrect Hu Dawei. They had no choice but to take this risk. Zhao Hai's eyes flashed with a smile. He can indeed resurrect Hu Dawei and turn him into a zombie. But what if Hu Dawei doesn't agree to follow him at that time? Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to take Hu Dawei to the space and turn him into a zombie. But as long as the tiger servant and the others followed him to the space, everything would be much easier. After entering the space, they would become Zhao Hai's subordinates. These immortal experts would be in his hands. Although the tiger servant and the others didn't know what Zhao Hai was planning, they didn't want to give up on this opportunity. For them, this might be their last chance. Ever since they arrived at the space, they didn't know how many years had passed. During this time, some people had come and attacked them. In the end, they were defeated and turned into their subordinates. However, none of these people had the ability to resurrect Hu Dawei. Because of this, when Zhao Hai said that he could resurrect Hu Dawei, these people were naturally willing to do so. Seeing that everyone agreed, Zhao Hai nodded. Then he waved his hand as a huge spatial rift appeared. The tiger servant and the others looked at the spatial rift and discovered that it was a place similar to the space they were in. Most importantly, it was filled with undead. They couldn't help but stare, but then they felt relieved. The only thing they were worried about before was that Hu Dawei's last bit of soul force would disappear if they took him away. Now that they saw the situation in the hell space, they were completely relieved. After Zhao Hai released the hell space, he turned to the tiger servant and the others and said, "Carry your general and come with me." Then Zhao Hai entered the hell space. The tiger servant and the others immediately carried Hu Dawei's throne and followed behind Zhao Hai as they entered the hell space. As soon as they entered the hell space, Zhao Hai closed the spatial rift. At the same time, a prompt was heard from the space alien program discovered. This program can be subdued. The program has a trace of obsession. It hopes that the master can fulfill his promise. Otherwise, the program will self-destruct. Zhao Hai was stunned. To be honest, this was the first time he heard a prompt from the space. In the past, the space would directly subdue programs. This time, the space actually wanted him to fulfill his promise to the tiger servant. This was unexpected. However, Zhao Hai quickly understood what was going on. In the past, when he received the space, some of the undead voluntarily entered. This way, the space could easily subdue them. Some of them were captured, so the space would treat them as hostile programs and immediately subdue them. But this time, the tiger servant and the other's situation was quite special. They weren't hostile to Zhao Hai, so the space said that they were alien programs. Most importantly, the tiger servant and the others were too loyal to Hu Dawei. If Zhao Hai couldn't save Hu Dawei, then the tiger servant and the others would self-destruct. Self-destruction was suicide. It seems like if Zhao Hai didn't save Hu Dawei, then the tiger servant and the others wouldn't attack him. Instead, they would commit suicide. Fortunately, Zhao Hai didn't think about deceiving the tiger servant and the others. The reason why he brought the tiger servant and the others into the space was because he was afraid that if Hu Dawei woke up and didn't agree to follow him, then the tiger servant and the others would go against him. Because of this, Zhao Hai had Hu Dawei enter the space. After entering the hell space, Zhao Hai found a place and had the tiger servant and the others put down Hu Dawei. Then he waved his hand as a group of soul fires flew to his side. These soul fires didn't have any willpower, they were the purest form of soul fires. Compared to the soul fires outside, these soul fires were much stronger. Zhao Hai took one of the soul fires and carefully crushed it. Then he put it little by little into Hu Dawe's body. At the same time, he also felt the changes in Hu Dawe's soul fire. Soul fires were the best supplement for soul fires. However, the soul fire in Hu Dawe's body was too small. Zhao Hai was afraid that Hu Dawe's soul fire wouldn't be able to take the supplement. If he died, then the tiger servant and the others would self-destruct, then Zhao Hai wouldn't be able to get anything. When the soul fires fell on Hu Dawe's body, the last strand of soul fire in Hu Dawe's body immediately absorbed the soul fires. This caused the soul fire to become stronger. When Zhao Hai saw that there was hope, he immediately put the rest of the soul fires into Hu Dawe's body. At the same time, he also paid attention to the changes in Hu Dawe's soul fires. Hu Dawe's soul force continued to absorb the soul fires. His soul force continued to grow, little by little. After Zhao crushed 10 soul fires, Hu Dawe's soul force stabilized. Now, he could absorb the soul fires on his own, so he didn't need to worry about it anymore. Zhao Hai summoned several more soul fires and had Hu Dawe absorb them. Slowly, Hu Dawe's soul fires absorbed the soul fires faster and faster. But what made Zhao Hai surprised was that Hu Dawe still hadn't woken up. Zhao Hai was puzzled as he frowned and looked at Hu Dawe. Hu Dawe's soul force was already very strong. The amount of soul fires he absorbed was equivalent to a golden core expert. Why hasn't he woken up yet? The tiger servant and the others looked at Zhao Hai nervously. Seeing Zhao Hai frown, the tiger servant's heart sank. The tiger servant quickly said, "Mister, did something happen to Master?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Strange, this shouldn't be the case. He has absorbed a lot of soul fires. He shouldn't have woken up yet. Let me take a look." After he said that, Zhao Hai touched Hu Dawe's body. Upon touching Hu Dawe's body, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. He discovered that Hu Dawe's body was very soft, just like a living person. This shouldn't be the case. Zhao Hai touched Hu Dawe again and discovered that Hu Dawe's body wasn't soft. Instead, it was very tough. Hu Dawe's body was very strong, even stronger than immortal experts. This discovery made Zhao Hai realize something. In the Corpse Lord realm, Hu Dawe couldn't turn into a zombie because of his lack of soul force. However, his body was constantly being transformed by the yin qi of the Corpse Lord realm. It can be said that Hu Dawe's corpse was now stronger than an immortal expert. Because of this, Hu Dawe hasn't woken up yet. Hu Dawe's soul force was now equivalent to a golden core expert. He was about to reach the nascent soul stage. Although his soul force wasn't small, it was still small compared to Hu Dawe's body. Hu Dawe's body was too strong. His soul force wasn't strong enough to control his body. Therefore, he hasn't woken up yet. The tiger servant nervously looked at Zhao Hai. He saw Zhao Hai touch Dawe's body twice, and then he showed a thoughtful expression. Then he smiled, which made the tiger servant even more puzzled. The tiger servant couldn't help but ask, "Mister, how is my master?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You don't need to worry. The reason why your master hasn't woken up yet is because his soul force isn't enough. Once he has enough, he will wake up. His soul force has already reached the nascent soul stage. After some time, he will reach the transcending tribulation stage and the immortal stage. Once his soul force reaches the transcending tribulation stage, he will wake up." Upon hearing this, Hu Dawe relaxed. Fortunately, the space had a large supply of soul force. Before long, Hu Dawe's soul force had reached the transcending tribulation stage. He was now heading towards the immortal stage. Hu Dawe's soul force had reached the immortal stage. In less than 2 hours, Hu Dawe's soul force finally reached the immortal stage. Sitting on the tiger skin chair, Hu Dawe slowly opened his eyes and looked around. Then he slowly stood up and knelt down in front of Zhao Hai as he said, "Although Hu Dawe can't move, I still know what happened outside. If it wasn't for the Lord, I don't know when I would be able to wake up. From today onwards, the Lord is Hu Dawe's master. I ask the Lord to accept Hu Dawe's vow." Zhao Hai saved Hu Dawe, but the soul force that Hu Dawe absorbed was from the space. How could the space allow a program that didn't belong to the space to absorb its soul force? Because of this, when Hu Dawe entered the space had already subdued his soul. At that time, Hu Daoi's soul was very weak. Naturally, it was easy to subdue him. Hu Dawei said this because Zhao Hai asked him to. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "All right, get up. You can call me young master from now on." Whoosh. The tiger servant and the others also knelt before Zhao Hai and said, "Many thanks to the young master for saving us. From today onwards, the young master is our master." Just as their voices fell, a prompt was heard from the space: "The xenogenic program's self-destruct program has disappeared. Subduing complete. The host can use it without worry." Zhao Hai gawked. He didn't think that the space would issue a prompt at this time. It seems like the tiger servant and the others were really subdued by the space. Zhao Hai had everyone stand up. Hu Dawei also stood up. Hu Dawei's body had been transformed in the corpse ancestor realm. He wasn't any weaker than Hu Nu and the others. He was now an immortal expert and was even stronger than an immortal expert. Looking at them, Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Your current strength is very good. However, they can't display their full strength. I'll arrange for people to teach you some things. In the next few days, you need to learn them as soon as possible." Hu Dawei and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "You can go." "Right, tiger servant, did the soulstone mountain outside look like that?" Hu Pu nodded and said, "Yes, young master. That soulstone mountain was born like that. We didn't do anything. Furthermore, the soulstones on the mountain are incomparably hard. Even we couldn't move the soulstones in the slightest. That cave was originally there, we just decorated it." Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand. The tiger servant and the others turned around and left. Zhao Hai's body flashed and reappeared inside the space. The space was now empty, there was nothing inside. The space's creatures had already been returned to the space by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai flew in the air and looked at the soul bone mountain. No matter how he looked at it, it looked like a skeleton was hiding there. However, this skeleton was very big. Moreover, the soul power of this skeleton was very strong. However, this soul power didn't seem to have any consciousness. It was just like the space's soul fire. It was just a kind of energy, it didn't have any consciousness. Zhao Hai frowned. Then his eyes suddenly lit up as he thought of something. Before, Green and the others had researched a type of soul weapon. This type of soul weapon used a soul as a medium. Along with bone plants and other things, it could give the weapon a soul. However, Zhao Hai thought that this thing was useless to the space, so he didn't have any use for it. Could he try it out now? Thinking of this, Zhao Hai immediately moved. He turned his hand and took out a crystal that was used to make soul weapons. This crystal wasn't naturally formed, it was made by the space. It was used to inlay weapons. Because this crystal could be said to have a soul, it was called a crystal soul stone. This was the first time that Zhao Hai used a crystal soul stone. This crystal soul stone was different. It could be considered as a man-made soul. You can add some procedures into the crystal soul stone, but there was one thing that was that the crystal soul stone must be completely loyal to Zhao Hai. Because of these restrictions, it took Green and the others a long time to complete it. Moreover, they were still in the process of perfecting it. In the beginning, the crystal soul stone wasn't like this. In the beginning, the crystal soul stone was a kind of metal. At that time, if you want to use the crystal soul stone, you need to use it as a material. Together with other materials, you can create a weapon. This way, it would become a soul weapon. However, this soul weapon's power was very small. Later on, second-generation crystal soul stones similar to the one that Zhao Hai was holding were made. These second-generation crystal soul stones were inlaid into weapons. This way, the weapon would have a certain attribute as well as a soul. It could help the user in battle, but its power was too small. The third-generation crystal soul stones were very powerful. However, the requirements for the weapon were also very high. It required the weapon to have an energy circuit. These energy circuits would allow the crystal soul stone to better control the weapon in battle. This would also greatly increase the power of the soul weapon. The fourth-generation crystal soul stones could help the soul weapon absorb some of the world's spiritual chi. Then the spiritual chi would be released to attack the enemy. The fourth-generation crystal soul stones could already be used on robots and mechas. The soul inside the fourth-generation crystal soul stone was more like a program. It was very rigid. But now, Zhao Hai was holding a fifth-generation crystal soul stone. This crystal soul stone already had a soul inside. It could think, adapt, and even use martial arts. It could also absorb souls from the outside world. It was already very perfect. Zhao Hai looked at the crystal soul stone. This crystal soul stone was specially made. It contained a complete set of immortal martial arts. It even contained a weapon that could be condensed into an avatar. It could be said that this was the most perfect crystal soul stone so far. Holding the spirit stone, Zhao slowly flew to the top of the soul stone mountain. As soon as he arrived, he felt a strong force coming from the soul stone mountain. The spirit stone in his hand flew directly into the eyes of the soul stone mountain, disappearing without a trace. Zhao Hai stared. He didn't understand what was going on. Just as he wanted to use his spiritual force to feel the position of the crystal soul stone mountain, the soul force of the entire soul stone mountain suddenly rushed towards the top of the mountain. This power even made Zhao Hai's clothes flutter. Slowly, the soul force of the entire soul stone mountain gathered towards the top of the soul stone mountain. The top of the soul stone mountain was now covered in a black fog. Moreover, this black fog could block spiritual force. Zhao Hai really didn't know what was going on. Before long, Zhao Hai felt two fires in the black fog. The fires became brighter and brighter. In the end, the two fires were like two small suns. Then the color of the fires became darker and darker. In the end, the fire turned into a deep purple color. When Zhao Hai saw the color of the flame, he couldn't help but stare. This was because the color of the flame was very similar to Zhao Hai's soul fire. Then he saw the black flame covering the top of the soulstone mountain. Then it began to slowly spread to the top of the mountain. Zhao Hai was now flying. He wanted to see what the soulstone mountain could do. At this moment, Zhao Hai suddenly felt a shocking aura coming from the soulstone mountain. This aura was very astonishing. At first, it was only at the golden core stage. But as time passed, it became stronger and stronger. It reached the nascent soul stage, transcending tribulation stage, immortal stage, and even beyond the immortal stage. The aura was still increasing. Finally, the imposing aura disappeared. Then the black gas around the soulstone mountain shrank. The soulstone mountain in front of Zhao Hai had changed. The stones on the soulstone mountain originally looked like ordinary stones, but now they had turned black. Moreover, they were sparkling like black crystals, giving people a sense of beauty like a work of art. While Zhao Hai was in a daze, the huge soulstone mountain suddenly moved. It looked like a person who had just woken up. It used its hands to support itself as it slowly sat up. Its eyes flashed with purple soul fire as it looked around. Then it jumped up. What would it feel like to have such a huge mountain jump up? Zhao Hai now understood. He felt the earth trembling. After the soulstone mountain got up, it knelt down on one knee and said to Zhao Hai, "Number 01 has seen the young master." Zhao Hai stared. Then he immediately understood. The crystal he used was number 01. It seems like the crystal controlled the soulstone mountain. Zhao Hai quickly said, "Get up. Can you become smaller?" 01 nodded and stood up. Then his body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before long, he had turned into a 3-meter-tall skeleton. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good. From now on, you'll be called 01. 01, come back with me." 01 quickly said, "Young master, this space has a lot of energy that I need. Can I absorb it before leaving?" Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he nodded and said, "All right, absorb it." 01 nodded, then his body instantly grew bigger. He opened his mouth and Zhao Hai felt the yin qi in the surroundings rush towards 01's mouth. Before long, the yin qi in the space disappeared. Then 01 was surrounded by a black fog. When the black fog disappeared, 01's appearance had changed. Standing in front of Zhao Hai was no longer a skeleton, but a robust man wearing black armor. He was about 2.5 meters tall, but his head was shorter than before. However, his armor wasn't ordinary. It looked like it was made out of black crystal. On his head was a ghost mask, on his shoulders were bony claw gauntlets. On his chest was a breastplate with a giant skull engraved on it. On his feet was a pair of ghost head combat boots. On one hand was a shield with a skull engraved on it. On the other hand was a saber. The shield and the saber were both made out of black stone. Most importantly, there was no trace of death chi on 01's body. He stood there like a crystal statue, devoid of life and energy. There weren't any energy fluctuations, it was just like a statue. This was the feeling that Zero gave to Zhao Hai. It was like a black crystal statue. It was too strange. Zhao Hai looked at Zero and said, "Zero, you can actually hide all your energy?" 01 said, "Yes, young master. I can feel that all the energy in the space is coming from this body. Now that I've taken back the energy, I have the ability to do so. Moreover, young master, I can transform. I can transform into my biggest form, and I can also transform into my current form. Even if I transform into my biggest form, I wouldn't be a skeleton, but an enlarged version of my current form." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right. Can you use your Dharma idol? How's your fighting strength?" Zero replied, "Young master, I can't use my Dharma idol. However, my body can become bigger without using my Dharma idol. As for my fighting strength? I don't know yet, but I should be stronger than ordinary immortal experts." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good, very good. The stronger your fighting strength, the better. Alright, come with me." After he said that, Zhao Hai led Zero back to the space. Then he left Zero inside the space while he returned to the First Legion's camp. After arriving at the First Legion's camp, Zhao Hai was finally relieved. Although it would take some time for Hu Dawei and the others to display their full strength, Zhao Hai was still very happy. With Hu Dawei and the others in his hands, Zhao Hai would be able to deal with the Heavenly Demon Realm and the 9 great sections. And with 01's existence, Zhao Hai believed that no one in the Cultivation realm would be able to be his opponent. When Zhao Hai was in the First Legion's camp, he would be inside the Hell King's ship. The other members of the First Legion were also inside their large artifacts. However, most of them were still inside their cave residences. There were also some people who were assigned to the headquarters of the small sects around the camp. One was to be on guard, and the other was to receive the people from the Freedom Alliance. At this time, Zhao Hai didn't have a lot of things to do every day. The First Legion was under the supervision of Kai and the others. Every day, Lizzie and the others would give orders to the First Legion. Naturally, these orders were given in Zhao Hai's voice. Recently, the First Legion and the Devil's Corps had some small conflicts, but there weren't any big battles. The whole world of self-cultivators was bustling with activity. The Alliance of the Thousand Demons sect and the Alliance of the 100 Flowers Valley were attacked by the army of the Heavenly Devils many times. Although the two alliances managed to block the enemy's attack, they suffered heavy casualties and had to replenish their forces at the defense line many times. The situation of the other continents wasn't very good. Besides the Central Continent's Heavenly Sword sect who won against the Heavenly Demon Army, the other continents lost more than they won. In this case, the First Legion's achievements were very conspicuous. Zhao Hai's name once again spread throughout the Cultivation realm. Even the Heavenly Demons in the Heavenly Demon realm knew of Zhao Hai's name. Another 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Hu Dawei and the others were inside the space learning how to use their own energy. The reason why Hu knew and the others were able to kill the cultivators that entered the Corpse Ancestor realm was because they were much stronger than the other cultivators. The second reason was because the Corpse Ancestor realm was filled with Yin Qi. For some cultivators, Yin Qi was equivalent to poison. Those cultivators who entered the Corpse Ancestor realm were on the losing end. Naturally, Hu knew and the others were able to defeat those cultivators because of their geographical advantage. However, because they didn't practice cultivation before, they relied on their instincts to fight. Because of this, although they had the strength of an immortal expert, they could only display a third of their strength in battle. It was simply impossible for them to display their full strength. This time, Zhao Hai had the immortal stage undead in the space teach them how to display 100% of their strength in the shortest time possible. The situation of Hu Dawei and the others was quite special. They had their own strength, but they didn't know how to use it. As long as they found someone to guide them, they would be able to learn how to use it. They weren't like ordinary cultivators, who needed to cultivate bit by bit. Because of this, they were able to learn very quickly. After 3 days, Hu Dawei and the others' combat strength was already equivalent to a transcending tribulation expert. In a few more days, they would be able to display 100% of their combat strength. While Zhao Hai was waiting for Hu Dawei and the others to finish, he suddenly received a jade sword message from Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng told Zhao Hai that a messenger from the 100-Flower Valley had arrived. This messenger came to ask for help from the Black Tiger gang. Zhao Hai looked at the jade sword message and couldn't help but stare. The 100-Flower Valley had already reached this level? They actually needed to ask for help. Zhao Hai hesitated for a moment before he turned to Kai and said, Kai, what's the situation with the 100-Flower Valley? Are they at the point where they need to ask for help? Kai replied, not at all. Although the 100-Flower Valley situation isn't very good, it still hasn't reached the point where they need help. In the past few days, they've been fighting against the Heavenly Demon Army, and both sides have suffered casualties. We've only received about 100,000 undead. Such losses shouldn't be enough for them to ask for help. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, it seems like the 100-Flower Valley is plotting something. Otherwise, they wouldn't be asking for help. What do they want to do? Kai replied, Big Brother Hai, although we haven't received the core of the 100-Flower Valley, we still have a general idea of its situation. There are still a lot of cultivators in the valley that haven't been used. However, these cultivators are all in a secret place, rarely showing themselves. Therefore, not many people know about them. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Kai and said, Big Brother Hai, although we haven't received the core of the 100-Flower Valley, we still have a rough idea of its situation. Zhao Hai stared, then he said, so the 100-Flower Valley didn't use their own people and instead ran over to us to ask for help. What are these guys thinking? Do they want to use this method to reduce their own losses? Laura replied, Big Brother Hai, do you think that the 100-Flower Valley has the same idea as us? They're asking for help as if they don't have any strength left. Then they'll hide their cards and wait until the Heavenly Demon Army retreats. Then they'll show their cards and occupy the northern continent in one fell swoop. Zhao Hai stared, then his eyes shone as he said, it's possible. Those guys from the 100-Flower Valley aren't good people. It's very likely that they would do this. Their ambitions aren't small. Laura said, Big Brother Hai, now that we know about their plot, does that mean we don't need to send troops? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, why wouldn't we? Of course we would. Moreover, we would lose a lot of people. When the time comes, nobody would suspect the Black Tiger gang. Laura stared, then she frowned and said, but this means that the person to lead the army would have to be selected. Besides Big Brother Hai, I can't think of anyone else who can lead such an army. If we don't trust the right person, then the fake losses would become real losses. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, then I'll go. I want to see what kind of tricks the 100-Flower Valley has. Laura stared, then she said, but if Big Brother Hai goes to the 100-Flower Valley, then what would happen here? Who would you give the command of the First Legion to? Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, I'll tell Senior Brother about my plans and see what he thinks. If Senior Brother doesn't want me to go, then I won't go. Laura nodded, then Zhao Hai took out a jade sword message and sent it to Zhang Feng. He wanted to express his opinion to Zhang Feng. At the same time, he hoped that Zhang Feng would send someone to take over the First Legion. When Zhang Feng received Zhao Hai's message, he stared for a moment before he immediately looked for Hu Liangchen. Then he handed the jade sword message to Hu Liangchen and said, Uncle Hu, take a look. This is Little Hai's idea. Hu Liangchen received the jade sword message and scanned it with his spiritual force. After reading the content, he couldn't help but frown and said, Little Hai's idea is very good. But we don't have a suitable person to take over the First Legion. We can't just let go of the First Legion. Zhang Feng nodded and said, I also have the same idea. But this time, if we don't ask for help from the 100-Flower Valley, it would be troublesome. Those fellows from the 100-Flower Valley aren't good people. If we don't send reinforcements, those fellows might cause some trouble. At the same time, sending reinforcements will allow us to hide the Black Tiger gang's strength better. This will make those people feel reassured. Zhao Hai nodded. Hu Liangchen nodded and said, then let's have Little Hai go. As for the First Legion, I think that Iron Eagle should be in charge of it for the time being. Iron Eagle is strong and steady. Although he isn't as good as Little Hai, stabilizing the First Legion shouldn't be a problem. Once Little Hai resolves the situation in the 100 Flower Valley, then we'll have him take over the First Legion. Besides Little Hai, nobody else can take over the First Legion. Zhang Feng laughed and said, right, this is where Little Hai is strong. Alright, we'll do as Uncle Hu said. Since Big Brother Iron Eagle is also in the First Legion, we'll have him manage it for the time being. I believe that Little Hai would be able to return soon. Hu Liangchen nodded. Then Zhang Feng immediately took out a jade sword message and sent it to Zhao Hai. At the same time, she informed the other sects of the Freedom Alliance to send reinforcements to the 100 Flower Valley. Supporting the 100 Flower Valley wasn't just a matter for the Black Tiger Gang, but also for the entire Freedom Alliance. The 100 Flower Valley was also asking for help in the name of the Alliance. Because of this, Zhang Feng directly sent a letter to the other sects to discuss whether they should support the 100 Flower Valley or not. Before long, the representatives of the various sects arrived at the Black Tiger Gang's headquarters. The representatives of the various sects weren't opposed to supporting the 100 Flower Valley, but they didn't think that the number of reinforcements would be beneficial. After all, the Freedom Alliance's situation wasn't very good. Zhang Feng understood what these people were thinking. The Freedom Alliance's Second Legion was only able to block the attack of the Heavenly Demon Army. The First Legion was also in a deadlock. At this time, the number of reinforcements that the various sects could send to the 100 Flower Valley wasn't too high. In the end, Zhang Feng finally decided to send a total of 150,000 troops to support the 100 Flowers Valley. Among them, the Black Tiger Gang sent 30,000 troops, and the rest of the sects sent 120,000 troops. The cultivators sent this time were carefully selected by Zhang Feng. The strongest of these people were only at the nascent soul stage, and the weakest were even at the Dharma stage. Zhang Feng wanted to give the 100 Flowers Valley the feeling that the Black Tiger Gang was doing its best, so that the 100 Flowers Valley would drop their guard against the Black Tiger Gang. Naturally, the Black Tiger Gang also had hidden forces. Don't forget that the Black Tiger Gang's base was divided into several layers. Although the Black Tiger Gang's base only had one layer, outsiders didn't know how many layers there were. It was even more impossible for them to know how strong the base would be if they were to fight. As for the Black Tiger Gang's hidden forces, they were all active in the other layers. Only some teleportation formations could lead them there. Therefore, outsiders didn't know about the Black Tiger Gang's hidden forces. Now that the Black Tiger Gang had sent out their Transcendence Realm cultivators, it was clear that the Black Tiger Gang had brought out all their forces. While Zhang Feng was selecting people, Zhao Hai was also making arrangements. All the captains and immortal experts of the First Legion were invited to the Hell King's ship. After everyone arrived, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, I'll be leaving the First Legion for a while. The First Legion will be under Iron Eagle's command. I hope that everyone can cooperate with him." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Everyone, I'll be leaving the First Legion for a while." As soon as Zhao Hai said this, the entire hall became chaotic. A cultivator stood up and said to Zhao Hai, "Legion Commander, you can't leave. What will we do if you leave? Where are you going? We still have millions of soldiers from the Heavenly Demon Realm. If someone else commands us, I won't feel at ease. Legion Commander, you can't leave." The others followed suit, including the immortal experts. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Everyone, calm down and listen to me. I just received news that the 100 Flower Valley Alliance couldn't resist the attack of the Heavenly Demon Realm. They had no choice but to ask for help from the Freedom Alliance. However, the Freedom Alliance doesn't have a lot of troops. In the end, the Freedom Alliance decided to support the 100 Flower Valley Alliance. I know that everyone thinks that the fate of the 100 Flower Valley Alliance has nothing to do with us. But have you thought that the 100 Flower Valley Alliance doesn't exist in the eyes of the Heavenly Demon Realm? In their eyes, there are only cultivators, and we are all cultivators. If the 100 Flower Valley Alliance is defeated, then their army will attack the Freedom Alliance. When that time comes, I'm afraid that we won't be able to stop their attack. We have no choice but to save the 100 Flower Valley Alliance." As soon as everyone heard Zhao Hai, they quieted down. They knew that Zhao Hai was right. However, they didn't want to let Zhao Hai go. In their opinion, Zhao Hai was the guarantee of victory. If Zhao Hai left, then they wouldn't be able to do anything. With a flash of white light, Zhao Hai's figure appeared in the Black Tiger Gang's transmission hall. When the Black Tiger Gang's disciple saw Zhao Hai, he quickly ran over and bowed to Zhao Hai. "Greetings, martial uncle." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked around and said, "You've worked hard." Then he turned around and walked towards the Black Tiger Gang. As for the cultivator who spoke, he felt as if his bones had become lighter. Zhao Hai's current fame was far beyond his imagination. The entire cultivation world knew of his name, Zhao Hai. In the past, it was because of his strength and experience. But now, it was because of his commanding ability. The cultivation world's defeats against the heavenly demon realm made the cultivators feel depressed. But Zhao Hai's victories made the cultivators feel relieved. Because of this, Zhao Hai's fame in the cultivation world was very big. And Zhao Hai's reputation in the Black Tiger Gang was unparalleled. Zhao Hai represented the Black Tiger Gang. Seeing Zhao Hai beating up the heavenly demon realm, the news of his victories made the Black Tiger Gang's face light up. Some of the cultivators in the Black Tiger Gang had already regarded Zhao Hai as their idol. Being able to speak a few words with their idol naturally made them very happy. Not long after Zhao Hai left the transmission hall, a Black Tiger Gang cultivator greeted him. He bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Martial uncle, the gang leader asked you to come back and see him immediately." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I understand." Then he walked towards Zhang Feng's study. Before long, he arrived outside. Before he knocked on the door, he heard Zhang Feng's voice, "Little Hai, you're back? Come in." Zhao Hai nodded, then he pushed the door and went in. As soon as he arrived at Zhang Feng's study, Zhao Hai saw someone he was familiar with. It was the Flower Valley's flower-seeking prince, Li Xuanhua. Zhao Hai cupped his fists towards Li Xuanhua and said, "I didn't expect Senior Brotherly to personally come." "Zhao Hai greets you." Li Xuanhua stood up and smiled bitterly at Zhao Hai. "Junior brother is too polite. Senior brother has no other choice but to come here and ask for help." Zhao Hai smiled. After bowing to Zhang Feng, he sat down and said, "Senior brother Li, you are too polite. The 100 Flower Valley and my Black Tiger Gang are allies. When one side is in trouble, the other side will naturally come to help. If Senior brother Li didn't come to ask for help, you would be treating us as outsiders." Li Xuanhua sighed and smiled bitterly. She cupped her fists and thanked Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai couldn't help but curse the old fox. If he didn't know about the 100 Flower Valley situation, then he would have been deceived. This guy's acting skills were too good. Naturally, Zhang Feng knew that Li Xuanhua was acting. But he didn't say anything. Instead, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you should know the importance of this operation. If something happens to the 100 Flower Valley and the Sky Demon Army attacks us, then we'll be finished. Because of this, I've already given you all the troops that the Black Tiger Gang can send. You have to use them carefully." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Senior brother can rest assured. I'll do my best." Zhang Feng nodded, then he turned to Li Xuanhua and said, "Mr. Xuanhua, the situation is urgent. I won't keep Mr. here any longer. The army is already prepared. You can go." Li Xuanhua stood up and bowed to Zhang Feng. "My 100 Flower Valley will never forget Boss Zhang's kindness. The Black Tiger Gang and the 100 Flower Valley will always be allies." Zhang Feng also stood up, bowed to Li Xuanhua, and said in a deep voice, "Now that the Heavenly Devil Realm is invading, our cultivation world should support each other. Although my Black Tiger Gang has made some preparations before, my Black Tiger Gang's foundation is too weak. We really can't provide too many troops to support you. Please forgive us." Li Xuanhua said sternly, "Boss Zhang is far too polite. We're already extremely grateful for your generous assistance during our 100 Flowers Valley's most dangerous time. If you say something like that, I really don't deserve it." Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "Mr. Xuanhua, there's no need to be polite. You can go now." Li Xuanhua gave Zhang Feng another salute, then he followed Zhao Hai outside. When they arrived at the transmission formation, all the cultivators who were going to support the 100 Flower Valley were already prepared. Among the 150,000 cultivators, more than 60% of them were Transcendence Realm cultivators. It could be seen that the sects weren't having a good time. Looking at the cultivators, Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He just took the lead and walked to the transmission formation. Li Xuanhua also entered the transmission formation. With a flash of white light, the two disappeared. The other cultivators also entered the transmission formation and left in batches. When the white light completely disappeared, Zhao Hai found himself in a huge valley. This valley was very big, no smaller than the Black Tiger Gang's base. Of course, that was referring to the Black Tiger Gang's base. On the mountain walls, there were many caves. Inside the valley, there was a very large building. This building looked very special. It had golden walls and looked like a palace. In front of the palace, there was a very tall archway with the words 100 Flower Valley written on it. On the archway, there were countless sculptures of beautiful women. The sculptures of these beautiful women were also very special. Each of them was very beautiful, but they all had something in common. They were all naked. The lifelike sculptures of these beautiful women were naked. Most importantly, the expressions on these beautiful women's faces were so charming that it made people's imaginations run wild. When Li Xuanhua saw Zhao Hai looking around, she immediately said, "Junior brother, please come with me. The others will receive you. The Valley Master is waiting for you at the 100 Flower Hall." Zhao Hai looked around, then he nodded and said, "All right, Master Li, please lead the way." Li Xuanhua smiled faintly and said, "Please." Zhao Hai nodded and then followed Li Xuanhua into the hall. The area inside the Great Hall was very large, there were countless halls. When Zhao Hai entered the Great Hall, he couldn't help but feel that his eyes couldn't see anything. It wasn't because of how magnificent the Great Hall was, but because of the people inside. In this Great Hall, there were countless beauties. They were all wearing clothes made of thin gauze, and their delicate bodies were faintly discernible under the gauze. This kind of seduction that only covered half of their faces was able to arouse one's desire. Moreover, these women's appearances weren't bad. Even if they couldn't be called stunning, they were still very charming. Most importantly, each and every one of these women had seductive gazes, as if they could arouse people's desires at any time. Zhao Hai calmed his mind and his eyes immediately regained their clarity. He was very clear that these women were cultivation furnaces of the 100 Flower Valley. They were also people who practiced seduction techniques. Zhao Hai looked around and suddenly felt that something was wrong. He discovered that there was a formation around him. This formation could affect people's emotions and make people unconsciously feel desire. Zhao Hai frowned. At this time, Li Xuanhua said, "Junior brother Zhao, please." At the same time, he carefully looked at Zhao Hai. When he saw that Zhao Hai's expression didn't change, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. When Zhao Hai heard Li Xuanhua, he smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother Li, please." Then the two walked towards the hall. Before long, they arrived in front of the hall. There was a large plaque hanging on the wall with 3 words written on it, 100 Flower Hall. In front of the hall were several beautiful women wearing white gauze. These beauties weren't ordinary. At the very least, they were much better than the ones Zhao Hai saw before. Li Xuanhua looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Junior brother Zhao, please wait for a moment. I'll go in and report." Zhao Hai nodded and smiled, "Senior brother, please." Li Xuanhua cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and then walked towards the hall. Before long, he came out and said to Zhao Hai, "Junior brother, please come with me." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then walked towards the hall. Before long, Zhao Hai entered the hall. Upon entering the hall, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. There were at least dozens of women in the hall. Some of them were dancing, some were holding trays, and some were massaging a man's legs. It can be said that all of these women were circling around a man. This woman was sitting on a dragon throne in the main hall. No matter how one looked at it, the style of this dragon throne looked like something used in the imperial palace, and the man was wearing a bright emperor's robe. The robe was embroidered with all kinds of flowers, and it was very beautiful. This man was half lying there, and a woman was massaging his legs. Another woman was feeding him a spirit fruit, and beside him was a woman fanning herself. Another woman was holding a tray, and on the tray was a jade cup. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he cupped his fist towards the man and said, "Zhao Hai has seen the Valley Lord." The man who was half lying down turned his head to look at Zhao Hai. Then he nodded and said, I've heard of Mr.'s name. For Mr. to come this time, I'm very grateful. Although his mouth expressed his gratitude, he didn't have any intention of getting up. This was very disrespectful towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the Valley Lord and smiled faintly. Right now, the cultivation realm is facing a disaster. I'm very happy to be able to help. Valley Lord doesn't need to be polite. The Valley Lord nodded, then he turned his head to Zhao Hai and smiled. Alright, then I'll have to ask Mr. to take a rest with Xianxia. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Alright, then I'll take my leave. Then he followed Li Xianxia out. After Zhao Hai left the hall, the Valley Lord said, What do you think? Is this person a threat? A man's voice was heard. He's very threatening. His willpower is strong, his heart is as hard as stone, he doesn't show his emotions on his face. He's also very strong and knows when to yield. He's a rare talent. The Valley Lord stared, then he smiled faintly and said, You've never praised a person before. Is he really that good? The voice leisurely replied, Yes. The Valley Lord said, Can I use him? The voice leisurely replied, No. The Valley Lord said, No? Then we can only kill him. The voice replied, No, you can't do it. He's very strong, and he's also a spatial divergent ability user. I heard that the Sky Sword sect wanted to kill him, but they didn't succeed. The Myriad Beast sect also wanted to kill him more than once, but they didn't succeed. If you want to kill him, then you have to think of a foolproof method. Even if you can't kill him, you can't let him find out. Otherwise, the 100-Flower Valley will be in trouble. Zhao Hai didn't know how the Valley Master evaluated him. He didn't care too much about the Valley Master's attitude towards him. Although the Valley Master's actions made Zhao Hai confused, Zhao Hai didn't need to get angry. He came to the 100 Flowers Valley to carry out his plan. The Valley Master's attitude towards him wasn't important. Li Xianxia was embarrassed. After he left the 100 Flowers Hall with Zhao Hai, he apologized to Zhao Hai, Junior brother Zhao, I'm really sorry. Our Valley Master always doesn't care about trifles. Please don't take offense. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Of course. The Valley Master is also a straightforward person. I like his personality. Li Xianxia smiled and said, That's good. Junior brother, please come with me to rest. The others will be taken care of. Right, Junior brother, do you want me to arrange 2 people to serve you? The maids of our 100 Flowers Valley are very good at serving people. Zhao Hai stared. He didn't think that Li Xianxia would say something like this. He shook his head and said, No need. Thank you for your kindness, Senior Brother Li. I'll be going to see the other cultivators in a while. You can just tell me where they are. When Li Xianxia heard Zhao Hai, he nodded and said, Alright, I'll arrange for someone to take you there. Senior brother, I still have some things to do. I won't be able to accompany you. Please forgive me. Zhao Hai smiled and said, Senior brother doesn't need to be so polite. You and I are allies, so we're family. There's no need to be so polite. Li Xianxia nodded and then led Zhao Hai outside. However, his eyes flashed with an unknown light. Before long, the two left the 100 Flowers Hall and arrived at the 100 Flowers Valley. Li Xianxia took Zhao Hai to the cave residence that was arranged for him. It was a very good cave residence with beautiful decorations. It was specially used to entertain guests. The most eye-catching thing about this cave residence were the 2 maids. The 2 maids were wearing cultivator robes. However, their robes were carefully tailored, outlining their curves. Although they weren't as revealing as the women in the 100 Flowers Hall, they were still very attractive. Li Xianxia looked at the 2 maids and then smiled to Zhao Hai and said, These 2 maids have been prepared for you. They have undergone careful training. If you want to go there, they can take you there. Naturally, you can do anything you want to do with them. Remember, you can do anything you want. Zhao Hai stared, then he smiled bitterly and cupped his fist towards Li Xianxia. Li Xianxia then turned around and left. The 2 maids stood obediently on the side. Besides the initial salute to Zhao Hai, they didn't do anything else. Zhao Hai looked at the 2 and said, Do you know where the Freedom Alliance's cultivators are? I want to see them. One of the two maids immediately replied, replying to Mr. We know. Mister, please come with me. Zhao Hai nodded and said, what's your name? The maid replied, replying to Mr. I'm called by he. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, by he, let's go. By he nodded and then led Zhao Hai out of the cave and flew outside. Zhao Hai noticed that this maid named Bai He was actually a golden core cultivator. She was even stronger than the reinforcements he brought. Before long, Bai He led Zhao Hai to a place outside the 100-Flower Valley. There were a lot of caves here, and the Freedom Alliance's cultivators were arranged there. It can be seen that the people of the 100-Flower Valley treated the cultivators well. They arranged a separate area for the cultivators. Moreover, there were people from the 100-Flower Valley busying themselves there. When Zhao Hai arrived at the area, the cultivators from the Freedom Alliance immediately recognized him. They immediately gave Zhao Hai a salute. Zhao Hai also did the same. No matter which sect they were from, Zhao Hai would chat with them for a bit, asking them about their living conditions. He even went to visit a few of their cave residences. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. The arrangement of the 100-Flower Valley this time was very good. Every cave was very clean. The decorations of the caves weren't luxurious, but they were still pretty good. After chatting with the cultivators for a while, Zhao Hai arrived at the area where the cultivators of the Black Tiger Gang lived. The Black Tiger Gang had sent 30,000 troops this time, which was the most out of all the sections. However, many of them were Transcendence Realm cultivators and weren't very strong. When these cultivators saw Zhao Hai, they became very excited. There was no other way, many of them regarded Zhao Hai as their idol. Zhao Hai casually chatted with these people and walked past them. Then he returned to his cave and went to rest. Everything seemed normal. However, nobody noticed that after Zhao Hai left, the members of the Black Tiger Gang returned to their caves and didn't come out for a long time. Even if someone saw this, they wouldn't think of anything. Nobody knew that after Zhao Hai left, the cultivators of the Black Tiger Gang found a jade slip in their hands. At the same time, Zhao Hai's voice echoed in their ears, telling them to return to their caves and look at the jade slips. After the group returned to their cave residences, they looked at the jade slip and understood what was going on. This jade slip could be said to be a protective jade talisman as well as an illusion formation. Its main function was to help these cultivators block a fatal blow from an immortal expert. But after blocking a blow, the formation inside the jade slip would activate. Once the formation was activated, it would create an illusion that the cultivator had died. Then the cultivators would be sent back to the Black Tiger Gang. At the same time, an undead would fall to the ground as if the cultivator had died. This was the method that Zhao Hai came up with. As long as he used this move, the cultivators of the Black Tiger Gang wouldn't die. Instead, others would think that the cultivators of the Black Tiger Gang were dead. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't use this move in the First Legion was because there were too many people watching. If he used this move and those people didn't find any corpses of the cultivators of the Black Tiger Gang, they would certainly be suspicious. Because of this, sacrifices were necessary. But now, he couldn't afford to make any more sacrifices. After resting in the Immortal Cave for a day, Zhao Hai went out the next morning and gathered all the people from the Freedom Alliance. Just as he gathered everyone, Li Xuanhua arrived. Li Xuanhua looked at Zhao Hai. Li Xuanhua looked at the assembled cultivators of the Freedom Alliance and couldn't help but feel moved. He was all too aware of the situation in Centauria Valley. Centauria Valley didn't need any reinforcements at all, but now, the Freedom Alliance had brought out the last of their forces. How could he not be moved? Li Xuanhua went to Zhao Hai's side and said, Junior brother Zhao, there's no need to be in such a hurry. Why don't you let the brothers rest for a while? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, there's no need. Now isn't the time to rest. Hurry up and take us to the front lines. Li Xuanhua looked at Zhao Hai, then he nodded and said, all right, junior brother Zhao, come with me. Then he led Zhao Hai and the others to the transmission square of the 100-Flower Valley. When they arrived at the 100-Flower Valley's transmission formation, Zhao Hai discovered that it was already prepared. Zhao Hai and Li Xuanhua entered the transmission formation first. After a flash of white light, the two disappeared from the 100-Flower Valley. The other Freedom Alliance cultivators also entered the transmission formation and disappeared along with the two. After they left, the second batch of Freedom Alliance cultivators also entered the transmission formation. Batch after batch of Freedom Alliance cultivators disappeared from the transmission formation. When Zhao Hai looked around, he discovered that he had arrived at the front line of the 100-Flower Valley. This place wasn't unfamiliar to him. Zhao Hai had seen it more than once in the space. This was a mountain that wasn't very high. It used to be the location of a small sect. But now, the small sect had already moved. This place had become the base of the 100-Flower Valley Alliance. At the same time, it was also the front line against the Heavenly Demon Army. When Zhao Hai and Li Xuanhua appeared, a person immediately came forward to greet them. This person was wearing a cultivator's robe embroidered with flowers. His entire body was covered in powder and he was holding a folding fan. No matter how one looked at him, he looked like a young master. When Zhao Hai saw this person, he didn't expect to recognize him. This person was young master Compliance, Hua Wusheng. He was the one who went to the Heavenly Demon Realm with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai pretended to be surprised. In fact, he already knew that Hua Wusheng was the commander of the 100-Flower Valley's front line. Hua Wusheng was said to be highly regarded by the 100-Flower Valley Lord. He was being groomed as the next Valley Lord. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been put in charge of such an important matter. When Hua Wusheng arrived at Zhao Hai and Li Xuanhua's side, he immediately bowed and said, "I have seen Senior Brother Li and Mr. Zhao Hai." Li Xuanhua nodded, then he smiled and said, "Junior Brother Hua, thank you for your hard work. This time, Mr. Zhao Hai came to support us. I hope that the two of you can work together and teach the Heavenly Demon Realm a heavy lesson." Zhao Hai quickly smiled and said, "Senior Brother Li is too polite. Senior Brother Hua, I met Senior Brother Hua when I went to the Heavenly Demon Martial Arts exhibition. This time, I brought Senior Brother Hua to fight alongside me. It's my honor." When Hua Wusheng heard that Zhao Hai wasn't arrogant, he became happy and said, "Junior Brother Zhao is too polite. This time, I'll have to learn from Junior Brother Zhao. I heard that Junior Brother Zhao hasn't fought against the Heavenly Demon Realm yet." Hua Wusheng nodded and said, "Junior Brother Zhao is too polite." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Senior Brother must be joking. Junior Brother doesn't have that kind of ability. Although we blocked the attack of the Heavenly Demon Realm, we also suffered heavy losses. Can't you see? Right now, our Freedom Alliance doesn't even have a decent expert. We've even sent out Dharma stage practitioners. If we suffer any more losses, I'm afraid we can only rely on the protective mountain array to hold on." Hua Wusheng also noticed the cultivators who came with Zhao Hai. When he saw the strength of these cultivators, Hua Wusheng couldn't help but frown. Although his commanding ability was average, he had fought with the Heavenly Demon Realm several times in the past few days. He was very clear that these Dharma stage cultivators were no match for the Heavenly Demon Army. Zhao Hai bringing these Dharma stage cultivators wasn't support at all. No matter how he looked at it, it was suicide. As a core member of the Centauria Valley, Hua Wusheng knew very well why the Centauria Valley wanted to rescue the Freedom Alliance. He knew that the sect wanted to make the Freedom Alliance bleed. Once the people of the Heavenly Demon Realm were dealt with, the Freedom Alliance would be dealt with as well. But now that he saw that the Blood Origin Alliance only sent Transcendence Realm cultivators, Hua Wusheng couldn't help but be puzzled. He didn't understand why the Freedom Alliance would send these people. These Transcendence Realm cultivators would only be sending themselves to their deaths. Most importantly, they wouldn't be able to weaken the Freedom Alliance's strength. Li Xuanhua looked at Hua Wusheng and was about to say something when suddenly, an earth-shattering sound echoed throughout the base. It was obvious that this was the sound of an alarm. Zhao Hai was stunned, and so was Hua Wusheng. Then his expression changed as he said, "These bastards aren't done yet. Senior Brother Li, Junior Brother Zhao, I'm sorry, but the Heavenly Demon Realm cultivators are here. I have to go take a look." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to be polite. Senior Brother Li, why don't we go take a look as well? Wanzong, you stay here and don't panic." This Wanzong that Zhao Hai called out was one of the few transcending tribulation experts sent by the Black Tiger Gang. He naturally knew why the Black Tiger Gang sent people this time. He came to help Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had already told the others to listen to Wanzong when he wasn't around. This was why Zhao Hai gave this order. Wanzhong nodded and began to organize his team. The Freedom Alliance cultivators that just came out of the transmission formation obediently followed Wanzhong's instructions. These people didn't dare to cause trouble for Zhao Hai. Even their powerful senior brothers and sisters didn't dare to cause trouble in front of Zhao Hai, let alone them. Zhao Hai didn't care about the people here. He followed Hua Wushang and Li Xuanhua to the outside of the base. At this time, a large number of formations had been set up outside the base. These formations were all activated, and all the cultivators were gathered inside. However, their appearance was still a bit messy. Compared to Zhao Hai's Transcendence Realm cultivators, they were much worse. However, Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to the cultivators from the 100 Flower Valley Alliance. Instead, he was paying attention to the cultivators from the Heavenly Demon Realm. The army that the Heavenly Demon Realm sent wasn't a lot, only about 1 million people. They also had about 50 large artifacts. Just like before, they swaggered towards the encampment with their large artifacts in the front. Looking at the appearance of the Celestial Demon Realm cultivators, Zhao Hai didn't know what to say. The Celestial Demon Realm cultivators facing the First Legion definitely wouldn't dare to attack their base so openly. Mo-Like's Legion would only send a small number of troops to fight against the small number sent by Zhao Hai. Mo-Like definitely wouldn't send 1 million people to attack. Mo-Like was very clear about Zhao Hai's strength. If he really sent 1 million people to attack Zhao Hai, then even if Zhao Hai didn't swallow them whole, he would at least kill 100 to 200,000 people. Therefore, when Mo-Like fought against Zhao Hai, he would either send a small group of less than 10,000 people or send out the entire army. 1 million people attacking the First Legion's base? That was a dream. However, the Celestial Demon Realm army here dared to do so. They were so brazen and arrogant. It was as if they didn't put the cultivators in their eyes at all. Zhao Hai paid attention to Hua Wushang's expression. Although there was a trace of anger on Hua Wushang's face, it was more because the Celestial Demon Realm army had come at this time and not because of the Celestial Demon Realm army's arrogance. Zhao Hai even saw a trace of fear in Hua Wushang's eyes. Zhao Hai couldn't help but shake his head. It seems like it was a mistake for the 100 Flower Valley army to let Hua Wushang command this time. Zhao Hai was very clear that the trace of affection in Hua Wushang's eyes was very likely from the Celestial Demon martial arts demonstration. That demonstration could be said to be a complete mistake. All the cultivators who went to the Celestial Demon Realm, except for Zhao Hai, were chased by the Celestial Demon Realm. Zhao Hai believed that many cultivators had a shadow of the Celestial Demon Realm in their hearts. And these cultivators didn't have low status in their sections. This kind of emotion might affect others. At this time, the Celestial Demon Realm army was about to arrive at the encampment. Their large artifacts began to rampage. Many of the formations arranged by the 100 Flower Valley Alliance were directly destroyed. At this time, the 100 Flower Valley Alliance sent out more than 20 large artifacts to meet the enemy. Rather than saying that they were meeting the enemy, it was better to say that they were restraining them. These people simply didn't dare to directly clash with the Celestial Demon Realm's large artifacts. They just pretended to attack the Celestial Demon Realm's large artifacts and left the formation. The Celestial Demon Realm's large artifacts seemed to be very used to this. As soon as the 100 Flower Valley Alliance's large artifacts came out, they automatically left the formation. The large artifacts faced each other, no one dared to attack the other. Then the Celestial Demon Realm army began their all-out attack. They were divided into small groups as they charged towards the 100 Flower Valley Alliance's encampment. On the other hand, the 100 Flower Valley Alliance was completely on the defensive. Everyone formed a large defensive formation, not daring to take the initiative to attack the Celestial Demon Realm's army. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. He discovered that a lot of cultivators in the 100 Flower Valley Alliance were afraid of the Celestial Demon Realm. They didn't even think about counterattacking. They were just here to play a game of attack and defense with the Celestial Demon Realm's army. Moreover, the Celestial Demon Realm's army were players while the 100 Flower Valley Alliance's army was just a poor training partner. Seeing this, Zhao Hai didn't even have the strength to complain. He knew that the 100 Flower Valley Alliance was on the defensive, but he didn't think that they would be this thorough. This made him speechless. Zhao Hai didn't know what to say. Strictly speaking, Zhao Hai's First Legion was also on the defensive. However, they were much more active. They would even send people to harass the Celestial Demon Realm's army from time to time. Zhao Hai was willing to bet that in the entire Cultivation realm, only his First Legion would dare to do this. This was because he injected his soul into the First Legion. The First Legion wasn't afraid of the Celestial Demon Realm. This was because the Celestial Demon Realm had never had a good time in their hands. In Zhao Hai's opinion, this extremely boring offensive and defensive exercise lasted for more than an hour before the curtain fell on the retreat of the Heavenly Demon Realm army. Although Zhao Hai was very impatient, he didn't show any expression. On the contrary, he stared at the battlefield as if he was afraid of missing any details. Zhao Hai was indeed paying attention to the changes in the battlefield. However, he wasn't paying attention to the fighting strength of the cultivators of the 100 Flower Valley Alliance. In Zhao Hai's opinion, the cultivators who had lost their courage were no longer cultivators. Even if they were strong, they had already lost their fearless heart. Therefore, they couldn't be called cultivators. Zhao Hai was observing the performance of the Celestial Demon Realm's army. However, after seeing it, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel disappointed. The performance of the Celestial Demon Realm's army wasn't better than Mo Like's. It could even be said that they were inferior to Mo Like's army. Mo Like's army had fought against Zhao Hai's First Legion many times. Although they didn't gain any advantage, Zhao Hai discovered that Mo Like was a smart guy. He constantly learned during the war and his commanding ability was now very good. However, the level of the Celestial Demon Realm's army was much worse than Mo Like's. Although the strength of the Celestial Demons wasn't inferior to Mo Like's army, if the Celestial Demon Realm's army were to fight against the First Legion, Zhao Hai would send out 3 million people while the Celestial Demon Realm's army would send out 6 million. Zhao Hai could eat 1 million people in a day. But against Mo Like, Zhao Hai couldn't do this. After the army of the Heavenly Devil World retreated, Hua Wuxian let out a sigh of relief. He immediately arranged for people to restore the formation and rearrange it to guard against the wounded. As for the dead cultivators, no one cared about them anymore. When Zhao Hai saw this, he shook his head. One must know that properly dealing with the corpses of the dead cultivators would have a great impact on the morale of the cultivators. Hua Wuxian didn't even deal with the corpses of the dead cultivators. What would the living cultivators think? How could they risk their lives to fight against the Celestial Demon Realm? Li Xuanhua obviously wasn't a talent in this aspect. He didn't think that Hua Wuxian was doing anything wrong. The cultivation world was a very selfish place. A cultivator's cultivator, even if he was strong when he was alive, had no value after his death. Naturally, no one would pay attention to him. After some time, Hua Wuxian finished dealing with the matters at hand. Then he returned to Zhao Hai and Li Xuanhua's side and bowed to them. "I'm sorry, Senior Brother Li, Junior Brother Zhao. I didn't expect the Celestial Demon Realm to attack at this time. I'm sorry to disturb you too." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Senior Brother Hua is too polite. This time, we came to participate in the war, there's no need to disturb us." To be honest, after seeing Senior Brother Hua's defensive tactics, I've been inspired a lot. In the past, our Freedom Alliance was too ruthless against the Heavenly Demon Realm's army. Although we didn't seem to be in a disadvantageous position, our losses were too great. Now, we have adopted a defensive stance. But to be honest, our defense is still lacking compared to Senior Brother Hua's. But I think that Senior Brother Hua's approach is right. The Heavenly Demon Realm's attack was too sudden, the entire Cultivation realm didn't have the time to react. If other people were like us and went all out against the Heavenly Demon Realm, then the Cultivation realm's losses would be even more disastrous. Our Black Tiger gang had made some preparations before going all out against the Heavenly Demon Realm. But in the end, even after throwing everything we prepared, we still weren't able to repel the Heavenly Demon Realm's army. Therefore, we can only defend. Zhao Hai's mouth was now full of lies. In any case, nobody knew the truth. Zhao Hai understood that although the Freedom Alliance won a few battles against the Celestial Demon Realm, the Great Sects didn't put the Freedom Alliance in their eyes. First, it was because they had the Leaping Dragon Realm as their trump card. Second, in their opinion, the Freedom Alliance won because the Freedom Alliance went all out. They didn't believe that the Freedom Alliance could rely on their own strength to defeat the Celestial Demon Realm's army. Now that Zhao Hai said this, it confirmed their thoughts. These people didn't doubt him anymore. Sometimes, people were strange. It was obviously the truth, but many people thought that it was fake. It was obviously a lie, but some people thought that it was true. This was because only then would it be reasonable. After Zhao Hai finished speaking, a smile appeared on Hua Wushang's face. Even the old fox Li Xuanhua's eyes flashed with understanding. Obviously, they believed Zhao Hai's words. Li Xuanhua said, "Junior brother Zhao, this isn't the place to talk. Let's go to junior brother Wushang's cave first. I heard that junior brother Zhao likes to drink spirit wine. I've already told junior brother Wushang to prepare some 100 flowers wine. We're just waiting for you to taste it." When Zhao Hai heard Li Xuanhua, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up as he said, "100 flowers wine? Is it the one you gave me before? That's great. I haven't drunk that kind of wine for a long time. The wine's taste is too good. Now that I think about it, I can't help but crave for it. If it weren't for the war on the front lines, I'm afraid I would have personally gone to the 100 Flowers sect to ask for 2 bottles. Naturally, Zhao Hai was talking about the Snake Scorpion Beauty wine. Before, he pretended to be a drunk, so naturally, he couldn't expose himself. He had to keep up the act. When Li Xuanhua heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately understood what Zhao Hai was talking about. He quickly smiled and said, "Junior brother Zhao, you should know that the wine I gave you is the best 100 Flowers wine. Our 100 Flowers Valley doesn't have a lot of it, so I'm afraid we won't be able to bring it this time. But rest assured, junior brother, when you return, I'll certainly give you 2 bottles." Zhao Hai smiled and said, that's great. Then this junior brother won't be polite." Hua Wushang naturally knew what kind of wine Zhao Hai was talking about. His eyes couldn't help but flash a smile. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "So junior brother Zhao wants to drink the special 100 Flowers wine. Then this brother can't take it out. It's for the sect's distinguished guests. This brother only has some ordinary 100 Flowers wine. I hope that junior brother can still enjoy it." Then he made an inviting gesture. Zhao Hai also quickly returned the gesture and said, "Senior brother is too polite. Please." The 3 of them flew side by side towards Hua Wushang's cave mansion. Before long, they arrived. Hua Wushang's cave mansion was very big, the decorations inside were also very good. Moreover, there were several women inside. As soon as the 3 of them sat down, Hua Wushang immediately asked the women to bring wine. The women nodded, and before long, authentic 100 Flowers wine was served. After the 3 drank a cup of wine, Hua Wushang said in a deep voice, "Right now, the front line is like a meat grinder. No matter how many troops we have, it's not enough. And in terms of high-end strength, we're still lacking compared to the Heavenly Demon Realm. Right now, we're in a deadlock. Sigh, if this continues, our losses will be too great." When Zhao Hai heard Hua Wushang, he couldn't help but stare. Didn't the 100 Flower Valley want to weaken the other forces? Why would they sigh like this now? But after thinking about it, Zhao Hai understood. They wanted to consume the strength of the other forces, but they wouldn't do it openly. Therefore, Hua Wushang's sigh was completely for Zhao Hai to see. Zhao Hai also pretended to sigh and said, "We were too careless this time. We thought that we wouldn't have to worry about the Sky Demon Realm since we were prepared. I didn't expect that we would still be careless in the end. The Sky Demon Realm's strength was beyond our expectations. Moreover, our Black Tiger Gang has a weak foundation. Although we took in some rogue cultivators, their strength. Sigh, it's fine if we don't talk about it. We can only hope that we can get through this and slowly recover our strength. As long as we have more time, we'll be able to drag the Sky Demon Realm to death." When Zhao Hai said this, Hua Wushang and Li Xuanhua's expressions changed. This was because they discovered that Zhao Hai's words weren't only applicable to the Sky Demon Realm, but also to them. Previously, they had forgotten that the Black Tiger Gang had recruited a lot of rogue cultivators into the sect. If the Black Tiger Gang was given enough time to recover, their strength would only grow stronger. When they thought of this, Hua Wushang and Li Xuanhua felt that they should hurry up and deal with the Black Tiger Gang. If they really let the Black Tiger gang recover, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Although the two had such thoughts, they didn't show it on their faces. They continued to drink with Zhao Hai and talk about the Sky Demon Realm's army. Zhao Hai looked at the two and knew what they were thinking. However, Zhao Hai didn't take it to heart. In fact, he deliberately said this to make the 100-Flower Valley and the 9 great sects unable to sit still. He wanted the 9 great sects to use their trump cards and repel the Sky Demon Realm's army. Although the Sky Demon Realm's army didn't invade the Cultivation Realm for long, Zhao Hai was very clear that the cultivator casualties were not small. Moreover, most of the cultivators who died were ordinary cultivators. The core disciples of the great sects almost didn't die in battle. The great sects had the same idea as the Black Tiger gang. They wanted to consume the vitality of the other sects in order to obtain greater benefits. Although Zhao Hai also wanted to consume the strength of the other sects, to be honest, he didn't want to do so now. With Hu Dawei and the others, Zhao Hai no longer needed to consume the strength of the other sections. He now wanted to wait for the 9 great sects to reveal their trump cards and then deal with them. Therefore, he wanted to provoke the 100-Flower Valley first and then let the 100-Flower Valley pass this news to the Myriad Demon sect. At that time, even if the other sects didn't react, the Myriad Demon sect would. This was because, strictly speaking, the other sects didn't have any enmity with the Black Tiger gang. However, the Myriad Demon sect was different. The Myriad Demon sect had a great enmity with the Black Tiger gang. If the Black Tiger gang became stronger and stronger, it would definitely not be a good thing for the Myriad Demon sect. Although the Myriad Demon sect and the 100-Flower Valley didn't get along, Zhao Hai was very clear that there were no eternal enemies in this world. This was especially true for the great sects. If the 100-Flower Valley wanted to develop in the northern Strange region in the future, they would never be able to bypass the Myriad Demon sect. The Myriad Monster sect was very strong. Previously, the 100-Flower Valley might have fought against the Myriad Monster sect. But the Myriad Monster sect's goal in doing so was to get the other sects to surround them. This way, they would be able to gain more benefits. But now, the situation was different. The Heavenly Demon invasion was a huge variable. It had turned the entire cultivation realm into a mess. If the 100-Flower Valley wanted to develop, then they would have to find a way to cooperate with the Myriad Demon sect. Even if they didn't cooperate with the Myriad Demon sect, they would still need to cooperate with the Myriad Demon sect. In Zhao Hai's opinion, this was normal. Even if it was the Freedom Alliance, they would still need to cooperate with the 10,000 Beast sect. This was the time of the Sky Demon invasion. If they were completely isolated at this time, then it wouldn't be a good thing. Moreover, for the 10,000 Beast sect, the Black Tiger gang could deal with them after the Sky Demon army retreated. Before that, letting the Black Tiger gang absorb some of the Sky Demon army's attention would be more beneficial for them. Because of this situation, although the cultivation realm was full of contradictions, everyone would still cooperate when facing the Heavenly Demon realm. In fact, the 9 great sects didn't want to use their trump card, which was the experts of the Leaping Dragon realm. After all, once these people left the Leaping Dragon realm, they wouldn't be able to enter again. Many of the experts in the cultivation realm came from the Leaping Dragon realm and lost their qualifications to enter. This meant that no one in the cultivation realm could enter the Leaping Dragon realm. This would be very detrimental to the development of the cultivation realm. Even if Zhao Hai didn't understand what the great sects were thinking, he knew what was at stake. Therefore, he wanted to force the great sects to take action. He wanted them to deal with the Heavenly Demon realm as soon as possible. This way, the cultivation realm would have fewer casualties. This could be considered as preserving a trace of vitality for the cultivation realm. After drinking with Hua Wushang and Li Xuanhua for a while, Zhao Hai left Hua Wushang's cave and returned to his own. Wanzong was waiting for him there. After the two exchanged greetings, Zhao Hai turned to Wanzong and said, "Wanzong, how are everyone's mood?" Wanzong smiled and said, "They're very good." Senior brother gave them the jade token. They understood what was going on. Although they didn't say anything, their mood is still very stable. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "After this battle, I think it wouldn't be long before the 9 great sects make their move. We need to be fully prepared. You can go back first and help everyone. Don't tell anyone about the jade token." Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Wanzong smiled and said, senior brother can rest assured. Everyone understands senior brother's painstaking efforts. In addition, the Black Tiger Gang has been cleaning up the gang for more than a year. The spies of the other sects have already been removed. Nobody will leak this information. Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand. Wanzong bowed and retreated. At the same time, Zhao Hai took out a jade sword message and sent it to Zhang Feng. He told Zhang Feng about what he was thinking and told her to make preparations in advance. At this time, Hua Wushang and Li Xuanhua were discussing Zhao Hai's words in Hua Wushang's cave residence. Hua Wushang turned the wine cup in his hand and said, Zhao Hai's words aren't unreasonable. If the Black Tiger Gang really recovers, then even the Myriad Demon sect wouldn't be able to deal with them easily. After all, the Black Tiger Gang still has Zhao Hai as a variable. Although Zhao Hai was very low-key before, the Heavenly Demon Realm has suffered a few losses in his hands. It can be seen that his ability to command isn't ordinary. Senior brother Li, do you think we can find a way to get rid of Zhao Hai? Li Xuanhua shook his head and said, if we don't want to immediately fall out with the Black Tiger Gang, then it's best not to do so. You don't understand Zhao Hai's position in the Black Tiger Gang. Zhao Hai's position in the Black Tiger Gang is very high. Even the current leader of the Black Tiger Gang, Zhang Feng, calls Zhao Hai a brother. Moreover, the ordinary members of the Black Tiger Gang worship Zhao Hai very much. Most importantly, the First Legion that the Freedom Alliance is facing against the Heavenly Demon Realm is also controlled by Zhao Hai. If something happens to Zhao Hai, then the Black Tiger Gang's reaction will be very big, and the First Legion will certainly be in chaos. If the Heavenly Demon Realm takes the opportunity to suppress the Freedom Alliance, then the Freedom Alliance will be finished. Once the Freedom Alliance is finished, the Heavenly Demon Realm's 7 million troops will attack our 100-Flower Valley. When that time comes, our situation won't be much better than the Freedom Alliance's. I'm afraid that the gang will have to use all of its strength. It's not worth it to do so for one person. Moreover, Zhao Hai isn't that easy to kill. Hua Wushang nodded and said, then we won't kill Zhao Hai for the time being. However, I think that we should tell the Valley Master about this matter, and even the Myriad Beast sect. This is because the Myriad Beast sect doesn't want the Black Tiger Gang to grow too strong. Li Xuanhua nodded and said, indeed. The Myriad Beast sect won't just watch the Black Tiger Gang grow stronger. Now that the Black Tiger Gang is at its weakest, it's the best time to deal with them. If the Black Tiger Gang really recovers, then they can use a large amount of resources to cultivate rogue cultivators. At that time, it's hard to say what the Black Tiger Gang's strength will be like. However, when the time comes, it would be even more difficult for the Myriad Beast sect to deal with the Black Tiger Gang. Hua Wushang nodded and took out a jade sword message. After entering the message, he immediately released it. He wanted to tell the Valley Master about today's matter and let the Valley Master make a decision. After releasing the jade sword message, Hua Wushang said in a deep voice, next, what we need to do is to see how Zhao Hai's commanding ability is. I want to see how Zhao Hai will perform when he leads these Dharma stage cultivators against the Sky Demon army. Li Xuanhua smiled and said, I also want to see. After all, Zhao Hai's battle record is there. I want to see how he will deal with the Sky Demon realm. Zhao Hai watched the conversation between the two. Now that there was a lot of flowing silver dust in Zhao Hai's cave residence, whatever the two said naturally couldn't be hidden from Zhao Hai. After hearing the conversation between the two, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Things were developing in the direction he expected. He wanted to see how the Thousand Demons sect would react. After staying in his cave residence for a while, Zhao Hai came out. At the same time, he gathered the 150,000 troops of the Freedom Alliance and began to train them. This time, the people who came with him weren't very strong. If they weren't trained, they would be wiped out by the Sky Demon Realm army. Although these people were to be sacrificed, it wouldn't be good if they were sacrificed without any value. Zhao Hai still wanted to make full use of their abilities, so training was necessary. After the training, even if these people died, they would drag a few people from the Sky Demon Realm down with them. Report. Hua Wushang and Li Xuanhua, who were sitting inside the cave and chatting about Zhao Hai, suddenly heard a voice coming from outside. The two of them were stunned, but Hua Wushang immediately said, "Come in." A cultivator from the 100-Flower Valley came in. Upon seeing this person, Hua Wushang immediately asked, "What's the matter? Is there any movement from the Freedom Alliance?" Hua Wushang recognized this person. This person was the one he sent to arrange the Freedom Alliance's cultivators. At the same time, this person was also responsible for monitoring the Freedom Alliance's cultivators. Now that he suddenly appeared here, the Freedom Alliance's cultivators must have made a move. This was why Hua Wushang asked this question. The person replied, "Martial Uncle, Zhao Hai suddenly arrived at the Freedom Alliance's encampment. He said that he wants to train the cultivators." "Martial Uncle, do you want to take a look?" Upon hearing this, Hua Wushang and Li Xuanhua couldn't sit still. They both stood up and walked outside. They wanted to see how Zhao Hai would train the Freedom Alliance's cultivators. Moreover, Zhao Hai's training was very sudden. They also wanted to see what Zhao Hai wanted to do. Before long, the two of them arrived at the Freedom Alliance's encampment. They saw that the cultivators had already come out of their caves and were standing there in an orderly manner. Zhao Hai was currently adjusting their positions. Upon seeing the two, Zhao Hai immediately nodded and said, "Did I disturb the two of you?" "I'm sorry." Li Xuanhua smiled and said, "Junior brother Zhao, what are you talking about? We were also curious, so we came to take a look. We heard that junior brother wanted to train them. To be honest, we have done this before, but the results weren't very good." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This can't be considered training. I just want to understand their attack methods. Then I'll put people with similar attack methods together. It's not a big deal." It was just as Zhao Hai said. Putting people with similar strength and attack or defense together wasn't a big deal in the cultivation world. In fact, the 100-Flower Valley also did this. If everyone was mixed together, then it would end up in chaos. Zhao Hai wasn't the one who invented this. In fact, sects in the cultivation world often did this when they fought each other. It wasn't something new. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, although Hua Wushang and Li Xuanhua didn't completely believe him, they didn't ask any questions. They just stood there quietly and looked at Zhao Hai. They wanted to see if Zhao Hai was telling the truth. However, they were quickly disappointed. Zhao Hai was telling the truth. Zhao Hai really did put people with similar attack and defense abilities together. There was nothing special about it. After watching for a while, the two found an excuse to leave. Zhao Hai really didn't make too many adjustments. He just divided the cultivators into small teams and gave each team leader a communicator. He also emphasized that these people must listen to his orders, otherwise, he wouldn't be polite. Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he just divided the cultivators into small teams and gave each team leader a communicator. These cultivators didn't dare to disobey Zhao Hai's orders. Their strength wasn't as good as Zhao Hai's. If they didn't listen to Zhao Hai and were killed by Zhao Hai, then their sects wouldn't stand up for them. After all, it wasn't wise to provoke a strong enemy like Zhao Hai for a Dharma or Golden Core cultivator. After giving out the communicators, Zhao Hai gave them a short training before letting them rest. The purpose of this training was to let them know how to cooperate with each other. Only then could their combat strength be fully displayed. The training lasted for 3 days. During these 3 days, although the people of the Heavenly Devil Realm occasionally came to provoke them, the Freedom Alliance's army didn't go out to battle. They were training all the time. However, Hua Wushang and the others didn't say anything. Even the ordinary cultivators of the 100-Flowers Valley Alliance didn't say anything. After all, the strength of the people Zhao Hai brought was obvious. Most of them were in the Dharma stage. This kind of strength was really not enough for the cultivators. If they went against the army of the Heavenly Devil Realm, they would only be courting death. After 3 days of training, Zhao Hai found Hua Wushang and Li Xuanhua. Hua Wushang and Li Xuanhua were both in Hua Wushang's cave residence. The two of them were also discussing how to deal with the people of the Heavenly Devil Realm. After all, before the sects sent out their ultimate strength, they still had to rely on these people. At this time, Zhao Hai found them. When the two of them heard that Zhao Hai had come, they invited Zhao Hai into the cave residence. These days, Zhao Hai was busy with training and didn't even pay attention to the situation outside. The three of them hadn't seen each other for 3 days. Now that Zhao Hai suddenly appeared, Hua Wushang and Li Xuanhua were a little surprised. After the two of them invited Zhao Hai into the cave residence and sat down, Hua Wushang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Junior brother Zhao, what brings you here this time? If you need any resources, please don't hesitate to ask. You don't have to be polite." In Hua Wushang's opinion, Zhao Hai had only trained for 3 days. That was completely insufficient. Hua Wushang had done a lot of training. It can be said that from the beginning of the battle with the heavenly Devil realm until now, Hua Wushang had been training his subordinates. However, the results weren't obvious. Therefore, Hua Wushang thought that Zhao Hai had come to ask for resources. In this aspect, Hua Wushang wouldn't be stingy. After all, Zhao Hai was here to support them. If he was stingy in this aspect, it would cause gossip. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother Hua is too polite. This time I didn't come here to ask for supplies. The people I brought this time are transcendence experts. Giving them supplies wouldn't improve their fighting strength, it would just be a waste. This time, I came here to tell Senior Brother Hua that the training has come to an end. When the Sky Demon Army comes next time, I hope that they can participate in the battle." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Senior Brother Hua, you're too polite." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Hua Wushang couldn't help but be stunned. Then he looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, "It's over? So fast?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled bitterly and said, "With their strength, it would be impossible for them to grow in a short period of time. The best place to train is the battlefield. Letting them participate in battles is the best way to train them." Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled bitterly and said, "With their strength, it would be impossible for them to grow in a short period of time." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Hua Wushang couldn't help but be stunned. However, he immediately nodded and said, "All right, when the Heavenly Devil Army comes next time, you'll join them. However, you'll still be in command of these people. What do you think?" Zhao Hai understood what Hua Wushang meant. This time, the people that Zhao Hai brought were too weak. If they were to be randomly assigned to Hua Yuanshang's army, then it might cause problems. Because of this, it would be better to have them form their own army and hand them over to Zhao Hai to command. Then they can fight as they please. Zhao Hai didn't have any objections. He nodded and said, "All right, then I'll go prepare first." Hua Wushang nodded. Zhao Hai stood up, cupped his fist to the two, then turned around and left. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. After Zhao Hai left, Hua Wushang turned to Li Xuanhua and said, "Senior brother Li, what do you think Zhao Hai means? Why is he in such a hurry to join the battle?" Li Xuanhua smiled faintly and said, "It's not hard to guess. I think he wants to kill everyone who came with him so that he can go back. Helping the Black Tiger Gang is already a huge loss. Moreover, I heard that the First Legion of the Freedom Alliance isn't doing too well. They didn't suffer too much when they fought against the Heavenly Devil Army. However, when Zhao Hai left, the Heavenly Devil Army seemed to know about it and attacked the First Legion. I heard that the First Legion's situation is very tense. I think that Zhao Hai wants to go back and stabilize the First Legion. After all, helping us is the same as helping an outsider. And the First Legion is related to the Black Tiger Gang's interests." When Hua Wushang heard Li Xuanhua, he stared for a moment. However, he immediately understood what Li Xuanhua meant. He couldn't help but sigh and said, "It seems like I've underestimated Zhao Hai. That guy's heart is really ruthless." Li Xuanhua sneered and said, "If Zhao Hai wasn't ruthless, then he wouldn't have reached where he is today. I heard that this kid has hundreds of thousands of undead. Moreover, I heard that those undead were killed by him. If he wasn't ruthless, then how could he kill hundreds of thousands of people?" This was the first time Hua Wushang heard about this matter. He quickly replied, "Hundreds of thousands? He killed them himself? How could he do it? That's hundreds of thousands of people. Even if they just stood there and let him kill, wouldn't his hands get soft?" Li Xuanhua replied, "Soft? He wouldn't. Did you forget that he's a dark mage? When he kills people, he can just let the undead do it. He doesn't need to do it himself. However, I think that in Zhao Hai's eyes, people aren't people anymore, they're just tools." Hua Wushang nodded, but there was a hint of fear in his eyes. After all, no matter how strong a cultivator was, facing a madman who had killed hundreds of thousands of people and didn't care about human lives at all, he would still be afraid. Li Xuanhua replied, "The Black Tiger Gang is really lucky to have Zhao Hai. However, we also need to pay attention to one thing. In the past, our sect, and even the entire cultivation realm, didn't pay attention to the lower realms. It's not that there aren't any talents in the lower realms, it's just that those talents weren't used by us. A lot of them died on the death-deciding platform. What a waste, what a waste. It seems like we need to pay attention to the lower realms in the future." Hua Wushang nodded, indeed. Who would have thought that Zhao Hai, who was a battle slave, would reach this point? The Black Tiger Gang is also in their current situation because of him. Valley Lord, are you starting to pay attention to the lower realms' talents? However, it seems like it's a bit late. I heard that after Zhao Hai appeared in the Black Tiger Gang, they stopped participating in the death-deciding platform. All the lower realms cultivators have been trained by them. It seems like they've tasted the sweetness. Li Xuanhua smiled and said, "It's true that they've tasted the sweetness. However, there aren't many talents like Zhao Hai in this world. I'm afraid that the Black Tiger Gang has wasted their efforts." Woo! An ear-piercing alarm sounded. Everyone immediately moved. They flew into the air and looked into the distance. The Sky Demon Army was coming again. Zhao Hai, Hua Wushang, and Li Xuanhua stood there, looking at the Heavenly Demon Realm's army slowly approaching. The Heavenly Demon Realm's army was still as arrogant as before, swaggering over. Behind the three of them, the 100 Flower Valley's army was also in formation, ready to meet the enemy at any time. However, there was an even smaller army next to the 100 Flower Valley's army. It only had a few 100,000 people. They were all standing there calmly. Although they weren't very strong, their formation was orderly and no one moved randomly. These people were the cultivators that followed Zhao Hai here. After 3 days of training, these cultivators had become a bit more presentable. Although they were still lacking compared to the army in Zhao Hai's mind, they were at least more like an army compared to the 100 Flower Valley army. Hua Wushang and Li Xuanhua were still paying attention to the cultivators of the Freedom Alliance. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would only use 3 days to make these cultivators become like this. This was really beyond their expectations. At this time, the Heavenly Demon Army began to clean up the formations of the 100 Flower Valley Alliance as usual. Both sides began to practice attacking and defending. It wasn't until the 100 Flower Valley Alliance's large artifacts that both sides withdrew from the battle and the Heavenly Demon Army rushed in that the two armies began to attack. When the Heavenly Demon Army rushed in, Zhao Hai waved his hand and had the Freedom Alliance's army rush in as well. They only had a few 100,000 people, but these people were divided into small teams by Zhao Hai. All the team leaders had a communication device in their hands. Zhao Hai could easily command these teams through this device. Although Hua Wushang had been paying attention to the 100 Flower Valley Alliance's battle, he was also paying attention to the movements of the Freedom Alliance's army. He wanted to see what the weakest army would do after encountering the Heavenly Demon Army. Hua Wushang didn't really care about the battle between the Centauria Alliance and the Skyfiend Army because he knew very well that the enemy couldn't break in. That was why he had the leisure to pay attention to the Freedom Alliance. Li Xuanhua was also paying attention to the situation of the Freedom Alliance's army. However, Zhao Hai had already moved forward with the Freedom Alliance's army and was no longer by their side. Soon, the Freedom Alliance's army came into contact with the Celestial Demon Realm's army. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't let the Freedom Alliance's army fight the Celestial Demon Realm's army head-on. That was no different from courting death. The Freedom Alliance's army was currently no match for the Celestial Demon Realm's army. Therefore, Zhao Hai had the Freedom Alliance's army form a circle and fly past the Celestial Demon Realm's army. When the Freedom Union's army flew past the Celestial Devil Army, the outermost troops had already exchanged blows with the Celestial Devil Army. These outermost cultivators had already revealed their Dharma idols. There were all kinds of Dharma idols, but they were all in the form of power. Hundreds of people from the Celestial Demon Realm were wiped out in one go, while the Freedom Alliance's army suffered more than a dozen casualties. It seemed like this was a small-scale conflict. Of course, this wasn't the end. After the Freedom Alliance's army left the Celestial Demon Realm's army, they made some adjustments and once again brushed past the Celestial Demon Realm's army. Once again, they took the lives of hundreds of celestial demons. Of course, they also paid the price of dozens of their own. A small-scale battle like this shouldn't have attracted the attention of the Celestial Demon Realm's army and Hua Wushang. However, Hua Wushang noticed it now. He looked at the Freedom Alliance's army as if he had seen a ghost. He was very clear about the combat strength of the Freedom Alliance's army. Even if they revealed their Dharma idols, Hua Wushang didn't think highly of them. This was because the Dharma idols they revealed were mostly beast idols. Moreover, they were the lowest level of wood idols. Of course, they wouldn't attract Hua Wushang's attention. However, this army that he didn't think highly of at all had a casualty ratio of 1 to 10 after 2 clashes with the Celestial Demon Realm. They actually caused the Celestial Demon Realm's army to lose nearly 1,000 people, while the Freedom Alliance's army only suffered a few hundred casualties. Zhao Hai's battle had also attracted the attention of the Celestial Demon Realm's army. The commander of the Celestial Demon Realm's army had gotten used to Hua Wushang's roguish defensive tactics. The appearance of the Freedom Alliance's army was definitely an accident. It was a variable that naturally attracted the attention of the commander of the Celestial Demon Realm. Originally, when he saw that the Dharma idols released by the Freedom Alliance's army were all low-level and weak, he didn't take them seriously. In his opinion, that kind of combat strength couldn't pose any threat to the Celestial Demon Realm's army. The reason he paid attention to the Freedom Alliance's army was that he wanted to see how this army of more than 100,000 people would be torn apart by his army. The battles over the past few days had made him feel very bored. Hua Wushang's army was almost unchanging in their defense, so he could only attack like he was doing now. Even if he didn't command such a situation, the Celestial Demon Realm's army would know how to attack. Therefore, he wanted to see how the Freedom Alliance's army would be destroyed. However, the commander of the Celestial Demon Realm's army was shocked after 2 short encounters. He really didn't understand what had happened. Why did nearly 1,000 celestial demons in his army die so inexplicably, while the other party only paid such a small price? The commander of the Celestial Demon Realm paid more attention to the situation of the Freedom Alliance's army. He wanted to know how the small army managed to do it. At the same time, he issued an order to the Celestial Demon Realm's army. 100,000 Celestial Demon Realm's army broke away from the majority and rushed towards the Freedom Alliance's army. Zhao Hai looked at the Celestial Demon Realm's army and couldn't help but smile. To be honest, he didn't expect the enemy's commander to move so quickly. However, Zhao Hai was already prepared when he attacked the Celestial Demon Realm's army. He knew that the Celestial Demon Realm's army was different from cultivators. The Celestial Demon Realm's army had been undergoing training for some time. Whether it was in terms of fighting strength or cooperation, they were much stronger than cultivators. However, Zhao Hai thought that he would have to attack 3 to 5 times before the other party would react. He didn't expect the other party to react so quickly. When Zhao Hai saw the Celestial Demon Realm's army getting closer and closer, he immediately waved his hand. The Freedom Alliance's army also quickly retreated. Although they retreated very quickly, their formation wasn't disrupted. Of course, the Celestial Demon Realm's army wasn't willing to let Zhao Hai's army retreat just like that. They chased after them relentlessly. Both sides were getting further and further away from the main battlefield. When they were about 10 li away from the main battlefield, the Freedom Alliance's army stopped and began to form a formation. After chasing for 10 li, the Celestial Demon Realm's army's formation was a bit scattered. Moreover, they had always been arrogant and didn't put cultivators in their eyes. Now that Zhao Hai's army stopped, the Celestial Demon Realm's army didn't stop to form a formation and attack. On the contrary, they directly rushed forward as if they wanted to tear the Freedom Alliance's army to shreds. One side was prepared, while the other side was unusually arrogant. As soon as the two sides clashed, the Celestial Demon Realm's army immediately suffered a loss. Of course, hundreds of people were killed. However, the difference in strength between the two sides was really too big. The weakest Celestial Demon Realm's army was at the Gold Core stage, and a Gold Core Celestial Demon was much stronger than a Gold Core stage cultivator in terms of combat strength. Most of the cultivators in the Freedom Alliance's army were at the Dharma phase. When they faced the Celestial Demon Realm's army, they were naturally at a disadvantage. Although Zhao Hai used the battle formation to offset a part of the difference in strength, this difference was too big. Slowly, the Freedom Alliance's army's casualties increased. Of course, the Celestial Demon Realm's casualties were definitely not small. Now, the ratio of casualties between the Freedom Alliance's army and the Celestial Demon Realm's army was still about 1 to 2. However, this ratio was now changing. Even so, it was still very shocking. Hua Wushang and the commander of the Celestial Demon Realm knew the level of Zhao Hai's army. For such an army to be able to fight against the Celestial Demon Realm's army like this was beyond the expectations of both sides. The battle continued and the casualties of the Celestial Demon Realm's army continued to increase. At this time, the ratio of casualties was still about 1 to 1.5. In other words, for every 2 cultivators from the Freedom Alliance that died, 3 celestial demons would die. This was absolutely shocking. After an hour passed, 20,000 people from the Freedom Alliance's army had died. Among them were 5,000 people from the Black Tiger Gang. However, these people didn't die in battle. Instead, they were protected by the jade tokens that Zhao Hai gave them and were sent back to the Black Tiger Gang. In this hour, nearly half of the 100,000 celestial demons died. In other words, nearly 50,000 people died. Naturally, these dead celestial demons were directly sent to the space by Zhao Hai and turned into undead. The death of 50,000 celestial demons finally angered the commander of the Celestial Demon Realm. Ever since the battle with the cultivators, he hadn't suffered such a big loss. It was always the cultivators who suffered more than them. When did they suffer more than the cultivators? This was a disgrace, a great disgrace. Because of this, the commander of the Celestial Demon Realm, Ma Yi, sent another 200,000 troops to deal with Zhao Hai's army. At the same time, the Celestial Demon Realm's large artifacts began to probe the 100 Flower Valley's large artifact formation. At the same time, the immortal experts of the Heavenly Demon Army also appeared. Although they didn't make a move, their threat was obvious. The appearance of the immortal experts of the 100 Flower Valley Alliance caused the atmosphere on the battlefield to become tense. At this time, Hua Wushang didn't dare to pay attention to Zhao Hai's situation. Instead, he focused all of his attention on the Celestial Demon Realm. Hua Wushang didn't expect the Freedom Alliance's army to cause such a huge mess. Not only did they lose 50,000 celestial demons, they also caused the Celestial Demon Realm to launch a large-scale attack. This caught him unprepared. Zhao Hai also noticed the movement of the Celestial Demon Army. He immediately ordered a retreat. At the same time, he made a move. This time, Zhao Hai didn't use the Celestial Demon 7 Slaughter Saber. Although the Celestial Demon 7 Slaughter Saber was very powerful, it was more suitable for single combat. In other words, the Celestial Demon 7 Slaughter Saber wouldn't be a problem in a fight between 2 people. Even if there were more people, Zhao Hai could still use the Celestial Demon 7 Slaughter Saber. However, in a fight with more than 100,000 people, it would be inappropriate for him to use the Celestial Demon 7 Slaughter Saber. This time, Zhao used the Thousand Hands Guanyin Palm. Although the Thousand Hands Guanyin Palm sounded like a set of Buddhist techniques, its lethality shouldn't be strong. But the real power of this set of techniques wasn't small. Most importantly, this set of techniques was a set of large-scale attacks. The Thousand Hands Guanyin Palm was a fusion of several hundred avatars on Zhao Hai's body. According to Zhao Hai's understanding, Zhao Hai needed to release the Thousand Hands Guanyin avatars. Then the avatars would release different kinds of energy. The appearance of the energy would be the same as the avatars on Zhao Hai's body. It can be said that Zhao Hai can release several hundred types of energy at the same time. Each type of energy was very big, almost as big as the avatars. This energy would form a large-scale attack. If this method was used in a one-on-one battle, then it would be easily broken. This was because the energy attack was a one-on-one attack. However, when used on the battlefield, this kind of Qi Jin attack was very suitable, especially when used to cover the rear. It was the most suitable. Attacking a large area was enough to stop the enemy's army. The Freedom Alliance's army continued to retreat according to Zhao Hai's order. The Sky Demons who had been fighting with the Freedom Alliance for a long time didn't give up just because they lost half of their men. On the contrary, when they saw that the Freedom Alliance's army was retreating and that their reinforcements were about to arrive, it was as if they were injected with chicken blood as they rushed towards the Freedom Alliance's army. At this time, Zhao Hai was standing in the air. At the same time, he communicated with his avatars. The Thousand Hands Guanyin avatar appeared beside Zhao Hai. The Thousand Hands Guanyin avatar opened its eyes and waved its countless arms, releasing all kinds of energy. As soon as these energies came out of the avatar's arms, they immediately became bigger and bigger. Before long, they turned into all kinds of beasts and ghosts as they rushed towards the Heavenly Demon Army. The Heavenly Demon Army stared. The first 100 people couldn't help but stop. The others also stopped and immediately released their own energy to meet Zhao Hai's attack. The energy released by Zhao Hai wasn't weak. Moreover, there weren't many transcending tribulation experts in the Heavenly Demon Army. Most of the Heavenly Demons were at nascent soul stage or golden core stage. If they wanted to block Zhao Hai's attack, they would have to go all out. So naturally, they stopped. But Zhao Hai didn't. Zhao Hai sent out 10,000 hands Guanyin palms in one breath, blocking the 50,000 Heavenly Demon Army. Then he slowly retreated. At this time, the Freedom Alliance's army had already returned to the rear of the 100 Flowers Valley Alliance's army. They were absolutely safe. One sword to block 1,000,000 troops. Zhao Hai used his own actions to prove the truth of these words. He brought up the rear and blocked the 50,000 troops of the Celestial Demon Realm. When Zhao Hai returned to the rear of the 100 Flower Valley Alliance, the Celestial Demon Army was on the verge of going crazy. However, they didn't dare to continue their attack. This was because they didn't have the advantage in terms of numbers. If they were to force their way through, they would surely die an ugly death. Moreover, the Celestial Demon Army also recognized Zhao Hai's identity. It was precisely because of this that they didn't dare to casually attack. Zhao Hai led the First Legion and used only 100 troops to block the mole-like army. The Celestial Demon Realm already knew about this. Later on, they heard that Zhao Hai left the First Legion. They didn't expect that he would appear here. It can be said that the name Zhao Hai was very famous in the Celestial Demon Realm. The Celestial Demons were warlike, but they also respected the strong. No matter which race they were from, they would always be respected by the Celestial Demon Realm. And Zhao Hai was undoubtedly such a powerhouse. He was worthy of the Celestial Demon Realm's respect. But at the same time, the Celestial Demons wouldn't be polite when facing Zhao Hai. They would do everything in their power to kill Zhao Hai. This was because the Celestial Demons believed that defeating a powerhouse and becoming stronger was their goal in life. At the same time, it was also a form of respect for a powerhouse. Although the Heavenly Demon Army had retreated, Hua Wushang and the others still couldn't calm down. Hua Wushang and the others were really shocked. The strength that Zhao Hai and the Freedom Alliance displayed made them feel ashamed. The Freedom Alliance's army was generally weaker than the 100 Flower Valley Alliance's army. However, the results couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. The Freedom Alliance only suffered 20,000 casualties and managed to kill 50,000 troops of the Celestial Demon Realm. This ratio of casualties was really shocking. Now, Hua Wushang and Li Xuanhua understood why Zhao Hai could defeat the Celestial Demons. Powerful, too powerful. A group of mainly Transcendence Realm cultivators could display such strength in the hands of Zhao Hai. How powerful would a group of cultivators above the Gold Core Realm be in the hands of Zhao Hai? It was really something to look forward to. After Hua Wushang arranged the matters of the 100 Flower Valley Alliance's army, he immediately went to find Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai was inspecting the Freedom Alliance's army and treating some of the injured cultivators. The corpses of the dead cultivators were also placed in a space bag by Zhao Hai and given to the other cultivators of his sect. When Hua Wushang came to find Zhao Hai had just finished dealing with the matters at hand. When Hua Wushang saw Zhao Hai, he said from afar, "Junior brother Zhao, ha ha ha. Good. Today's battle was really too subtle." Zhao Hai looked back at Hua Wushang and smiled. He cupped his fist and said, "Senior brother Hua, why did you come to find me personally? I've taken care of things here. Let's go back and talk." Hua Wushang nodded, then he flew towards Zhao Hai's cave residence. While flying, he said, "Junior brother Zhao, you might not know, but today's battle was very good. We've been here for a long time, but we've never had such a great victory. I want to see if the sky demons would still dare to look down on us. Hua Wushang nodded, then he flew towards Zhao Hai's cave residence. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Senior brother Hua, you're overreacting." Hua Wushang waved his hand and said, "Overreacting? I'm telling the truth. Let's go. Senior brother Li is waiting for us. Today, I've taken out all my 100-flower wine. Let's drink a few cups quickly." Zhao Hai smiled and agreed. At this time, the two arrived at the entrance of Hua Wushang's cave residence. Li Xuanhua was standing there waiting for the two. When he saw the two arrive, Li Xuanhua quickly went up and grabbed Zhao Hai. He laughed and said, "Junior brother Zhao, good job. Good job. Quick, come in." The three entered Hua Wushang's cave residence. After sitting down, Hua Wushang said excitedly, "Junior brother Zhao, you're good. The celestial demon army has never suffered such a great loss since the beginning of the war. Look at them, they can't wait to eat you." "Ha ha ha, too subtle, too subtle." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just took advantage of the fact that they underestimated the enemy. Those celestial demons saw that I was leading a group of Dharma stage cultivators, so they didn't take it seriously. That's why they suffered such a great loss." Hua Wushang shook his head and said, "Not necessarily. I know very well what those celestial demons are like. They're not weak. Even if they underestimated you, when they sent out 100,000 people to deal with you, they were already taking you seriously. It's already very impressive that you were able to kill 50,000 of them." Li Xuanhua also nodded and said, "That's right. They didn't hold back after that. Under such circumstances, you were still able to kill 50,000 of them. That's really impressive." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "The upper echelons of the celestial demon realm value us, but it doesn't mean that the ordinary celestial demons also value us. Those ordinary celestial demons are at least at the golden core stage, and the combat power of celestial demons is much stronger than that of cultivators. So those ordinary celestial demons still didn't take us seriously. You should have noticed that when we stopped to regroup and prepared to fight with them, those guys didn't even regroup and directly attacked us. It would be strange if we didn't suffer." Hua Wushang and Li Xuanhua nodded. When they heard Zhao Hai's words, although they were still a little surprised by Zhao Hai's achievements, they felt a little better. This was human nature. Sometimes, people were like this. When they saw someone who was better than them, they would always find all kinds of reasons to prove that the other person's excellence was caused by other reasons and not because of themselves. It was as if this would make them feel better. Hua Wushang and Li Xuanhua were the same. Li Xuanhua raised her wine cup and said, "No matter what, winning against those celestial demons is always a good thing. Come, let's do something bad." Zhao Hai and Hua Wushang also raised their cups and drank. After drinking a cup of wine, Hua Wushang sighed and said, "Although we had a good fight this time, with the celestial demon's character, they will definitely come for revenge. We have to prepare in advance." Zhao Hai and Li Xuanhua nodded. Then Li Xuanhua said, "The sky demons have suffered a huge loss this time. They certainly wouldn't let this go easily. I think their second attack would be coming soon." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai replied, "This time, they would certainly pay attention to us. If that's the case, then the war wouldn't be easy. The troops that I brought with me are limited. If they bring too many troops, then I'm afraid that we wouldn't be able to pose a threat to them." Zhao Hai nodded. Hua Wushang and Li Xuanhua nodded. They also knew about Zhao Hai's current situation. Zhao Hai's troops were too small. Although they could cause some damage to the celestial demons, because of their small numbers, the casualties would be limited. Hua Wushang and Li Xuanhua looked at each other but didn't say anything. If they didn't want to weaken the Freedom Alliance's strength, they would want to hand the army over to Zhao Hai. That way, the situation would definitely change when they faced the celestial demons. But now, they couldn't do that. Hua Wushang and Li Xuanhua no longer doubted Zhao Hai's ability to command. If they handed the army over to Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai might be able to defeat the celestial demons in a short time. That wouldn't necessarily be a good thing for the 100-Flower Valley Alliance. Although the 100-Flower Valley Alliance was led by the 100-Flower Valley, that was only because of the enormous pressure from the celestial demon realm. Once they lost the pressure from the celestial demon realm, would the 100 Flower Valley Alliance still exist? Even if it did, it was hard to say if it would still have as much power as it did now. Moreover, if the 100 Flower Valley wanted to have a bigger voice in the northern strange continent, then they would have to weaken the strength of the other sects. Whether it was the Black Tiger Gang or the other small sects, it was the same. Therefore, they couldn't hand the command over to Zhao Hai. However, Hua Wushang still turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Junior brother Zhao, I think I should ask the sect to send some strong cultivators to your army. What do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "What do you think?" Zhao Hai shook his head, then he smiled bitterly and said, "It's useless. Their current fighting strength is the result of training. If new people come, then I would have to retrain them. At that time I wouldn't be able to command them like I do now. If I can't command them like I do now, then they would be in chaos. They would only suffer losses when facing the Sky Demon army. Because of this, sending more people would be useless." Zhao Hai shook his head and smiled bitterly. Hua Wushang nodded and didn't say anything else. What he said just now was just a probe. He didn't really want to send an army to Zhao Hai. Even if Zhao Hai agreed, he would just find an excuse to delay the matter. He wouldn't send any more people. How could Hua Wushang's thoughts be hidden from Zhao Hai? Therefore, Zhao Hai directly declined. To be honest, Zhao Hai really wanted to return to the Black Tiger Gang as soon as possible. This place was really boring. Moreover, Zhao Hai also knew about the situation of the First Legion. Although the First Legion didn't suffer any losses, they were no longer evenly matched with Mo like Celestial Demon Army. They were slowly moving towards a defensive position. However, Iron Eagle was still very steady in his work. He didn't give Mo like's army any chance to attack. This made Zhao Hai feel relieved. As long as the First Legion didn't suffer any losses, then everything would be fine. Moreover, the reason why Zhao Hai came here to support the 100 Flower Valley was to make the 100 Flower Valley feel relieved about the Black Tiger Gang. The second reason was to make the First Legion suffer more losses. This would weaken the strength of the other sects. Although this was a bit cold-blooded, it was necessary for the future of the Black Tiger Gang. The three drank for a while before Zhao Hai left. However, Li Xuanhua didn't. After Zhao Hai left, Li Xuanhua turned to Hua Wushang and said, "Wushang, this Zhao Hai is too strong. What do you think?" Hua Wushang thought for a moment and then said, "Have him return to the Black Tiger Gang as soon as possible. If he stays here, then the other sects will be dissatisfied with us. Moreover, I'm afraid that the First Legion of the Freedom Alliance won't be able to resist the Celestial Demon Army without him. If the Black Tiger Gang is destroyed, then it wouldn't be good for us." Li Xuanhua nodded and agreed with Hua Wushang's words. End of chapter 1844. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.